When the water in the pot boils, Chi-Chi and the Zhou siblings have also dug a full bucket of wild chives. But how do they wash them clean? Zheng Sujia looks at the clear stream and asks Bai Li, should I wash them first with the stream water, then rinse with mineral water? Bai Li straightens up, glances at the flowing stream, and nods. Sure. Zheng Sujia took the small bucket from the children and went to the creek. Chi-Chi blinked and turned around to carry the empty mineral water bucket onto the car. When he came down, he struggled to drag a bucket of water from the car, sticking out his bottom. Mom, help me. Bai Li stepped forward to take the bucket and gave her son a quick look. Including this time, the bucket had been used 3 times back and forth. Chi-Chi giggled softly and whispered, they won't notice. Bai Li had thought about this before. Completely hiding it wasn't hard. Chi-Chi could either not water or use less water. But if she did that, they wouldn't live as comfortably as before. So, why go together at all? Her main reason for going along was because of the siblings Jean Feng and Jean Yu. Kids need friends to play with, and Chi-Chi liked the 2 children. The 3 of them played well together. Bai Li decided to go with the flow and avoid asking too many questions. It was better not to ask. She carried the water bucket over and, under Zheng Sujia's worried gaze, washed a bunch of shepherd's purse 3 times. Now was the perfect time to eat shepherd's purse. It's tender and fresh. Just blanch it in boiling water, add some salt and sesame oil, and it's delicious. If they wrapped it in dough and steamed it, it would taste even better. After finishing the noodles, Bai Li didn't rush to leave. She took the children to dig for more shepherd's purse. Zheng Sujia, hearing her say they would make steamed dishes at night, asked with a complicated look, you even brought a steamer? What steamer? I have a rack, and I put water in the wok. Put the rack on top and it steams quickly. She couldn't have brought a full steamer. She only brought a kettle, a small porridge pot, a wok, and the rack inside the wok. Even so, Zheng Sujia admired her a lot. Chi-Chi, go get more water. Later, we'll wash our hair before leaving. They had been out for 3 days. Their hair was greasy. If they had no choice, they could endure it, but if they had the means, why suffer? Chi-Chi agreed and carried the empty bucket back onto the car. Soon, he was again sticking out his bottom, dragging the bucket. Zheng Sujia didn't notice anything unusual. She just looked distressed and said, even if you brought a lot of water, you shouldn't waste it like this. Bai Li, Shao Jia, come help me with something. She thought Zhou Hui wanted to go to the bathroom, so she quickly walked to her car. The passenger door was open. Zhou Hui reached out his arm to hold her shoulder, limping as they moved toward a hidden spot. He quietly whispered into Zheng Sujia's ear, don't tell Bai Li about the water. No matter how many buckets they take out, just pretend you don't see. Zheng Sujia was surprised. What do you mean? You're so silly. Didn't you see Chi-Chi coming back and forth with the same bucket? That kid probably plans to steal water. After Zhou Hui was injured, he was lucky to find a doctor friend he knew. While he was getting a splint on his leg, he heard that when they escaped from the hospital, a colleague's hand was dripping with water, and another colleague had become very strong. This doctor guessed that the virus might not only turn people into zombies but could also give them some kind of special power. Of course, what they might turn into depends on each person's body resistance. Those who can't resist will become zombies. Those who can resist might still be normal people, but they could also develop some strange changes. His friend told him this while Zheng Sujia was talking with a friend's wife, so she didn't hear it. During their escape, they hadn't encountered anyone using special powers, at least not openly. So when Zhou Hui suddenly mentioned it, Zheng Sujia was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. Stay calm. Don't show it. Zhou Hui turned her face forward and whispered again for safety. Bai Li probably doesn't want others to know about Chi-Chi's special ability. So just pretend you don't know. No matter how much water he takes out, you haven't seen anything, understand? Drinking the water they boiled and eating the noodles they cooked, she could keep the secret. She had to keep it. Zheng Sujia was sensible. After the shock, she immediately nodded, don't worry. I'll act like I'm blind, like I saw nothing. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but ask, husband, If zombies and people with powers appear, what will this world become? In the future? What will it become? Who knows? After digging up wild chives and washing them with water, she used 5 plastic bags to pack them. While Bai Li was digging chives with the children, Zheng Sujia stayed by the boiling water, waiting for it to boil before quickly calling Bai Li. Fortunately, her car already had a foldable plastic basin similar to the one with the white lychee. She had planned to take it with the children on a spring outing last month, but the weather prevented them from going. She also forgot to take it out. Maybe she should be thanked for her forgetfulness? The shampoo was something the children found at a gas station convenience store earlier. Luckily, she put it in the car, otherwise they could only wash with water now. She felt embarrassed to use the white lychee, as it belonged to someone else for eating and drinking, so she wouldn't use it again. After washing herself and the children, they all felt refreshed and ready to continue. During the wash, Chi-Chi carried an empty bucket back to the car to fetch water, and Zheng Sujia decided not to waste water anymore, pretending not to notice. Once everyone's face and hair were washed, they set off again feeling clean and refreshed. White Lychee, did you notice anything strange about that village when you came this morning? Zhou Hui asked with concern. There was no one in the village, but there were people on the mountain and there were houses. You might not have noticed while driving, but halfway up the mountain, I saw some torn clothes that looked like they had been ripped. I also saw a woman in a semi-state run out of a cave, but she was quickly caught and pulled back by a man covering her mouth. Zheng Sujia looked surprised, eyes wide. Really? Why didn't you tell me just now? Because you were driving, and I didn't want to distract you, Zhou Hui replied. He looked at Bai Li, noticing her calm expression and lack of surprise, and asked, Did you see it too? Bai Li shook her head. I didn't see the clothes or the woman you mentioned. I only saw a man hiding behind the trees halfway up the mountain. She understood Zhou Hui's meaning. Such a village might be controlled by some force, but not for long, which is why they hadn't dared to stop their cars when they arrived. But if they knew that besides the children, there was only an injured man and 2 women in these 2 cars, they might not be so lucky. They each returned to their cars. Chi-Chi looked at the road and the map, following the increasingly wide road until they reached the national highway. It was close to the highway, but the intersection was blocked. Several cars, about 7 or 8, had collided and were badly deformed. One was a large truck, completely blocking the highway entrance. Bai Li wanted to drive past and continue, but Zheng Sujia honked her horn. Bai Li pulled over to the side and saw Zheng Sujia approaching. She rolled down the window and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Hui wants to get some oil from abandoned cars. He can do that. Early in the morning, they refueled in Mist City. Although they stopped for lunch, washing up, and a short rest around noon, they had already been driving for most of the day. Half the fuel in the tank was gone, leaving half. It was best to refuel if possible. Zhou Hui asked Zheng Sujia to take a hose from their car and also brought a bucket. When taking fuel, both of them tried not to look inside the cars because they might see zombies or dead bodies. Everything inside was unrecognizable and too disturbing to watch. They quickly filled up 2 cars and continued their journey. Since this national road runs almost parallel to the highway and the road was quite wide, after about an hour and a half, they encountered other vehicles. They paid no attention and focused on driving their own cars. However, the other driver kept peering out of the window, constantly watching their cars. Later, probably annoyed that they were driving slowly, a black BMW behind Zheng Sujia's car honked loudly. Zhou Hui calmly comforted his wife, Drive your own way, don't mind him. Less than a minute after he said that, the BMW overtook them and sped ahead. It seemed they didn't say anything when passing by because they saw a man sitting inside their car. But when they passed the white car ahead, the driver rolled down the window and shouted, Are you terrible at driving? If you can't drive, don't block the road. Move over. Didn't you hear me telling you to get out of the way? Bai Li ignored the shouting, as if she heard nothing, and kept her speed the same. But the angry man thought she was scared and yelled even louder, even trying to stop her car in front. Suddenly, before their driver could accelerate, a burst of fire erupted inside the car, quickly engulfing the entire vehicle in flames. A few heart-wrenching screams were heard, but before the car could stop, both the vehicle and its occupants turned into ashes. The speed was astonishing. 3 seconds after the fire started, the window of the back seat on by Lee's side quietly rolled down and then back up again. No one saw it happen, but the window next to Bai Li silently opened at that moment. When Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia, stunned and wide-eyed, looked over at her car, they only saw the window on Bai Li's side was half open. Both of them swallowed nervously, their hearts pounding. "Zhou Hui, honey, pinch me," Zheng Sujia said. Zhou Hui, with a blank face, gently pinched her arm. "Put in some effort, haven't eaten yet. Gee, why are you using so much strength? Are you trying to strangle me?" "Zhou Hui, did we just pass by a car earlier?" "Zhou Hui, drive carefully, don't let Bai Lily fall behind. Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't forget, I've had my license longer than you." Zheng Sujia was sweating on her forehead. She was still not convinced, and went back to her previous question. "Did that car catch fire?"
Oui.
He nodded firmly. Yes, it caught fire. Maybe the engine had a problem.
Plus.
Today's temperature is a bit high. It was indeed high. It felt like at least 15 or 16 degrees now. Zheng Sujia forced a smile that was worse than crying, thinking to herself, whose car could just catch fire and turn into ashes so easily?
It was terrifying, but
why did she feel so safe? "Husband, for the first time, I think it's really good to have classmates."
oui.
He turned to look at the back seat. Luckily, the kids were asleep, or he'd have to explain the fire's cause again. In front, Bai Lily's car was quiet. Chi-Chi, who was giving a lesson for the first time, hugged Xiao Wu and curled up on the seat. Iron Egg was lying next to him. Its injury wasn't fully healed, but it could stand and walk a few steps now. Most of the time, it was sleeping.
Mom.
I didn't expect Xiao Wu's fire to be so fierce. It had burned both the person and the car. Bai Lily looked at her son through the rearview mirror and asked, "Do you regret it?" Chi-Chi bit his lip and was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head firmly. "No, they bullied Mom. We didn't bother them at all. Why should they pick on us? So, if they died, it's their own fault." The last words sounded much softer. He didn't regret teaching them a lesson, but he was really a little scared. After all, there were 4 or 5 people in the car, and if they all got burned alive. You're right, they got what they deserved. Bai Lily didn't want her son to carry any psychological burden from those scoundrels, so she said very firmly, "People like that are a danger. It's better if they're gone." Hearing her mother say this, Chi-Chi let out a long breath. His chubby hand covered his heart, and he whispered, "When I saw the fire suddenly flare up, it was terrifying. My heart was pounding so hard, and it still hasn't calmed down. This is normal. After all, she is only 8 years old. All right, if you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. From now on, we'll follow this road. Mom won't get lost." At 6 in the evening, just as the sunset was about to disappear, Bai Li and her group's car was stopped. Someone had set up a checkpoint on this road. They gave 2 options to those who wanted to pass. First, go to the nearby base they had established. Second, if not, leave half of the supplies in the car, no matter what was inside. This was open robbery. Ahead of Bai Li, there were 2 other cars. She saw that the driver of the first car seemed to refuse both options, so suddenly, 7 or 8 troublemakers rushed forward, raising sticks and smashing them against the cars, smashing windows and making a mess. 3 men inside the car were pulled out and beaten, their screams filling the air. Bai Li squinted at the leader of the troublemakers. He was someone she knew. She didn't understand why she kept running into these people. They had been traveling together before, and now they had already set up a base so quickly. She wasn't interested in figuring out what this base was. She just wanted to get past quickly and find a safe place to rest when it was fully dark. Bai Li leaned out of the car window, her hand holding a green vine that looked like a snake that could grow endlessly. With a quick flick, she swung it at the boy with a small braid, hitting his face twice, making him dizzy. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Who the? Sister?" The small troublemaker, shocked by the sudden change, stopped hitting people. But before he could understand what was happening or why their boss had been hit, he heard their boss call out sister.
Bailey's Motwisha.
It who the thought you were my brother. Before Bai Li made her move, Zhou Hui was discussing with Zhang Sujia about taking a different route home. Although Bai Li had a secret weapon, there were so many people. She couldn't just burn them all. They have too many people. For safety, let's take another road. Okay, I'll go call her. Zhang Sujia had already unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door with her left hand, and was about to step out when she suddenly saw Bai Li resting her arm on the window, holding a green vine. Is that a green vine? The resilience of the pothose plant is well known, but she never thought it could be so strong that it would suddenly grow to over 10 meters and seem alive, swinging and hitting others in the face. The sharp made Zhang Sujia reflexively pull back her foot and quickly close the car door with a bang. Zhou Hui was just as shocked as his wife. He stared blankly ahead, his mind completely empty. But when he heard the person being hit call Bai Li's sister, he looked confused again. Is this Bai Li's younger brother? Sister, please, be gentle, sister.
Bailey.
She coldly said, don't call me sister. I don't have a younger brother like you. And move out of the way, I want to go through. Big sister, wait. The boy with the small braid covered his painfully swollen cheek, looking at the vine-like tendrils that rose like a snake, trembling as he spoke. Sister, can we talk about something?
No.
Bai Li cut him off sharply, her cold eyes fixed on him. Don't think I didn't want to kill you the last 2 times. This time won't be any different. You should know I could kill you easily. The young man who had been with the small braided boy and was almost strangled to death earlier wasn't here now. If he were, Bai Li wouldn't mind doing it again. Of course, the others felt the same. As soon as this thought appeared, the vine tendrils in her hand responded to her feelings, quickly wrapping around the small braided boy. They hissed and whipped him like a whip, entangling him tightly. The others gasped in fear. Brother Bien.
Boss.
Brother. Some bravely raised their knives to cut the vines, but before they could get close, another vine suddenly shot out like a whip, hitting them in the face and knocking their knives away. Are you not afraid of death? Yes. Please, sister, spare me. The pothose didn't tighten around the boy's neck, deliberately leaving his mouth free to speak. Sister, please stop hitting us. We mean no harm, really no harm at all. They were too scared to do anything else. At this moment, they deeply regretted provoking Bai Li. They thought she was a soft target, but it turned out she was tough as steel. The 3 men who were originally surrounded and beaten by the gangsters quickly escaped. One of them, taking advantage of the distraction, scrambled onto a nearby car. The other 2, limping, hurriedly moved away from the metal fence blocking the road. They somehow managed to lift a heavy object, which seemed quite heavy. A gangster noticed their movement and tried to stop them, but seeing the young man with the braid, he hesitated and didn't act. The 2 men exchanged nervous glances at Bai Li, and once their car approached, they quickly got in and drove away. The car in front of Bai Li was also leaving. Big sister, there's a hot spring resort up ahead. It's now our base. My little brother sincerely invites you. Get lost. Bai Li impatiently pressed the gas pedal before he finished speaking. She pulled back a vine, holding a smaller one with the braid in her hand, and the car sped off. Mom, give me that. As Chi-Chi took the green vine, a scream suddenly sounded. Perhaps because Bai Li had been urging her, the green vine looked very unusual, glowing green, thick roots, large leaves, and very sturdy, even stronger than rope. She could easily break it herself, but she didn't know that last time she a young man, it took over an hour for a group of people to cut through all the vines and remove them. It was quite difficult. Now, pulling the braid along the ground and rubbing it, it was impossible to break without Bai Li's help. For example, a gangster ran quickly, raised his knife to attack, but it made no sound, as if hitting cotton, bouncing back and nearly causing him to stumble and fall. Bai Li saw this through the rearview mirror, her eyes wide with surprise. Chi-Chi held the vine tightly, her face tense and determined. Behind them, Zhang Sujia was trembling with fear. genuinely worried that the braid might accidentally get caught under the car. Zhou Hui, however, had regained his composure. He told Zheng Sujie, "Don't worry, if you get run over, you get run over. It's no big deal. It's no big deal." Zheng Sujie kept telling herself this inside, but she was still scared. Fortunately, her driving skills were quite good, so even as she dodged left and right, she stayed close behind Bai Li's car, not falling behind at all. They had been dragging the vine for about 3 kilometers when the young man with the braid couldn't take it anymore and fainted. The gangsters chasing behind gradually disappeared from sight. Bai Li then reached out to Chi-Chi, took the green vine, and with a quick glance, broke the vine holding the braid. The boy with a small braid rolled twice and fell onto the road. Bai Li casually placed a piece of green vine next to him. "Isn't that easy to break?" Bai Li was surprised. She had been cautious before, because she thought plants were fragile. If someone cut them, they would break easily. If she exhausted her powers, she couldn't handle many people, and it might put her and her child in danger. So she was very careful.
But now,
it seems different. She thought she should study this more carefully later. Behind, Zheng Sujie turned the steering wheel to avoid the boy with the braid while he was rolling. She drove past him, but she still couldn't get over her inner hesitation. She hadn't faced a desperate situation, so she couldn't bring herself to hurt a living person. However, Bai Li thought that less than half a minute after she escaped from the boy with the braid, several cars appeared in her rearview mirror. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her face darkened. She didn't expect so many cars to come all at once. During the confrontation earlier, she saw a troublemaker run away, guessing he was bringing backup. But because they were far apart and she needed to keep the boy with the braid busy, she didn't stop him. That's why she was eager to leave. Of course, if no backup had come, she wouldn't have stayed long. She just didn't expect the backup to arrive so quickly. "Chi-Chi, fasten your seatbelt." Hearing her mom, little Jiang Chi-Chi immediately sat properly and buckled his seatbelt neatly. Xiao Wu and Tai Dan were lying beside him, and Feng Bao jumped from the back of the seat to the front passenger seat. Bai Li pressed the accelerator to the floor and honked to signal Zheng Sujie to speed up. Zheng Sujie also honked back in response. Both cars weren't luxury models, but they were good enough. Performance, quality, and speed were all above average. So, once they sped up, they quickly left the 4 cars behind. "Why are you driving so fast to go die?" The young driver in the front seat trembled as he asked. "So, brother, should we keep chasing?" Their leader was dizzy and clearly not paying attention to them. That sister didn't care about them at all. She wouldn't go to their base, nor would she join them. Rarity makes things valuable. They came to rely on the Hot Spring Mountain Villa's forces because their leader's water-type powers made them welcome and valued. There is also a water-type and a earth-type person in the mountain village, making 4 special ability users in total. There are no wood-type users. Their leader casually mentioned a woman they met on the road who is very powerful in wood-type abilities. This made the boss very interested, and he told his men to look out for her when they intercepted someone here. If they found her, they should invite her to the mountain village. The woman is a strong and impressive wood-type ability user, and she is also very beautiful. The boss really wants to meet her and hopes to keep her. Of course, if they see her, she might not want to stay, but they will try to persuade her. The young men initially thought their boss was reckless. They believed that although the woman was a girl, her skills and ruthlessness were just as good as a man's. They also wondered if it was just a coincidence to meet her again, thinking she probably wouldn't take this route. But it turned out to be a lucky coincidence. She was indeed walking this way. She has the same temper as before. She would fight if she was provoked and left quickly without lingering. Chase her. I don't believe I can't catch a little girl. Drive faster. Don't act like you're full and slow. This is the boss's younger brother, who is too young to offend. Even though he was reluctant inside, he followed orders and drove the off-road vehicle as fast as a sports car. But Bai Li and the others didn't slow down. They kept accelerating. "Mom, turn left ahead."
Turn right.
When the highway was about to divert from their hometown direction, they couldn't go faster and had to take a small road. Because they were being chased, they ignored everything else and just kept driving as long as the road was passable and the direction was correct. They gradually approached a village along a narrow rural road that only one car could pass through, and it was clear they would pass through the village. It was now 7:30 p.m., and it was completely dark outside. Bai Li turned on the high beams, illuminating the road ahead. She slowed down slightly, paying close attention to the surroundings on both sides of the rural road. Not far away, she heard barking dogs and saw lights, indicating people were in the village. There were quite a few people. As soon as her high beams lit up, the village patrol noticed her car. A whistle sounded, and immediately a small team of about 20 people ran toward the village entrance. "Captain, who are they?" "I don't know. The two cars look good and are quite large. They probably carry a lot of stuff. Should we stop them? They dared to travel at night. What if they're tough guys? Even if they're tough, are they tougher than us?
Then.
Should we stop them?" "Yes, stop them, don't wait." "What is it?" "It seems there are more than two cars." Behind, there are four more? Is this a convoy?" "Maybe they're not together. Although there's some distance between them, they passed by us one after the other, so they're probably together." "Very likely. They might be chasing closely. Maybe the four cars stopped to take a break, creating some space." "What should we do now? Should we stop them?" "Two cars can't carry many people, but 6 cars might. They could have guns or other weapons." "Forget it, let them go. No more stopping. It's a pity. Our village has some cars, but they're not as good, and we're out of fuel." "Sigh, I haven't driven a car in a week." "Driving a car doesn't matter." Shut up." A group of people watched from the second floor of a small building at the village headquarters, helplessly seeing Bai Li and Zheng Sujie's car pass by, then shortly after, watching the 4 cars behind them go past as well. Once all the vehicles had gone, the village was plunged into darkness again, as if the bright light just now was nothing but a dream. Yes, they're following very closely. It looks like they're all together. Be cautious. Better safe than sorry. All right, leave 10 people on patrol duty, and everyone else can disperse. On the other side, Bai Li and her companions had just crossed the village and reached a slightly wider road. After Zhou Jinfeng woke up and saw the increasingly close cars behind, he asked his father, "Can I throw the bottle away?" Before Zhou Hui could answer, Zheng Sujie asked first, "What bottle?" She didn't understand what her son meant at all.
Gut Suvi understood.
He smiled and said, "The bottle. It's easy for a young boy to relieve himself. He just needs an empty bottle," and Chi-Chi did the same. Because of his sister, Zhou Jinfeng usually doesn't solve his needs in the car, but this morning he felt very comfortable and had warm water to drink, so he drank more than usual. During a break when his sister was sleeping, he used a bottle to take care of himself. Zhou Hui reminded his son, "Be sure to throw it away on time." Chi-Chi also wanted to do the same, since he had many bottles, but he couldn't because the car behind was Uncle Zhou's. Zhou Jinfeng rolled down the window, loosened the cap of the bottle, and then flicked it towards the front windshield of the car behind. There was a loud bang as the mineral water bottle hit the glass. The cap came off, and yellow splattered all over the front of the car. The young driver in the car was so startled that his hands trembled, causing the steering wheel to veer to one side. His reflex was to release the accelerator and step on the brake. But before he could stop, the car behind crashed into him with a loud bang, and the third car also collided. Only the driver of the fourth car reacted quickly and stopped just 5 centimeters from the back of the third car. The screech of tires and the crash sounded very loud and strange in the quiet, dark night. What they didn't know was that in the darkness where the car lights couldn't reach, pairs of blue, red, and green eyes were slowly moving closer. "How the heck are you driving?" In the first car, the man sitting in the passenger seat slapped the young driver on both ears and then cursed as he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. The front of the second car was smoking, clearly unable to drive anymore. The third car was also badly damaged. Seeing this, the man in the passenger seat became even angrier, pointing and shouting at the others. After cursing, he turned pale and walked toward the fourth car. But just a few steps later, suddenly a fuzzy, furry thing shot onto his shoulder.
Ah!
A scream echoed through the night sky. Chi-Chi, did you hear any sounds? Even though Bai Li slowed down, he quickly pulled away from the 4 cars that had crashed behind him. So, he could only faintly hear some screams, but he wasn't sure if they were from the people involved. Chi-Chi, worried that his mother might take a wrong turn, kept a tense, unwavering watch on the road ahead, occasionally glancing at the map. He didn't realize that the reason for the car accident behind them was because Zhou Jinfeng threw a bottle of his own. As for the screams, like being bitten by a zombie, maybe there's a zombie attack on the survivors, Bai Li thought. After a few minutes, she realized no cars were chasing them anymore. She knew those people had given up, or perhaps their car had to be abandoned after the crash. She slowed down the car a bit and said to Chi-Chi, "Watch carefully on both sides. See if there are any houses or yards. We can stay here for the night." "Okay, Mom." Traveling at night is dangerous in many ways. An hour later, Bai Li found an abandoned small factory. She parked the car by the roadside, got out, and shared her plan with Zheng Sujia, who was walking over. Zheng Sujia had no objections. The two of them took flashlights and entered the factory through the wide-open iron gate. They had listened carefully on the car for a while, and there were no zombies or people inside. This was a small computer keyboard assembly factory. It wasn't very big, and the only things visible with a flashlight were 2 production lines. When the virus outbreak happened, the factory was probably still operating normally. But now, bloodstains and even dismembered limbs covered the production lines and long tables, showing signs of a terrible massacre. Zheng Sujia swallowed nervously and whispered to Bai Li, "Do we really have to stay here for the night?" Bai Li thought for a moment and replied, "If we go further, there might be a place to stay, but do you think it would be safer?" "No place is free of corpses now. Only dead bodies, no living people. It's actually safer here." Just like before at home, where she was sleeping peacefully, but someone had put a sound device on the door. And the people who had been chasing them so relentlessly, they were also humans. Zheng Sujia thought about it and agreed. She might not have many bright spots, but she was good at listening to advice. In everyday life, as long as Zhou Hui made sense, she would listen to him. So, they pulled down the rolling door of the assembly workshop, then returned to the car, driving it into the factory one after the other. Finally, they closed and locked the big iron gate from inside. Bai Li then took out a piece of pothos from her pocket, and just like before, she climbed green vines and leaves along the bottom, through the door gap, all the way up. Under the glow of the car's headlights, it looked like a guard soldier standing at the gate. While she was doing this, Zheng Sujia stood nearby, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. In the end, she asked nothing and quietly returned to the car, pretending everything was fine. She called the children to eat and drink, then took care of their bathroom needs before getting back in the car to sleep. Chi-Chi was the same, but he had one extra step before sleeping, brushing his teeth. At the same time, a car was panicking and swerving wildly as it tried to escape. "Bro, we didn't get caught. They didn't catch us. Stay steady, stay steady. If you drive like this, we'll all die." The cement road was narrow, and with all the swerving, the car was bound to fall into a ditch. In the passenger seat, a young man with a pale face was trying to stay calm and comfort his friend. Tonight, 4 cars and 17 people, and only they 2 were still alive. The young man was the same troublemaker who had been nearly strangled by Bai Li before. He looked to be in his early 20s, thin and tall. His skin was usually dark, but now it was very pale. He was terrified. His name was Hize. He used to learn hairdressing from a guy with a small braid. After the apocalypse, their small but decent hair salon survived, and the people who made it gathered together, hoping to find a place to stand out. They weren't afraid of zombies in front of everyone. They dared to fight and cut. Plus, they had a leader with special abilities, so they thought they were pretty impressive and wanted to rise to power. But he still didn't want to provoke Bai Li. When he was forced to chase her, he was actually pretty scared. But he had no choice. No one listened to him. Everyone thought she was just a woman. How powerful could she be? Could she really kill over 10 of them at once? Because he was forced to chase Bai Li, he deliberately slammed on the brakes when the bottle was thrown. He didn't expect the fool behind to follow too closely and end up crashing the car. And he definitely didn't expect they would encounter a group of mutated animals. Cats, rats, snakes, all with glowing eyes, attacking desperately. They had mutated, for sure. Now that everyone had special abilities, animal mutations weren't strange anymore. They were just unlucky to meet them unprepared. If he hadn't reacted quickly, jumped into the fourth car, and urged the driver who hadn't yet gotten out to start driving, they would have been wiped out today. No survivors. Not even a scrap. It's hard to imagine without seeing it myself, but those animals attacking them looked terrifying. Mice would crawl into their clothes from the neck. When they panicked and tried to catch the mice had already bitten a hole in their stomach and were gnawing inside. A small cat could open its mouth wide enough to bite half of a person's head, and there were snakes too. These animals, once considered enemies, are now working together to attack humans. So I don't blame those two for being so scared.
He-he-zay.
Lu Lipun was driving carefully and stammered, You just arrived, so you might not know. Our leader is very close to his younger brother, but today, so many people went out, including his brother, and they all died. Only the two of us are alive. He understood that Lu Liping meant that going back was a dead end. He looked around the road because they were so scared during the escape that they drove recklessly and didn't follow the original path back. Now, he didn't know where they were. Fortunately, there was no need to go back. They didn't speak all night. Early the next morning, Bai Li was awakened by Zheng Sujia, who had gone outside to use the bathroom. She didn't open her eyes, pulled the blanket tighter around her, and unconsciously stroked the furry thing in her arms. But her hand suddenly stopped. This feeling wasn't from Xiao Wu. Bai Li opened her eyes and unexpectedly met a pair of damp, rust-colored eyes. Hey, when did this little thing crawl into her arms? Tai Dan's external injuries had healed, but it had serious internal injuries. If Dr. N were here, a simple surgery could fix it. Now, it could only rest and heal naturally, relying on its own healing ability. She reached out and stroked its little head, then touched the small horn growing on its forehead. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters long, thin, shining with a silvery glow, and looked very beautiful. She didn't know what it was for. Maybe it grew randomly due to mutation? After more than 10 days of care, Tai Dan had become very close to them. Are you hungry? Seeing it constantly licking her hand with its tongue, Bai Li sat up, placed it on her lap, and looked back at Chi-Chi, who was still sleeping soundly in Xiao Wu's arms. She whispered to Tai Dan, You have internal injuries and need warm food. Wait a moment, I'll cook some dumpling soup and add an egg for you. It seemed like Tai Dan understood her words, and he opened his mouth happily while looking at her. She put on her coat, opened the car door, and immediately felt that today's temperature had risen again. Bai Li found a place for Tai Dan to do his business. She also went to the toilet, washed her face, brushed her teeth, then moved some stones to place the pot on. Just as she was about to look for firewood, Zheng Sujia happened to carry over a bundle. There's a pile of wood behind the kitchen, probably leftover from some work. It looks dry and should burn well. You can use it first, and I'll go get some more, she said. The couple was very in sync. Everyone worked together, sharing food and drinks and doing their part. If they didn't work, they'd have no face to show. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and although they knew bones wouldn't heal that fast, Zhou Hui still felt very anxious. There was only him as the man in their family, but he was useless. So how could he not be worried? Xiao Wu jumped out of the car and ran to Bai Li to help her start a fire. When Xiao Wu opened the car door and got out, Feng Bao suddenly shot out like an arrow and soared into the sky. Xiao Wu looked up but didn't pay attention, wagging his tail as he happily ran to Bai Li. A tiny red glow, about the size of a fingernail, shot out from Xiao Wu's mouth and turned into flames when it hit the wood. It was so amazing. Xiao Wu's fire must be different from normal fire, but how he controls it and what makes it special, she hadn't figured out yet. For example, now, when the flames rose, the wood crackled and burned, looking durable, but nothing extraordinary. But yesterday, the entire car was turned to ashes. What kind of fire could be so powerful? Bai Li, Zhou Hui said that if we follow this road, we'll reach Ning City, she said. After Ning City, only 400 kilometers remained to Pring City. So in 3 days, they traveled 300 kilometers? At the same time, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda were about to cross Ning City, heading along the wide New District Road. However, when Jiang Minglang accidentally saw the sign that read Ning City University, his eyes paused briefly. Without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel toward the university town in the new district.
Huh?
Where are we going? Zhang Xiaoda sensed something was wrong. He looked at the direction they were heading and reminded Jiang Minglang, "Boss, that's the university town up ahead." After the virus outbreak, the once admired halls of learning had become some of the places with the most zombies gathering. There was no other way. More people meant easier infection and more bites. Jiang Minglang clearly understood this point, but he still needed to go there. He hadn't been there before, so now that he had, he wanted to see it himself. Your sister-in-law's brother is studying at Ningqing University. I want to check if I can find him. Bai Yang is the son of Bai Li's second uncle, but since there are only 2 children in their families, they've been very close since childhood. Moreover, Bai Li was raised by her second uncle, so although they are uncle and niece, they are more like father and daughter. Therefore, if Bai Yang is still here, he must take him away no matter what he says. This is the new campus of Ningqing University. The road at the entrance is new and wide. When Bai Yang was a freshman, he was at the old campus. They only moved here last September. During the National Day holiday, their family of 3 went back to their hometown, visited the new school, and then took Bai Yang back home. Back then, the weather was sunny, and the campus was beautiful.
But now,
the 2 of them were still some distance from the gate. From afar, they saw countless zombies densely packed at the entrance, roaring and shouting. It seemed something had angered them as they growled and slammed into the iron gate. There were zombies outside and inside. The zombies inside were also hitting the iron door. Jiang Minglang quietly parked the car far away and, with Zhang Xiaoda, furrowed his brow as they analyzed the situation. Both are banging on the gate. Is there something on it? They couldn't see clearly because they were blocked in. But blocking the gate like this, it's not impossible to get in, just definitely difficult. Dizzy, can you make a big hole? Boss, there are at least 500 or 600 zombies. How big a hole do you want me to make? Because his new skills were all forced out by the boss, Zhang Xiaoda was used to his wild ideas now. What he wasn't used to was the itchy, uncomfortable feeling after overusing his powers. Make it as big as possible under the gate, and if you can, cover it up. Zhang Xiaoda. Who did he offend? Why did a mutant earth type appear? It would be better if it was a destructive metal type like the boss. Hurry up, I don't want to stay here too long. To maximize Zhang Xiaoda's powers, Jiang Minglang slowly moved the car closer to the gate, stopping about 50 meters away. They were already very close, considering there were so many zombies.
Boom.
With a loud bang, the zombies suddenly seemed to lose their support and all disappeared at once. No, they didn't just vanish. The ground beneath them collapsed. A large pit, big enough to cover the gate, appeared out of nowhere, pulling all 500 or 600 zombies inside to the bottom. Are you okay? Zhang Xiaoda's face turned very pale, trembling all over, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Jiang Minglang disagreed, saying, I told you to make the pit as big as you could within your abilities. Why did you push yourself so hard? It's fine. Boss, go ahead and get inside. I need to rest for a bit. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoda leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Jiang Minglang didn't say anything else. He took a bag of food from the back seat and placed it beside him. Because the new campus was very grand, besides the main gate, the small side gate was wide enough for a car to pass through. Jiang Minglang waved toward the side door, and the iron gate suddenly swung open with a loud noise. It was a lucky coincidence that, after driving around the campus, he unexpectedly found 7 or 8 students climbing over the wall in a corner. They probably knew they couldn't get out through the main gate, so they tried to escape the school this way. Among the students, some were boys and some girls. When Jiang Minglang arrived, 5 of them had already climbed onto the wall, awkwardly bending over and pulling a girl up. He looked at a boy wearing a beige hoodie who was holding a girl's hand and pulling her up forcefully, just as he was pulled into a hug. Jiang Minglang called out softly by Yang. From the moment he entered the campus, Jiang Minglang kept walking inward, killing scattered zombies along the way. He always carried a dagger, which had been with him for over 10 years, extremely sharp. Especially when cutting into zombies' heads, it only made a small sound, just a pop, leaving a tiny mark on the neck, and the head would silently move away. He had a good memory. When he was with Bai Yang earlier, Bai Yang had told him about several places he often visited: classrooms, the library, laboratories, and the cafeteria. Based on his memory, Jiang Minglang drove around these places. Finally, behind the library in a hidden corner, he found a few people. His car was parked beside the library, and he got out after hearing some noise. Zhang Xiaoda was leaning against the passenger side, already asleep due to his overuse of his powers. There were 7 or 8 college students, and Jiang Minglang immediately spotted Bai Yang, who was wearing a beige hoodie. This kid's face is quite expressive, and he looks a lot like his sister. Whenever they are together, people often think they are siblings. Seeing the girl rush into Bai Yang's arms, Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow. The girl wasn't unsteady. She was doing it on purpose. So Captain Jiang called his little brother-in-law's name at an awkward moment. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yang suddenly looked up. When he saw Jiang Minglang, whether feeling guilty or something else, he pushed the girl aside without showing any tenderness. Because the move was so sudden, the girl cried out and almost fell off the wall. Luckily, Bai Yang reacted quickly and caught her. Once she was steady, he let go quickly. The girl looked at him with a resentful gaze and whispered, "Bai Yang." But Bai Yang didn't care about her now. He lifted his long leg from outside the wall and jumped down quickly. When he landed, his legs almost gave way, and he nearly fell flat on the ground. He felt a jolt in his heart. He was worried he'd be looked down on by his brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Sure enough, Jiang Minglang looked at his younger brother-in-law with a disapproving gaze. Didn't eat? Bai Yang looked a bit wronged.
No.
Jiang Minglang was annoyed. He usually seemed clever, and if he wasn't smart, he wouldn't have gotten into Ning City's top school. How could he not even handle basic needs? Bai Yang felt even more wronged. His classmates always hid together, and whenever they went out to find food, he was the one leading the way. But once they found something, the class monitor, who was supposed to be fair, insisted they had to be gentlemen and wait for the girls. He also said they shouldn't eat all the food at once, but save some for later. This made young Bai Yang always go hungry. He was so fed up. Today, he planned to climb the wall and escape with his roommates. But they accidentally overheard and called everyone over. There were 32 students in their class, but only 9 were still alive. Since they were classmates, they decided to stick together. Bai Yang thought that once they left school, he would find a way to split from them. His home wasn't in the same direction as theirs, so escaping and going home separately seemed normal. Who would have thought that before they even got out, they'd be met with a big surprise? His brother-in-law came to rescue him. Brother-in-law, my sister.
Bai Yang.
Bai Yang was about to ask Jiang Minglang about his sister and Chi-Chi, but he was interrupted before he could speak. It was his female classmate He Ningzhu, the class beauty, who had just climbed onto the wall with him. She was very unhappy that Bai Yang left her on the wall while he ran away alone. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Come and help me down." But Bai Yang didn't move. He calmly told his classmates, "Since everyone is already up, don't waste time. You can escape as planned. As for me, you don't need to worry about me." It felt great to finally shake off these burdens. Yes, in Bai Yang's eyes, his classmates were just a burden. On the day the apocalypse began, they happened to be in a large classroom for an elective class with students from several classes together. There were quite a few people. When the professor and the students in the front 3rd row, 6th row, and others first turned into zombies, the entire classroom immediately descended into chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams kept ringing out, fueling the zombies' frenzy to bite. Bai Yang sat in the corner of the last row. After the shock, he reacted quickly, grabbing his roommate and rushing toward the back door. But He Ningzhu, sitting in front of him, was screaming loudly. To make things worse, He Ningzhu grabbed his clothes. Shut up. He couldn't take it anymore and slapped He Ningzhu, but it was too late. Two zombies near the back, showing their teeth, lunged at them. Those two were his teammates from yesterday's basketball game. One from his class, one from another class. Seeing his former teammates turned into such monsters, Bai Yang felt uneasy inside. But he had no time to mourn. He helplessly pulled He Ningzhu, who was still holding onto his clothes, and ran with her. They kicked and dodged their way, nearing the back door. Suddenly, the class monitor shouted from the front, "Bai Yang, help me." He quickly kicked his stunned roommate pushing him out of the classroom, then ran out himself with He Ningzhu, without looking back. He always thought their class monitor was pretty clueless, especially in such a dangerous moment, but he still showed his true colors. He was in the front row, and Bai Yang had already reached the back door. Did he expect Bai Yang to run across the entire classroom to save him? Who do you think you are? My sister? After they ran out of the classroom, luckily, the corridor was quiet. The sounds of chaos still echoed from inside the classroom. The school building, once a place of learning, had turned into. The three of them hurriedly ran down the stairs, desperate to escape. We had just run up 2 floors and hadn't even reached the first floor when I looked through the hallway window and saw zombies biting people all over the campus. The screams were getting louder and more frequent. Seeing the campus become a dangerous place, the three of us had to run down the corridor. In the end, we found that our classroom was the safest because no one was inside. I thought the class monitor had already been caught, but surprisingly, he was still alive and came to the classroom with a few classmates about 10 minutes later. When he saw Bai Yang, he started shouting, I called you, didn't you hear me?" Before Bai Yang could speak, He Ningzhu immediately defended him, saying, "Dengbo, are you crazy? Bai Yang and I are at the back door, you're at the front row. Why should he go save you? You might as well just ask him to die." "Exactly, and you're scolding Bai Yang. Even if he wanted to help you, could he really?" Dong Zimo, their roommate, also stood up for him. Bai Yang didn't care about him at all. This guy is seriously ill. Arguing with him makes Bai Yang feel like he's the idiot. But he didn't expect that over the next 10 days, he would be stuck with this fool. The snacks they found in the desk hole and half a bucket of bottled water helped them survive the first 2 days. Those 2 days were also their quiet wait for rescue. By the 3rd day, when they were dizzy from hunger, Bai Yang realized there might be no rescue coming. During this time, he kept a close eye outside the window. Some students tried to leave the school building and run back to the dorms, but they were often surrounded by zombies and turned into zombies themselves. This was the most common scene they saw over these days, which caused everyone to become scared and hesitant to go out. But not going out meant certain death from starvation. So Bai Yang discussed with Dong Zimo, the 5th cafeteria is closest to our physics building. We can quietly go there. If we don't make any noise, the zombies won't notice us. Dong Zimo trusted Bai Yang a lot and nodded, "Okay, whatever you say, let's do it." However, Deng Bo strongly disagreed, saying, "It's at least 500 meters from here to the 5th cafeteria, and that's in a straight line. If you want to go around the zombies, it'll be even farther. Bai Yang, don't come up with bad ideas that could get Dong Zimo into trouble." Bai Yang rolled his eyes. "What choice do we have? Staying here and doing nothing is safe, but what are we supposed to do next? Just wait and starve?" The key issue is that these past 2 days, everyone has been eating, drinking, and using the bathroom inside the classroom. The boys are okay, but 3 girls. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway outside the classroom. Bai Yang thought it would be better to be quiet and brave enough to go outside to handle their needs. However, except for Dong Zimo, no one was willing to listen to him. They insisted on not opening the door. Even He Ningzhu, whom Bai Yang had rescued, was afraid to go out. Afraid to go out, not because of shame, but because it was dangerous. Although it's only been 2 days, Bai Yang couldn't take it anymore. So this time, no matter what, he refused to listen to Deng Bo. He had to go out. When a few people were arguing at the door, they accidentally knocked over a desk. The noise attracted zombies outside the corridor. Everyone inside the classroom was instantly scared and froze. One girl even covered her mouth and started crying. Bai Yang was very frustrated. It's been 2 days, and they're still acting like children. Can't they adapt? He looked around, took advantage of everyone standing at the door afraid to move, and quickly pulled Dong Zimo. Like a monkey, he moved swiftly and quietly toward the back door. When Dong Zimo was close and the others were still stunned, Bayong quickly opened the door and ran out. Zombies chased after them, but when Bayong and Dong Zimo jumped down the stairs, they saw the zombies behind them stumble and fall, stacking up like a pile of rocks. But Bayong didn't stop. He and Dong Zimo ran straight toward the cafeteria. However, they didn't make it inside because they saw the cafeteria was also crowded with zombies. Bayong made a quick decision, grabbed Dong Zimo, and turned toward the convenience store. On the way, they also picked up 2 backpacks. To his surprise, the convenience store had already been looted almost completely, with very little food left. What does this mean? It means many people came looking for food these past 2 days. Look at that. Why aren't they afraid? How come they dare to come and look for food? A bunch of cowards. Bayong and Dong Zimo stuffed all the edible food they could find into their backpacks, not even leaving behind gum. But what he didn't expect was that just as they finished packing and were about to leave, Dengbo and He Ningzhu and others suddenly caught up. Even worse, a group of zombies was following behind them. Bayong, how could you do this? How could you leave me behind? He Ningzhu grabbed Bai Yang's clothes as soon as she entered the small shop to complain. This left him speechless, but he quickly stood up, closed and locked the glass door, then pulled the curtains shut. The zombies repeatedly slammed against the glass door, making everyone inside turn pale and fall silent. In the following days, the 9 of them stayed hidden in the small shop. Compared to the classroom, this place was better because it had a bathroom, and inside the small storage room, there was a box of instant noodles and 2 boxes of bottled water. Deng Bo proudly gathered all the food and water together, acting like a gentleman, prioritizing the girls first, then the 6 boys. Bayong was too tired to say anything else. He thought, as long as we don't starve, it's fine. On the 8th day, they ran out of supplies and had to move again. During this time, they also encountered some classmates from other departments. Some ran out of their dorms, others from the library or the laboratory. They wandered around, searching for food here and staying put for a couple of days there, just barely holding on until now. He had thought about escaping the school, but there were too many zombies at the gate, so he couldn't leave. Actually, there were many zombies inside the campus too. They kept searching for food while being chased, which made Bayong feel like his running speed had improved a lot. If there were another sports meet, he might even win 3rd place in a race. Bayong, is this your family? Dengbo's question pulled Bayong out of his thoughts about the past days. He looked up at his classmates and saw they all looked at his brother-in-law with hopeful eyes. He couldn't help but scoff. What's wrong? They saw his brother-in-law as tall and strong, looking very reliable, so they wanted to rely on him?
Bah.
What nonsense. He's his brother-in-law. And just now when he called him brother-in-law, did they all go deaf? Bayong didn't want to argue with them anymore. He called Dong Zimo down and said to the others, "Everyone, the road ahead is long. We may not meet again. My brother-in-law is here to pick me up, so I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned and pulled Jiang Mingleng, urging him, "Brother-in-law, let's go."
Bayang.
He Ningzhu saw Bayong really wanted to leave and didn't care about her. Tears started to fall. "You can't go. You have to take me with you." Jiang Mingleng raised an eyebrow again, looking at his little brother-in-law with a teasing expression, and asked on purpose, "Girlfriend?" "No way, brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense." Bayong denied it very quickly, as if a second's delay would cause the girlfriend words to stick to him. Jiang Mingleng didn't tease him about this anymore. Since the person had been found, they needed to leave quickly. He turned to Bai Yang's classmates and said, "The zombies at the gate are taken care of. You should find a car and leave as soon as possible." Then he patted Bai Yang's head and, without looking back, took him and Dong Zimo away. He Ningzhu called Bai Yang with tears in her eyes, but her heart was as hard as iron, and he didn't turn around. Deng Bo, feeling sorry, jumped down from the wall and opened his arms to her, saying, "All right, stop crying. I'll catch you." "Who asked you to catch me? Go away." The crying and fussing were a bit loud, but Bai Yang pretended not to hear. He introduced his roommate to Jiang Mingling, brother-in-law. This is my roommate Dong Zimo. He's from Peng City. Can I bring him along? Sure, get in the car. Where are my sister and Chi-Chi?
I haven't caught up with them yet.
I passed by your school and thought I'd check if you're still alive. Bai Yang. His earlier feelings of gratitude toward his brother-in-law vanished completely. Even though someone was sleeping in the front seat, he didn't bother to ask about it. Considering that there might be sudden situations on the road, they decided to cook the wild chives they had gathered yesterday with noodles and salt, steaming them in the morning. Because the pot was small, they had to steam 3 batches to finish. Even though Bai Li had just had some thick soup in the morning, Bai Li and Zheng Sujie couldn't resist the aroma of the chives. They added some oil and chili, each eating a bowl. Zhou Hui saw them enjoying the food, and also had a bowl. The remaining food was packed into a thermal lunchbox for Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujie, and the rest was stored in Bai Li's small stainless steel pot. The 3 children, after eating enough, wandered around the small factory with little Five. In the end, they even found a flat pan and a bucket of salad oil in the kitchen cabinets. Bai Li's car couldn't hold any more, so Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujie took the items. Just before leaving, Bai Li and Chi-Chi realized that little phone was missing. More precisely, the little bird flew out and hadn't come back yet. Chi-Chi took out a whistle and asked his mother, "Can I use this to call phone Bao? Although I haven't heard any zombie sounds since last night, who knows if making noise might attract them." Wait a moment. Bai Li took back the pothose plant on the gate, and Zheng Sujie unlocked the door. The 2 of them opened the iron gate together. They woke up early at dawn to wash up and cook. It was only about 5 o'clock. After breakfast, they steamed some vegetables, which only took about an hour and a half, so now it was just past 7. The road outside was very quiet, with no one around. Last night, it was hard to see clearly in the dark, but today, when they came out of the factory, they were shocked to see torn clothes and white bones scattered in the pit across the road. Thinking of something, Bai Li's face changed. She quickly pulled Zheng Sujie and turned to walk toward the factory. Hurry, get in the car. Let's leave this place. Chi-Chi, Jinfeng, Jinyu, get in the car. As Bai Li drove away from the factory, she told Chi-Chi, "Open the window and whistle 3 times. If Xiaofeng doesn't come back after the 3rd whistle, it's okay. She will find them eventually." Beep beep. Beep beep. Fortunately, on the 2nd whistle, the little bird fluttered back with its wings. Chi-Chi stretched his arm out the window, letting the bird land on his hand before pulling it back into the car. He rolled up the window, and Bai Li started to speed up. "Phone Bao, you're braver now, flying out so early and staying gone so long. What are you up to?" Chi-Chi poked her small head with his chubby finger, scolding her, and she snapped at him. "Still dare to bite your brother, you're getting too bold." The child and the bird argued for a while, with Xiao Wu happily barking woof woof in between. Until Bai Li reminded Chi-Chi, "Son, watch the road." The road was eerily quiet, and Bai Li had been tense since leaving the factory. She kept her eyes focused on the road ahead and occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror. Thinking about the screams she heard last night, she guessed what had happened. Most likely, the group chasing them had been attacked by mutated animals. Yes, mutated animals. Ever since they noticed Xiao Wu's change, and then pets in the neighborhood also started mutating one after another. Pets are raised by humans. As long as they are still rational, they depend on humans and won't harm them. But what about the wild animals? Although there are fewer wild animals now, they still exist. For example, the most common are snakes and mice, and these 2 animals reproduce very quickly. If they mutate and develop new abilities, and if they become smarter like Xiaofeng, the consequences are hard to imagine. In recent years, the number of stray cats and dogs has also increased, some of which are abandoned by humans. People buy them happily, keep them for a few days, and if they are not happy, they abandon them. For instance, their family's little Five was rescued by her and Chi-Chi. Compared to wild animals, these cats and dogs that have been forced into the wild may develop resentment or hatred toward humans. Thinking of this, Bai Li feels a shiver run down her spine. The zombie crisis isn't over, and now there's a new threat of mutated animals that hate humans. She can't help but step on the gas pedal hard, wanting to leave quickly and get home sooner. Mom, we're almost in Ningqing. The road on the left leads into the city, and the one on the right goes to the highway. Should we go into the city? I wonder how Uncle is doing. Has he gone home yet? Thinking of Bai Yang, Bai Li isn't too worried. As long as your uncle isn't a bad person, he's probably already home by now. Bai Yang can drive. He learned some skills from her dad since he was young. Although Jiang Mingling thinks he can't drive well, he can still protect himself. He's brave and wouldn't be scared during the zombie virus outbreak. As for whether he might get infected, Bai Li doesn't want to think about that now. If he gets infected, it means he's dead and going there wouldn't help. If he doesn't get infected, he can protect himself, leave Ningqing and go home. She doesn't need to go. Thinking about the possible mutated mice and snakes, Bai Li decisively chooses to take the highway. But at the fork in the road, before she can turn, she witnesses a terrifying scene. A huge, dark-colored python, coiled with its tail, about as thick as her car, slowly lifts its head and coldly looks at her with its snake eyes. Bai Li. She feels her body's hair stand on end, and even her hands get goosebumps. Her legs shake as she releases the gas pedal and presses the brake. The car stops about 50 meters from the giant snake. This road isn't straight, or she wouldn't have seen this thing only when she was almost right in front of it. She shifts her gaze and sees a billboard next to the giant python, Ningqing Wildlife Park. Ironically, that large billboard also features a black python with its head raised. Sniff. Sniff. Xiao Wu and Tai Dan both made warning sounds from their throats, their fur bristling as they stared at the giant snake. Ah! Suddenly, Feng Bao let out a loud, heart-wrenching cry, tilting its head upward. Why do I say heart-wrenching? Because it had never cried like that before. Its voice was loud and shaky, like it was about to. Bai Li and Chi-Chi both turned their heads in fear, wishing they could rush over and cover Feng Bao's mouth. Why are they so clueless? After the car stopped, she didn't dare move, holding her breath. Chi-Chi was the same, clutching Xiao Wu tightly, breathing very softly. They were afraid that the giant snake ahead, as tall as a small mountain, might attack if they made any sudden moves. Now it's like this. Bai Li clenched the steering wheel tightly, ready to turn and escape. It wasn't that she didn't want to back up, but the car behind Zhou Hui hadn't moved either. It seems Zheng Sujia was just as scared as she was. There was no way to back up, so they had to turn. But before Bai Li could even turn the steering wheel, suddenly a rustling sound came from above her head. Before she could react, the sky suddenly darkened. No, it wasn't the sky darkening. She tilted her head back, mouth open, staring in shock at the countless birds flying from nowhere above her, so many that she couldn't see all of them clearly. Ah! Xiao Feng suddenly shouted again, tilting its head to look at Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi looked at it, it turned its head to the car window, then back to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's mouth was still open. He blinked at Xiao Feng, then mechanically reached for the window button and rolled down the window. Feng Bao flapped its wings and flew out. It looked like a streak of white light shooting into the sky, blending into the flock of birds and disappearing. Bai Li was even more surprised. She muttered, "Son, when did Xiao Feng start flying so fast?" "I don't know." Chi-Chi, coming out of his daze, listened carefully through his ears and heard that familiar cry again amid the flapping wings of the birds. As the cry faded, the dark flock of birds suddenly formed a circle around the giant snake ahead, chirping loudly and fiercely. Generally, giant pythons of this size are feared by small birds. They avoid them and fly far away when they see them. But this group of birds didn't seem to be afraid at all, even when they saw the snake from a distance. They might have eaten something brave because none of them backed down. The first to approach were two large birds about the size of eagles. They looked like eagles but were actually macaws, known for their bright, colorful feathers. In Ningqing Wildlife Park, there is a large parrot garden. Bai Li and Jiang Mingling visited it last year with Chi-Chi, and also toured Bai Yang's new campus. So she suspects that most of these parrots, like the giant python, might have come from the wildlife park. Since they used to work together, she wonders if the birds aren't afraid of the snake. Surprisingly, the snake seemed a little scared of these two parrots. Its huge body shrank back in fear when it heard their calls, then slowly lowered itself to the ground and crawled toward a nearby small forest. The snake's tough skin even scratched a shallow groove on the asphalt road. After the giant python disappeared from sight, Bai Li and Chi-Chi heard their familiar bird call. As the sound faded, the flock suddenly scattered and flew away. Half a minute later, the birds were gone, and the sky above them became clear again, with no birds in sight. Oh, wait, there was one. Xiaofeng flew back into the car through the open window after seeing off her friends. This time, Chi-Chi didn't extend his hand to let her perch, so she got angry and jumped onto Chi-Chi, pecking at his chubby little hand. After that, she jumped onto his head and hopped a few times, then finally settled on the passenger seat, holding her head high and glaring at him. The inside of the car was eerily quiet. Both the mother and son, as well as the two dogs, were all watching her. Feng, Bai Li said after a long pause, starting the car and driving forward. You're more than just smart, what do you call this? She seems to command a whole army of birds, holding a large bird force in her hand. Amazing, my little treasure. No wonder she's been taking good care of her for 2 years. As Bai Li's car started moving forward, Zhou Hui reminded her, and Zheng Sujia finally reacted, trembling as she pressed the accelerator. Seeing her like that, Zhou Hui was frightened. Shao Jia, wife, stay calm. The snake is gone, everything is gone. We are safe. Stay close to Bai Li. Nothing will happen. Yes, Mom. Don't shake anymore. Stay calm. Dad, my sister, and I are counting on you. The more unbelievable and magical the things became, the easier it was for children to accept them. Jin Feng already liked Xiaofeng. Now, seeing it call for help to chase away the snake, he felt even more respect for it. I'm so jealous of Aunt Bai and Chi-Chi. They have a parrot that's so impressive. Zhou Jinfeng is 2 years older than Chi-Chi. He's clever and remembers his dad's teachings, sometimes knowing the truth, but choosing not to say it. Hearing her son's voice, Zheng Sujia took 3 deep breaths and finally managed to control herself and stay calm. But she still looked pale and asked Zhou Hui, how did that snake become so big? If it attacked them, it could easily swallow their entire car with one bite. It was so frightening. I think the wild animal park's snake mutated, Zhou Hui replied. Is the parrot at Bai Li's house also mutated? Probably. So, what kind of special power is this? Zhou Hui thought for a moment and answered, mental ability? Maybe, maybe not, but it was definitely impressive. Zheng Sujia also felt envious. Bai Li having a special power was one thing, but her pet bird also had such a strong ability. Yesterday at noon, when they stopped to cook noodles, she saw that fluffy-headed parrot lazily standing on the car hood eating birdseed. She looked at its chubby belly and swallowed hard, wondering if boiling it would taste like pigeon soup. After all, keeping such a pet was mostly for looks. It wasn't very useful. If it were her, she wouldn't keep it. But she never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Not only was it useful, but it was extremely helpful. Sigh. Envy was pointless. Looking at their car, only the 2 dogs seemed useless. 2 hours later, Bai Li drove through Ningqing's exit onto the highway. Compared to the highway near Wucheng, the one in Ningqing was better, still busy, but the traffic moved smoothly. However, she also noticed that only their 2 cars came from the direction of Ningqing Wild Animal Park. All the other vehicles had come from inside Ningqing City. Son, watch the cars outside. Maybe your dad is among them. Yesterday, they stopped outdoors for so long. If Jiang Mingling wasn't delayed, he should be catching up with them now. Chi-Chi asked in surprise. Dad isn't unfamiliar with our car. If he were here, he would definitely come over right away. Bai Li was confused but still said seriously, isn't he with Uncle Dazi? Maybe Uncle Dazi is driving, and your dad is sitting in the passenger seat sleeping. Uncle Dazi isn't familiar with our car, so he might miss us. Oh, I didn't think of that. You're so clever, Mom. Chi-Chi quickly turned to look out the window at another lane, carefully checking each passing vehicle. Bailey kept a calm face and looked ahead, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. 3 hours later, Bailey drove into the service area following the traffic. She planned to use the restroom, rest a bit, then eat something before continuing. Mom, look over there. There's a bus from Ningxing University. Before Chi-Chi spoke, Bailey already saw the vehicle. It wasn't a bus, but a campus shuttle from Ningxing University. It had the words Ningxing University clearly displayed, along with a black and white abstract sketch drawn by art students. The bus faced them with a big face painted on it, half black, half white, with eyes almost without pupils, looking blank and expressionless. Such a face painted on a bus that constantly shuttles around campus. Well, she didn't study art and didn't understand artistic expression, so she couldn't tell what the artist wanted to convey. But right now, this picture fit the current apocalyptic scene very well. The bus was a good choice. Bailey looked inside carefully. No one was there. Maybe everyone had gotten off to use the facilities. She wondered who was driving the bus. Someone from Mingda University? Did they know Baiyang? She parked her car parallel to the bus and then got out with Chi-Chi and Xiao Taidan. Senzu Jia also parked her car nearby. After getting out, she was about to help Zhou Hui, while the two children went straight to Chi-Chi, taking him to help Xiao Wu Taidan with his bathroom needs. The children didn't dare go anywhere else and stayed close to the cars. This service area looked like it had been cleaned on purpose, no zombies in sight. Despite this, the bloodstains around still made people cautious. Those going to the bathroom did so in groups, holding weapons. Bai Li carried Chi-Chi back to the car after Iron Egg finished, then discussed with Zhang Sujie and Zhou Hui. The bathroom was a bit far from the parking area, so it was best for the two families to take turns going. After all, both cars were full of supplies. The couple had no objections, and Bai Li let Chi-Chi go to the girls' bathroom first. Bai Li didn't let Chi-Chi go to the boys' bathroom. Since the inside was just stalls, she could just go in and close the door. Because there was no water, the smell inside was very strong. Ah! Just as she entered and looked for an empty stall, a sudden scream startled the mother and son. Bailey reflexively pulled Chi-Chi behind her, her eyes alert as she looked ahead at the young girl screaming, her hand on her knife handle. "What's wrong, Zhu? What's wrong?" As she spoke, a girl quickly ran out of the bathroom and nervously looked around after reaching her side. Are there zombies? But after looking around, she saw only the mother and son who had just entered, and nothing else. Even the women who had come in earlier were gone. Hening Zhu frowned slightly, glanced at Bai Li and her son, then quietly whispered to the girl beside her, "No zombies." Just a boy suddenly came into the women's bathroom. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. How could a boy be brought into the women's bathroom? Bai Li shot her a cold look, but said nothing. She pulled Chi-Chi past them and went straight inside. Hearing this, the girl beside her relaxed a little. She tugged at He Ningzhu's clothes and whispered, "It's nothing, just a kid." She thought He Ningzhu was being a bit dramatic. Had she forgotten they had been in the classroom eating and drinking with boys before? So, what's the big deal about a little boy going into the women's bathroom? Could it be that in this situation, the mother let him go alone to the men's bathroom? That would be strange. He's still a boy, and he's already that old. He Ningzhu muttered unhappily, but Bai Li had already found a stall for Chi-Chi to go in. She heard the two girls walking away and saying, "Do you still think it's like before? It's the end of the world now." And what if it's the end of the world? Even in the end of the world situation, we must teach children the right view of the world, not. All right, Ningzhu, I know you've been upset about Baiyang these past 2 days, but you should understand him. His brother-in-law came to pick him up, so he naturally had to go home with him. Hearing Baiyang's name, Bai Li turned her head to look in the direction where the two girls had gone. She was a bit surprised. Did Jiang Mingling go to pick up Baiyang? Then she was stunned again. These two girls arrived at the service area earlier than her. From what they said, Baiyang had already left with Jiang Mingling before she did. So that guy went ahead of her? Thinking about how she and her son had been wandering around after leaving Sioux City. Alright, it looks like she needs to speed up now. She pricked up her ears and faintly heard the annoyed muttering of the girl who had screamed earlier. I didn't say he couldn't go with his brother-in-law, but my place and his family's aren't exactly opposite directions. What's wrong with him giving me a ride? I was even determined to accept his confession before.
Confession?
Baiyang wanted to confess to this girl? Bailey couldn't help but twitch her lips. What's with this kid's expression? She decided that when she returned to her hometown and saw Baiyang, she would wash his eyes with her son's water to make him see clearly. Ridiculous. Mother and son came out of the bathroom and changed with Zhang Sujie and Zhou Hui's family. Before Bailey suggested going to the bathroom, she brought along Jean Feng and Jean Yu because she thought that at such a time, no matter what, it was better for her children to stay under her watch. While she and Chi-Chi and Xiao Wu guarded the two cars, a few people gradually got on the bus from Ningqing University nearby. Bailey glanced over. There were 3 girls and 2 boys. But after the 2 boys got on the bus, they immediately got off again, holding a bucket. She saw them run toward 2 boys nearby who were standing in front of a car, opening its fuel tank. They were trying to siphon the fuel out. Just now, Zhou Hui also had this idea. If they could find other gasoline, they wouldn't touch their reserves. But the service area had been cleaned up and the nearby gas station was empty, so even if the cars were abandoned, was there still fuel inside? The answer was no. Experienced Zhou Hui checked several abandoned cars and shook her head at her and Zhang Sujie. They didn't get any fuel and those students naturally didn't get any either. Whiteley took out a barrel of reserve gasoline to fill her car's tank and noticed the students who were worriedly discussing something were all looking her way. They whispered to each other, thinking they were speaking quietly, but Whiteley could hear everything. Old Deng, maybe we should ask this sister for some gas? She has quite a bit in that barrel. It won't fill one car. If she doesn't want to share, she won't. Gas is hard to find, so she might not give any. Why not ask? How else would we know?
Well,
they were too inexperienced. After a while of whispering and hesitating, a tall, slender boy with a slightly long face approached her. But Whiteley had already finished filling her car, closed the lid, secured it, and placed it in the trunk. She ignored the boy walking up to her, got into her car, and with a bang, shut the door. Then she started the engine and drove away. Zhou Hui and Zhang Sujie also finished refueling. They had planned to buy some snacks before leaving, but seeing Whiteley start her car, Zhang Sujie quickly followed. She looked surprised at the awkward boy standing at the original parking spot and asked Zhou Hui, "What was that person doing?" "Probably trying to ask Whiteley for gas. I saw they tried a few cars, but none had enough fuel. No gas, so they ask others? How naive can college students be? Also, there were others refueling just now. Why didn't he ask them? Why specifically ask Whiteley? Is he just trying to get along with a woman with a child?
Wow, he's bold.
Why doesn't he just rob her? You'd better watch out." Zhou Hui chuckled softly. Since high school, Whiteley's appearance and figure have always misled people. I remember in 10th grade, our school transferred a vice principal who was actually Chung Siyun's grandfather. Chung Siyun is the girl I mentioned before. She was my desk mate in 10th grade, with a large light red birthmark on her forehead. She was shy and didn't talk much, but she was very close to Whiteley. At first, no one knew that the new vice principal was her grandfather until she accidentally saw the vice principal's wife at the cafeteria. Guess what happened next? If it weren't for the fact that he was driving, Zhang Sujie would have grabbed him and asked, "Stop teasing. Just tell us, what does Chung Siyun's grandfather have to do with Whiteley?" It has nothing to do with Bailey, but at that time she was with Chung Siyun. The two of them had just finished eating and were leaving the cafeteria when they encountered the vice principal's wife, who was holding a basin. When she saw Chung Siyun, she suddenly raised the basin and threw it at Chung Siyun's head. The basin hit the ground with a loud bang. Not finished yet, she then grabbed Chung Siyun's hair and started hitting her. The people coming and going at the cafeteria entrance were all stunned. Bai Li was the first to react. Seeing the vice principal's wife grabbing Chung Siyun's hair, she also grabbed her hair and pulled her back. She slapped her twice in the face and kicked her leg. The vice principal's wife, feeling the pain, let go of Chung Siyun and turned to hit Bai Li. Bai Li, holding onto her hair, threw her aside, and kicked her stomach. The vice principal's wife was kicked hard and fell backward, hitting her head on the cement ground with a loud sound. Luckily, there was no blood. She lay there for a few seconds before getting up and trying to fight again. But other teachers had already come over, so she couldn't continue. In the end, she threw a basin at Chung Si-yoon's head and pulled out a few strands of hair, but she was beaten even more severely. It was a case of trying to steal a chicken and ending up losing the rice. We only then realized that Bai Li was not as gentle and weak as she looked. She was very quick and fierce in a fight. Zheng Sujie just listened and thought Bai Li fought very well. She wondered, since the vice principal is Chung Si-yoon's uncle, why did his wife hit her niece? Are there conflicts between the two families? But even if there are conflicts, it shouldn't involve a child, right? Zhou Hui sneered, that's right. Everyone's first reaction was similar to yours. But our vice principal's wife is different from others. She doesn't get along with Chung Si-yoon's mother, and I heard that Chung Si-yoon's grandmother favors her family. So she was angry inside. When she saw Chung Si-yoon at school, she wanted to beat her first. Luckily, Bai Li reacted quickly, or Chung Si-yoon would have been beaten for nothing. Maybe because of a birthmark on her face, she feels a bit insecure. She doesn't react much even when beaten. That makes sense, Zheng Sujie said sympathetically. It's good she met Bai Li, otherwise, someone who is already insecure might feel even worse after being beaten for no reason. What happened next? Zhou Hui continued, it got worse. The woman first accused Bai Li of hitting a family member of a teacher and went to the principal to get Bai Li expelled. Then she started waiting near the girls' dormitory every night, hoping to beat Chung Si-yoon again. During that time, our school was in chaos because of her. It was a big mess. Do your school have a teacher's family residence? Yes, the staff housing is very close to the girls' dormitory. And then, did Bai Li get into trouble? Trouble? No way. After understanding what happened, Teacher Bai pointed at the vice principal's wife and scolded her, not giving the vice principal any face. She had the right to do so because she was the most educated teacher in our school, recruited by the principal from the city. Our physics scores are as good as any other school in the city, so the principal and the department heads respect him. Especially since the new vice principal was still new and not well established, who would take him seriously. Plus, it was mainly his wife's fault. Even our homeroom teacher told the vice principal to give an explanation to Chung Si-yoon and Bai Li. His wife kept blocking Chung Si-yoon at night. We believed he tried to control it, but couldn't. Later, Chung Si-yoon's parents came to the school. Her mother immediately wanted to fight the vice principal's wife, and her father almost lost his temper too. But that woman was stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone. Eventually, the vice principal sent her away, and that was the end of it. Thinking about how much of a stir this caused at school, Zhou Hui still wanted to laugh. Do you know? Before the vice principal sent his wife away, our whole class did one thing. We surrounded her house. Really, every student in the class went and blocked her front door completely. I forget who suggested it, but everyone was so fired up, shouting for her to apologize to Chung Si-yoon and telling her to get out of the school. Not just our second class, I also saw students from first, third, and fourth classes go there. Maybe they just wanted to join in or for fun, but no one was in class anymore. They all just stood there, and even the homeroom teacher couldn't do anything. Looking back now, we were so young. It's been over 10 years, and Zhou Hui almost forgot about it. He only remembered when he was talking to his wife just now. Zheng Sujie looked surprised. You guys are so united. Not exactly. Maybe. Zhou Hui actually couldn't remember the real reason anymore. Was it because of justice? Or anger? It could be either. After all, they were young, impulsive, and full of passion. It was fine if something happened among classmates, but if an outsider, especially an adult, bullied them like that, it was definitely unacceptable. Moreover, with Teacher Bai backing her up, they were not afraid. What happened to the vice principal's family? Could they do whatever they wanted and freely beat students? What Zhou Hui didn't know was that Bai Li wasn't satisfied with just one hit. When she found out that woman was blocking Chung Si-yoon at night, she planned to beat her up again. After all, she and Chung Si-yoon were almost inseparable, so helping her seemed quite normal. Unfortunately, she only blocked her for 2 or 3 days, and each time the vice principal pulled her away. This made her fists clench in frustration, only to loosen again. Since she already knew Jiang Minglang was walking ahead with Bai Yang, Bai Li couldn't help feeling anxious and wanted to speed up. But the faster they went on the highway, the slower they got because after the service area, many cars cut in from different side roads. What could have been a 40-speed road was now only 20. Bai Li's sharp eyes noticed some of the incoming cars looked very messy, with dirt and debris on their bodies. At first glance, it looked like zombie blood, but some even had patches of fur or feathers. This made her think of Feng Bao's bird army. Are they at war with humans? Bai Li stretched her neck and looked up at the sky. She didn't see any birds, but she noticed that the clear blue sky with white clouds was slowly darkening. Soon, a few dark clouds drifted in from afar, and before long, the sky darkened completely. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be rain? To confirm her guess, as the sky darkened, more clouds gathered. Soon, a string of fine water droplets hit the windshield, followed by continuous rain, light but dense, like the small rains that fell in Sioux City for half a month before the apocalypse. Bai Li frowned slightly, feeling a bit irritated. Son, I think it's going to rain heavily. Let's get off the highway at the next exit before it gets dark. Find a place to take shelter before nightfall, and we can set out again tomorrow morning. She would never drive tired, but if they kept waiting on the highway, she would have to drive eventually. Mom, the next exit is Kangzhou. We've already left Ning City, and after passing through 3 more cities, we'll reach our hometown. That's great. Keep going. Keep going. The mother and son encouraged each other, which made Bai Li feel a bit better and less anxious. Patiently, she slowly moved to the intersection. Without hesitation, she turned the steering wheel and drove downward. Zheng Sujie, who was following behind, was initially stunned. After Zhou Hui reminded her, she quickly followed Bai Li and left the long line of cars. As for where Bai Li was going, the couple didn't worry at all. Anyway, wherever she went, they would follow. The final destination was all that mattered. After leaving the highway, Bai Li suddenly felt something was wrong. Mom, are those zombies? Seeing the figures staggering in the rain and fog, Chi-Chi couldn't help but shout in surprise. This place was very close to the highway. It wasn't strange to see zombies, since many cars had come out of the city, likely attracting some behind them. But strange things happened. When their car passed by, those figures disappeared, yet the zombies continued moving in the same direction. It was as if something ahead was drawing them there. Bai Li felt uneasy deep inside. She and Chi-Chi had never been to Kansas and didn't want to go in. They originally planned to find a safe place after stopping to rest and wait out the rain.
But now,
she felt this place was unsafe. Bai Li made a quick decision. They had to leave Kansas. However, going back to the highway was impossible. They could only follow a small road not far from the highway, moving forward in the rain. Mom, it seems like these zombies are different from ours.
do you think?
The rain caused them to change? Chi-Chi, a responsible scout, had been watching the zombies outside the window since he saw them ignoring their car. Mostly because there were so many zombies here, their car kept passing through, and they could see those strange figures in the rain. These zombies didn't chase after passing vehicles, but kept rushing forward, scattered from all directions, as if heading to one place. Mom, do you think some zombies don't pay attention to sound but are more sensitive in other ways like smell? Maybe, Bai Li nodded confidently. Different people have different abilities, so it's normal for zombies to be different too. Their guess was correct. The zombies here became unusually aggressive in the rain, especially sensitive to blood. Without the smell of blood to tsuji them, they would then focus more on sounds. The zombies that recently passed by White Li and her group were like this. Because they smelled a strong scent of blood, they all headed toward a 3-story house where humans lived. That building, next to the road, was covered in blood. At 6:30 p.m., it was completely dark. White Li, who originally didn't plan to stay overnight in Kansas, had no choice. She found an empty small yard on the outskirts of the city as she was leaving, checked it quickly, and drove her car into the yard. Then she and Zeng Sujia closed the large red iron gate and wrapped it with her green vine as usual. You all have been driving all day. Eat something simple and rest.
I will watch outside, she said.
Unaware that the green vines on the gate could serve as a good warning, Bai Li just let the two women and children sleep first, staying alert until midnight. If nothing happened, she would sleep later. The yard was partly covered with a tarp. Their car was parked under it. In the dark night, with no light visible, raindrops tapped on the tarp, making a soft sound. Bai Li, exhausted and with her legs cramping, only ate a few pieces of dried chicken given by her son. She didn't bother to brush her teeth, just rinsed her mouth with warm water, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chi-Chi took a blanket from the back seat to cover her mother, then took Xiao Wu and Tidan out for a quick bathroom break. She carried them back to the car, fed them some fish sausages, locked the car doors, took off her coat, and climbed into her own blanket to sleep. At midnight, Zhou Hui, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A sharp scream came from far away, followed by the sound of running. Zhou Hui sat up nervously, staring at the gate. He recognized the sound. At least 3 people were rushing toward this place. But they might not come to this yard. There were several other houses nearby, and the house next door was also empty, with the gate wide open. The sounds of frantic, chaotic running seemed to suggest something was chasing them from behind. It was unlikely to be zombies because if it were, there would be footsteps and they would be separated from the people ahead. But Zhou Hui only heard mixed footsteps that belonged to humans. Behind them, it seemed like nothing was there. So, what was actually chasing them? Another scream echoed, very close to their yard. Zhou Hui turned to look at Bai Li's car, but unfortunately it was too dark to see anything. So he didn't know if Bai Li had been awakened. Zeng Sujia woke up but remained half reclined, not moving at all, mostly because she was scared. Suddenly, someone fell onto the wet cement road with a splash, followed by a terrified scream. "Aw, go away." He probably wanted to shout "get away," but before he could say the word go, Zhou Hui heard a sharp cracking sound. He immediately gripped his knife, his scalp tingling as he stared at the door. Outside, there were more sounds like cracking and gnashing teeth, similar to biting bones. As for the people who had just screamed and run away, they probably didn't make it because both the screams and running sounds had stopped. Zhou Hui stared intensely at the door, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He didn't know what had attacked those people, but he could hear the sound of biting bones. It made him think of the giant snake he saw during the day. Of course, it wasn't the same, because a snake wouldn't eat people like that. But because he didn't know what it was, it made it even scarier. Zhou Hui quietly swallowed, then suddenly stiffened. His gaze met a pair of glowing green eyes peering through the door. With indifference, bloodthirstiness, and murderous intent. Those glowing green eyes stared directly at him. Zhou Hui felt his heart stop beating, his limbs turned cold, and his head buzzed. He couldn't move at all. He closed his eyes, trying to tell himself to stay calm. But it was useless. He could clearly feel that his eyes no longer belonged to him, fixed on those glowing green eyes that couldn't move. Just as he was struggling to breathe and feeling dizzy, the green vines clinging to the door suddenly moved. No, they didn't just move, they were growing. In the blink of an eye, the entire iron door was covered by the vines. The tendrils stretched out, bending their heads to stare directly at the intruder. The glowing green eyes finally moved away from silently retreating a few steps, looking up at the vines with an expressionless gaze.
Phew.
Finally able to breathe again, Zhou Hui bent over, gasping heavily. Zeng Sujia quickly climbed up from her chair, about to speak and ask Zhou Hui what was happening, but he covered her mouth with his hand and gently shook his head. Bai Li sat on the chair, looking through the potholes at the gate outside. What is that? It has a body like a wolf but a head like a cat, without a beard or tail. Is it a strange creature? But that's not important. What matters is its hostility toward humans. It has already eaten 2 people and still wants to keep eating. Because she keeps pets, Bai Li feels she can tell it hates humans. Maybe eating people isn't because it's hungry, but just out of revenge, killing anyone it sees. Bailey closed her eyes. Suddenly, vines on the gate grew several new shoots, each menacingly pointing at the strange creature. She had to act quickly to show it that the people here are not easy to mess with. Sure enough, when it saw the plants showing their fangs, the creature stepped back twice. But its indifferent eyes showed no fear, only a sneer as if mocking Bailey, saying her plants weren't a match for it. As if to prove its strength, the creature suddenly leapt into the air, jumping at least 10 meters high, more than enough to land in the yard. But before it could land, 2 vines shot up into the sky and whipped toward it with loud cracking sounds. To avoid the vines, the creature helplessly retreated outside the gate. As soon as its paws touched the ground, more vines whipped toward it from the gate, striking with loud snaps. The creature's pupils shrank, and it quickly dodged the strikes with agile jumps, then leapt back, at least 10 meters away from the gate. Looking back at the gate, the creature no longer showed contempt but looked serious and thoughtful at the vines. About 2 minutes later, this mutated creature turned and left. Inside by Lee's car in the yard, she looked pale, trembling, with darkness blurring her vision. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her whole body ached. Even her bones felt sore. She knew that tonight, her supernatural power was not just drained, but completely overused. Because she had been summoning her powers remotely, and she did it all at once, fighting the creature with the vines. Fortunately, it ran away in the end. If it hadn't and she tried again, she wouldn't be able to hold on.
Mom.
Chi-Chi woke up unexpectedly. He seemed to see Bailey trembling. He quickly got up, grabbed his thermos, opened it, and gently held it to Bailey's mouth, softly saying, "Drink some water." Bailey drank eagerly, swallowing large gulps. After finishing the water, she felt alive again. In the darkness, she could gradually see her son's outline. "Don't worry, Mom is much better now. Have a piece of chocolate."
Okay.
After eating the chocolate, Bailey's pain lessened. Chi-Chi quietly asked, "Mom, what was that just now?" "I can't tell. It looks like a wolf but has a cat's face and no tail. It looks strange." "Really?" Chi-Chi was surprised. "What kind of animal is that? Why does it look like that?" He remembered Xiao AI from their neighborhood. Although Xiao AI had grown much bigger, it still looked like the same orange cat, just larger. What Chi-Chi didn't know was that, late at night, he kept talking about Xiao AI with his mom. When dawn broke and the rain stopped, he finally saw it. After a fierce fight at midnight, Bailey's abilities were drained, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, the rain that had fallen all night finally stopped. Bailey still felt very tired, but she was awakened by the green vine at the door. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the group of cats and dogs around the door, stunned. When she looked closer, she saw that about 200 meters from the door, the strange creature that had come last night was sitting on the ground, its dark green eyes coldly watching the door. Did it come because it thought it couldn't win and brought backup? That's so unfair. She decided that Xiao would deal with it later. But before Bailey could send her dog out, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. It looked like a husky, with orange fur, a chubby face.
Xiao.
Why did it come here? Why is it with that strange creature? Chi-Chi, wake up now. Jiang Chi-Chi sat up with his eyes closed, sleepily asking, "What's wrong, Mom?" "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chi-Chi, who was very sleepy, suddenly became alert. He opened his eyes and said, "Bad news first, then good. The bad news is that a group of cats and dogs are blocking the front gate and surrounding us."
Huh?
Chi-Chi was surprised.
Why?
Last night, that strange creature brought them here. It probably wants revenge and might even want to hurt us. Chi-Chi was not afraid at all. He hugged Xiao Wu and said coldly, "Who knows who will hurt whom? Anyway, what's the good news?" "The good news is I saw Xiao AI. It seems to be with that strange creature."
Xiao.
Chi-Chi was shocked. How did it come here? After asking, both mother and son fell silent, remembering that when they left the neighborhood, Xiao AI was still sitting on a tree outside their window, eagerly waiting for its owner to open the door so it could go back. That ant really is.
Chi-Chi didn't know what to say.
Bai Li looked at him and asked, with your relationship with Xiao AI, if you call it, do you think it will come in?
Probably.
In our neighborhood, it has the best relationship with me and Yaya. That ant, who is Xiao AI's owner, often takes Xiao AI out for walks and likes to watch it play with them. She seemed really kind then and treated Xiao AI very well.
But why?
Thinking about Xiao AI being abandoned by its owner made Chi-Chi feel very sad. Because of this sadness, he rolled down the car window and courageously called out, Xiao AI. We don't know how Xiao AI outside the door would react to the call, but first, it startled the family of 4 in the car next door. Zhou Jinfeng suddenly sat up from the semi-reclined back seat and bumped his head hard against the ceiling of the car. Zhou Hui opened his bloodshot eyes and looked back at his son in shock. Xiao Feng. Dad, was that Chi-Chi just now? Who was he calling? Zheng Sujie and 5-year-old Zhou Jinyu looked confused. Then the whole family looked out the window together. Xiao AI, I am brother Chi-Chi. The Zhou family of 4? Who was he calling? They turned their heads and looked around the yard but saw no one. Suddenly, they felt a chill. But it didn't end there. As Chi-Chi's second call faded, a huge figure silently appeared on the wall beside the gate. It looked like a giant cat. Neither fully a cat nor not a cat. A big cat? Actually, it clearly looks like a cat, but it is much larger than usual. Zhou Hui's scalp suddenly went numb because he remembered the pair of glowing green eyes he saw through the door last night. Fortunately, this cat's eyes are not green.
Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai.
When Xiao AI heard him calling, she really came in. Chi-Chi immediately smiled happily. Xiao Wu also stuck his head out of the car window and barked at the outside, as if greeting it. Xiao AI, how did you end up here? Meow. Just wandering around and accidentally came here?
Meow.
Not just you, did you bring a friend?
Meow.
The Zhou family of 4 was stunned. How did he understand so much from just a simple cat call? Zheng Sujie thought of a possibility. She quietly leaned closer to Zhou Hui and whispered, does Chi-Chi understand animal speech? Their car already had 2 dogs and a bird, and they often talk to them like people. This shows that Chi-Chi has the ability to communicate with animals. Zhou Hui thought about it and believed it was true. He sighed in relief. If that was the case, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. We're just passing through here and staying for one night. Can you ask your friend to move aside so we can leave? Meow. The conversation between a child and a cat was simple. I say one thing, it meows once. I say mine, it meows its own. But after a perfunctory meow, Xiao AI paused clearly. She lowered her eyes to look at Chi-Chi, then turned her head to look outside the door. Xiao AI, you're so good.
I knew you'd agree.
Please ask them to step back a bit. Mom, and I will open the door. This time, Xiao AI didn't meow because her head hadn't turned yet. She was still looking outside. Chi-Chi thought she was communicating with something unusual, so he closed his always chattering little mouth and patiently waited for Xiao AI's reply. Suddenly, Xiao AI opened her mouth and meowed at the door. Immediately after, a rough and sharp cat call came from outside, sounding like stones scraping on concrete, making everyone's head ache, as if something was scratching inside their brains. But it seemed only Bai Li, Zhou Hui, and Zheng Sujie were affected. The 3 children were fine and didn't feel anything. White Lily turned to look at Bai Li, who was holding her head against the steering wheel. She suddenly got angry. She crouched on the wall and, with hair standing up like a cat, loudly shouted meow. Outside the door. Woof. Xiao Wu also bristled, showing his teeth and making a growling sound from his throat. Chi-Chi understood that the strange creature outside the door didn't believe Bai Li and her friends and refused to let them go. He also got angry. Why are we being stopped? Why can't we leave? He wanted to get Xiao Wu out of the car to teach that creature a lesson. Oh, and Feng Bao, if needed, just let it shout loudly and call the bird army for help. What does that strange creature think it is? Does it really believe it's so powerful? Since midnight, Bai Li looked at her watch. It was now 5:40 a.m. 4 or 5 hours of sleep weren't enough to recover her exhausted special powers, so her body still hurt. But no matter how much it hurt, she wouldn't let her son carry the birds and the dog down by himself. Stay in the car first, don't go out. After getting out of the car, Bailey went to the neighboring vehicle and told Zhou Hui's family, "This big cat belongs to our neighborhood. It's familiar with Chi-Chi and won't hurt us. But outside, there's another strange creature that came last night. It refuses to let us leave. Now, I and Chi-Chi will go check it out. Stay put." Is that green-eyed monster outside? The fear of being controlled and unable to move again overwhelmed Zhou Hui. He hurriedly said, "Be careful and don't stare into its eyes. It seems to be able to control people's bodies." White Lily was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Last night, it looked at me through the door. During that moment, I couldn't move at all, as if it was controlling me." After saying that, he suddenly remembered that last night, Bailey fought it with a green vine. Had she looked into its eyes? What he didn't know was that Bailey saw the strange creature through the green vine, not with her own eyes. "Okay, I understand." Fortunately, Zhou Hui reminded her, or it would have been really troublesome later. She returned to her own car and took out 2 pairs of glasses, one big and one small. She had 1 pair of glasses for nearsightedness, but because her prescription wasn't high, she only wore them occasionally when driving. As for Chi-Chi's glasses, they were just plain round glasses with black frames shaped like pandas for kids to wear. Mother and son put on their glasses. Bailey topped her head with a small phoenix ornament. Chi-Chi followed with Xiaowu, each holding a knife, and then they carefully moved toward the door. Next door, Zhou Hui saw Bailey's actions and fell silent. She actually thought that wearing glasses and making eye contact with the green-eyed monster could prevent it from controlling her. However, Zheng Sujie saw this, and her eyes lit up. She sincerely praised, "You're so clever, Bailey. You see, you just didn't think of wearing glasses, right?" "Oui." He looked at his wife with complicated eyes. "So, is this the difference between men and women?" Last night, she used telepathy to summon the green vine, which now completely covers the iron door in lush green. It looks like a fairyland gate, very scenic, with no trace of the red iron door. But it also makes the door quite eye-catching. Bailey reached the door without needing to consciously connect her mind. The green vine automatically parted in the middle, creating a clear path for her to see outside through the. Xiao AI was still standing on the wall, watching outside, seemingly still confronting the strange creature. About 5 meters from the gate, a group of relatively normal-looking cats and dogs stood. Of course, normal only refers to their appearance. Whether they are still ordinary cats and dogs is hard to say. This strange creature surprisingly gathered over 20 cats and dogs. But the situation seemed a bit complicated now. The originally gathered cats and dogs had split into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right, each baring their teeth at the other. Bai Li and Chi-Chi exchanged a glance. Both mother and son understood. These cats and dogs belonged to Xiao AI and the strange creature. They disagreed, causing conflict, so each group naturally followed their respective leader. That made it easier. Bai Li no longer hesitated and suddenly opened the big door with a snap. As she and Chi-Chi stepped outside, Xiao AI also jumped down from the wall and stood beside them. Last night, it was too dark to see clearly. Now that the rain had stopped and the sky was brightening, Bai Li was shocked to realize that the gray body of the strange creature was not fur like a wolf, but its skin. It was uneven, bumpy, with many gray protrusions like boils, swelling as if they might burst at any moment, spilling blood and pus. There were also many small spiky balls like teenage boys' pimples, close together, but not red. Instead, they were an eerie, abnormal gray. Except for her head, her body and limbs were bald. Even a sunken gray patch on her neck looked like it had been burned by something. Bai Li was surprised and slightly opened her mouth. She had a faint guess that this cat, which she originally thought was a strange-looking creature, had probably been abused before the end of the world. There was an even crueler guess. Its fur was likely plucked out alive. If the fur was shaved off, the skin wouldn't look like that. This could explain why the cat was so hostile to humans. And its tail, it's not missing but cut off? Bailey felt sorry for the cat for a minute, then calmed down again. After all, no matter how pitiful it was, it didn't matter to her, because she didn't cause its suffering. But now it wanted to kill her. Bailey drew her knife, glanced at the gray patch cat, and didn't meet its bright green eyes. Instead, she called Xiao Wu and took a few steps forward with it. Xiao Wu opened its mouth, and a red light shot out. When it reached the group of angry cats and dogs baring their teeth at them, it suddenly turned into a ball of hot flames. They immediately shut their mouths and ran away in fear. In the blink of an eye, all the gray patch cat's little brothers had fled, leaving only the leader standing still and alone. But it didn't look as calm as before. Its hostile gaze shifted from Bai Li to Xiao Wu, now with caution and a hint of thoughtfulness that wasn't there before. Meow. Suddenly, Xiao Ai made a cat sound again, and her light blue eyes looked at the gray patch cat as if warning, "Are you not leaving yet?" The gray patch cat looked at Xiao Ai, and their green eyes met for about 10 seconds before it turned and ran into Kangzhou City. Bailey stared at the direction the gray patch cat had gone, and her scalp suddenly tingled. She finally understood why everything felt strange when she entered Kangzhou, perhaps. Many people had already died at the hands of the gray patch cat or similar animals. There might be very few humans left in the city. That's why, after she got off the highway, she felt like she had entered a dead city. And those zombies, they weren't interested in passing vehicles or sounds, maybe because they were attracted by the Dalong blood. Bai Li turned to look at Xiao Ai. After approaching it, she gently patted its head and softly asked, "Xiao Ai, do you want to come with us?" The hometown is large and she isn't worried about food, so having more Xiao Ace isn't a problem. However, the big orange cat didn't want to join them. It first rubbed its head against Bai Li's hand, then nuzzled Chi-Chi, and after glancing at Xiao Wu and Xiao Feng, it led its little brothers away in the opposite direction from the gray cat. Because of her and her son, Xiao Ai no longer stayed with the gray cat and found a new place to live. Bai Li let out a small sigh. This was good. Although Xiao Ai was abandoned by its owner, it hadn't been mistreated and shouldn't be enemies with humans like the gray cat. This gave it a better chance to survive. "It's such a pity, Mom. I wish Xiao Ai would come with us," Chi-Chi said, feeling sad. He also thought of the little wild cat, the food bowl. He had raised it since it was a kitten. Why did it disappear when the end times came? Could it have turned into a zombie cat? The thought made Chi-Chi worried. Bai Li didn't dare stay here any longer. After returning to the yard, she told Zhou Hui's family to hurry and leave. They didn't even have time for breakfast. After driving for over 2 hours, once they were far from Kangzhou, she found an empty factory. When the car stopped, she slumped into her seat. She took a cup of water from Chi-Chi's thermos, drank it, and closed her eyes. "Mom, rest for a while. If you get out of the car, don't go into the factory. Let Xiao Wu stay with you," she said. Her psychic energy was drained too much. It couldn't be replenished in just one night. Given the current situation, she probably needed at least 3 days of rest. "Mom, you sleep. I won't go far. Don't worry," Chi-Chi said, watching his mother's face turn very pale. He was worried. She couldn't eat anything now, only wanting to sleep. So, let her sleep longer. He got out of the car with the 2 dogs and 1 bird, then quietly told Zheng Sujia, who was walking over, that his mom was very tired and needed rest. Zheng Sujia cooperated by lowering her voice and quickly closed the door, keeping the 3 children near the car. She then took the knife Zhou Hui gave her and wandered around the small factory. She didn't dare go into the workshop with the machines, but wisely pulled down the rolling shutter door. Then, she took the 3 children to eat and drink well first, then looked around to see what was here. Today, there was no rain, but the sky remained gloomy, like people's hearts. Whiteley was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. It was very noisy. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she tried to open her eyes but felt her eyelids were very heavy, probably because she overused her special powers last night. Her body was still very tired.
Bang, bang, bang.
"Open the door inside. Hurry up. What's the point of talking nonsense? Just break it open."
Mom.
Even though Chi-Chi didn't want to disturb Whiteley at this moment, Since her mother had only slept for a little over an hour and still hadn't recovered her color, she had to wake her up now. Although Uncle Joe's car was blocking their car in front of the house, Uncle Joe's leg wasn't fully healed, and with so many people knocking on the door, could Aunt Tsing handle it alone? That definitely wouldn't work. He looked down at Xiao Wu, then up at Feng Bao. Finally, he sighed helplessly and decided to wake his mother first.
Bang!
Hearing Chi-Chi shout, Whiteley hadn't even opened her eyes when the front door suddenly made a loud crashing sound, being forced open from outside. Unbelievable. Do you think you're so special? Wow, that Jeep behind looks even more exciting. Bro, can I have that one? Why not? I was the one who broke the door. So annoying. Whiteley's head hurt from the noise. She wanted to respond to her son and open her eyes, but her eyelids remained heavy, and she couldn't open them no matter how hard she tried. She wasn't falling into darkness. Instead, her eyes were filled with green everywhere, covering the mountains and fields. She was surrounded by green and felt it was hard to breathe.
Mom.
Chi-Chi's worried voice reached her ears, sometimes distant, sometimes close. She knew a group of people had broken in. She wanted to comfort him, tell him not to be afraid, that Mom was here. But she just couldn't fully wake up. Whiteley was extremely anxious, her forehead sweating tiny beads. Her skin, already pale, looked almost transparent. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Bai Li couldn't be awakened, Chi-Chi finally realized something was wrong. He kept wiping sweat from his mother with tissues and worriedly pressed his forehead against hers, but felt no heat. That meant she wasn't running a fever. But why did she look so uncomfortable? He turned to Xiao Feng and gave a quick command. Feng Bao, call your bird army and chase those people away, okay? However, Xiao Bird also seemed confused and just stared at his mother with his dark little eyes, not moving. Feng Bao. Bai Li, I'm worried about you. Xiao Wu, come here. Stand next to me. I'll open a little window. If anyone comes, you can burn them away.
Woof.
Xiao Wu is the most reliable. Just as they agreed, the car window was opened about a quarter of its size because it was too small for Xiao Wu to breathe fire comfortably. Meanwhile, a group of people had already surrounded Uncle Zhou's car, and 4 more were approaching them. Earlier, Zheng Sujie and Zhou Hui kept glancing over, worried when they saw Bai Li not sitting up. They had just arrived and were exhausted enough to fall asleep. This was the first time they saw Bai Li like this. Zhou Hui vaguely guessed it was related to the fight last night and how they had driven away that green-eyed monster this morning, then left without resting. It seemed they were truly exhausted, and just then they encountered a group of robbers. It appeared they lived nearby and came out looking for supplies, targeting families with less strength to bully and rob. Zhou Hui wanted to get out of the car, but Zheng Sujie held him back. Your leg isn't healed yet. If you go out, you'll just get beaten. But could staying inside really keep them safe? When the door was suddenly broken open, Zheng Sujie wanted to drive the car out immediately. But she knew she couldn't do that. Bai Li hadn't woken up yet, and they couldn't be so heartless as to abandon her and her child and run away. Zhou Hui definitely wouldn't allow her to do that either. In the end, she could only start the car and pretend she was ready to hit them if needed, to scare them off. But there were too many of them, and they were brave. They watched her step on the gas, laughing and holding axes in front of the car. When Zheng Sujie finally rammed into them, they quickly dodged aside. She didn't dare drive forward too much, or she wouldn't be able to block Bai Li's car. So, when the car was about to hit someone, it immediately reversed. For a moment, everyone was tense and scared, with sweat on their palms, feet, and forehead. Zhou Hui's face turned pale, one hand gripping a knife, the other clenched into a fist. Jin Feng hugged his sister, trembling in the back seat, looking terrified. How dare you hit someone? Smash it! A group of thugs and hooligans saw that the people inside the car refused to get out, so they reluctantly agreed to take the car and its contents. They finally lost patience and decided to forcefully take it. They hadn't done so earlier because they didn't want to damage such a good car, hoping to drive away with it intact. Now, it seemed these people were too unwise. They decided not to hold back anymore beat the people if needed, and drive the car away. A burly man, who had been waiting impatiently, heard the boss's order. He took a big step forward, jumped, and raised his iron rod to smash it against Zheng Sujia's windshield. As the rod was about to come down, Zheng Sujia was terrified. She couldn't retreat because she had already moved close to Bai Li's car, with their cars almost touching. So, she could only rush forward. Zheng Sujia's face turned pale, her body stiff. She was about to step on the gas pedal to fight back when the burly man, who was midair about to hit her car, suddenly froze. No, he wasn't frozen, he was caught by vines that appeared out of nowhere, choking his neck. One end of the vines seemed to come from a large tree about 10 meters away, near the wall. In a flash, the vines tightened around his neck, stopping him midair for about 2 seconds before pulling him toward the tree. With a loud pop, a branch about the thickness of a thumb pierced through his neck. At that moment, everything fell silent. The scene was eerily quiet. Swish, swish, swish. Before the invaders could react and run away, countless vines of different thicknesses suddenly shot out from all directions, each targeting the necks of those people, piercing through like skewers. The sound of popping was continuous.
Ah!
Help!
Run, run.
At least half of them were pierced through the necks, losing the ability to speak. A few, reacting instinctively, let out shrill screams, while 2 or 3 quick ones turned and ran without a sound. After the apocalypse began, many people understood one thing clearly: the louder the scream, the faster they die. But even so, some people couldn't control themselves. Seeing 2 fit men about to run out of the factory, Zhou Hui quickly ordered Zheng Sujia, "Hit them. Hurry. If you're going to kill them all. Don't let any escape." Zheng Sujia stiffly moved her foot to the accelerator, just about to press down when suddenly 2 vines shot over the roof of their car, swiftly flying forward so fast they left afterimages. Zhou Hui blinked, and when he looked again, the 2 vines had already pierced through the bellies of the fleeing men. Shaking, Zheng Sujia moved her foot back to the brake and asked hoarsely, "Husband, is everyone dead? Are they all dead?" It seems so. From the moment the first vine appeared to when all these people were killed, it took less than 2 minutes. The speed was so incredible it felt unreal. They weren't new to seeing Bai Li use this move, but it was the first time they saw her use it to pierce through necks and kill so quickly. With such a fierce speed. Zhou Hui looked around and saw no one was still alive. Mom, Aunt Bai still seems to be lying down.
Huh?
Both of them were surprised. How could so many people be killed and she still not wake up? It turned out Bai Li was indeed still unconscious. Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia stood by Bai Li's car window, watching her covered with a blanket, her body still in the same semi-reclined position, eyes tightly closed. For a moment, both were silent.
Chi-Chi, your mom.
Mom can't wake up. I don't know what's wrong. Chi-Chi looked confused. Her mom's eyes were closed, and no matter how much they called her, she didn't wake. But outside, the green vine tendrils seemed to have a mind of their own, attacking and killing people by themselves, with a fierce aura and killing intent that made Chi-Chi shiver. It was completely different from before, when they only used to tie people up. So, does Mom have conscious control over the vines even while sleeping? Thinking of this possibility, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled brightly.
Wow.
That's so amazing. It's impressive, but since she's not awake, she has to stay here. Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia didn't dare to force Bai Li to wake up. What if it's related to her special power? So, in this situation, they could only wait patiently for her to wake up on her own. Xiao Jia, go bring those cars inside. A group of about 10 people arrived in 3 vehicles, including a van which was clearly used to store supplies. Zheng Sujia was happily surprised to find that the van already contained half of its usual load. There were instant noodles, bottled water, various snacks and drinks, and surprisingly, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots. She drove all 3 vehicles into the factory and quickly went to help Zhou Hui move the body. "Let me do it. You stay back." "All right, move them to the workshop and throw everything inside." Zheng Sujia worked alone for over half an hour, dragging all the bodies into the innermost workshop, then pulled down and locked the rolling door. Zhou Hui leaned on his crutches and went to the road outside the factory to clean up the traces left by the people, trying to prevent any accomplices from finding them. He knew he wasn't an expert, and if the accomplices were careful, they might find this place easily. Now, he just hoped that before anyone showed up, Bai Li would wake up and they could leave quickly. But he never expected that Bai Li would sleep for 3.5 days straight without waking once. The others, including Chi-Chi, wondered if she had fainted from hunger or was just sleeping. It wasn't until the fourth morning at 8 a.m. that Bai Li slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear. Chi-Chi, wow. Mom, you're finally awake. Chi-Chi jumped into her arms from the back seat, crying loudly, Mom, you scare me to death. You never wake up, never wake up. Tears streamed down the child's face, and he cried very sadly. Bai Li felt heartbroken and hugged him gently, soothing, Mom's fine. I could hear you talking these days, but I just couldn't open my eyes. It felt like I was wrapped in something, and my eyelids were very heavy. Bai Li, you're awake. Chi-Chi's crying alarmed Zheng Sujie and Zhou Hui. Before Bai Li could finish speaking, Zheng Sujie quickly stepped forward. Seeing Bai Li sitting safely in the seat, she let out a long breath of relief. Finally awake. At first, on the first day, they didn't think much of it. After all, being exhausted could cause someone to sleep for a day or two. But by the second day, when she still hadn't woken up, the couple started to worry. However, they didn't dare show it, afraid that Chi-Chi would be scared. The third day felt like a year. Everyone was so worried they didn't know what to say. Zheng Sujie even kept holding her hand under her nose to check her breath. Fortunately, her breathing and body temperature were normal, which helped ease everyone's anxious hearts a little. Goo-goo. Hearing the sounds from her mom's belly, Chi-Chi stopped crying and quickly turned around to pour water for her mom. Zheng Sujie also heard it and smiled, asking, Do you want a hot self-heating meal? I can open a tomato-flavored one for you. Okay, thank you. During the 3 days while Bai Li was asleep, they mostly just boiled hot water and didn't feel like cooking. They mostly ate self-heating hot pot and instant noodles. They endured this way until now, finally waiting for her to wake up. At mealtime, Bai Li listened as Zheng Sujie and Zhou Hui talked about what had happened over the past 3 days. It turned out that those people had accomplices nearby. They found this place the next morning. Unlike the first group, who were arrogant and broke down the door immediately, the second group just stood outside and politely asked if they had seen 2 SUVs and a van. Zhou Hui naturally said he hadn't seen them. Then those people didn't say anything else and simply left. On the third day, which was yesterday, a few cars passed by the factory gate again. They had already gone past, but then they turned back and stared at the green vine on the door for a long time. Finally, they approached Zhou Hui and asked if the vine was something he had grown. Zhou Hui thought that either this person was a wood-type person or someone close to him or his family. Otherwise, they wouldn't recognize that the vine was unusual at first glance. To prevent others from noticing the oddity inside, Zhou Hui deliberately moved all the vines he had grown for Bai Li to the workshop door, leaving only 2 thin ones in the door. Those 2 tiny vines, barely noticeable, were seen by him. Zhou Hui didn't answer directly, but asked back, Is there a problem? Then the person handed Zhou Hui a note and said that if he had nowhere to go in the future, he could come here, and they would give him a suitable position and pay. Zhou Hui took out the note and handed it to Bai Li. But Bai Li didn't want it. She kept eating without looking up and said, Tear it up. She wanted to go home. How could she have nowhere to go? After waking from her sleep, she felt different from before, like she was stronger. Bai Li faintly felt that her wood element had advanced to a higher level. She hadn't eaten for nearly 4 days. So even though Bai Li was very hungry, she only restrained herself to eating a box of self-heating hot pot and drinking half a cup of warm water. She stood up, stomped her feet to stretch her limbs, then looked up at the gloomy sky and said to Zheng Sujie and Zhou Hui, A few days have been wasted. Let's set out now. Zhou Hui nodded, then pointed to the van parked in the corner behind them. Pack what's inside. Fit everything into the vehicle. I've already filled the gas tank. It's enough for us to drive all day. Without Bai Li, they wouldn't have gotten those supplies. They had been eating and drinking from what she took, which was already a big advantage. So, the remaining items would be handled by Bai Li. If she couldn't fit them, they would take what was left. Bai Li didn't hesitate. She picked some food and essentials to put in the car, then left most of it for them. It wasn't because she was generous. She simply couldn't fit more. When they left Sioux City, her car was already quite full. Even when they met Zhou Hui and his family of 4, she hadn't used much of her supplies, and they had added quite a bit along the way. So, until now, the trunk had always been full. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they finished packing and were about to get in the car and leave, the big iron gate of the factory suddenly was knocked. Maybe because Bai Li had woken up and seeing someone come again, Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujie weren't nervous anymore, just cautious. Everyone get in the car. I'll go see who's there. Zhou Hui, leaning on his crutch, hobbled about 3 meters to the gate and stopped. Brother, have you thought it over? It was the young man who had given him the address earlier. At that time, to prevent them from using force, he didn't say yes or no, just said he would consider it. But he didn't expect him to come back so soon. Zhou Hui made up a weak excuse. Sorry, I've got family to take care of. It's not convenient for me to go. The young man raised an eyebrow, looked at him for 3 seconds, then smiled. Everyone has their own plans. Very well. Until we meet again. Without waiting for Zhou Hui to reply, he turned and left. He moved quickly and didn't linger. After seeing no one behind the door from the Zhou Hui opened the gate. When Zheng Sujie's car arrived, he got into the passenger seat. The car drove onto the highway, and Zheng Sujie moved to the side, with Bai Li still leading ahead. Brother Xiao, are we really letting them go? Not long after Bai Li and the others left, a car turned onto a nearby road close to the factory. The speaker was a young man with a crew cut sitting in the driver's seat, while the young man in the passenger seat looked thoughtfully at the 2 departing cars, whispering, "They can't get away." The crew cut man turned to look at the factory. They've been missing around this area. We've searched everywhere except this factory. Brother Xiao, do you think? Let's go inside and see for ourselves.
All right.
5 minutes later, they found over 10 bodies stacked together inside the factory workshop. Nearby, in a corner not far from the workshop, they saw a bunch of green plants that looked abnormal, covered in black spots, as if stained with blood. The young man looked at the nearly uniform blood holes in the necks of the bodies, his pupils trembling with shock. At the same time, Jiang Minglang, Bai Yang, and Zhang Xiaoda had returned to Yunqi village, their hometown in Pengcheng. But what drove him crazy was that Bai Li and Qiqi hadn't arrived home yet. The good news was that their grandparents, parents-in-law, and relatives were all safe. Seeing Bai Yang come out of Jiang Minglang's car, Aunt Li Xiu rushed forward and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. After days of worry and fear, she wanted to find him, but was afraid of leading him astray. Not going meant she worried he might not come back. She was caught in a difficult dilemma, and during these restless days, she hadn't slept well.
Huh?
Minglang, where Li Ji and Qiqi. Bai Xiangtian saw his nephew come out of the car, thinking his daughter and grandson were inside too. When he looked inside, no one was there. Bai Xiangtian also looked at Jiang Minglang, his face turning pale. His lips trembling, he asked, "Minglang, where are her and Qiqi?" Bai Li's grandmother suddenly felt weak in her legs, and Grandpa Bai quickly caught her to prevent her from falling. His face was also grim. The whole family looked at Jiang Minglang with pale faces. Even Li Xiu couldn't hold back her tears as she let go of her son and slapped him, asking, "Where's your sister? And Qiqi?"
Li Ji is fine, Dad.
Qiqi is also okay. Don't worry too much, don't worry. Jiang Minglang, feeling anxious, scratched his head. He hurried and caught up, but how did they get ahead of him again? He sighed helplessly. We took a wrong turn. When I arrived in Sioux City, they had just left. I immediately chased after them, but I didn't expect to miss them again. Dad, second uncle, please take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. I am going back to find them now. After saying this, Jiang Minglang turned to get into the car. I'll go with you. I'll go too. Bai Xiangtian and Bai Yang both spoke at the same time. The former glared at the latter. With your small build, what are you going to do? Stay at home and be safe. Bai Xiangtian is 54 years old. Since retiring at 35, he has kept himself in good shape, strong and healthy. After retiring, he bought 2 orchards and spends most of his time working in the fields, so he's much tougher than the delicate Bai Yang. Even if Bai Yang could compare, he wouldn't dare argue with his uncle. He's afraid of him. Bai Yang looked at Jiang Minglang for help, hoping he could say something for him. He really wanted to find his sister. But Jiang Minglang didn't bring anyone with him. He said, "Dad, when I entered the village, I saw that things weren't very stable here. You can't go. You need to stay home and protect Grandpa and Grandma. Don't worry, with Dazi and me here, we can definitely bring her and her daughter back safely." Hearing this, Bai Xiangtian finally stopped insisting. Because Jiang Minglang was telling the truth. Their village really wasn't safe. On the first day of the apocalypse, Bai Xiangtian was supposed to go to the city to deliver vegetables to a middleman. The vegetables were already packed on the truck, but just before leaving, the engine suddenly had problems. While repairing the car in the backyard, he suddenly heard screams coming from the village. Their house is at the northern edge of the village, right next to his orchards and vegetable fields. The houses in front of his are mostly empty, with children working in the city, only the elderly staying behind. But the screams didn't come from those houses. They came from further ahead, as if something chaotic was happening in the middle of the village. At first, Bai Xiangtian thought it was a dispute or a fight between 2 households. Such things had happened before. His father, Bai Qiming, was a retired principal of the village elementary school and was often called to settle disputes. He had refused many times, but people kept asking him. It was really annoying. To prevent more people from coming, Bai Xiangtian grabbed a wrench and hurried into the front yard, telling his father, Bai Qiming, "I'll lock the front door. Don't open it for anyone. Remember, we shouldn't get involved in other people's affairs, okay?"
Got it, got it.
Lock it, lock it. Bai Qiming also felt very annoyed. Often, he didn't want to go, but since the village secretary was his nephew, he had to show some face when asked. "Xiang Tian, I don't think that sound is quite right." Grandma Bai Shuyan was standing in the yard hanging clothes. She listened carefully to the screams and frowned. "It doesn't seem like a fight. I'll go check." "Neither of you go anywhere. Just stay at home," Bai Xiangtian said. He also sensed something was wrong. He put down the wrench, got on the electric bike, and headed out. But when he reached the door, he still locked it. The old man was 77 years old. Although he seemed healthy, he couldn't be pushed around all the time. They built their new house at the northernmost point of the village to stay away from others and be quiet. Bai Xiangtian never imagined that one day, when the world ended, their remote location would actually protect their family. No one knew who was the first to bite someone. When Bai Xiangtian went to check, the main road in the village was already stained with blood, and chaos had broken out. From the 2nd to the 5th day, except for those turned into zombies or dead from bites, every house kept their doors shut. Everyone was scared, confused, and didn't know what to do. Bai Xiangtian, having been in the army, was much stronger mentally than ordinary people. Plus, during the few minutes when the internet was working, he received a WeChat message from Jiang Minglang, giving him a rough idea of what was happening. On the 3rd day, after reinforcing the door to make sure no zombies could get in, he drove around the village via the northern highway to pick up his brother and his wife from the high school in town. Fortunately, on the first day of the disaster, Bai Xiang and his wife had no classes. They argued over a math problem and refused to let each other go out, which unknowingly helped them avoid the first wave of zombie attacks. They waited safely for Bai Xiangtian. However, the zombies in town were more numerous than they expected. It took some effort to get back home. On the 6th day, Bai Xiangtian took a machete from home and started clearing zombies. Their village wasn't very big, fewer than 200 households. Excluding some who went out to work, it wasn't hard to clean up. The hard part was that once you started, people would say it was your responsibility. If you didn't finish, they'd call you lazy and scold you. Bai Xiangtian does not have a very good temper. On the 3rd day of cleaning up, he was confidently told across the courtyard wall to eliminate the zombies next door, but he refused. Later, The village secretary, who is also his cousin, under the pretense of needing more help, asked him to clear the zombies trapped inside homes, because most of the wandering zombies outside had already been taken care of by him. Bai Xiangtian ignored him. Honestly, if it weren't for his elderly parents, he wouldn't bother with the zombies outside. His daughter's family hadn't returned yet, and he felt very annoyed. At first, cleaning zombies was partly to distract himself and partly to train himself so he could better protect his family later. But he didn't expect to be taken for granted or morally pressured. Sure enough, people's hearts are the most unpredictable. When Jiang Mingling returned, he happened to see a group of people gathered in the village. One person was pointing and gesturing toward his house with a hostile look. He recognized that person as his father-in-law's cousin, Bai Shiyuan, the village secretary. Their relationship was usually okay, so what was going on? Jiang Mingling didn't have time to ask for details. He only warned Bai Xiangtian to be careful of the villagers. But as he was leaving, Bai Shiyuan stopped him. Mingling, you just got back and now you're leaving again? Not leaving, just going to pick up Bai Li. I'll be right back. Uncle, is there something? Didn't Li and you come back together? They got separated on the way, but she's driving, so she should be close to home now. I see. Then, Uncle, can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Mingling narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, go ahead. Our little Hua hasn't come back yet. Could you pick up Li and also go to Jiangqing to bring our Xiao Hua back? Mingling, I know you're capable, so this shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Jiang Mingling was amused and annoyed by his words. Jiangqing is south of Sucheng, and their hometown Pingcheng is north of Sucheng. He already said Bai Li left Sucheng heading toward their hometown, and she might already be near Pingcheng. Yet he still asked him to go to Jiangqing? Sorry, Uncle, I can't go to Jiangqing. I need to find Li and Chi-Chi first. Please step aside. Bai Shiyuan didn't move. The smile on his face faded, and his voice became a little choked as he said, Mingling, Li's been smart and capable since she was young. Unlike our little Hua, who is slow, clumsy, and in poor health, and also not as capable as her sister, she can't really take care of herself well. Even if you don't go to pick up Lizzie, she can find a way to get home safely. But our little Hua can't do that. She needs. Uncle, Jiang Mingling's face turned cold. Is your son not at home? Bai Xiangyuan, who is very experienced, understood what Jiang Mingling meant when he asked this, but he didn't respond directly. Instead, he continued to complain, You're her brother-in-law. Isn't it right for a brother-in-law to help his sister-in-law? Besides, you're about to go out anyway, so it doesn't matter if you go a little further. Uncle, I'm counting on you. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't stand it anymore. He leaned in and interrupted, Sir, I don't think there's any need for my brother to go to Jiangqing to pick up your daughter. Do you want to know why? Why? You just said your daughter isn't in good health, right? Well, then it's over. On the first day of the apocalypse, those with weak bodies almost all turned into zombies. Even if they didn't get infected and turn into zombies directly, if they can't take care of themselves, they might get bitten and become zombies. Plus, Jiangqing has a large population. If your daughter can't take good care of herself, she might already be a zombie now. Please accept our condolences. But it's okay. Without your daughter, do you still have a son? You definitely won't be left all alone to grow old, right? Bai Xiangyuan. His face turned pale with anger, but he didn't know what to say. While he was distracted, Jiang Mingling stepped on the gas and drove past him. From a distance, he could still hear Zhang Xiaoda's voice. Uncle, if you get a chance, buy some spirit money and joss paper for your daughter to burn. It'll be good for her. Brother, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Let's just leave. Zhang Xiaoda thought Jiang Mingling was worried about Bai Li. After all, this person, though shameless, was still his sister's uncle. Even though there was a layer of separation, they were still quite close. I'm just afraid that after we leave, he might cause trouble for my father-in-law and the others.
Huh?
That shouldn't happen. Even if it does, can Uncle Bai handle it? This guy has a thick skin, but I think Uncle Bai and his second brother aren't pushovers. They can't really be bullied by him, right? You don't understand. Jiang Mingling sighed. Grandpa was able to finish his studies thanks to his older brother's support. That is, Bai Xiangyuan's father. When I graduated, I also fell seriously ill. It was his older brother who sold everything he had to pay for his treatment. Because of this, Grandpa's older brother didn't get married until he was in his 30s and only had one son, Bai Xiangyuan. Grandpa is a very emotional person, especially nostalgic as he gets older. It's easy to see how tolerant he is of Bai Xiangyuan. Therefore, even though my father-in-law and second uncle dislike Bai Xiangyuan, they have to tolerate him out of respect for Grandpa. When it comes to elders, Zhang Xiaoda doesn't say much. Brother, was what I said earlier wrong? It's okay.
We've already talked about it.
There's no right or wrong. I was just angry. I've never seen anyone be so unreasonable in asking others for favors. Wanting to marry his daughter, but not wanting his son to take risks. Why should others do that? Respect for elders is their own matter. It's not fair to expect the younger generation to repay it, right? Jiang Mingling scoffed. Everyone understands the rules. Do you think he doesn't? He's just trying to take advantage while Grandpa is still alive. He's clever, knowing that from my father-in-law and second uncle to your sister-in-law and Bai Yang, their opinions of his family aren't good. When Grandpa passes away, their relationship will likely fade, maybe even stop altogether. Shameless. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. When we come back, the most difficult part will be crossing Pingjiang Bridge. Your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi haven't arrived yet. Are they stuck on the bridge? Meanwhile, Bai Li and the others left the factory and drove along the road for about half an hour. Gradually, they started to feel something was wrong. Before she fell asleep, they had already left Kangzhou's territory. Now they're in Pingcheng. After Pingcheng, they will reach Pingcheng. But don't be fooled by the fact that the two cities are close. The distance isn't small, and there's a river over a kilometer wide between them. To get back to Pingcheng, they must cross a bridge. Pingjiang Bridge is the route they must take. But now, they're still far from Pingjiang Bridge. Why are there so many people walking ahead? They are people, not zombies. Before she fell asleep, everyone was still driving. Now, just 3.5 days later, no one has a car anymore. Or perhaps it's not that they don't have cars, but they can't find gasoline. With the end of the world, the longer it lasts, the fewer cars will be usable. Bai Li slowly stopped the car and turned to Chi-Chi. Son, is there another way? Chi-Chi looked up at the sign ahead, then at her map. She looked serious and said, Mom, if we go 30 kilometers on this road, we can reach Pingjiang Bridge directly. Cross the bridge, and we'll get to Pingcheng. But if we take another route, we need to go into Pingcheng, then from east to west through the whole city to the west side. That's about 70 kilometers. From the west side, 10 kilometers south, there's a small Shiqiao Bridge. Cross it, and you'll reach Pingcheng. Bai Li was surprised. Is this marked on the map?
So detailed?
No, it's from when we visited Pingcheng before. Dad told me about it, and you were in the car then.
Bai Li.
She shouldn't have asked more. Bai Li got out of the car to talk with Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui. In the end, the three decided to take this route. They didn't consider the second option much, because entering the city was too risky. It looked 70 kilometers, but they didn't know how many detours it involved or how many days it would take. So, they decided to try the closest route first. The car moved again. When they reached behind the pedestrians walking, at first she honked and others made way. But as they moved forward, fewer people moved aside. Some men saw it was a woman driving, with no man in the passenger seat, only a dog. Some people got angry. Is everyone's status so low now? Even a dog is better than us? They could only walk on 2 legs, but the dog was riding in the car. Why are you honking? Are you rushing to be reborn? Some lively folks approached Bai Li's window and asked, How about giving us a ride? I won't ride for free. I have food and water in my backpack. Oh, I also have a piece of jade and a lady's watch from Patek. I can give them to you. I have a watch too, and other good stuff. Miss, would you like a ride? Stupid idiot. Do you understand first come, first served? I said it first. Why are you interrupting? You're the idiot. They didn't even agree to you.
Bang!
Before Bai Li even rolled down the window, a fight broke out outside. She glanced out calmly, but ignored it.
Boom, boom, boom.
The car didn't move, but pressing the gas harder made the people in front jump back instinctively. They all moved aside, and Bailey took the chance to drive forward. She traveled about a kilometer quickly. After a bit more, she would reach the cars ahead. At that moment, an elderly woman suddenly rushed up and pounded on the back window, begging, "I can't walk anymore. I really can't walk anymore. Please give me a ride. Let me get in." Because she suddenly appeared, Chi-Chi was startled and quickly moved to the middle seat, away from the window. Young lady, respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a tradition our ancestors left us. Please have mercy on me and let me get in the car. When the elderly woman rushed over, Bailey saw a small boy behind her, about 7 or 8 years old, looking about the same age as Chi-Chi, so if she agreed to let the elderly woman in, it wouldn't just be one person, but at least a grandmother and her grandson. She saw that the woman was alone, only with a dog and a child, so she might be trying to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the other cars that were passing by, only targeting her.
Ah!
Suddenly, Xiao Feng shouted without warning, and Xiao Wu barked in response. Chi-Chi quickly grabbed Xiao Feng and scolded, "You clueless. Why are you shouting now?" But as he finished speaking, the sound of the elderly woman pounding on the window changed tone. A dull thud was heard, followed by her screams. "Ah,
Grandma?
The elderly woman staggered back 2 steps, her hands on the window with long cuts, blood pouring out and dripping onto the ground. Bailey turned her head to look at the back window. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but it seemed like something had briefly covered the window from outside, gone in an instant, lasting at most a second. Looking back at the elderly woman, her cuts were quite long, and blood was still flowing. As Bailey looked, the woman also looked up and saw her. Their eyes met, and she suddenly backed away in fear. "What's wrong, Grandma? What's wrong?" The car wasn't moving, and Grandma's hand was hurt. The little boy looked confused. It was just some knocking on the window. How could she be hurt? "Hey, you hurt my grandma. You can't leave. You have to take her." "Baby, we're not riding anymore, not riding." The boy was clever, trying to use his grandma's injury to get attention, but what he didn't expect was that his grandma stopped him from approaching. Despite her bleeding hand, she grabbed him and pulled him away. The legs and feet are quick and nimble, and from any angle, it doesn't seem like someone who just said they couldn't walk. The inside of the car is very quiet at this moment. After a while, Chi-Chi finally looked down at the small broken bird in his hand and asked hesitantly, "Phone Bao, did you do something just now?"
Woof.
"Little 5, don't be naughty. I wasn't asking you. Phone Bao, tell me, when you just called out, did you do something?" Of course, Xiao Feng couldn't answer him, but it tilted its little head, and its dark little eyes looked at Chi-Chi with innocence and purity, appearing very simple. "You're pretending again, you just know how to pretend." Chi-Chi poked its head and excitedly asked his mom, "Mom, did you see what just happened? What did Phone Bao do outside that actually hurt that old lady's hands?" "I didn't see clearly either, but I know there was definitely something." Bailey felt very complicated right now. She thought that this post-apocalyptic world actually brought many benefits to their family. "I just remembered," Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed. He put down Phone Bao and leaned forward on the seat, saying to Bailey, "Mom, do you remember I told you about 2 people knocking on our door and eventually being burned to ashes?" Bailey nodded. "Yes, I remember." "What's wrong?" "Back then, the fireball Xiao 5 spat out didn't burn our door, right? I think I know why now."
Why?
Bailey also had a faint feeling but didn't say anything, letting her son explain. At that time, Phone Bao called out first, then Xiao 5 shot the fireball through that tiny below. Normally, it should have burned the door, but strangely, our door was completely intact and undamaged. What does that mean? It means something covered or protected the door, so when the fireball passed, the door was unharmed. What do you think, Mom? Is that right? It seems. This is the only explanation. But what kind of special ability is this? Phone Bao, I didn't expect that even though you're small, your abilities are quite impressive. Not only do you have a flock of birds, but you also have such a powerful special ability. You're almost as good as your brother. Chi-Chi feels that his water-based ability is super powerful. He's just a big water bucket that can move around, especially now when there's a water shortage and not drinking water is definitely not an option. After the incident with the elderly woman earlier, although others didn't see how she was hurt, they understood that although there was no man in the car, this woman was not easy to deal with. So, as Bailey continued driving forward, few people dared to block her. Zhang Sujia stayed close behind her. As long as she could keep moving forward, she could follow. This avoided being chased or harassed. Of course, one reason was also because Zhou Hui was sitting in the front passenger seat. Zhou Hui, did you see clearly what happened to that elderly woman just now? She was cut by glass? Zhang Sujia. She quickly turned her head and glanced at him, numb, and nodded. Yes, you're right. She was cut by glass. Anyway, whether true or not, that's what happened. But inside, both of them were truly shocked. They thought their cards had all been played out: wood element, water element, the bird army. Each one was a strong move. But unexpectedly, there was still more. Although they didn't see what the last card was, it was undoubtedly very powerful, super powerful. At 4 p.m., when they were 10 kilometers from Pingjiang Bridge, a sudden commotion came from behind. There are zombies. Zombies are coming.
Run.
The already crowded road suddenly became chaotic. People pushed and scrambled to run forward. Cars were stuck and couldn't move. A fool, for some reason, was honking his horn wildly. Pedestrians passing by angrily hit his car and cursed at the driver. Why are you honking? Are you slow because of the zombies? I want to honk, so what? None of your business. Don't touch my car, get lost. Still honking? If you do it again, I swear I'll smash your car. That last remark seemed to remind everyone someone was actually hitting the windshield and windows with a stick as they ran past, banging several times. Then they ran away. Soon, the sound of shattered glass came from the car, and the people inside cursed loudly. Seeing this, Bai Li moved the car closer to the side and turned off the engine. At such a moment, there was no point in moving forward, so she decided to rest for a bit. Tonight, we'll probably have to travel all night. Mom, you sleep for a while now. Mom, you rest. I'll watch over you. No need to watch. Just sleep with Mom. Her car stopped, and Zhang Sujia naturally stopped behind her. Bai Li turned off her engine, and she also turned off her car. But less than 3 minutes after turning off, she saw vines suddenly wrapping around the outside of Bai Li's car. Before the couple could react, 2 vines quickly extended from the front of the car to the roof, wrapping their car also. Is Aunt Bai planning to rest here? Zhou Jinfeng reacted faster than his father and quickly understood Bai Li's intention. They thought it was too crowded and busy, so they decided to stop and wait for the chaos to pass before moving again. Anyway, they couldn't move forward or backward now. Most importantly, everyone was rushing forward, which could easily cause accidents.
But
Zhang Sujia turned her head to look behind. There were old people, children, men, and women. Everyone was there, but she hadn't seen any zombies yet. Zhou Hui advised her, don't worry. Even if zombies come, they probably won't notice us now because the noise in front is louder. Just lie down and rest for a while. Bai Li seems to want to keep moving tonight. Hearing her husband's words, Zhang Sujia felt relieved. She adjusted her seat to lie back, trying to stay calm and rest like Bai Li. While everyone was panicking and rushing onto the Pingjiang Bridge, a very strange scene appeared on the road. 2 cars were stopped by the side of the road, wrapped all around with bright green vines, which slowly unfurled their leaves toward the street. Pedestrians who noticed this were shocked and stared wide-eyed. But it was only for a moment. Soon, the crowd behind pushed forward, rushing ahead, and the characteristic ha-ha sounds of zombies seemed to be getting closer.
Mom.
The car's soundproofing was good. Chi-Chi didn't care about what was happening outside. She turned her head to look at the Zhou family's car behind her and gasped, "Wow. You seem different than before." It is different. I find controlling these now much easier than before. Son, I think my wood element has advanced. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. I understand, like in a game, the characters level up one by one, becoming stronger. So, Mom, are you now from level 1 to level 2? Level 1 to level 2? Bailey closed her eyes and smiled. It seems that supernatural powers have only appeared in the past month. I don't know how many people have them. But anyway, everyone is still figuring things out, and there probably aren't any levels yet. Okay, let's not talk about this. Mom needs to rest for a while. Although they only traveled about 20 kilometers that day, they encountered many bad situations, and Bailey didn't relax her mind for a moment. It was even more exhausting than a whole day on a small road before. So, she lay down and quickly fell asleep. Chi-Chi also wanted to sleep, but Xiaowu pawed at a plastic bag and then looked up at him with wet, puppy eyes. Did you again? You should eat less. Look, Mom doesn't even dare to drink water. He quietly complained about Xiaowu and then opened the plastic bag, dutifully acting as the scooper. What else could he do? He couldn't let Xiaowu hold in his, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the car. Scooping is scooping, whether it's once or twice. After Xiaowu finished, Chi-Chi poked Iron Egg with his index finger and whispered, "Are you going to?" Iron Egg's injury had improved compared to before. You could tell because it was sleeping less during the day, but it still didn't eat much or drink much water. Iron Egg was sleeping, but after being poked, he annoyedly shifted to the other side and closed his eyes to continue sleeping without even lifting his hips. You're not going to, right? If you want to go later, don't call me. You can in the car or I'll throw you out. Chi-Chi threatened Iron Egg and then tied the plastic bag, raising his eyes to look at Xiaofeng. The little bird was tilting its head, looking out the window with focus. No one knew what it was watching. Chi-Chi also looked out the window, but he was watching the other side, the road. A tall, thin man was trying to a woman's backpack. The woman refused to give it, so he kicked her. The woman fell to the ground, and just then, someone running from behind stepped on her leg. She cried out in pain. Ah! Despite falling and having her leg stepped on, she held tightly to her bag strap. Seeing he couldn't it, the man angrily slapped her across the face. With a loud slap, the woman was knocked to the ground, and the man turned his head to look at a zombie less than 20 meters away. Then he ran away. The crowd gradually dispersed. Those who needed to run had mostly run, except for the woman who was still on the ground, trying twice but unable to get up. She turned her head to look at the increasingly close zombies, her eyes full of despair. She thought she was doomed, but when she saw two strange cars with green vines in front of her, she suddenly remembered something. She hugged her backpack in front of her and rolled under the white lychee car. Chi-Chi was stunned. One of his hands was still on the window switch. He had just wanted to open a small gap to tell the woman to come down from their car. Although his mother had warned him that people could be tricky and to be especially careful with strangers. But this girl looked really pitiful. He didn't want her to get on the car, just hide under it for a moment. It should be safe, right? Before he could do anything, she had already gone under the car.
Well.
The growling sounds grew closer, and the ground trembled a little as the zombies, like bloodthirsty demons, chased after the crowd ahead. When there are many people, stampedes can happen. Screams and wails echoed around, making Chi-Chi sigh inwardly. How foolish they were, still screaming at this point. Even for survival, they should stay quiet. It's been almost a month since the end of the world. Don't they know that zombies get excited when they hear noise? But strangely, the zombies that approached their two cars ignored them completely. The girl lying under the car secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to move her right leg. It still hurt, but not as painfully as before. If she could move, her bones should be okay. She felt a little more at ease and decided to rest a bit longer under the car. When her leg didn't hurt so much and the zombies had all passed, she would think of a way to escape. But just as she relaxed, before she could breathe out fully, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. It was completely different from the sound of zombies walking. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Her scalp tingled as she slowly turned her head, then gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. On the railing about 2 meters from the car, snakes of all sizes and colors had somehow crawled up. They raised their heads, flicked their tongues, and slithered toward her, hissing. 2 of the snakes with red and yellow stripes had already climbed down the railing and were approaching her. The girl, who had been hit earlier and hadn't cried, now suddenly burst into tears. Snakes. She was most afraid of snakes. Please don't come closer. She didn't want to die in a snake's mouth. She couldn't move at all now. On one side, there were zombies, and on the other, her legs still hurt, making it hard to move. The girl closed her eyes in despair again. Forget it, if I die, I die. Even if I survive, I might not reach home safely. She was a second-year college student named Xiaomin. After the end of the world, she and some classmates were trapped in their dorm for over 10 days. Finally, they managed to escape. When they reached Pingcheng, their car ran out of gas, and they couldn't find more. There was no choice but to get out and walk home. Along the way, a female classmate got into a local's car and left with him. But Xiaomin always felt that her classmates didn't seem like good people. They kept glancing at her chest when they looked at her. She couldn't stop her classmate, thinking he had a car. Xiaomin thought, if I can't even take care of myself, how can I care about others? Forget it, if you want to leave, just go. Near the outskirts of Pingcheng, they experienced another wave of chaos, and she got separated from the others. Just as she was about to reach the Pingjiang Bridge, she met a senior student, one of the people who had escaped from the school with her before, and he was also from Pingcheng like her. But people are unpredictable. She thought he was a friend, but he tried to steal her bag. He claimed his own bag had been stolen. Seeing zombies approaching, chaos was about to break out again. Instead of helping, he wanted to take her things and run away, just because she refused to give him an extra pack of biscuits. In the end, he couldn't steal her bag and even beat her. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Xiaomin's face.
She was really upset.
She had come so far, almost reached home, but now she was dying here. But as she cried, she suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet no snake had come to bite her. Xiaomin quietly opened one eye and froze in shock. She slowly opened her mouth wide, staring in disbelief at the snake entangled in vines. No, she was looking at the vines that were wrapped around the snake.
Could it be
the same kind of plant she knew? A pothose? She didn't know where so many pothose vines had appeared from. They not only wrapped around and strangled the snake, but also seemed to scare away. A leopard? Was that a leopard? Xiaomin saw a spotted leopard standing on the railing. It didn't jump down but looked at the car with alert eyes. After about 2 minutes, the spotted leopard turned around and silently jumped into the bushes behind it, running away quietly. Until then, Xiaomin saw the tilted billboard behind the fence. Pingcheng Zoo. So, the spotted leopard and these snakes all escaped from the zoo? No matter where they came from, the vines on this car didn't seem afraid. Realizing this, Xiaomin quietly sighed in relief. While struggling to walk along the road, she saw a sturdy jeep pass by. The driver was a woman wearing a mask, with a dog in the front passenger seat, and it seemed there was a child in the back seat. Many people wanted to target this car, but the woman seemed completely fearless. It's unclear what she did to the car, but anyone who tried to get close and bother her would inexplicably get hurt. An old lady said she tried to take a picture of the car's window, but she couldn't capture the glass. Instead, she only saw a cold, hard surface that looked like jagged metal. Others didn't believe her, but she showed her injured hands. Her palms and fingers looked like they'd been pricked by something sharp. Soon after, a man also said that this car and the woman inside were very strange. Her car couldn't be touched, and no one could get near it. Xiaomin fully believed this. Otherwise, how could she have calmly slept on the roadside while zombies were rushing over? What kind of person could do such a thing? It must take great strength and confidence. Thinking of this, Xiaomin couldn't help but shrink back. She clasped her hands together, bowed toward the car, and silently apologized. Sorry, sister. I'm just hiding here, not trying to steal your car, and I won't bother you. Once my legs can move, I'll leave immediately. Xiaomin's inner thoughts. Bailey certainly wouldn't know. Even Chi-Chi was already asleep. Only Xiaofeng was still staring with its eyes, tilting its head as it looked outside the window. After the snakes were caught in the vines, a flock of birds suddenly flew over. One of them, with wings nearly 2 meters wide, was an eagle. It opened its beak and bit into a snake caught in the vines, pulling hard. The snake's head and half of its body were swallowed, while the other half remained tangled in the vines. Not long after, the eagle had dismembered all the snakes caught in the vines. Half of each snake went into its stomach, and the other half stayed on the vines. Strangely, there wasn't a single drop of blood. Even more strangely, why didn't these vines attack the eagle? Xiaomin, hiding under the car, was stunned by what she saw. Actually, what she didn't realize was that the blood from the snakes wasn't missing. It was being absorbed when it touched the vines and leaves. Bai Li didn't know her pothos plant would drink snake blood. She only told her plants before sleeping not to let malicious creatures get close. The eagle was brought by Xiaofeng. It was harmless, so the pothos let it eat the snakes. But she didn't give it all the snakes, she kept half. For some reason, Xiaomin suddenly remembered eating at the school cafeteria and finding a half-eaten green caterpillar in her food. She felt a bit sick. At 7 p.m., after sleeping for 3 hours straight, Bai Li woke up because she needed to. She turned over and sat up, first glancing ahead. Nothing but darkness. Then she looked left, right, and behind, still nothing. But her eyesight was good, so she could see Zhou Hui sleeping in the car behind. That was good. She wouldn't feel too embarrassed about her bathroom break. After finishing, she noticed many snakes wrapped around the vines. No, half a snake here, half a snake there. Bai Li stared at the half snakes for a few seconds, feeling disgusted, and waved her hand. Suddenly, there were loud snaps and pops from the ditch below the railing. This time, she didn't throw away the vines but wrapped them around the car roof. After doing this, Zhou Hui in the back car opened his eyes, got out, and asked Bai Li, "Are we leaving now?" "Yeah, let's go. Let's check ahead. You have someone lying under your car. Wake her up." Like usual, Zhou Hui stayed alert while they and the children slept. So Xiaomin saw everything. When the zombies came, she rolled under Bai Li's car. The snake group was caught by the vines. The leopard came and left. The eagle ate the snake. He watched until the last zombie passed by their car, then closed his eyes to rest. Xiaomin never thought she would fall asleep hiding under someone's car. She just wanted to wait for the zombies to pass and then leave safely. But why did she end up falling asleep? And so deeply, so peacefully. It wasn't until someone called her that she woke up. She hurriedly climbed out from under the car, blushing as she apologized to Bai Li, saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep. I was just hiding for a little while. Think about Pingjiang Bridge, now, and get moving quickly." Bai Li only said this before turning to get into the car, then started the engine and turned on the headlights. Xiaomin was stunned for 3 seconds, then thanked Bai Li softly, adjusted the backpack in her arms, and strode forward. After a good sleep, even though she hadn't eaten anything that night, she felt surprisingly energetic. It was really strange. Those 3 hours under the car were the best sleep she had in days. 2 cars passed by her one after the other. Xiaomin thought they would soon disappear from sight, since they had 4 wheels, and she only had 2 legs. But she didn't expect the cars to drive very slowly. She could always see their taillights, glowing orange-red, guiding her forward tonight. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao arrived at Pingjiang Bridge at 5:30 p.m. One end of the bridge led to Pingcheng, the other to Pingcheng. At that time, the section near Pingcheng was crowded but still calm. Occasionally, there were shouts or arguments, mostly caused by friction while walking, but nothing too intense. In the first month of the apocalypse, social rules were gradually breaking down, but many habits from before still remained. People still cared about their reputation, and even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't do it openly in public. Of course, secretly, things might have been different. When things were normal, everyone rushed to big cities, like Pingcheng, Ningcheng, and Sacheng. Now, with the apocalypse, no water, no electricity, no gas, and everyone is rushing to the countryside. Pingcheng is mainly an agricultural city. To second- and first-tier cities south of Pingjiang, it's considered rural. But Bai Li chose to settle in Sacheng not just because it's a first-tier city with good development. She chose there partly because she studied at university in Sacheng and was familiar with it and liked it, as it's called the water town of Jiangnan. But the main reason she decided to stay was Jiang Minglang. They both graduated from the same high school, though not from the same town, but they weren't far apart. Jiang Minglang has a very poor relationship with his parents. When his grandmother was alive, they could still pretend to get along, but after she passed away, his parents surprisingly didn't inform Jiang Minglang, causing him to miss saying his last goodbye to her. Because of this, he completely cut ties with his parents and never contacted them again. Initially, he planned to stay far away from home and never return, wanting to avoid those people altogether. However, Bai Li's appearance changed his plan. The village where his father-in-law lives, Yunxi Village, is only 10 kilometers from Fengqiao Village, where his parents live. Bai Li knew how much he hated Zhang's family and didn't want any connection with them, so she gave up her original plan to become a teacher in Pengcheng after graduation and instead settled her family in Sioux City. This way, they only needed to visit their hometown during festivals or holidays. At first, Bai Xiangtian was very unhappy with this arrangement. He only had one daughter and naturally wanted her to be closer, so he could take care of her. Also, because Jiang Minglang's work was very busy and he wasn't home often, Bai Li felt it didn't matter where she was. She didn't need to stay far away in Sioux City. But later, when Zhang's parents caused a scene in Yunxi Village, Bai Xiangtian finally understood. If his daughter was in Pengcheng, even if Jiang Minglang wasn't home, Zhang's parents, being shameless, would definitely come to the city to see their daughter over minor illnesses or troubles. They didn't care if they had raised Jiang Minglang. He was their son, and his wife was their daughter-in-law. When they were sick, they expected him to take care of them. If he wasn't around, his wife would. Cutting ties?
Who agreed to that?
The world is full of all kinds of people, and Bai Xiangtian was finally enlightened. He had never seen such parents before. Dizzy, don't talk about that useless stuff. Hurry up and hide the car. We need to walk there. If your sister-in-law is driving, she'll definitely be stuck in the back. The car horn kept blaring, but the road was narrow, with many old, deformed, and wrecked cars from the early days of the apocalypse along the sides. This made it very difficult to drive or even walk freely. Those walking behind were jealous of those in cars. They had a lot of people, and no matter how much they honked, they wouldn't let them pass. Go ahead and crash into us if you dare. Jiang Minglang parked their car in a hidden spot under the bridge. Zhang Xiaoda placed one hand on the car, then raised the other. In a flash, the car was covered in dirt, making it look like a pile of earth at first glance. Oh, there are zombies behind us. The two of them just jumped onto the bridge railing, planning to walk against the flow of people along the railing. But before they took a step, they heard the distinctive haha sounds of zombies from afar. It was coming from the other end of the bridge. Jiang Minglang even heard the chaos behind them, people running, shouting, pushing, and crying. He first looked at the cars on the bridge, but didn't see his familiar vehicle. Then he quickly surveyed the crowded situation on the bridge and decisively told Zhang Xiaoda, "You stay here to keep order. Try to get them across the bridge quickly and without delay. I'll go inside to see if I can find your wife and Chi-Chi." "Okay, brother, stay safe." After speaking, Zhang Xiaoda quickly pulled out a long knife from his waist. Then he kicked a man who was deliberately pushing old people and children back while trying to push forward himself, shouting, "Stop pushing. If you don't behave, I'll cut you. Listen up, walk on this side, drive on the other. Pass one by one. Anyone who pushes again, I'll throw them into the river. If you don't want to die, do as I say." At this moment, to set an example, he grabbed that man, lifted him onto the railing, and slapped the back of his face with a knife. Just one slap, and the man's face swelled up and turned red with bloodshot eyes, looking very scary. The crowd immediately quieted down, standing still and looking at Zhang Xiaoda with fear. "Did you hear me? Queue up." Soon, two lines formed on the bridge, cars on the left, pedestrians on the right. Although everyone was trembling, the speed of crossing the bridge increased significantly, especially for the cars. Before Zhang Xiaoda arrived, most drivers couldn't move at all because the place was crowded with people. Originally, Pingjiang Bridge was divided into two lanes by a railing, one for traffic from Pingcheng to Pengcheng and the other for Pengcheng to Pingcheng. But now, the lane coming from Pingcheng was completely blocked. Scrapped cars piled up there, most with deformed fronts and rears, some leaking oil and burned black from fire. In short, it was a pile of useless cars. This left only one lane available for passage. After Zhang Xiaoda managed to keep order as people crossed the bridge, cars started going down one by one. The crowd, once off the bridge, hurriedly headed towards the nearest public bicycle station nearby. If cars can't run without gasoline, can bicycles not be ridden? As more cars and people crossed the bridge, the chaos behind became more obvious. Zhang Xiaodao even heard shouts like, "Run fast, zombies are coming, and help. I can't run anymore," all desperate cries for survival. This made the people in line ahead also get anxious. However, because Zhang Xiaodao was standing on the railing with a knife, acting like a bad omen, and occasionally pointing the knife at pushing people while scolding them, the chaos behind didn't cause the people in front to push or get stuck. They kept waiting in line to cross. Meanwhile, Zhang Minglang was walking inside, looking for someone. When he reached the middle, suddenly a surprised voice called out, "Langji?" Right after, the person who called him rushed over and grabbed his pant leg. "It's really you, Langji. Are you here to save us? I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. Han Xiao, quick, call Uncle. Uncle will save us." Jiang Minglang frowned slightly. He took a step back and pulled his pant leg out of the dirty hand holding it. He asked calmly, "Who are you?" "Jiang Xini." She looked incredulous.
Langge, iam Xini.
"I am your cousin. Your real cousin."
How could you not recognize me?
Of course, Jiang Minglang would recognize Jiang Xini because she was not only his cousin but also a classmate of Bai Li. Years ago, when he married Bai Li, it was her meddling that told his parents and even revealed Bai Li's family address, causing a scene in Yunxi village. Of course, Jiang Xini was not the only one who knew about his marriage to Bai Li. Many high school classmates knew. But most also knew he had a poor relationship with his family, so no one bothered to tell the couple. Only Jiang Xini, with some unknown motive, told the couple that he had become Bai's son-in-law, which should have meant Bai's family would give them a bride price. They wanted to buy a car for their second son, so they went to Yunxi village to ask his father-in-law for 20,000 yuan in bride price. To him, being embarrassed or humiliated didn't matter. From a young age, that couple never considered his feelings. They would scold and hit him in front of others, run to the school to tell teachers he was useless and unworthy of attending school. Over time, he became numb to it all. So, it was no surprise that they continued to do things that made him feel ashamed. But he didn't want the Bai family to be troubled or his father-in-law to feel uncomfortable. Later, during his leave, he returned to Fengqiao village and harshly beat their beloved second son right in front of the couple. He also warned them that from now on, everyone should mind their own business. If they caused trouble again, he would come back and beat their second son again. If they angered him enough, he might even hurt them seriously. He was willing to risk his life to pay them back because he had lived enough and wasn't afraid. Maybe his fierce look at that moment scared them, and they were afraid he was serious. They agreed to sign a formal document to cut ties, each signing and pressing their thumbprints. After this incident, a brother from a nearby village, who was on good terms with him, overheard Jiang Xini and her mother talking during the new year. That was when he learned what his seemingly gentle and always smiling cousin had actually done. He was really confused. They were children of different families, with no vested interests between them. Why would she want to hurt him? Could it be because he had been raised by his grandmother, who gave him all her love and treats, making her and her brother feel left out and jealous? That sounded crazy. Everyone knew he had never been loved by his parents and was the most pitiful child in the Jiang family. So, did she want to steal even his grandmother's love? Jiang Minglang hadn't seen this cousin for nearly 10 years. After cutting ties with the Jiang family, he had already let go. People and things that didn't matter weren't worth remembering. Internal conflicts were not good. So, he chose to forget about Jiang Xini and not take it to heart. He had his own family now, people he cared about, and many things he wanted to do with his wife and children.
He was busy and happy.
It's what you said, right? I became Bai's son-in-law and have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. So, what does that make her, my cousin? After he finished speaking, Jiang Xini's face turned pale suddenly. She looked away from Jiang Minglang, clearly feeling guilty. Jiang Minglang snorted coldly and turned to walk further inside. As for Jiang Xini and her daughter, what does it have to do with him? The road was full of wreckage, broken limbs, and a head with half a neck. The closer they got to Pingjiang Bridge, the more bodies they saw. Clearly, those who didn't escape in time were eaten by zombies. The car jolted over the bodies, so Bailey didn't drive far before Chi-Chi was awakened.
Mom.
Chi-Chi, we're about to reach Pingjiang Bridge. The headlights can see the area, and there are no people or zombies. I just don't know what's ahead, whether it's the same as here, and if we can pass smoothly. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, looked ahead, then behind, and said in surprise, Mom, there's no one in front. Why are you still driving so slowly? Bailey replied seriously, it's nighttime now, and the road ahead is unclear. We can't drive too fast. That made sense. Chi-Chi agreed with her mother. Prepare a small toy that makes noise. If the zombies in front are still there, we need to be ready to throw our weapons. Okay, Mom. Chi-Chi grabbed her small backpack, unzipped it, and counted carefully. Only 4 toys left. I hope they last until we get home. The car reached Pingjiang Bridge, but Bailey still drove slowly. Even on a flat stretch with no bodies or zombies, she didn't speed up. Until about 400 meters later, she saw the zombie bodies on the bridge start to increase. Not only were there more, but they all moved neatly to the roadside, clearing the middle of the road, so she could pass smoothly. Mom, someone is here specifically handling zombies, and they've cleared a path. Such a kind person. Bailey nodded in agreement. Yes, selfless and generous. Some people, even when killing zombies, wouldn't bother to clear the road. But this person was different. After killing, they left the road open for others. A true hero. If that's the case, then they should also be good people. Chi-Chi, tell Xiao Wu to spray fire at the zombies outside. Whatever he can burn, burn. Anyway, she was driving slowly, so as they moved along, the bodies would burn up, and the road would be cleared. Most importantly, the girl following behind wouldn't be too scared once they reached this point. But in reality, those who had survived until now after the apocalypse weren't as afraid of zombies as they were at the beginning. Xiao Wu, did you see those bodies? Burn them all. A red light shot out from the back window. With a pop, flames flickered in the night, crackling loudly. One after another, bodies on the roadside turned into ashes. But Xiao Wu's supernatural power was not well practiced. He managed to spit out only 8 fireballs before he opened his mouth to cough, and couldn't produce any more. Here they come, at last, they're back. Zheng Sujia in the back of the car excitedly shouted to Zhou Hui, Look, look. I told you that the fire in that last car was probably related to Bai Li. You said it wasn't.
Uyi.
Did you forget? You yourself said that car might have caught fire on its own. Also, because Bai Li hadn't used any fire-related powers afterward and they didn't notice any fireballs coming from the car at the time, they initially dismissed it as a coincidence. But somehow, they ended up believing it was certain.
Now. Zhou Hui stared, wide-eyed.
The fireball came from the back seat window. He turned to glance at his wife, truly impressed by her eyes. She was closer than he was, but still thought it was Bai Li. But then he thought of Chi-Chi's water power, and he couldn't help but take a cold breath. Water and fire don't mix. How could this little thing have both powers at once? About 300 meters behind the car, Xiaomin was jogging along, stuffing chocolates into her mouth while encouraging herself. Hang on, Pingjiang Bridge is built in the widest part, but it's less than 3,000 meters. You've already reached the bridge. You'll get across soon. Keep going. She knew that the 2 cars ahead were moving slowly because of her. She couldn't give up. She had to survive, or she would let down everyone's kindness. Holding on to this hope, she didn't even notice when she saw the zombie corpse lying on the ground. She wasn't afraid at all. Just like Bai Li had thought before, those who survived nearly a month in the apocalypse generally had courage. At least, they shouldn't be afraid of corpses. There was only 1 bottle of water left in her bag. To cross the bridge faster, Xiaomin stopped saving and drank a few sips of chocolate. But before she could swallow the last sip, suddenly, a flame burst into the air ahead without warning. Cough, cough, cough. Because it was so sudden, she choked on the half of her saliva remaining in her mouth. After a violent cough, she staggered, nearly tripping herself. Luckily, she managed to steady herself. Otherwise, she would have fallen and missed the car, wasting the kindness of the driver who kept the headlights on for her. Xiaomin felt energized and ran faster. Those 2 hours of sleep were truly not wasted. Now she felt full of energy, and amidst the flickering flames, she was getting closer to the car ahead. When the distance between them narrowed to less than 100 meters, a loud engine roar suddenly came from behind. Xiaomin kept running without stopping, only glancing back briefly before quickly turning her head forward again. A few cars approached. She thought they were like her, crossing the bridge. Although she didn't want to be exposed to the headlights, the road was narrow, and on the bridge, she couldn't hide from the cars coming from behind. This made Xiaomin run even faster, trying to catch up with the car ahead. Whether the sister would protect her or not, being closer felt like it increased her chances of survival. The white lychee ahead also saw the flickering car lights in the rearview mirror. The engine was loud and powerful, but within seconds, the distance between them shrank to less than 200 meters. Chi-Chi, who was feeding the small five a sausage after exhausting her powers, turned to look at the cars behind, pouting and muttering, "Are they crazy? Making such loud noises late at night. Do they think the zombies can't hear?" Earlier that afternoon, when they stopped to sleep, many zombies had come from the Pingching Bridge. Now, although there were many corpses on the roadside, who knew if they were all truly dead?
What if there were still some ahead?
What a bunch of fools. Just as she cursed silently, Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Mom." The cars behind roared forward. Even though Xiaomin had moved as close to the edge as possible, the cars coming from behind did not veer to the left but instead stayed on the right. Seeing the front of the first car about to hit her, Xiaomin had nowhere to hide. At the last moment, a vine suddenly shot from the roof of the leading car and wrapped around her waist with incredible speed, pulling her onto the car roof. With a loud bang, Xiaomin was dragged and fell onto the roof, hitting her head and seeing stars. Although their bodies could hardly endure it, they felt a heavy sense of relief in their hearts. Sweat mixed with tears on her forehead, splattering onto the car roof. She bit her lip tightly, but dared not cry out loud. Clang! At the moment Summerman was pulled away by the vines, the driver of the car trying to hit her instinctively slammed on the brakes. The sharp screech sounded especially loud on the bridge at night. "What the heck are you doing?" Bai Li and Zheng Sujia hadn't done anything yet. Their group was actually getting anxious. The main reason was that the vines pulled the person away too quickly. Besides the car involved, the three following cars didn't notice what was happening. Of course, they didn't know that the first car had just tried to hit someone. "Stop what you're doing."
Keep going.
"Sure, Xiaoming, are you looking for trouble?" The first car stopped, forcing the cars behind to stop as well. But was this the right time to stop? So, the three cars behind started scolding the first car until the second car honked, snapping the driver of the first car back to reality. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to drive forward again. But now, the speed was much slower than before. "Brother Meng, did you see anything unusual with that first car?" Sure, Xiaoming's sharp eyes looked at the black Jeep blocked by the Volvo. Earlier, they just wanted to play around and hit the girl they saw, who was now lying motionless on the car roof, covered in vines. Under the car lights, the leaves of the vines glowed green, like pothos vines. Sure, Xiaoming remembered that Xiaoge had gone out earlier and come back saying that everyone on the mainland had died, killed by a few vines. His face twisted with rage, eyes fierce. It's those who killed the people on the mainland. Xiao Huang hit them. Hit them now. A simple plant-based creature dared to kill his brother. If they hadn't encountered it, fine, but since they did, there was no reason not to seek revenge. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking loudly.
Huh.
Hit them? Xiao Huang hesitated, a bit scared to hit. He had just heard Brother Meng say to hit someone, but in the end, they didn't manage to do it, which surprised him. Most importantly, the person trying to save others in front looked very mysterious and powerful. Definitely not someone they could mess with, especially since Xiao Go wasn't there. He was in the last car, the fourth one behind. Although it seemed not far away, if his car had an accident, their urgent needs couldn't be solved by distant water. Brother Xiao couldn't save them. Brother Meng, let's stay calm. After we cross the bridge, we can talk to Brother Xiao and plan our revenge. How about that? Not a good idea. Sure, Xiao Meng's eyes widened, and he slapped Xiao Huang on the head, scolding, "Who do you think you are? Do you dare to ignore my words? What? Want to be like Brother Xiao? That depends on whether you're qualified." The slap almost made Xiao Huang hit the nearby railing. Seeing this, Sure Xiao Meng raised his hand and slapped him again. Although Xiao Huang's hands stayed steady, his legs couldn't. When he accidentally pressed the accelerator hard, the car suddenly jolted. Bang!
Bang!
The first sound was a body suddenly flying up, quickly crashing into their car. The second was the car losing control and hitting the right side of the bridge railing. Because of the high speed, the railing bent into a bow shape, and the front of the car caved in, with the engine smoking and making a sizzling sound. Sure Xiao Meng wiped his forehead, feeling blood. A piece of shattered windshield had flown toward his head. Luckily, he dodged quickly, or his skull might have been pierced by glass. He got angry, yanked off his seatbelt, and kicked the car door. When the door wouldn't open, he kicked again. On the second kick, the door deformed, and on the third, it flew off completely. Yes, Sure Xiao Meng is a power user. Because he was very strong and overconfident, he didn't think anyone could be his match, so he acted recklessly. They had planned to build their own base in a villa area in Pingcheng, gathering many people, turning several villas into offices, and collecting more than half of the supplies from major supermarkets in Pingcheng, filling 6 warehouses. But unexpectedly, 5 hours ago, animals at the nearby Pingcheng Zoo suddenly went berserk and attacked their fledgling base. A bear smashed open their gate, killing or injuring most of their people. 2 wolves even started eating people. They had no choice but to abandon the base and run toward Pingjiang Bridge. But Sure Xiao Meng, who couldn't handle bears and wolves, wondered if he could handle humans. He was already furious from being chased out of the base by a bunch of animals. Now, being bullied by a wood element creature, his anger boiled over. He didn't care that Xiao Huang's face was covered in broken glass. After getting out of the car, he immediately ran toward the second vehicle, opened the passenger door, and pulled out his companion. As soon as he sat inside, he urged the driver, "Hurry up. Catch up to those 2 cars ahead. Today, I will make him regret it if I don't teach him a lesson." The driver looked confused, but he was smarter than Xiao Huang and knew not to provoke the troublemaker in front. So he did whatever was asked and chased after them. Whiteley glanced in the rearview mirror and continued driving steadily at her own pace. Of course, now the speed was much faster than when she was carefully driving for Xiaomin earlier. Although she still needed to look after her, she no longer worried about her falling behind. "Mom, should I throw it now?" The idea to throw the corpse into the car behind was suggested by Chi-Chi. Thanks to his idea, their car wouldn't have been rear-ended. But losing one corpse and then getting another was really annoying. It seemed she had made a mistake by trying to stop them from hitting people. Whiteley casually used vines to toss another corpse backward. However, the expected noise didn't happen because the corpse hit a dirt wall halfway and rolled to the ground. When the car approached, the dirt wall suddenly disappeared. Whiteley saw this from the rearview mirror and immediately looked serious. Earth element. She had encountered an Earth-type supernatural. Although she didn't know how strong the other was, the way they created a dirt wall out of nowhere just now showed they had good defense. Good, she was good at attacking. "Mom, there's a fight ahead." Chi-Chi shifted his attention from behind to in front. Hearing the familiar sounds of fighting, his face scrunched up. The kind person hasn't finished dealing with the zombies yet. We're in trouble, caught between 2 sides. He actually wanted to curse the people behind for being so brainless, just because his mom didn't want them to hit people, they kept bothering them. What a lunatic. Chi-Chi, get the sound toy ready. Whiteley slowed down as they approached the fighting area. Her vines on the roof also moved, targeting the cars behind. But as expected, when several vines lashed out, a dirt wall appeared again, blocking the vines and protecting that car. Unfortunately, the car was moving very fast, and perhaps the person with special powers was too slow to react this time, so their own car crashed into their earthen wall. With a loud bang, the relatively thin wall was shattered by the car. Whiteley immediately threw another corpse at the car, this time hitting it, but only slightly, as the car suddenly braked sharply. Then, the passenger door opened, and a tall, muscular man over 185 centimeters tall stepped out, holding a knife with a grim and fierce look on his face, rushing toward their two cars. They had heard the zombies and fighting sounds ahead and knew they would have to stop soon. So, he came early to teach them a lesson? Dad? Chi-Chi suddenly looked surprised and widened her eyes, shouting Dad, which made Whiteley's heart skip a beat. The car's high beams were on, and as they got closer, besides the screaming zombies, she saw a tall, familiar figure she had been longing for. Jiang Minglang was wearing a jacket similar to theirs, with a bright fluorescent stripe on the side, very noticeable. His face was cold, holding a knife, but not far ahead there was another knife in his hand, fighting zombies. Someone unfamiliar might think he was a ghost. Dad. After confirming it was her real father, Chi-Chi's nose started to run with excitement, and she pressed the car window to stick her head out and shout forward. It didn't matter whether zombies were attracted or not. Anyway, with Dad here, he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Jiang Minglang, busy chopping zombies, first noticed a few cars approaching. Before he could look up, an unexpectedly beautiful voice sounded. Who is that? Besides his little one. Who else could it be? Jiang Minglang suddenly looked up sharply, his eyes bright as he stared at the familiar jeep coming from ahead. Sitting in the driver's seat was the person he had been searching for, his family's head. Finally, he had waited. His eyes felt a little sour. He had finally created a family, and he would rather face trouble himself than see his wife and child lose their hair. Fortunately, just hearing his little one's voice, he knew the boy hadn't suffered much on the way. His wife had taken good care of him, and now that they were back with him, he would take care of both of them. Dad. Because Chi-Chi's loud shout, the zombies attacking Jiang Minglang in front of him all turned around and moved toward Bai Li at the back. But Jiang Minglang would never let them get close enough to harm his wife and child right in front of him. He jumped onto the railing, and the knife he was using to fight the zombies suddenly shot forward with a swoosh, making a few cracking sounds. The heads and bodies of the zombies at the front had already been separated. He leapt and dodged the nearby zombies' attacks. At this moment, a children's song with cheerful music suddenly played from another lane blocked by vehicles ahead, quite unexpectedly. I have a little secret I've never dared to tell you. The children's song wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract the zombies in the dark. Jiang Minglang looked up at his son, a smile in his eyes. He had just seen the toy come from his son's hand. Without guessing, he knew it was a free toy he often got from trial classes at the tutoring center. They had quite a few of those toys at home, usually piled on his son's toy shelf. Every time he helped tidy up his room, he thought about throwing them all away. They were flashy but useless, of poor quality. But who would have thought that one day they would actually come in handy? Although the zombies couldn't hurt him, their numbers could block him, especially now that he was alone, which was troublesome. But as soon as his son threw the small musical toy, all the nearby zombies rushed over, reducing the pressure on him. Actually, he didn't block all the zombies here. On the bridge near Pingcheng, many people hadn't crossed yet. After all, walking on foot with families and carrying loads, in the crowd and traffic, naturally slowed them down. Even though Zhang Xiaoda was maintaining order at the bridge entrance, he was alone, so his ability to control the situation was limited. He knew this well, so he only needed to ensure the bridge entrance wasn't blocked. As long as those reaching the bridge quickly crossed and left, the rest would follow soon. Jiang Minglang intentionally let some zombies go ahead, partly to urge them to move faster and not dawdle, and partly to ease his own pressure, so he wouldn't have to use all his energy on them. After all, he wasn't obligated to protect everyone. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight and rely on themselves. As for whether the zombie will bite people after passing by, that's not his concern anymore. Anyway, he alone managed to block most of them, which is enough. Bailey stopped her car about 100 meters from Jiang Mingling. She couldn't go forward. Either zombies or corpses blocked the way. Even if she could use vines to toss the corpses aside, it would take time. When their 2 cars stopped, Shi Xiaoming and the other 3 cars behind quickly caught up. Jiang Mingling didn't get involved with the zombies. He jumped and dodged over the railing again. When he was about 50 meters from his wife, he looked up and saw vines rushing over from his car, sweeping up the corpses on the ground and smashing them toward him, knocking down some zombies behind him. The ones chasing him tripped over the fallen bodies, and the zombies ended up stacked on top of each other like a tower. Jiang Mingling turned his head to look at his wife, his eyes bright. But soon, he hardened his face, his eyes sharp as blades, and looked at the man running toward him with a knife, looking fierce and angry. If this person was here to fight zombies, Jiang Mingling would admire him as a man. But who is Jiang Mingling? With just one look, he saw the murderous intent in the man's eyes and that his target was their 2 cars. He didn't know who was in the car behind his wife, but since they were together, he couldn't let him get close. He jumped down from the railing, and his previous knife shot toward Shi Xiaoming first. Not good. Xiao Zikai, who had moved to the middle car, saw the knife flying over, his eyes widened, and he instinctively shouted, "Xiaoming, back off." Shi Xiaoming didn't retreat. His eyes were fierce, and he raised his knife without hesitation to meet the attack.
Clang.
The sound of the 2 knives clashing wasn't as loud as expected, possibly because of the children's song playing, making it seem less serious. Shi Xiaoming has a power of strength. He used all his force in that strike, which knocked Jiang Mingling's knife flying. He felt proud, a cruel look appearing on his face. Today, if you run into my hands, you're unlucky.
Would element, right?
Can control knives, so that makes you a metal element? No matter what element you are, no matter how rare, today I will turn you all into dead elements. I just heard a little kid in the first car call someone dad. Then, a man ran toward the car, and vines helped block the zombies. So, is this man and the woman in that Jeep a couple? Wait, a woman? That plant-based creature blocking him and killing the mainland people. Was that woman? Shi Xiaoming was furious. Was he being played by a woman? This was almost an insult to him. At this moment, Jiang Mingling had already crossed their Jeep and Zhou Hui's Volvo, quickly reaching Shi Xiaoming. The knife that had been thrown away spun around and returned to his front. Shi Xiaoming stepped forward with his knife, ready to strike Jiang Mingling hard. But before he could land he was kicked in the stomach. The pain hit his brain, and he was knocked back, crashing into the front of their own car with a loud bang, then falling to the ground with a slap. This kick nearly caused him to drop his knife. He didn't even see how or when the man had made his move, or even realize he had been kicked until after it happened. Shi Xiaoming's not-so-smart mind finally realized that, even though he had special powers and more strength, he was no match for the man in front of him. He curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, face flushed with pain, veins throbbing on his forehead, and a strange, sweet metallic taste in his mouth, as if he might at any moment. Xiaoming? Xiao Zikai hurriedly got out of the car, but he was a step too late. After Shi Xiaoming was kicked and fell, the knife that had been thrown earlier suddenly shot toward him again. Xiao Zikai quickly raised a dirt wall, but he didn't manage to block all of the knife. At least a quarter of it had already pierced into Shi Xiaoming's body.
Ah!
A scream of pain rang out, making everyone present tense up, and it also caught the attention of the zombies ahead. Some of them, no longer interested in their usual songs, sniffed the blood and started rushing toward them. Seeing this, Xiao Zikai, risking his dwindling powers, raised another dirt wall to block the zombies. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was pounding fast. He looked up nervously at the man in front and forced himself to beg, "Brother, my brother is blind and foolish. Please have mercy and spare him this time." At a glance, Xiao Zikai immediately saw that Jiang Mingling was not an ordinary person. This not only meant he was a talented fire element ability user, but also referred to his commanding presence, skill, and the fierce aura surrounding him. Although many people now hold lives in their hands after the apocalypse, Jiang Minglang was different from others. Even their boss, Shi Xiaoming's older brother, lacked the intimidating aura that Jiang Minglang had, which made Xiao Zikai dare not look directly at him. At the same time, Xiao Zikai felt annoyed with Shi Xiaoming. He was always causing trouble and not behaving properly. Xiao Zikai's senses were sharp. Just now, Jiang Minglang clearly intended to kill Shi Xiaoming. Although he seemed reckless, he had a ruthless side and was a threat that couldn't be left alive. Since you already said he's blind to reason, why should I let him go? Xiao Zikai thought. Hearing Jiang Minglang refuse to give up, the people in the 3 cars behind all jumped out quickly, more than 10 men with sticks, knives, and axes. They looked like a gang ready for a fight. Brother Xiao, why are you afraid of him? If he dares to hurt Brother Meng, we'll fight him. Exactly, with so many of us, we can't even beat one guy. They shouted loudly, each trying to sound tougher than the others. Although they had just seen Jiang Minglang fight and were wary of him, he was still only one person. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. It was as if everyone was choked by an invisible hand, and their shouts caught in their throats, unable to make a sound. Xiao Zikai's eyelids twitched, and he looked fearfully at the woman stepping out of the jeep. She held something in her hand, green vines that greedily climbed upward like they didn't cost anything. As she moved, the vines resembled open-mouthed snakes, ready to strike. He suddenly remembered the necks of his dozen comrades back at the factory. So, the real wood element ability user was this woman, not the lame man he had dealt with before. Xiao Zikai realized he had stepped into a trap today. 2 very tough traps. Bai Li didn't step forward. After getting out of the car, she only walked 5 or 6 meters ahead and then stopped, standing still. They were just a bunch of troublemakers. Jiang Minglang could handle them alone. Her coming out was just to add some excitement, because she didn't want to hear those people scream. Too annoying. Zheng Sujia saw Bai Li get out of the car. She quickly asked Zhou Hui for a knife, thinking she might be able to help if she prepared first. But as soon as the car door just opened a little, Bai Li slammed it shut with a loud bang, without even glancing at her, and walked past. She understood that they didn't want her to cause trouble. She quietly asked Zhou Hui, "Is this the senior from the military academy, Bai Li's husband?" Zhou Hui nodded, still looking out the window with admiration. Brother Lang is really amazing. It was the first time he saw Jiang Minglang fight. His kick was so fast it was almost unbelievable. Besides thinking he looked really cool, he also thought of a move from a movie called Invisible Kick.
Wow.
They were about to reach their hometown. He wondered if his cousin had come back. If he had, he definitely wanted to tell him he saw Brother Lang's martial arts with his own eyes. Zhou Hui knew so much about Jiang Minglang because Jiang and his cousin Zhou Lei were classmates and friends. Zheng Sujia also looked out the window, puzzled. He's so handsome and talented. Why don't his parents like him? That's a good question everyone wants to know. But parental favoritism is often unreasonable and hurts people deeply. Outside, Jiang Minglang didn't know anyone was defending him. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. There's no point in feeling wronged. He's no longer connected to that couple, so he wouldn't bother to wonder why they don't like him. He's already stopped caring. Want to join in? Sure, I don't mind. Jiang Minglang looked at the group across with a sarcastic gaze, the knife spinning around in front of him. The group that was shouting and threatening earlier was now completely still, not making a sound. How about it? No more fighting? Fine, if you won't fight, I'll settle my score. Jiang Minglang was referring to Shi Xiaoming. He wasn't planning to let him go. Xiao Zikai came back to his senses, took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Jiang Minglang, and then looked up with a sincere expression. Big brother, enemies should be resolved, not fought. The main fault lies with my brother today. If you want to fight or kill, it's all up to you. But my brother may not be very capable, though he is also an esper, and he has over 100 followers. Earlier, there were over 300, but many were killed or injured when mutated animals went berserk and attacked the base, causing heavy losses. Master Shi is very loyal and would rather stay behind to protect others. So even though Shi Xiaomeng was reckless, Xiao Zhe Kai still had to save him, or he wouldn't be able to explain to Master Shi. He didn't finish speaking, but Jiang Minglang understood his meaning. Killing Shi Xiaomeng is easy, but offending his older brother isn't worth it. Indeed, it's not worth it. Jiang Minglang originally wanted Shi Xiaomeng dead to eliminate future trouble, but if killing him causes even bigger problems, then it's better not to do it. Death is a punishment that can be avoided, but life imprisonment is hard to escape. Then I'll just cut off his arm. As he spoke, the knife that was about a quarter of the way into Shi Xiaomeng's chest suddenly pulled out sharply. Shi Xiaomeng screamed in pain again. Ah.
Splash.
Since it already hurt, he decided to endure it fully. Before his screams finished, his right arm had been cut off. This time, Shi Xiaomeng didn't scream again because he fainted from the pain. Xiao Zhe Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said, "Cut it off, be decisive. This is a talented person. If Shi Xiaomeng hadn't caused trouble, it would be better. Then I could help Master Shi bring him over." And his wife. Her wood element ability seems quite special, at least different from the one in their base that can only grow flowers and grass. But even so, Master Shi still treasures her like a precious gem. There's no other choice. Wood abilities are rare. No, actually, the entire base has few mutants. So, as a soil element user, he holds a special status in the base. It's just a pity that the base was destroyed, and they have to rebuild. Shi Xiaomeng's arm was bleeding like a faucet, and Xiao Zhe Kai, exhausted from his ability, was weak all over. He called someone to bandage and stop the bleeding. Several strong men hurried over, but none noticed Jiang Minglang turning to leave with a meaningful look in his eyes. Bailey saw that everything was settled and turned to get into the car. Jiang Minglang followed behind her, opened the back door, and sat inside.
Dad.
Chi threw himself onto him. Jiang Minglang held him in his arms, and they cuddled affectionately for a while. Tough man, tender heart. That's Bai Li's comment about her husband. Looking only at Jiang Minglang's appearance and his usual serious, sharp-featured face, most people might think he is an emotionless, strict man. But in fact, he is quite the opposite. Every time he returns home during holidays, he shows his longing for his wife and daughter openly. Kissing and hugging them are normal. So even though he is rarely at home, Chi still sticks close to him. At this moment, Bai Li's expression softens. She restarts the car, flicks out 2 vines, and while wrapping up the bodies on the road and tossing them aside, she slowly drives forward. Looking into the rearview mirror, Bai Li sees a flash of light. If she's not mistaken, it's a dagger. Soon, she hears someone shouting behind her, "Brother Xiao, the car has run out of gas. What should we do?" No medicine, and Brother Meng's blood won't stop. "Oh no, my arm." "Hey, what's that?" A group of people are arguing loudly, but no one stays quiet. Blood keeps flowing from the wound while Shi Xiaomeng's face turns paler and his breathing becomes weaker, making everyone panic. Suddenly, the wall blocking the zombies collapses. The children's song, "I Have a Little Secret," stops abruptly after the batteries die with a crackling sound. Ah! Ah! Under the chaos and the smell of blood, the zombies go crazy and rush toward Xiao Zhe Kai and the others. The area in front of the car suddenly becomes empty. Bai Li quickly throws the bodies blocking the road to the sides and speeds up. "I thought you'd really let them go," Jiang Minglang says tiredly, holding his son with a satisfied look. Waiting here all this time to finally see his wife and son, isn't that enough? But he's also exhausted. No matter how healthy he is, he's not made of steel. Why should he tire himself out handling the zombies alone when he can rely on others? It sounds good to say he only needs 1 arm, but in this situation, blood not stopping, no doctor around, can he survive? Most importantly, the smell of blood can attract the zombies. He glances at the rearview mirror. The group is now caught in the zombie horde. If he can survive, it's just luck. Jiang Mingling changes the subject. "What's going on the roof?" "There's a living person lying up there." How could he not have seen that? Oh, I forgot that sister is still up there. Because suddenly seeing his dad, Chi-Chi truly forgot Xiaomin. He sat in his dad's arms, chattering about how the sister on the car roof was initially robbed but refused to let go. Later, to avoid zombies, she rolled under their car. In the end, he summarized, it's because Mom saved that sister up there, so those people kept chasing us. They're like crazy dogs, so annoying. Bai Li didn't know that the 15 or so people she had killed in her sleep were part of Xiao Zikai and Shi Xiaoming's group. Among them was someone called Dalu, who was also a brother to Shi Xiaoming. Not only did she not know, Zhou Hui also didn't. After all, Xiao Zikai hadn't told him anything about those people when he tried to bring him into their group. Jiang Mingling looked down at his energetic son. His little face was still plump and clean, just like before the apocalypse. He couldn't help but feel emotional as he pinched his son's cheek, which was soft and full. You're really lucky. Look how well your mom takes care of you. Otherwise, my mom's husband isn't here, so she has to take care of me. Jiang Mingling. Little brat, are you implying something about your dad? The last group leaving Peking Bridge heading to Pingcheng had just crossed and departed. Zhang Xiaoda saw headlights approaching from afar. Bro, good job. A few men behind the crowd finished killing the last zombie, waved to Zhang Xiaoda, and turned toward two cars parked under the bridge. They were the last two vehicles coming off the bridge, ready to leave. But seeing Zhang Xiaoda managing order alone was a bit tough, so after crossing, each left a driver in the car, and 5 men returned to the bridge to help him maintain order. When zombies approached, they ran to the back to fight them. In the martial world, these people would be considered heroes. They looked righteous. Zhang Xiaoda exchanged names with them and waved goodbye. He squinted at the black car with its high beams on. Feeling surprised, there was still a person lying on top of the car? Could it be that the car was too full to sit inside, so they had to lie on top? TSK, and they even used 2 branches as ropes to secure themselves? Quite clever. He planned to wait until the car passed before going to find his brother.
Uncle Dazi.
Zhang Xiaoda was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with joy. He happily jogged forward and called out to Bai Li at the car window, sister-in-law. Chi-Chi, come down quickly. Let uncle hold you. Dazi, the zombies behind haven't been dealt with yet. Block the road. After both cars crossed the bridge, Zhang Xiaoda built a dirt wall on the bridge. Entering Pingcheng's territory, Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost home. He opened the passenger door and, leaning on his cane, got out of the car.
Lanye.
Jiang Mingling turned around in response and said in surprise, Zhou Hui? He didn't expect that the person returning with his wife was actually Zhou Hui's family. Zhou Hui's cousin Zhou Lei was his good friend. Although they didn't meet often over the years, they kept in touch. A month before the end of the world, Zhou Lei even called him to ask when he would be on vacation because he wanted to take his girlfriend to Sucheng for a trip. That guy had been badly hurt before and still hadn't gotten married. But at least he was dating now. He heard that his girlfriend was introduced by a colleague. They had met twice and seemed nice, so they started planning to get married. If it hadn't been for the end of the world, he might have attended his wedding before the new year. What a pity. Yes, I am Zhou Hui. I didn't expect that after so many years, Langus still remembers me. Zhou Hui, usually mature and steady, now looked a bit like a young, naive guy in front of Jiang Mingling, smiling shyly. Jiang Mingling chuckled. Did you forget? Back in high school, your brother didn't have enough money for meals, so he took from you. When you ran out of money, you went home to eat. He really envied Zhou Hui and Zhou Lei. Although they were cousins, they were closer than brothers. In their 3rd year of high school, they studied hard and only had 1 day off each month. They often lacked food and clothes, which their family sent. Their parents didn't care for him, and his grandmother was getting old, so no one ever sent him anything. But Zhou Lei's things were always brought by Zhou Hui, who would bring 2 sets each time, because Zhou Lei had told him in advance. Even after more than 10 years apart, Jiang Mingling still recognized Zhou Hui at first glance. When Jiang Mingling mentioned their school meals, Zhou Hui also smiled. Living expenses. What are they? Since I was young, my pocket money never stayed warm. My brother always found ways to take it from me. But as I grew up, I ended up taking advantage of him. When I bought my house, he didn't let me take a loan and lent me all his savings. Later, he had 2 children, each given 50,000 yuan. I felt a bit embarrassed and thought I would repay him when he got married and had children. I didn't expect that he would still be single in his 30s.
Sigh.
Zhou Hui sighed, clearly understanding why his brother had remained single all this time. It was late at night, and this wasn't the place for talking, so the two of them just exchanged a few casual words. Jiang Mingling also helped check his leg. Although he wasn't a doctor, he had often been on missions outside before, so he knew a little about simple fractures and dislocations. You're healing well. Keep the splint on for now, and take it off in half a month. Thanks to Bai Li for helping all the way. Without her, my wife and I might not have been able to bring the kids safely to Pingcheng.
Oh.
They both turned to see that the roof jumped down with the help of Zhang Xiaoda. But somehow, right at the moment she landed, instead of helping her, he suddenly pulled back his hand. Because she was still carrying her bag, her balance was off, and she staggered and fell to the ground. Jiang Mingling. What's wrong with him? But in the next second, he heard the guy shout the girl's name, Xiaomin? So he knows her? Is there a grudge? Xiaomin rubbed her numb right leg and looked up dazedly. Her dusty doll-like face first showed confusion, then her eyes widened as she instinctively said, Uncle Zhang? Zhang Xiaoda's already dark face turned even darker. Uncle? I'm only 26. He had already suspected that this girl wasn't very sharp, and sure enough, she still wasn't. He frowned and asked, Why did you get on my sister-in-law's car? Xiaomin was about to speak, but was interrupted impatiently. Forget it. With your head, you probably can't explain. The bridge is already crossed. Where do you live? Want me to take you? If not, hurry and leave. Don't you want to stand up and talk? Is the ground not warm enough? Look at you, you're still in college, right? 3rd year? You're in your 3rd year, and you still react so slowly. It's not easy to survive this journey, is it? Xiaomin. Jiang Mingling and the others. Has this kid taken too much fire? He looked at Zhang Xiaoda in surprise, thinking it was the first time he'd spoken to a girl like that. Something's wrong. Because of Zhang Xiaoda's attitude and words, tears welled up in Xiaomin's eyes. She sniffed, stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, then turned to Bai Li, bowed 90 degrees, and said, Sister, thank you for saving me today. My name is Xiaomin, and I am from Pingcheng. My home is near Yangguan Avenue, in Jingsiyuan. If we meet again someday, I will repay your kindness. After saying this, she wiped her tears with her sleeve, bid Bai Li farewell, and walked away without looking back at Zhang Xiaoda. Uncle Da, why were you so harsh to Sister Xiaomin? Zhang Xiaoda looked upset. Hearing Chi-Chi's words, he tapped his forehead and said, Little brat, I'm only a few years older than her. How can you call me uncle and her sister? Chi-Chi, holding his head in pain, looked innocent. But she looks very young. Xiaomin has a baby face. At first glance, people might think she's a high school student. Zhang Xiaoda turned his head to watch Xiaomin's figure walking away. The girl was slender and fragile, yet stubborn, not looking back. Although Pengcheng is his hometown, the city at night was very dark. Who knows how many dangers hide inside? He irritably scratched his head, then turned to Jiang Mingling and said, Brother, I want to see her off. We know each other. What if something happens to her? Jiang Mingling wanted to reply, None of your business, but thought better of it. He waved dismissively and said, Go ahead. After seeing her off, head straight back to Yunqi village. Oh, and after you pick her up, keep your mouth shut first. Zhang Xiaoda. Seeing her walk further away, he quickly ran to where his car was hidden, started it, and hurried to catch up. Bai Li, Jiang Mingling, and Zhou Hui didn't delay either. They each got into their cars and left. Zhou Hui's home wasn't far from Bai Li's village, both in the suburbs, about 5 kilometers apart. So, the two cars were still on the same road. Hey, get in the car. Zhang Xiaoda quickly caught up with Xiaomin, but no matter what he said, she refused to get in. Xiaomin, can you be less childish? Do you realize you're risking your own life? You said it's my own life. I make my own decisions. What does that have to do with you? It's none of my business, but since you share a dorm with my niece, I'll see you off. Summerman stopped and turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda, sneering slightly. Didn't you just say you didn't like me calling you uncle? Now you're bringing up your niece. What does that mean? Zhang Xiaoda also realized he had been too harsh earlier and awkwardly said, My cousin's daughter calls me uncle because of our family rank, but actually, I'm only a few years older than you. How can you call me that? Summer Min and Zhang Xiaoda's cousin's daughter are classmates at Wuching Medical College. Last year, Zhang Xiaoda returned home on leave, and his cousin, who lives in Deep City, asked him to bring some things to his daughter at school. Zhang Xiaoda happily agreed. When he arrived at the school, he saw his niece, who was only a few years younger than him, with Summerman. The girl had a doll-like face, fair skin, and a cute smile with a dimple. However, her eyesight wasn't very good. After delivering the items, he went to a nearby internet cafe. There, he saw a couple hugging and being overly affectionate, which made him look at them several times. Later that afternoon, on his way home by bus, he saw Summerman with that boy at the station. He observed for a while and judged from her gaze and expression that she liked him. TSK. So adorable, yet blind as a bat. This didn't concern him at first, but on the way home, he impulsively called his niece and asked her to remind her roommate that the boy already had a girlfriend. The next night, he impulsively asked his niece whether she had advised Summerman uncle. You must have seen it wrong. That's Summerman's high school classmate. He came to Wuching to pursue her, and they've been chasing each other for 2 years. Recently, she's considering accepting him. There's no way he has another girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoda frowned. Does Summerman not believe it? It's not that she doesn't believe it. It's impossible. Zhang Xiaoda chuckled bitterly. That guy was quite something, playing both sides and convincing girls he was faithful. The next day, he went to the city again. With his abilities, investigating a young guy was easy. This time, he didn't look for his niece, but directly found Summerman. But he didn't expect that, after helping her see through the bad guy, she would end up blaming him for meddling. This made Zhang Xiaoda furious. Even though a year had passed, he still felt very angry when he thought about it. Zhang Xiaoda. No, is it impossible for you to call me uncle? He felt a headache coming on and said, Can you get in the car first? As long as you get in, you can call me whatever you want, uncle, grandpa, I'll answer to all of it. Xiaomin. She stomped her foot in anger. Who wants to call you grandpa? Are you trying to take advantage of someone? Zhang Xiaoda saw her eyes wide with anger and her cheeks puffed out like a goldfish, and suddenly all his anger disappeared, replaced by amusement. But he kept a serious face and said, If you don't want to call me that, don't. As long as you get in the car, you can call me anything. Xiaomin always felt his words sounded strange. She thought about it carefully, but couldn't find what was odd. Still, she was tired, and her legs hurt a little. The road ahead was dark and gloomy, like a monster's open mouth. It was impossible not to be scared. She bit her lip and thought for a few seconds, then turned around and walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. Although she had only met this man twice before, he was Chi-Chi's uncle, a soldier and related to her sister's family, so she thought he should be trustworthy. But what Xiaomin didn't know was that she had only seen Zhang Xiaoda twice, but he had thought about her countless times. Every time he did, he got angry, which is why when they met today, that anger just burst out naturally. If Subo were here, he would definitely guess who Xiaomin was. Once, after drinking, Zhang Xiaoda, drunk, said he saw a girl in Wuching. She had small eyes, a small nose, and a small mouth. All of it looked just right to him, but unfortunately, she was blind. Everyone thought she couldn't see, that her eyes were truly blind. They all felt sorry for him. After all, in their line of work, they couldn't stay at home often. Who would take care of a blind wife? Moreover, Zhang Xiaoda was getting older, and his grandmother had raised him with great difficulty. She probably wouldn't want him to take care of a blind wife now. It wasn't suitable. So they all advised him to forget about her and look for someone else. He was so drunk that he didn't even remember what he had said. The next day, he woke up to find many photos, or rather images, on his phone, downloaded from the internet. Su Bo patted his shoulder and said, "Finding a wife in our line of work isn't easy, but if you do, she should be healthy. If you can't find anyone now, that's okay. Just look at the photos and cheer yourself up. As for the one in your heart, forget about her." He was confused and looked shocked. What does it mean to find a body that is fully intact? What does that mean? However, Zhang Minglang didn't know about this because that group of single men didn't like to take him drinking. They thought he drank too much, always talking about his wife and son, which was annoying. If he weren't the team leader, they would have teamed up to fight him. When Xiaomin got into the car, Zhang Xiaoda finally relaxed. After asking for directions to her house, he looked carefully at the road and casually asked, "It's quite far from Wuching to here. How did you come back?" Xiaomin was also watching the road and looking at the city she grew up in. The familiar streets and buildings were now destroyed, no longer lively. Shops were broken open, bloodstains were outside, and there were bodies and wreckage everywhere. It looked very bleak and ruined. Xiaomin felt a wave of helplessness and sadness. She whispered, "I hid in the dorm for more than 10 days, then escaped with some classmates. Later, we found a car and barely drove through Kongzhou, but then ran out of gas, so we had to abandon the car and walk." She was quite smart. When leaving Wucheng, she and a few others found a small supermarket. While others stuffed bread, instant noodles, and cookies into their bags, she specifically took chocolates and energy bars that were small but could restore strength. She didn't take drinks, only small bottles of mineral water. Because of this, her bag didn't look full, but she actually carried quite a bit of food, which helped avoid being robbed along the way. One girl with her had too many bread and instant noodles, so a boy forcibly took some from her. In such times, thinking about friendship was foolish. Xiaomin knew this well, so she stayed very alert. Even though she was in the same car as them, she didn't relax at all. She kept one eye open even when sleeping. During breaks, she actively looked for food and drinks, only keeping a little for herself and sharing the rest with the driver and some boys. Because she was considerate, the boys didn't bother her or touch her seemingly empty backpack. Until they abandoned the car and started walking, a senior student walking with her, after his own bag was stolen by some survivors they encountered, also started thinking of stealing her bag. The Jiangping Bridge isn't long, but the road conditions are unclear, and they don't know how long they'll walk or if they should take a detour. In this situation, if she had nothing to eat, it would be almost like facing death. So Xiaomin didn't back down, even if it meant getting hit. She wouldn't let go. She was just glad that when she was beaten, she was close enough to her sister's car to roll under it and escape. But there was no need to explain all this to Zhang Xiaoda, since they weren't very close. Zhang Xiaoda listened to her simple explanation, but seeing her dirty and exhausted, he understood that it hadn't been easy for her to come here. "So, what about that high school classmate you liked? If you liked him so much, why didn't he come to protect you and bring you back?" Thinking this, he said aloud, "What? Your boyfriend who's playing both sides didn't come to help you? Isn't he a high school classmate? Shouldn't he have helped you and gone back to Pengcheng together?" Xiaomin. Is it really necessary to be so sarcastic? But she also remembered that she had mistaken his kindness for something else, and her behavior was indeed wrong. "Thanks for reminding me. Since last year, when I found out he had a girlfriend at their school, I broke up with him. We haven't seen each other since. Luckily, she never agreed to be his girlfriend, or she would have been considered a third wheel." According to Zhang Xiaoda's investigation, he and his girlfriend had been confirmed for over half a year. The engineering and medical colleges are both in the university town, not far apart. Many people probably knew he had a girlfriend, but she didn't know. Thinking about this, it was no wonder Zhang Xiaoda said she wasn't very clever or quick-witted. She was quite naive. When she heard Xiaomin say she had broken up with that guy and never seen him again, Zhang Xiaoda's frustration suddenly disappeared. Feeling quite happy, he drove over a big pothole without dodging or avoiding it. Xiaomin exclaimed, "Hey!" Before she could finish the word heart, the car had already gone over the pothole smoothly, without a bump. She stared in surprise, eyes wide, and turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda.
Could it be?
"Oh, I remember now. When we crossed the bridge, You even built a dirt wall on the bridge. At that time, she hadn't recognized Zhang Xiaoda. Later, she got annoyed when he mentioned it, and then she forgot about it. That's a soil-based ability, right? Similar to that sister's wood-type power? Zhang Xiaoda proudly said, yes, it's earth-type. That's my sister-in-law. Her name is Bai Li, and her family lives in Yunqi Village on the outskirts of Pingcheng. Yunqi Village, I know it well. There's a ginkgo orchard there. Their fruit is famous and very tasty. Every year, before the fruit is fully ripe, many people place orders, and latecomers can't get any. That's Uncle Bai's orchard, the one my sister-in-law's family owns. Zhang Xiaoda thought carefully. It seemed that Uncle Bai owned several orchards in Yunqi Village, so what Xiaomin mentioned was probably his. My mom really likes their fruit. Before she finished speaking, the car turned onto the Sunshine Avenue leading to her home. Under the car lights, she saw a few zombies turning and staggering toward them, attracted by the noise. Leading the group was a face she knew very well.
Mom.
Tears suddenly burst out, blurring her vision instantly. Zhang Xiaoda remained silent. They had traveled through many hardships, full of hope to return home. But he didn't stop. He used a dirt wall to block the front zombie, then turned and bypassed her, heading straight ahead. Xiaomin didn't dare look back. She raised her hand to cover her face and cried uncontrollably. She remembered that the day before the apocalypse, she called her mom. Her mom was fine then and told her that her sister-in-law had a second child and wanted her help to take care of her postpartum. Taking care of a new mother is exhausting. She disagreed, told her mom to refuse her sister-in-law, and suggested they hire a professional nanny instead. It wasn't a lot of money. Why should her mom suffer so much? Thinking of this, she suddenly lifted her face from her hands and looked back. Her mom had just been standing there. Not far behind was her sister-in-law's neighborhood. What a coincidence, why here? She didn't want to overthink, but her mind couldn't help itself. Xiaomin Zhang Xiaoda, did you see clearly just now? My mom, she turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda, but she wasn't sure what she wanted to ask. Everything was so chaotic. Her mind was a mess. Sometimes she saw her mom's face, white eyes and veins bulging, and other times her sister-in-law's fake smile, always calculating. Your mom was wearing home clothes, and there's a wound on her neck. She probably didn't get infected by the virus herself. She was bitten and turned into a zombie.
And
she was likely bitten at home. Zhang Xiaoda didn't know exactly what she wanted to ask, but he tried to tell her everything he had just seen. However, in the final words, although it was harsh, she was still reminded to prepare herself mentally. If you really got bitten at home, who else is in your family to my dad? I am an only child. It's just my parents and me. Xiaomin understood what Zhang Xiaoda meant. She turned her head blankly and stared ahead. 15 minutes later, the car arrived at Jingsiyuan. Unlike other neighborhoods, the iron gate here was still in good condition. Moreover, there was an extra layer of security outside. A figure moved inside the security room. When the headlights of Zhang Xiaoda's car shone toward the gate, four people came out. What's going on? The person in front held a bright flashlight and shone it toward Zhang Xiaoda and Xiaomin. We're security guards from this neighborhood. Although they looked familiar, Xiaomin didn't feel safe. She turned her head and said, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xiaoda rolled his eyes. Xiaomin quickly changed her words. Zhang Xiaoda, could you please help me get inside? And then, if you're dad, are you planning to stay at home or come with me?
Xiaomin was surprised.
She hadn't expected Zhang Xiaoda to take her away, just like she never thought her mom would turn into a zombie. On the way back from school, she kept thinking about how she and her parents would survive together in the end times. If they couldn't stay in the neighborhood, where should they go? She hadn't thought about being with anyone other than her parents. Zhang Xiaoda glanced at her and easily saw her thoughts from her expression. Hey, didn't hear me? What are you guys doing? Don't park here if there's nothing wrong. The 4 security guards looked impatient. Although the zombies in this street had been cleared, there weren't many now. Still, sometimes zombies would come out from the neighborhood, which was troublesome. Xiaomin rolled down the window and said to the front guard, I'm a resident of Building 15 here. I need to get in. Get out of the car. I need to see if you are who you say you are. Yes, get out.
We're not accepting outsiders right now. We need to check.
We can't just take your word for it. Another check? How would they check? Zhang Xiaoda sneered coldly. He loosened his seatbelt and said to Xiaomin, let's go. I'll go in with you. After the car turned off, the gates suddenly went dark. The two people got out of the car and headed toward the small gate where the security guard was. Behind them, the car quickly surrounded itself with four walls, trapping it in the middle. The security guard inside saw this and was surprised. An extraordinary person? Since the end of the world, the phrase "the end" is coming often appears in people's conversations. Most talk about someone suddenly gaining more strength or about the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But these are rare, and they've never seen one firsthand. So, is this person of the earth element? If only he could stay in the community. The deputy captain's eyes flickered. After Zhang Xiaoda and Xiaomin approached, his expression softened from the serious look earlier. Xiaomin took out her ID card, which showed her address as Jingxi Yuan, Building 15. The security guard deputy captain smiled and said, Building 15, I remember. Someone from your family lives there. Yesterday, I saw your dad standing in the yard. Actually, he recognized Xiaomin immediately when he saw her because this neighborhood is made up of townhouses with not many residents. That's why they chose to guard this place and treat it as their home. Of course, before, they didn't have the right to live here, but now they could choose any house they wanted. Hearing that her dad was home, Xiaomin's tense heart finally relaxed, and she let out a small breath of relief. Is this your boyfriend? Xiaomin was momentarily stunned. She wanted to deny it, but Zhang Xiaoda nodded firmly and asked, Can we go in? Yes, of course. Seeing Zhang Xiaoda's dissatisfaction, the deputy captain quickly smiled and opened the small gate. He added, Drive the car in. It's not safe outside. Xiaomin looked at the deputy captain's attitude, which was very different from before, with complicated eyes, then glanced at Zhang Xiaoda but didn't say anything.
Let's go inside first.
We'll deal with the car later. Zhang Xiaoda stepped forward, pushed the door open, and took Xiaomin's hand as they went inside. Dad. When they reached their yard's gate, Xiaomin choked up and called out. She thought her voice was loud, but it was barely louder than a fly's buzz. Her right hand was still held by Zhang Xiaoda. She was so excited when they entered the neighborhood, thinking of her mother and feeling sad and upset that she forgot to pull her hand back. The yard gate was locked, but the wall wasn't tall. Zhang Xiaoda easily jumped over it, then reached out his long arm and lifted Xiaomin, pulling her over the wall from outside to inside. The two stood in the yard. Sharp-eared Zhang Xiaoda heard footsteps coming from inside the house. He guessed it was Xiaomin's father. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the person appeared behind the window and cautiously looked outside after pulling back the curtain. As they approached the gate, he quietly asked, Who, Dad?
Xiaomin?
Dad. Xia Yonghua opened the door. Xiaomin threw herself into his arms and started crying loudly. Their noise was not loud, but because there was no electricity and it was very quiet at night, even a small sound could attract attention. For example, now, Zhang Xiaoda keenly noticed 3 households on the second floor looking over from their windows. On the right, 2 houses had people inside. The others were empty. This was just the front 2 rows. Zhang Xiaoda guessed that the households still living there were probably the original owners, while the busier back area might have security guards and newcomers brought in from outside. He stepped forward and quietly told the crying father and daughter, Let's go inside. Xia Yonghua looked at Zhang Xiaoda. In the dark, he could only vaguely see that he was tall and strong. As for his appearance, the 2 previous details were enough. As long as he wasn't extremely ugly, he could accept him. Finally, Xia Yonghua took the 2 of them downstairs to the basement. He lit a candle on the table where he brewed tea. This way, even outside, the house wouldn't appear to have any lights on. Dad, I just saw Mom. Back home, a familiar feeling hit Xiaomin, but because one person was missing, she felt very heavy-hearted. Her recently stopped tears started falling again. Xia Yonghua was worried about how to tell his daughter that her mother had become a zombie, but unexpectedly, he sighed deeply.
Sigh, it's all my fault.
I should have stopped her from going to your aunt's house. Even if she went, she should have come back at night. Or I should have brought her home on the first day of the outbreak. But at that time, he was supervising at the construction site. Some workers had contracted the zombie virus. They would bite anyone they caught. If his assistant hadn't reacted quickly, he might not have made it back. There were so many workers at the site. Once bitten, many would turn. He delayed for 2 days. When he finally returned home, barely alive, he found his wife wasn't there. Only then did he remember she was at his sister-in-law's house taking care of her postpartum. At that time, zombies were everywhere in the neighborhood and streets, making it impossible to leave. Later, some of the zombies on the street were cleared by people, and an explosion at the power plant drew away a few more. Things slightly improved, so Xiaomin immediately drove out to pick up her wife. But it was too late. Didn't I tell Mom not to let her go to Annie's house? Why did she go again? Although her mother had been bitten and turned into a zombie, Xiaomin wasn't willing to give up. She clenched her fists and asked through gritted teeth, "Is Auntie causing trouble again, using her own body to threaten Mom?" Her aunt had often done such things before. If her demands weren't met, she would threaten to hurt herself. Because she was the youngest in the family and raised by her mother was especially tolerant of her. Speaking of this, Xia Yonghua's face also looked grim. Late at night, she cried and called your mom, saying she felt unwell, had a fever, and wanted to eat your mom's cooking. Your mom thought she was still postpartum and didn't want her to cry, so she went. She planned to stay just a couple of days and come back, but who knew? Sure enough, Xiaomin's eyes turned cold as she asked, "What about my aunt now? Is she dead or turned into a zombie? What about their family?" If their whole family was fine, and only her mother had been bitten, she would have already used a knife to cut them all down. Yonghua's expression grew even uglier. Your aunt said your mom was bitten by her mother-in-law. So, her aunt was still safe? Suddenly, Xiaomin stood up and cursed. She glared with fierce eyes. "I won't let Wu Dantong go. I must kill her myself." Whether it was intentional or not, her mother lost her life because of them. Let their family pay the price. At this moment, Xiaomin's eyes were full of cruelty, completely different from her usually cute and gentle image. Zhang Xiaoda, sitting nearby, looked at her with a slight raise of his eyebrows. This girl actually has the side. Dad, where's the knife you used to keep? Is it sharpened?
Give me one.
She remembered that Sister Bai, even with her special ability, still held a knife when she got out of the car, and she also felt the urge to want one. It's sharpened. I'll get it for you in a moment. After saying that, Yonghua turned to Zhang Xiaoda and spoke softly, "Xiaomin, we will avenge your mom, but there's no rush. Your friend is still here, and you haven't introduced her to Dad yet." Under the flickering candlelight, Xia Yonghua finally saw Zhang Xiaoda's face. To his surprise, the young man was quite handsome, thick eyebrows, big eyes, sharp features, and a strong sense of masculinity. At least, he was much better than his daughter's classmates, who looked like delicate little white faces and were weak and timid. After the college entrance exam, a classmate of her daughter even came to her house to pursue her and applied to the same university in Wucheng, but his grades were not as good as hers, so he chose an engineering college. Actually, Xia Yonghua didn't care much about which school he attended. What mattered was that the boy looked like a real man, confident, generous, decisive, not hesitant or clingy. And physically, he should be strong, not fragile. This young man, Xia Yonghua was very satisfied with. Sorry, Uncle Zhang, I forgot you were here. Zhang Xiaoda's face darkened. Xia Yonghua. He looked at his daughter blankly, not quite understanding. The young man looked only a few years older than her, so how could he be of the same generation?
He's called Zhang Xiaoda. He's my roommate's cousin.
Xia Yonghua breathed a sigh of relief and shot a quick look at his daughter. Your roommate calls him cousin because he's a relative and has a family rank. Why are you calling him uncle randomly? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoda also relaxed and looked at Xia Yonghua with a happy expression. This dad was easy to get along with. Uncle Xia, I'm 26 this year.
Just call me Dizzy.
Dizzy, don't mind her. That girl is like that. At home, she used to call her mom big sister and call me bro. It's okay. If she really called me uncle, I'd just call you bro. Xiamen. She didn't expect that after just one meeting, her father would start chatting enthusiastically with Zhang Xiaoda. Go ahead and chat. I'll go upstairs to change clothes. Her clothes had been worn for over 10 days and smelled bad. Her body was also dirty, but there was no water, so she couldn't take a shower. In her backpack, Xiaomin had a pack of baby wipes. She hadn't even used one on the way here, but now she took 5 out to wipe herself down, feeling quite indulgent. Meanwhile, Bai Li didn't agree to let Jiang Mingling drive. His dark circles were heavy, probably from many days of not sleeping well while searching for her and her daughter. But because of her special affinity with wood, she always slept very soundly. So she asked Jiang Mingling to hold Chi-Chi in the back seat to sleep while she drove. We have reached Pingcheng's area. We've been traveling this road for decades. If she still doesn't recognize it, then her mind isn't worth keeping. Jiang Mingling was very tired. He held Chi-Chi and leaned against the back seat's blanket, almost falling asleep instantly. Chi-Chi yawned, curled up in her father's arms, and quickly fell asleep too. From Yunqi village to Pingzhong Bridge, the road was smooth, probably because Jiang Mingling and Zhang Xiaoda had cleared it. There were no zombies or mutated animals. They passed Zhoujia village, where he stopped to say goodbye to Zhou Hui's family. He thought the rest of the journey would be easier, but Bai Li didn't expect that all 3 entrances to Yunqi village were blocked. It was late at night now. No one was guarding the barriers, but they were heavy stone blocks weighing hundreds of pounds, not easy to move. Bai Li didn't think much, assuming the villagers did it for safety. She drove around these 3 barriers and reached the 4th road at the northernmost point, leading to her family's orchard. Her father had paved this road so trucks could easily bring in and out fruit. Only their family usually used it because it was too roundabout for outsiders. When Bai Li drove here, although there were no heavy stone barriers, she still stopped the car. What's wrong? Jiang Mingling asked, alert. He woke up as soon as she stopped. There are a lot of nails on the ground, Bai Li said. Jiang Mingling put Chi-Chi on the back seat, opened the door, and got out. The entrance here wasn't blocked by stones, but had nails scattered on the roadside. Jiang Mingling guessed that his father-in-law had moved the stones himself, but someone else came after him and spread the nails again. He knew exactly who did it. His father-in-law was usually generous and kind. During the apocalypse, he worked hard to clear the village. Only fools in the village would oppose him. Only Bai Shengyuan's family was against him. Jiang Mingling knew that refusing to pick up his daughter had upset him. Now he was using this to teach him a lesson. At this time of night, Jiang Mingling didn't want to cause trouble for his wife. He carefully picked up all the nails on the road. He didn't get back in the car but checked the road on foot. Bai Li followed behind in the car. It took them 15 minutes to reach home. Before the car even stopped at the gate, it was opened.
Lizzie?
Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing her daughter, Bai Xiangtian finally relaxed. He took 2 steps to the car window, looked at his daughter carefully, then leaned in to peek inside the car. He softly asked, Is Chi-Chi asleep? Yes, she is. Bai Li looked at her father. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after not seeing him for 2 months, it seemed like his hair had turned whiter. She scolded him gently. Jiang Mingling went to pick me up. Why are you worried? Besides, your daughter isn't made of clay. She can take care of herself and your grandson. Bai Xiangtian smiled. Yes, a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. My girl is amazing. Are you praising your daughter or yourself? The father and daughter shared a smile. Then Bai Xiangtian pushed open the big iron gate and let Bai Li drive the car inside. After closing the door and returning to the house, Jiang Mingling told him about the incident at the northern intersection where someone spread nails on the road. Bai Xiangtian's face turned pale. He cursed, White Way. In the afternoon, he took people to put stones there and I beat him up. Your second uncle went to find Bai Yuan, but he's hiding and didn't come out. I thought today would be peaceful, but he still dared to cause trouble for us. He wouldn't dare to do this to outsiders, but Bai Yuan's family was very mean to their own family members. They didn't hold back at all. Today, when I went to pick up Li Ji, he even asked me to go to Jiang City to pick up Bai Hua. Just then, Bai Li entered the house. Hearing Jiang Mingling's words, she snorted and said, Bai Hua isn't in Jiang City anymore. Dad, you probably don't know. Last year during the New Year, she brought home her rich boyfriend, but he has a wife. In February, his wife came to her house and beat her up, causing her to have a miscarriage. When she was in the hospital, she didn't have enough money and borrowed 5,000 yuan from me. Bai Li felt embarrassed about this. She hadn't even told Jiang Mingling about it. This cousin of hers was 2 years younger. They grew up together, and they used to get along well. But later, maybe because her parents stirred things up or because of her own nature, she started to think her family owed her. She always asked her for help over small things, but Bai Li didn't indulge her. She didn't help if she could avoid it. She was a bit afraid of Bai Li, so, after a few times, she stopped helping. Over the years, the only time she helped was in February when she called crying and borrowed money. Bai Li gave her the money. In March, she called Bai Li again, saying she was no longer in Jiang City and had broken up with that man. She also repaid her 2,000 yuan. Whether she was in Jiang City or not, and whether she was still with that man, Bai Li wasn't interested. She was already 30, and she had no bottom line as a person.
What could she say?
Bai Xiangtian also doesn't like his niece. He doesn't care about people's feelings, but if Bai Xiangyuan wants Mingling to pick her up tomorrow, he will use this as an excuse. He is worried his father might get angry if he hears about it. After all, she is his brother's granddaughter. Why should she be treated like a mistress? The old master has spent his life teaching and nurturing others. He cannot stand such things. Previously, Bai Li didn't mention it because she was afraid her grandfather would get angry. Bai Wei, who is not very capable, already annoyed him a lot, and now there's Bai Hua. Bai Li advised her father, forget it. Don't mention this to upset him. If you do, you might end up making my grandfather even angrier. Their family doesn't have a close relationship with Bai Xiangyuan, so they don't think much of it. But the old master feels differently. After all, Bai Xiangyuan is his nephew, and his brother once saved his life and was very kind to him. Putting himself in his shoes, he can understand why he can't let go of Bai Xiangyuan. Are you back, sister?
Li Zi.
While they were talking, Bai Yang and Bai Xiangqian, the couple, noticed the noise downstairs, and the old master and his wife also got up. Bai Yang wanted to rush over and hug Bai Li, but Jiang Mingling stopped him. He grabbed his collar and scolded, What are you doing? You're grown up, still acting clingy with your sister? I'm grown up, but she's still my sister.
Let go.
Sister, look at him. Everyone in the family started laughing. Seeing the whole family together happily, Bai Li felt very satisfied. The old master and the old lady first went to Bai Xiangtian's bedroom to check on Chi-Chi, the little great-grandson, to make sure he was fine. Then they felt relieved. After leaving the bedroom, they pulled Bai Li aside to ask about the situation outside, what dangers she encountered on the way, and how many days it took. Bai Li didn't hide anything. She shared everything she could, except her supernatural powers and killing. She didn't want to hide her abilities completely. She planned to show them gradually during the day. It was too late at night now, and she didn't want to scare them. The old master was worried. The zombie disaster had just begun, and no one knew when it would end. Now, there was also a mutated animal, some of which even ate people. But when it came to mutated cats and dogs, why was it that their village didn't have any mutants? Not to mention other families, even their 3 dogs remained unchanged, just like before. There is also Feng Bao and Xiao Wu. Just now, they seemed normal and hadn't changed. Oh, there's something strange. Li Qi just brought back a tiny little teddy dog. It's very small, and surprisingly, it has a short horn on its forehead. It looks quite odd. Bai Xiangtian asked, What is that horn on your teddy dog's head for? Is it just decoration? Decoration? Bai Li looked at her father with a complicated expression. Can mutations produce decorations? That's a wild thought. But the purpose of iron eggs' single horns still needs to be observed. All right, let's talk about it tomorrow. Li Qi and Minglang are tired after a whole day. Let them rest. Grandma Bai made the decision and waved her hand, signaling everyone to go back to their rooms and sleep. Bai Li asked Bai Xiongtian, Dad, is there hot water in the solar system? Yes, go wash up. The water from our well is usable. I fill the solar system with water every day. Bai Li was very happy. She knew that after returning home, life wouldn't have any problems. Her dad definitely had a way. When she went to get clothes from the bedroom to take a shower, she saw Bai Yang come over and whisper, Sister, just now before we came down, were you talking about Bai Hua? Bai Li glanced at him sideways. What do you want to say? Bai Yang lowered his voice. In early April, I saw her at Ningqing department store. She was working as a clerk at a counter. Ningqing? Bai Li didn't care much.
Who cares where she is?
It has nothing to do with us. Her grandfather's feelings for Bai Yuan are his business, but she has no feelings for their family and doesn't want to bring it up. She sent Bai Yang back to his room to sleep. Then she took her clothes to the bathroom for a shower. After a while, Jiang Mingling also came in. Of course, nothing happened at this time. It's just to save water and batteries, taking a quick shower. Outside, in the pet room in the yard, the little teddy dog, Iron Egg, which everyone was just talking about, was sleeping with its eyes closed. Suddenly, its head moved left and right, and a flash of light seemed to pass over the white horn on its forehead. Next to it, Xiao Wu, who had vomited those 8 fireballs earlier and hadn't recovered yet, went into its own doghouse in the pet room and lay down to sleep. Iron Egg had no bed, so its mom placed it beside her. Near the door of the pet room, 3 different sized and different thickness sticks were hanging. On the thickest and lowest stick, Feng Bao was curled up with her eyes closed, forming a ball. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across Iron Egg's horn, shining with a flickering white glow. It then opened its eyes and dove down quickly. Iron Egg, still asleep, was awakened by Feng Bao's wing. It opened its damp dog-like eyes, looking up in confusion. Xiao Wu also woke up because Feng Bao landed on its head and scratched it twice. When it opened its eyes, it raised a paw and slapped Iron Egg, asking, Why are you bothering this broken bird when you're not sleeping at night? Iron Egg was even more confused but also became alert. After 2 minutes, it looked at the parrot, which had returned to its perch and quickly fallen asleep again, then at the Shiba Inu lying nearby, also asleep. It felt even more puzzled. Why wake them up when they're sleeping? The Bai family's yard soon became quiet. The evening sky darkened, with no sign of light. Meanwhile, in Jingxi Yuan, now, only 12 original residents remain in the community, but over the past month, 25 more families have moved in. They are mostly relatives and friends of the security guards controlling the area. Besides them, no one else is allowed in. Dazi, I was surprised you could come in with Xiaomin. After all, a few days ago, our neighbor Lao Wang's daughter, son-in-law, and children weren't allowed in because of a dispute. Her son-in-law was even beaten. Zhang Xiaodao frowned. Are they taking over your community? Xia Yonghua nodded.
Yes.
They haven't forced us original residents to give up our belongings, but it's not easy to leave the community unless you don't come back. If you go out for supplies, you must give half of what you bring back to them.
And?
At this point, Xia Yonghua looked angry and a bit embarrassed. Zhang Xiaodao was confused. Uncle Xia, what's wrong? Xia Yonghua took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Xiaodao seriously and begged, Dazi, I can tell you're not an ordinary person. I should thank you for bringing Xiaomin back. But can you promise me one thing? Please don't leave Xiaomin for now. Stay at my house tonight, at least in this community. Is that okay? These days, Xia Yonghua was very anxious. He hoped his daughter would come back soon so they could be together. But he also hoped she wouldn't return, fearing danger. He was afraid to leave home, worried she wouldn't find him if she came back, and also afraid she might get into trouble outside. Despair and hope kept fighting inside her. Xiaomin felt she couldn't wait any longer. If Xia Yonghua didn't come back, she would break down. Zhang Xiaodao frowned slightly, understanding what Xia Yonghua meant. Actually, he had already noticed at the gate that the security guards looked at Xiaomin differently, but since he was nearby, they held back. The original plan was to take Xiaomin home, Then he would return to Bai's house in Yunqi village. But it didn't matter if he didn't go back. His brother wouldn't worry about him. Of course, he wouldn't worry. At this moment, Jiang Minglang had just finished a shower and was comfortably lying in bed, holding his wife to sleep, not thinking about him at all. After Xiaomin finished wiping herself and took a quick wash, then drank her first warm water in a long time, Zhang Xiaoda had already gone to sleep on the second floor, opposite her bedroom. Xiaomin was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran downstairs and asked her father, Dad, Uncle Zhang. How did Zhang Xiaoda end up staying at her house? Isn't he Bai Jie's family? He didn't go home at night. Bai Jie would be worried. Xia Yonghua leaned against the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. He hadn't gone back to his own room these days, sleeping on the first floor because it was closer to the door, so he could hear any movement outside clearly. He didn't answer his daughter's question but said, Xiaomin, tomorrow morning, pack your clothes and bedding. We're leaving with Dazi.
Dazi?
Calling him so affectionately. Are you two old friends? Really? We're leaving so soon?
But, Dad.
Where are we going with him? Does he have a place for us? Xiaomin didn't ask why they were leaving. She wasn't stupid. When she entered, she saw the security guards had taken control of the neighborhood. Although it was her home, it was no longer safe to stay. She knew her father was relying on Zhang Xiaoda to take them away. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave at all. We'll discuss this later.
Just go to sleep now.
When you wake up, we'll leave. The end of the world had come, storms and chaos everywhere, and the future was uncertain. That night, Xiaomin thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but perhaps because she hadn't been in bed for a long time, as soon as her head touched her familiar pillow, she felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes and fell into deep sleep. Before losing consciousness, she reminded herself to bring her pillow when they left tomorrow. At 5 in the morning, Xia Yonghua opened the door from the basement to the garage. His car was parked directly in front of his house. The gasoline in the car had been filled a few days ago, and he also siphoned some from other cars into barrels. Since he planned to leave, he needed to prepare in advance while the security guards weren't paying attention. His second plan was that if his daughter didn't come back by the end of the month, he would drive to Wuqing to find her. So, he had prepared quite a bit of gasoline. Uncle Xia Yonghua lit a candle on the second basement level and was loading his packed luggage and food into the car when he heard a call and turned around. Dazi, he greeted with a smile. Why not sleep a little longer? I thought I'd finish packing before calling you and Xiaomin. Do you need help? No, not much to do. You go wake Xiaomin. I've already put some of her clothes in the suitcase, and she can pack the rest herself. Zhang Xiaoda turned to go upstairs. He felt happy about Xia Yonghua's trust in him. Xiaomin was sleeping soundly when suddenly she felt short of breath. She instinctively opened her mouth to breathe more air, but her breathing suddenly became smooth again. She closed her mouth and continued sleeping, but then the air disappeared again. She opened her mouth again. After several repetitions, she frowned and opened her eyes. In the darkness, a large face floated above her head, with two eyes staring at her. Xiaomin felt terrified. Her scalp prickled. She wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. Instead, she heard that big face whisper in her ear, "Little niece, wake up. Little niece, wake up." Why does that voice sound so familiar? She froze for about 3 seconds. Her nose was pinched again, and her breathing was cut off. She became furious.
Zhang.
Boo-hoo. She had just shouted one word when her mouth was covered. She angrily reached out both hands to grab Zhang Xiaoda's neck. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Suddenly, a pair of small hands appeared on her neck. The moment their skin touched, the warm sensation made Zhang Xiaoda's dark face feel hot. He couldn't help but loosen his grip on her, but he also warned her, "Don't shout." Xiaomin's face turned red with anger. She used her strength, pinching his neck and lowly growling, "Are you sick?
Huh?
Are you sick?" Zhang Xiaoda only then realized that he might have scared her. He was tough-skinned and thick, and this little force felt like tickling to him. Really quite itchy. But he could still bear it, and the touch felt very comfortable to him. To make Xiaomin easier to pinch, he lowered his head a bit, bringing their faces closer. Zhang Xiaoda's eyes darkened, but he quickly regained his senses. He quickly moved away and pulled Xiaomin's hand down, then got up and told her, "Get up quickly. Your dad is already moving things into the car.
Here's a flashlight.
Hurry and pack up." After saying that, he hurriedly left a room as if fleeing. When he went out, Xiaomin sat up angrily and hit the bed again. This crazy person. How could someone be called like that? An hour later, dawn was breaking. A black business car slowly drove out of the underground garage. It stopped at the gate and the passenger door opened. Zhang Xiaoda stepped out from inside. He ignored the two sleepy security guards in the guard room and went straight to the iron gate. He unlocked the latch on top, then used a little force to lift it up. As the iron gate was lifted, a loud, screeching noise woke the two guards. They hurried out of the guard room and saw Zhang Xiaoda forcefully opening the door. They instinctively shouted, "Stop! Who gave you permission to open the door?" Zhang Xiaoda paid no attention to them. After opening the iron gate, he lifted and moved the iron fence blocking outside. With the gate cleared, Xia Yonghua was about to go out, but one of the guards stopped him. "Stop! You can't go. Quick, call the team." Before he could finish saying "leader," the guard's voice was cut off because Zhang Xiaoda pulled out a gun from his waist. Seeing the dark barrel, his heart pounded wildly, and he involuntarily took several steps back. He had seen a head shot through with a gun once, a police officer was blocking zombies, and there was a very obvious hole with black blood splattered everywhere. But now, the head being aimed at was his own. There's a way to talk, brother.
Bang!
With a gunshot, the guard standing in front of Xia Yonghua's car stiffened and fell to the ground.
Ugh.
Another guard, frightened and unprepared, felt a coldness on his neck, then clutched his bleeding neck and staggered inside. But he only took a few steps before falling to the ground and stopping moving. What's going on? What's that noise? A few people hurriedly ran out of the villa closest to the gate. Zhang Xiaoda squinted as he looked at the man in front, who had just put on a jacket and was leading the group, probably the captain from last night. So, is he their leader? He raised his gun and aimed, pulling the trigger.
Bang!
The vice security guard, who had been thinking about persuading him to stay at Building 15 last night, had a hole in his forehead and fell backward with wide eyes.
Ah!
The gun. It's a gun. Run, run. A woman's scream came from inside the villa, followed by several security guards behind the vice captain, who turned and ran back in panic. Zhang Xiaoda didn't chase after them. He put away his gun and turned to leave. The car surrounded by a dirt wall was still okay, except for a hole punched in one side of the wall. As he approached, the dirt wall automatically disappeared. Zhang Xiaoda got into the car.
Dad, follow me.
He had already driven a short distance ahead. Xia Yonghua was still stunned until Xiaomin reminded him, which made him react quickly. He released the brake and pressed the accelerator. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaoda to carry a gun, nor did he expect him to shoot and kill 3 people in a row. Dad, do you think Zhang Xiaoda shouldn't have killed them? Xiaomin saw that her father was stunned by Zhang Xiaoda killing 3 people. She kept her face calm and said, "You said our community was taken over by them, and even the people trying to get back to their own homes can't do so. Shouldn't such people be killed?" Well, not exactly. Yonghua didn't think the security guards were wrong to die. Since they occupied the community, they had killed countless people and committed dark acts behind the scenes. What they did could have gotten them executed many times before the apocalypse. He knew Zhang Xiaoda was right, but he was just shocked by his shooting skills and decisive actions. You don't know, when I was passing Pingjiang Bridge, a car came from behind. I was already very close to the edge, and it didn't affect me at all, but it still tried to hit me. If it weren't for Sister Bai, you probably wouldn't even find my body. When the end times come, some people's evil is unleashed. Even if they can't affect others directly, they still want to destroy everything and everyone around them. Now, some people are even more terrifying than zombies. So, seeing Zhang Xiaoda commit the act of killing, Xiaomin accepted it calmly. Xia Yonghua looked at his daughter through the rear-view mirror with concern. Coming back from Misty City, she had endured a lot of hardship.
Huh?
Why did Z turn the corner? I told him to. Xiaomin clenched the knife tightly, her eyes red as she looked ahead at the road, where 4 dirt walls suddenly stood. She softly said, "Dad, Mom is inside the wall." Last night, after seeing her mother, she cried very hard. Zhang Xiaoda used the dirt walls to surround her mother. But what's the use? Eventually, she would still be killed by others. The day she was bitten and turned into a zombie, her mother was gone forever. 2 cars drove into Xia Min's aunt's neighborhood, one after the other. She needed to visit Wu Dantong's house. If she didn't go, she couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. Although she knew her request to Zhang Xiaoda was unreasonable, after all, he had already done enough by bringing her home last night and taking them out of the neighborhood this morning. She didn't mind owing him twice. She would repay him later. This neighborhood wasn't controlled like Jingxian Garden. The gate was broken and battered, already smashed open. Inside, only a few zombies wandered around, and there were many bodies piled in the open space. Zhang Xiaoda avoided the zombies that ran over after hearing the noise, following the route Xia Min had told him. He went straight to the end, then turned left, heading directly to Building 22. Xia Min drew her long knife, which was already sharpened, pushed open the car door, and rushed down. Although she had never killed anyone before, when she ran out of school with her classmates, she had hit zombies with a stick, smashing their heads. From Misty City, traveling through 4 cities and over 600 kilometers, she had initially been helped by classmates, but if she was as timid as a mouse, she wouldn't have survived until now. Zhang Xiaoda got out a moment after her. He watched the small girl, eyes wide and puffed up like a pufferfish, rushing ahead past him. He couldn't help but want to laugh. But then he thought of her mother trapped outside the neighborhood by the dirt walls, and he sighed helplessly. The glass door on the ground floor was locked from inside. Zhang Xiaoda wanted to go help her open it, but before he could get close, he saw the girl pick up a brick from the nearby lawn and, without hesitation, smash it hard against the door. With 2 loud sounds, bang and crash, the cracked glass door shattered. Xia Min quickly stepped over the remaining broken glass and entered the corridor. Zhang Xiaoda raised an eyebrow, thinking she was in such a hurry to avenge her mother. What he didn't know was that Xia Min's desire for revenge was only part of her reason. The other part was to avoid wasting his time. She wanted to finish things quickly and resolve the matter fast.
Uncle Xia, don't follow me.
Watch the car from below. Before entering the corridor, Zhang Xiaoda turned to stop Xia Yonghua from following and advised him, "If anything unusual happens that you can't handle, shout for me." But it was unlikely, because 2 walls had been built at the front and back of the cars. When he turned around to chase Xia Min, he found that she was already gone. She ran so fast. But in the next second, Zhang Xiaoda was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of someone forcefully knocking on the door, mixed with Xia Min's angry shouts. "Wu Dantong, open the door." Zhang Xiaoda's eyes widened in shock. If he remembered correctly, she had told him her aunt's house was on the 8th floor. Now she couldn't take the elevator, and in less than a minute, while he was just turning to speak to Xia Yonghua, she had disappeared from his sight and run from the 1st floor to the 8th. Such speed. Has she evolved? Until now, Zhang Xiaoda had never seen a speed-based ability user. She was the first. He hurried upstairs. When he reached the 8th floor, Xia Min had her knife tucked behind her waist, and she was holding a fire axe, chopping at the door. "Let me do it." Seeing her strike the door multiple times, even though a hole had been made, she was panting slightly, her face flushed, clearly exhausted. Looking at her hands, her right palm was visibly cut open, blood seeping out, but she seemed unaware. Zhang Xiaoda looked at her with complicated eyes, forcibly took the axe from her hand, and pulled her back 2 steps. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the lock. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Besides his strength, breaking in forcibly required skill. Of course, Xia Min didn't think of this, but when the door opened, she didn't hesitate. She quickly drew her knife from her waist and stepped inside confidently. There is no one in the living room, and 2 of the 3 bedrooms are closed. Xia Min walks to the door of the master bedroom, knocks softly, and speaks calmly. "Wu Dantong, I know you're inside. Come out." I could break down the door. Do you think this door can hide you? At first, there is no response, but her last words seem to make them realize the situation is serious. So, Xiaomin doesn't wait long before her aunt's voice is heard inside. Xia, Xiaomin, what are you trying to do? You rebellious girl. I am your aunt. Xiaomin sneers, my mom is still your sister. She raised you. Do you feel even a little bit of gratitude? Do you appreciate her kindness? You don't. You're more than ungrateful. You're a selfish, shameless, jealous little person. And your stupid husband. He really thinks the son you gave birth to is his.
Xiaomin.
Wu Dantong interrupts her angrily. Rebellious girl, what are you talking about? I know you're upset about your mom's accident. Don't I feel sad too? You don't know. Since she turned into a zombie, I can't sleep well. I have nightmares every night. I feel like I am worse than dead. Then why don't you just die? Xiaomin says calmly, if living is so painful, just go out and let a zombie bite you. Then you can become a zombie like my mom. That would be better, and it would also show your so-called sisterly love. Oh, and don't worry about the kids. Your daughter is already 10. She can take care of herself. And isn't her father still around? What's wrong with a grown man taking care of a 10-year-old? As for your son, just give him to his biological father. Smack. A crisp slap sounds inside the bedroom, followed by the angry shout of Xiaomin's usually bossy uncle, Wu Dantong. How dare you cheat on me? Tell me, whose is this? What are you crazy? Can't you tell she's trying to stir trouble? Your son has a birthmark on his chest, and so does your ex-boyfriend. The bedroom falls silent. Xiaomin slightly curves her lips, knowing this is just the calm before the storm. Sure enough, after a minute, sounds of fists and feet hitting and screams come from inside. She knows her uncle very well. Faced with outsiders, she never dares to speak up, but at home, she is never polite. If things don't go her way, yelling, hitting, and emotional abuse are common. Even her own mother is not exempt. Previously, Xiaomin's mother repeatedly advised her sister to divorce, but she refused and even planned to have a second child with him. In the end, the second child was born, but not for him. Inside the house, the screams grew louder, more desperate, and Xiaomin, feeling helpless, wanted Zhang Xiaoda to help kick the door open. Before she could turn around, the door suddenly swung open on its own. A figure rushed out and shouted at Xiaomin, "Stop bullying my mom. You deserve to be punished." Zhang Xiaoda reacted quickly, grabbing Xiaomin and pulling her aside. Suddenly, a girl holding a fruit knife collided with something and fell to the ground, knocking the knife away, which slid under the coffee table. Xiaomin's anger flared. She pushed Zhang Xiaoda aside, took a few steps forward, and kicked her. She called her a troublemaker, just like her mother. She kicked the annoying girl aside, and then went into the bedroom with a knife. Wu Dantong's husband, Wang Cheng, seemed to have lost his mind, holding her down and hitting her. When Xiaomin entered, Wu Dantong's face was covered in blood. Xiaomin didn't feel much satisfaction. She pressed the knife against Wang Cheng's neck and asked coldly, if your mother turned into a zombie, why is everyone else okay, and only my mother was bitten?
Tell me.
Wang Cheng didn't look at Xiaomin but stared at Wu Dantong with a sinister smile.
Why?
Isn't it because your good sister-in-law used your mom as a shield? My mom wanted to bite her, but your sister-in-law came to rescue her. She grabbed your mom and pushed her toward my mom's mouth. Wu Dantong wanted to explain, but she was beaten so badly that she couldn't speak. Xiaomin withdrew the knife from Wang Cheng's neck and slowly pointed it at Wu Dantong. Wu Dantong's eyes widened in fear, her lips trembling. Suddenly, she spat out a warm liquid that splashed onto her face.
Ah!
A scream of pain sounded, but it was not Wu Dantong. It was Wang Cheng. Xiaomin cut off one of his arms with the knife. She raised the knife again, this time cutting Wu Dantong's leg. After finishing, she turned and left. Killing them all would be satisfying, but that would be too easy on them. She is a medical student, but she understands very well what will happen to ordinary people who get injured in a world without medicine or supplies. Actually, the ending doesn't matter. It's the process that counts. Two people, one missing an arm and the other missing a leg, still remain a couple helping each other. As they pass through the living room, Xiaomin doesn't look at the small girl lying motionless against the wall. She and Zhang Xiaoda walk downstairs one after the other. Before 6 a.m., old Mr. Bai and Mrs. Bai, who are used to waking early, go out from the main hall to check the front gate, just like they always do. Before the apocalypse, they used to go for walks north around their orchard, feeling refreshed. But since the world ended, they haven't dared to go outside easily. They are old, with weak arms and legs. If they encounter zombies, it would be a dead end, just causing trouble for the children. They don't go out, but they still check at the gate. Their house is to the north. Apart from their own, no other houses are nearby because behind them is a large orchard. Others don't have land here, so there's no reason to build houses in this area. To the south, the nearest house is separated by a big pit, a bit of a distance, but they can still see something unusual if it happens. Today, when the old couple reached the gate, they both froze in place, staring at the green leaves through in the door. They looked left and right, feeling that these leaves and vines looked strangely familiar. Before Mrs. Bai could speak, Mr. Bai suddenly exclaimed, turned his head, and stared wide-eyed at the wall of their yard. He reached out and tugged Mrs. Bai. "Look at the wall, wife." Mrs. Bai looked in the direction he pointed. She saw that the once bare wall was now covered with winding vines, similar to those in the large leaves swayed gently in the morning light, glowing green. "Call Xiao Tian over and ask if he did this? But I remember he didn't do it last night at dinner. He stayed up late waiting for Li Qi and Ming Lang, probably bored, and did it then." Their eldest son, since returning from his military transfer 20 years ago, has been managing the orchard, planting vegetables, and tending flowers in his spare time. Anything that grows from the soil interests him.
Huh.
Wait a minute. The old Mr. and Mrs. Bai moved closer to the wall and examined the vines, then muttered at the same time, "It's not from the soil." The two of them couldn't understand what the vines on the wall were for. Surely, they weren't just for decoration because the tall wall at home was too bare, right? Finally, the old couple, full of puzzled looks, went to pull their son up. The boy also looked confused, not knowing where the leaves came from.
Oh.
Suddenly, Bai Xiangtian's face changed. He quickly pulled the elderly couple back to the middle of the yard, then turned around to grab a wooden stick he had placed beside the main hall door. He looked seriously at the green vines on the wall. "Yesterday, Li Qi said that animals outside have started to mutate and attack people. Our cats and dogs haven't changed, so maybe the plants mutated first and are trying to attack us? Mom and Dad, go back inside quickly." As if to prove his point, just after he finished speaking, the green vines on the wall suddenly moved. They stood up like snakes, stretching their long bodies upright. "It's still early, sleep a little longer." Noticing the person in his arms moved, Jiang Minglang didn't open his eyes. He mumbled softly and tightened his arms around her. Bai Li, half awake, watched her father holding a stick and hitting the green vines on the wall, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Jiang Minglang sensed something was wrong. He opened his eyes, leaned down, kissed her smooth forehead, and asked softly, "What are you doing?" "I put the green vines on the wall last night." Minglang moved forward. "Bai Yang, come out quickly. There's a situation." Before Bai Li could finish speaking, Bai Xiangtian's voice suddenly rang out from the yard, full of urgency and worry. Jiang Mingling raised an eyebrow and immediately understood what was happening. Last night, before bed, he had been holding his wife after coming out of the bathroom. She said she wanted to show him a magic trick and asked him to watch outside carefully. He held her on the balcony. In the dark, he saw the green vines, which had been limp on the roof, suddenly shoot down quickly. One went to the front door, two went to the sides of the yard walls. The one at the door was fine. It slipped into the gap and stopped. But the vines on the side walls grew rapidly in the wind, stretching as long as the wall in just a second. The leaves were broad and bright green, no longer the delicate little green vines they used to be at home. Amazing! A flash of amazement crossed Jiang Minglang's eyes. Even though he had seen his wife manipulate several vines with branches earlier on the Pingjiang Bridge, that was from a distance. Now, She was controlling them remotely, which was a very different situation. Although he didn't know much about wood-type abilities, he thought that being able to do this was already very impressive. He himself had a metal-type attack ability, but sometimes he felt powerless and couldn't control it well. The only thing he was comfortable with was bullets, probably because of his background as a. After all, before the apocalypse, he mostly handled guns and bullets. Mingling, Jiang Mingling. Bai Xiangtian saw his second younger brother run out, but before he could grab a knife, vines that had somehow climbed to the door of the main hall quickly wrapped around him. He was suddenly anxious. He had never dealt with this kind of thing before, and touching it might cause unknown problems. His son-in-law, usually quick to react and skilled, hadn't shown any sign of trouble yet. Bai Xiangtian was unhappy and called up the stairs again. Jiang Mingling felt helpless, but also found it funny. He pulled Bai Li up from the bed, both of them putting on sweaters over their pajamas, then slowly went downstairs. But a small person had already run into the yard ahead of them. The old man and woman inside couldn't stop him. "Grandpa, this is Mom's pothose." Chi-Chi, dressed in light blue autumn clothes, looked at her grandfather in shock as he fought with her mom's pothose. What was going on? "What do you mean, your mom? What are you saying?" Bai Xiangtian put down his stick, and the pothose tangled with it, then stopped moving. It didn't seem to be trying to wrap around him at all. When Bai Li and Jiang Mingling came out of the main hall, the mischievous girl, somehow, all the vines, including those wrapped around her second uncle, suddenly darted to her feet like puppies and sat down. The old man and woman at the door, Bai Xiangtian and his wife in the yard, and Bai Yang, who had just taken a sickle from the tool shed, all froze in shock. 5 minutes later, the family sat on the sofa in the living room, watching Bai Li transform a small piece of pothose into a long vine as if by magic, their eyes wide with amazement. So, people had also mutated? Grandpa, I have one too. After her mom finished performing, Chi-Chi couldn't help but jump to the coffee table. Seeing her dad give her a surprised look, she felt even more proud. Her little black eyes twinkled as she looked at Bai Yang. "Uncle, come here. I'll show you a magic trick." Bai Yang eagerly walked over, sat on a small stool facing him, and asked with anticipation, "What did you change into?" Bai Li quietly pulled Jiang Mingling back a few steps. Jiang Mingling turned to look at her, confused. When he looked at his son, he noticed a mischievous smile on his face. "Little troublemaker, what are you planning?" "Great-grandpa, great-grandma, grandpa, second grandma, and dad." Watched carefully, Chi-Chi crouched slightly, ready to act. She waved her small hands toward Bai Yang's curly hair and shouted, "Water splash, lion head." Suddenly, 2 streams of water shot out, splashing all over Bai Yang's head and face, drenching him completely. The room fell silent. Only the droplets of water on Bai Yang's face and head made a dripping sound. No one spoke. Even Bai Yang himself was stunned by the cold water. There was no other reason, mainly because it was so cold. Chi-Chi looked at everyone's shocked faces and felt even more proud. She puffed out her chest and asked, "Am I very powerful?" "You're very powerful." The voice came from Bai Yang. He clenched his teeth, wiped his face with his hand, and slowly stood up, walking toward Chi-Chi. "Jiang Chi-Chi, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I wouldn't be your uncle." Grandpa, save me. Come out here." The playful fight between Bai Yang and Chi-Chi distracted everyone from their surprise at the supernatural abilities and also made Bai Xiangtian forget to ask Jiang Mingling if he had any special powers. Mainly because he didn't have time, an uninvited guest arrived outside, breaking the family's happy moment. "It's the eldest uncle." Bai Li turned to look at the door and said calmly. The old lady pulled Bai Lao Yizi roughly and said impatiently, "Go help in the backyard with cooking. We've helped him enough before, and we no longer owe him anything. Besides, we don't really owe him, it's your brother we owe. The world isn't easy now, and the children have finally come back. Isn't it better for our family to live peacefully and happily?" She didn't dare say this in front of the children. Bai Lao Yizi knew he couldn't help Bai Xiangyuan anymore. He was just being used by his eldest son. The old man felt guilty and gradually lost interest in his nephew, feeling deeply disappointed. So the old lady pulled him along and went to the backyard. From now on, he wouldn't interfere in the family's affairs. Let his son and granddaughter handle everything. Bai Li didn't blame her grandfather. He only loved Bai Xiangyuan because of his love for his wife, and because he had a close relationship with her great-grandfather, he was generally tolerant of his children. It was human nature. The problem was that the person he loved grew up to be a crooked tree, greedy and unrestrained, always asking for more. Bai Li went ahead to open the door first. She opened the small door in the middle of the big iron gate, then stepped out, blocking Bai Xiangyuan and Bai Wei from entering, showing no intention of letting them into the yard. "Big uncle, why are you here so early? Do you have something to say?" "Li Ji is back." Bai Xiangyuan knew Jiang Minglang went to pick her up yesterday, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon, even last night. It really is the skill of a soldier. Even outside in such danger and chaos, he could still find her quickly and safely. He sincerely admired. Minglang is really capable. Even with all the chaos outside, he not only brought Bai Yang back, but also found you two so fast. Bai Li interrupted him. "Not fast. He has been looking for us for more than 20 days. He didn't specifically come to pick up Bai Yang, they just happened to meet on the way." That's the truth. Bai Li knew her uncle's plan. Although he was selfish and greedy, he truly cared for his two children. But he only cared about his own kids. Other children didn't matter to him. For example, now, he didn't want Bai Wei to take risks outside, but he wanted Bai Hua to return safely. He would unconditionally cling to their family, asking her father and Jiang Minglang to help find his daughter. "Li Ji, you've come back and Bai Hua is your sister." She impatiently cut him off again and said directly, "Big uncle, let me be honest with you. We went through and nearly died to come back. We can't go out again. You probably know the situation outside. Zombies everywhere, mutated animals that eat people, and almost daily deaths in various places and cities. You're afraid of danger and don't want to go out, but you want us to risk our lives to find people for you. Big uncle, if you insist on doing this, then our two families don't need to have any contact anymore." Bai Xiangyuan's face changed. His eyes looked at Bai Li with a fierce look. "Bai Li, you're over 30 and already a mother. Don't you know what to say and what not to say? Moreover, does this family have your say? Where do you put your grandfather and father? Even after getting married, you still act like the head of the family. Who gave you the right or the face to do that?" Bai Wei was very angry listening nearby. After his father finished speaking, he couldn't help but interrupt, sneering at Bai Li. Bai Li turned to look at him, staring steadily without blinking. Bai Wei felt nervous under her gaze and took a step back. Although this cousin was 3 years younger than him, he had never beaten her in fights since they were kids. The girl was fierce and ruthless, hitting hard and with a sneaky, mean attitude. He and his sister were both afraid of her. Bai Xiangyuan ignored his son. He knew that whenever his niece came back, not only his two cousins, but even his second uncle might listen to her. But this girl was very tough-hearted and had no affection for him, her big uncle. She had already refused him before he could even ask and boldly said they shouldn't have contact. A young girl, and she decided whether to stay in touch or not. He frowned and shouted loudly into the yard, "Bai Xiangtian, come out." Although his eldest cousin wasn't very obedient either, at least their second uncle was there to keep him in check. He wouldn't ignore him like Bai Xiangtian did. Moreover, he had helped him before by covering the orchard. Most of the time, even if he was reluctant or not very active, he would still help and do what was needed, which was enough for him. Bai Xiangyuan planned to start like before from Bai Xiangtian, forcing him to make his son-in-law help bring back the little girl. But he didn't expect that his usually easy-to-bully cousin would slap his son the moment he appeared. Bai Wei was chubby, but weak. The slap from Bai Xiangtian made him spin around in place, then stumble a few steps before falling to the ground. The scene was silent for 2 seconds. Then Bai Xiangyuan reacted and shouted angrily, "Bai Xiangtian, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Bai Xiangtian sneered and threw a bag in front of Bai Wei. The bag was open, revealing various long, thick nails with sharp points glinting coldly. Bai Wei covered his face, glanced at it, then shyly turned away. You should ask your good son if he's familiar with these things, Bai Xiangtian said. Bai Xiangyuan knew Bai Xiangtian very well. The 4 roads leading out of the village were blocked with stone stumps he had ordered to be placed there for the safety of the village, to prevent zombies from other places from coming in at night. But the northern road, belonging to his family, Bai Xiangyuan wouldn't touch. White Xiangtian was very sure about this point, unlike Jiang Minglang's guess. After all, he still had a favor to ask from their family. So, the iron nail was definitely placed by Bai Wei, as only he would use such sneaky tricks. Big brother, take care of your son. This is the last time. If I catch him trying to cause trouble for my family again, I will cut him off. When he finished these 4 words, Bai Wei shrank back in fear, kicking the ground to retreat. Everyone forgot to speak up in protest. Bai Xiangyuan looked down at his useless son, angry enough to kick him. Your second grandpa and second grandma are still here. What are you trying to do with these sneaky tricks? Are you afraid they won't take care of your sister? That's impossible. Your second grandpa's life was saved by your grandfather. No matter what, he won't ignore us. Bai Li and his daughter didn't respond to him and just stood at the door, coldly watching him sarcastically scold his son. Until second uncle? Second uncle. Bai Xiangtian, move aside. I want to go in and talk to second uncle for a moment. Big brother, are you sure you want to use up the little bit of goodwill left between our 2 families? Let me tell you, my grandfather is almost 80 years old. Now, in this end-of-the-world situation, with scarce medicine and supplies, if you say something that makes him angry and causes trouble, do you think my father and second uncle will forgive you? This statement successfully silenced Bai Xiangyuan. To be honest, he probably wished for Grandpa Bai to live a long life more than their family did. Although things are different now, and Grandpa no longer responds to him as readily as before if their family faced trouble, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Not to mention, they could at least survive in this stormy end of the world. Just like at the beginning, Bai Xiangtian first ran to his house to check if they were safe. He knew it was probably ordered by Grandpa. Besides Bai Xiangtian, their family had another more capable person, Jiang Mingling. Before the end of the world, he kept a close watch on his family. Now, after the catastrophe, what would happen? After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Xiangyuan quickly made a decision. He no longer insisted on seeing Grandpa, nor did he mention having Jiang Mingling pick up Bai Hua. Instead, he told Bai Xiangtian, if you have time today, you should lead the young people in the village to clear the south again, especially the old Wang family. They have many people, and although their gate is closed, the zombies inside are frightening. Bai Li turned back home, not wanting to hear the rest of what she didn't like. Bai Xiangyuan was previously the team secretary. Although he initially got the position through his grandfather, he has held it for many years and has gained respect in the village. From his words, it seems he still wants to continue in the role. The house was built 10 years ago. It has 3 floors. The first floor includes the living room and 2 bedrooms. The second floor has 3 rooms, where Bai Xiangtian's family lives. The third floor also has 3 rooms, belonging to Bai Li's family. Bai Xiangtian has money and tried to make the house spacious and comfortable, including interior decorations. It's not worse than a villa in the city. The yard is also large, with front and back sections. The kitchen is in the backyard, with a traditional clay stove, so even without gas or electricity, cooking is not a problem for his family. As for vegetables, Bai Xiangtian is a vegetable seller. When the apocalypse was about to happen, he even prepared a truck to send vegetables to the city. But perhaps luck was on his side, because just before leaving, his tire went flat. This delay was just enough for the apocalypse to arrive. Since they have several orchards, he built a medium-sized cold storage and also prepared a generator just in case. All the unsold vegetables were stored in the cold storage next to the backyard, and the generator was running, though the diesel was running low since he didn't use it much before the apocalypse. Mingling, after dinner, let's go out. I want to get some diesel. Grandma cooked sweet potato porridge that Bai Li loved for breakfast, steamed a bowl of egg custard, made scallion pancakes, and stir-fried shredded potatoes and mung bean sprouts. Bai Li's family of 3 ate happily and felt very satisfied. Jiang Mingling nodded, okay, Let's take our truck to the city and find some things to bring back. Bai Yang raised his hand. I want to go too. Afraid that his brother-in-law and older uncle would refuse, he quickly explained, I'm not afraid of zombies. Brother-in-law, I told you if it weren't for me at school, Dong Zimo and the others might not have survived. That's true. He's brave and runs fast. All right, you can go. Bai Xiangtian finished speaking and turned to Bai Xiangqian. Today Lizzie is at home. You and Chundong go to the cherry orchard to pick cherries. Pick all of them, whether ripe or not, and put them in the cold storage. Li Xiu hurriedly said, Brother, I want to go too. I pick faster than Xiangqian. Okay, be careful. If someone tries to steal, whoever dares to steal, I'll cut them to death. Li Xiu also showed a determined look. She knew how precious food was at this time. Although her uncle stored a lot in the cold storage and cellar, their family was quite large, and the end of the world might last a long time. So more food was always better. Most importantly, they couldn't show weakness. If others were more aggressive and took what they wanted without hesitation, their few orchards would be lost. Bai Li thought for a moment and discussed with Li Xiu, second aunt, maybe you stay at home, and I'll go. Go where? Our home is the main base. It's more important to protect it. Jiang Mingling also believed that Bai Li was the best person to guard the house. The green vines of the pothos surrounded the yard, blocking anyone from entering, like a 360-degree, no blind spot surveillance camera. Dad, Uncle Dazi went to deliver that sister last night. Why hasn't he come back yet? Finally, this family of three remembered Zhang Xiaoda. Bai Li looked at Jiang Minglang and asked, Do you think Dazi is okay? She already knew that Zhang Xiaoda's grandmother was gone. Now, he was alone and would definitely stay with them in the future. He's probably just busy with something, Jiang Mingling said, though he suspected that maybe someone had taken him away. First, they scolded him and offended him, then tried to coax him back. Could that be a way to get closer to him? He didn't understand. You don't need to worry about him. He'll come back when he's ready. While packing the truck and refueling, Jiang Minglang took out a gun and handed it to Bai Xiangtian. Dad, you hold this. Bai Xiangtian's eyes lit up. He took it and skillfully checked the magazine, which was fully loaded. He didn't show any politeness to his son-in-law and put the gun away, then asked, Where's your rifle? In the car the one Dazi drove. At this moment, Bai Yang ran over from the back door, holding a knife and proudly showing it to Jiang Minglang. Brother-in-law, look at this knife. My sister gave it to me. Bai Li followed with Chi-Chi, and behind them was Xiao Wu wagging his tail. Chi-Chi didn't insist on going to the city to find Diesel with his dad because he was tired of sitting in the car these days and didn't want to stay inside anymore. Besides, he had something more important to do today. He was going cherry-picking in the orchard with his great-grandpa and great-grandma, who would want to play in the wild when they could run around outside. So, after the little guy came over to say hello to his grandpa and dad, he quickly ran off with the dog. Jiang Mingling looked at his son, who had a knife hanging on his left waist and a piece of pothose on his right waist, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The backyard gate faces the orchard, which is surrounded by iron mesh, with a gate in the middle. Bai Xiangqian and his wife were standing at the gate waiting for Chi-Chi. Inside stood a tall, honest-looking mute named Chundong. Chundong is from the Chen family in Yunqi village. He's not naturally mute. He became unable to speak after falling ill at age 8. When he returned from the hospital, he couldn't speak anymore. His stepmother told villagers that he had a high fever, and the doctor didn't lower it in time, which burned his vocal cords. Anyone with a brain knew this story had many flaws. After all, no one heard they asked the hospital for compensation. So, the doctor delayed treatment for Chundong, but they were generous and didn't hold it against him. No matter the reason, the outcome was the same. Chundong really couldn't speak. He was a year younger than Bai Xiangtian, and they often played together as children. When Bai Xiangtian returned from military service to manage the orchard, he immediately called Chundong to help. Chundong was reliable and hardworking, helping guard the orchard and vegetable garden day and night, and was a big help in his career. When Bai Xiangtian built his villa, he originally built 3 rooms and a small yard next to Chundong's house, so they could live together. But although the house was finished, Chundong refused to live there. He preferred to stay in the house in the orchard or go back to his grandparents' house. Not speaking didn't mean he was stupid. His grandparents' old house was next to his father's house. If he moved into Bai Xiangtian's house, he wouldn't be able to have his grandparents' house anymore. The old house wasn't really old. 3 years before his grandparents passed away, his 2 aunts paid for renovations and new furniture and appliances were bought, making it very comfortable. But Bai Xiangtian knew what Qindong cared about wasn't these things. He understood what Qindong was thinking. He didn't want to take advantage of that family. He had some worries in his heart. Fortunately, those worries were gone now. When the apocalypse arrived and zombies appeared everywhere, Qindong boldly caught a zombie from the village and threw it into his father's house. In the end, his father, stepmother, and half-brother were all bitten by zombies. No one else knew about this, except Bai Xiangtian. Lizzie, I talked with Dad. We will take the old ditch as the boundary and enclose the area behind it, including the orchard, Jiang Mingling said, gesturing forward, backward, left, and right. It's late May, the season when fruits and vegetables are ripe. Plus, there's corn and wheat coming up. If we don't enclose it, not only outside threats but even the survivors in Yunqi village could be a problem. Actually, before they returned, Bai Xiangtian had already planned this. At that time, he didn't know about animal mutations, but he felt that the zombie disaster wouldn't end soon. For the safety of his family, it was right to fence off the orchard, vegetable fields, and farmland. Last night, his daughter's family returned, which made him more determined. Coincidentally, Jiang Mingling also agreed with this idea. Since it's only the first month of the end of the world, our food and vegetables at home are still enough. We haven't used up everything in our fields yet, so we should protect what we can now. Most of their village's land was in the southern part, where they used to grow vegetables and crops. But in recent years, some people rented the land to build factories. Although the factories processed farm products, it was still a waste of land, which was quite unfortunate. Another part of the land was damaged by zombies when the disaster first happened, almost destroyed. The remaining land, Bai Xiangtian reminded Bai Xiangyuan today, should be protected because they might need it to grow food later. He said what he needed to say, whether they listened or not. Building a wall is a big project. We'll look for diesel and visit the steel and cement factories to buy bricks. We want to build it as strong as possible. As for workers, I'll ask some experienced old craftsmen if they're still around. After finishing, Bai Xiangtian warned Bai Li, we might come back late today. Keep an eye on the house. If someone, well, you know what to do. His face looked a bit blank when he said the last part, probably remembering how Bai Li's plant, green radish, had caused chaos early in the morning. That mischievous girl, so reckless and carefree. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared, showing he was proud of his daughter's special ability. Bai Li glanced at her father coldly and poured cold water on him. Where's Bai Xiangyuan? If you build a wall to keep him outside, won't he cause trouble? From our house's front door to the big pit is about 40 meters, all within our property. He definitely wouldn't agree. Of course, now we don't need his approval, but he's the village secretary. You haven't had a serious argument with him yet. When construction begins, how should we handle it? Although the village secretary isn't very useful anymore, he still feels he is. She is sharp and observant. Although she left later in the morning, she still heard her father promise her great-uncle to help clear the zombies from about 10 households in the southern part of the village tomorrow. She knows that with her grandfather around, her father probably wouldn't have a serious fight with her great-uncle. I have my own plan. You don't need to worry about it. Bai Xiangtian has his own thoughts. He doesn't want his daughter involved in their matters. Even though the end of the world has changed things and reputation no longer matters, he can handle the problem himself.
There's no need for her to get involved.
He used to help because he was worried about the old man. Now, although he still considers him, the end of the world has changed the old man's views, making things simpler. Before getting into the car, Jiang Mingling reminded Bai Li, when Dazi comes back, have him build a simple dirt wall at the big pit in front to test the water. Test the water? Bai Li understood and nodded. Okay, when Dazi arrives, I'll have him build it. That's good. Once the wall is built, it will be easier to bring things in from outside without constantly worrying about outsiders. The truck left their cement road from the north, and as it turned onto the road to the city, about 5 meters wide, 3 vines suddenly wrapped around the wire fences on both sides. Bright green leaves hung across the middle of the road, swaying oddly, looking quite strange. Both sides are orchards, one with apples, the other with pears. One matures in November, the other in October. Fortunately, both orchards are still in good condition and haven't been affected or damaged by the end of the world. Unfortunately, they are very close to the road. Not building a wall is impossible, but fencing it has its drawbacks. It would be very noticeable. However, Bailey only thought about this briefly and didn't dwell on it. With her father and Jiang Mingling there, any difficult problem could be solved by them. She didn't need to worry about the easy ones. She only regretted that she came back a bit late and missed the chance to pick strawberries. Although the cold storage left her plenty, nothing beats freshly picked fruit. Bailey turned her head to look at the apple tree behind the wire fence and blinked. These are Fuji apples. They ripen in November and are then frosted once more, making them very sweet and tasty. Now, the apples at home are from last year. They are still fresh, but not as crisp and sweet as freshly ripe ones.
So,
Before Bailey's mind could give her instructions, she had already gone around the wire fence and stepped into the orchard. She then placed her hand on the nearest fruit tree. The apple tree had already bloomed and been pollinated, so the fruit grew faster than Bailey expected, less than 3 minutes, and the tree had already produced big, red apples. They covered the entire tree. Bailey withdrew her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and couldn't help but smile at the full tree of apples. Has she already achieved fruit freedom early? She picked an apple, took out a tissue to wipe it, then bit into it with a crunch. Juicy and sweet, the flavor burst out, and Bailey's eyes lit up. It was crisp and sweet, unlike anything she'd tasted before. She picked a few more and hugged them, then turned excitedly toward the cherry orchard to find Chi-Chi, uncle, and aunt. But before she could reach the cherry orchard, an uninvited guest arrived at her home again. Bailey stopped, turned around with a cold face, and headed back home.
front yard of the Bai family.
Oh wow, whose parrot is this? So smart, it even cracks sunflower seeds. Truly impressive. The old man sat in the yard feeding Feng Bao sunflower seeds. Every time Feng Bao cracked a seed, he praised it, and Feng Bao cracked even more eagerly. Soon, the yard was littered with shells. The old lady was peeling peanuts nearby, planning to cook salted peanuts for lunch. Suddenly, the locked gate was knocked loudly. Second uncle, second aunt, I saw you. Open the door quickly. The old man and old lady exchanged glances and sighed together. They knew it was because their eldest son had gone out, so they hurried over. The visitor was not Bai Xiang Yuan, but Bai Xiang Yuan's wife, He Hua. Hua, do you need something? The old lady didn't get up, and the old man turned Feng Bao around, turning his back to the door. He Hua, standing at the door, saw their attitude through and couldn't help but curse them silently. On the surface, she looked pitiful and seemed very sad, saying, Second aunt, you and second uncle really look down on us now? Won't even let us in the door? Old lady Bai still didn't get up, just said, Hua, your second uncle and I are both over 70, almost 80. We can't help you anymore. So, if there's nothing urgent, you should go back. Things aren't like they used to be. It's quite dangerous outside now. Second aunt, I don't have any urgent matter. I'm just feeling anxious and want to talk to you. Can you open the door? No matter how pitiful or helpless the flowers outside sounded, crying and pleading, the old lady remained calm, sitting quietly on a small stool, peeling her peanut slowly, with no intention of opening the door. She seemed very hard-hearted. But it was also because she was hurt and disappointed by their family so many times that she couldn't soften her heart anymore. Last year, Hua took the old lady shopping in town and accidentally got bumped by an electric bike. The old lady felt dizzy but was still conscious, only seeing black and feeling unsteady. She grabbed Hua's arm tightly and told her, Quick, take me to the hospital. They were right outside the supermarket in the middle of town, only about 200 meters from the hospital. Hua, being strong and healthy, could carry her quickly. But she was worried about spending money and taking responsibility, so she called Bai Xiangnan and Li Xiao. Only when they hurried over did she burst into tears and help the old lady into the hospital. Later, she insisted, I'm just a niece-in-law. Second aunt's face was so pale she looked transparent, and she was gasping for air. I was so scared, I didn't dare move her. At that time, she truly thought the old lady might die. If she had taken her to the hospital and she passed away, not only would she have spent money, but Bai Xiangtian wouldn't forgive her either. But if Bai Xiangtian had taken her to the hospital, she wouldn't know what the outcome would be. What she didn't know was that although the old lady was dizzy, pale, and her eyes black, she could hear everything and was still fully aware. But because she was conscious, her heart felt even colder. She believed she hadn't been unkind to their family. She had helped take care of Bai Wei and Bai Hua's children too. Yet in the end, this was the result. Since then, the old lady's heart had completely hardened against their family. The old man also stopped secretly helping Bai Shengyuan and gradually distanced himself from them, only pretending to get along on the surface. So, why did Bai Wei put nails at their entrance and cause trouble in their orchard? It's not just because Jiang Mingling refused to find Bai Hua. Mainly, it's because over the past year, Grandpa's family has fallen far behind them. He feels angry and jealous. Of course, he doesn't think what his mother did was wrong. In a critical moment, how could he send his own children to the hospital without being there? Who should be responsible if something happens? Besides, the old lady ended up fine in the end. Why should they be blamed? Seeing that nothing he said worked, Hihua got angry. She slapped the door loudly, losing her gentle tone. Her words changed to a sharp tone. Second uncle, Xiao Yuan came to see you this morning, but you avoided him. Now you're acting like this, not even letting us in the door. Are you really planning to cut ties with your own niece and nephew? Have you forgotten how my father-in-law helped you go to school and saved your life? You've been a teacher your whole life, teaching others, but... Suddenly, Hihua let out a scream. At the same time, Feng Bao, the pet phoenix, suddenly tilted its head and let out two short calls, flapping its wings. The old man quickly got up and took the bird to the pet room. He was angry and shouted at the door, "Why are you knocking? You scared my bird." Feng Bao, don't be afraid. We're not afraid. She can't come in. The red-crowned parrot is timid. Such loud knocking could scare it badly. Now, people can't find doctors easily, let alone a bird. The old man was focused on the bird and didn't notice Hihua's screams outside. Two black crows, with sharp beaks like knives, suddenly swooped at Hihua and pecked a piece of her scalp. Hihua cried out in pain, jumping and waving her arms to chase the birds away. She also reached up and touched her head, only to find her hand covered in blood. Terrified, she turned and ran as the birds attacked again. She didn't care about her original purpose of coming for rice, flour, and oil anymore. At this moment, Bai Li from the back door saw Hihua fleeing in panic. The two crows in the air were making loud caw sounds. One of them seized the chance to dive down and pecked at Hihua's head again. "Help!"
she cried.
Fortunately, Hihua's hand covered her head in time, so her scalp wasn't torn open. However, her hand was pecked and injured. When Bai Li even saw blood splashing out, the crow still opened its beak and took a sip. She looked at the two crows with a complicated expression, recalling the familiar ah sound earlier. Without a doubt, it was the small bird calling. Impressive, huh? Even the crow, known as the smartest bird by scientists worldwide, can be called upon. So, the small bird's special ability really has given it a new brain. Li, is Hihua gone? The old woman, who had been peeling peanuts, initially didn't pay attention to Hihua's screams. It wasn't until her shouts grew louder and farther away that she realized something was wrong. Seeing her granddaughter appear at the door she came over and opened it. She glanced at the small path where Hihua's figure had disappeared and said, "Don't worry. Grandma promised not to open the door. It definitely won't open. Go watch Chi-Chi in the field. Your grandpa and I are fine." Bai Li was quite reassured. Grandpa always spoiled Feng Bao, and as long as the small bird was around, the old couple would be safe at home. In the few moments she exchanged words with the old woman, Bailey turned her head to look into the sky and saw that the two crows had already disappeared. She watched her grandmother enter the yard, close the big gate, and then quickly headed toward the cherry orchard. The weather was very nice today, bright sunshine, gentle breeze, and about 10 degrees warmer than half a month ago. So Chi-Chi wasn't wearing much today, just a gray hoodie with a hat over a long-sleeved shirt, paired with a vest. It looked cute and lively. It wasn't hot originally, but after running happily into the orchard, he found a pile of dry branches and, holding 2 fresh sweet potatoes given by Grandpa Dong, stuffed them under the branches. Soon, a puff of blue smoke rose into the sky. Fortunately, the cherry orchard was in the middle, far from the main road to the east, with mountains to the north and fields to the west filled with trees. Even if the smell of sweet potatoes drifted out, it wouldn't be easily noticed. But Bailey was still cautious, walking around to check for danger before turning back toward the cherry orchard. Chi-Chi, give the lighter to Grandpa. After Bailey finished picking a basket of cherries, she found the little one outside the orchard playing with fire. What's going on? Does he think he can spray water so he's not afraid of fire? He even dares to light it himself. She scolded him, "You can roast sweet potatoes, but you can't do it alone. Call Grandpa to help you." Today, if the fire suddenly blows and sparks fly onto you, what would you do? Be good, take out the lighter. Chi-Chi blinked and honestly said, "I don't have a lighter." Afraid that second Grandpa wouldn't believe him, he hugged Xiao Wu and was about to let him show when his mother turned from the nearby peach orchard, walking and munching on something. The crisp sound made his mouth water. "Mom, I want to eat an apple." Bai Xiangqian turned his head, thinking Bai Li was eating apples stored in the cold storage last year. But seeing Chi-Chi holding a big apple, almost as big as last year's small watermelon, he realized it couldn't be their usual apples. Their apples aren't that big. Although he is a teacher at school, he comes back every week to help his older brother, especially during harvest time. After school, he often brings Li Xiu along to help. They might hire help, but they also need to watch over their fruits and vegetables. So Bai Xiangqian is very familiar with all kinds of fruits in his family. Forget the size of the apple for now. Apples stored in the cold storage for half a year can't be that shiny or juicy. Only freshly picked apples look like that.
Lychee.
Second uncle, try one too. Bai Li then handed Bai Xiangqian a big, bright red apple. Once Chi-Chi held it, he couldn't wait to bite into it. With a crunch, it was obvious how crispy the apple was, and he even exclaimed, "So sweet." Bai Xiangqian casually wiped his mouth, took a bite, and his eyes lit up too. He asked his niece, "Where did this apple come from?" He knew for sure it wasn't from their cold storage. He knows exactly what they have and what it looks like, more than his brother does. Lately, the two brothers have been dividing their tasks, one managing the household, the other outside chopping zombies and looking for supplies. His brother is outside with Qin Dong, chopping zombies and searching for things, while he and Li Xiu go through everything at home, organizing food and supplies. They gather early sweet potatoes, winter wheat, and various vegetables. While others are still panicked about the end of the world and the zombies everywhere, their family is trying to stay calm, waiting anxiously for the children to return. They work hard to harvest crops and prepare supplies and defenses. After all, they need to fill their stomachs. And when the children come back, they will need plenty of food. Second uncle, bring a basket. Bai Li put out the fire at the campfire, not peeling the sweet potatoes yet. They would be almost cooked when they returned later. Then she took a basket and went with Bai Xiangnan and Little Five to the apple orchard. The apples were so big that she was full after eating half, so she gave the remaining half to Little Five and half to DeLong, who was guarding the cherry orchard. DeLong was her father's border collie, 5 years old this year. It was very smart, and the other 2 local dogs listened to it. The 3 of them were good at guarding the orchard. Bai Li carefully observed. DeLong, Long Air, and Sam Long all looked the same as before, with no changes at all. Of course, it's also possible that, like Little Five and Feng Bao, they have changes that aren't visible on the outside. She would need to watch them carefully over time.
When
did they start growing? Bai Li took her second uncle and little Kiki to the apple tree she had nurtured. She looked at the bright red apples hanging on the branches. Bai Xiangnan's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? Fuji apples usually only ripen in November, and it's only a few months now. So, did the apple tree mutate? Bai Li was speechless. Why does everything abnormal seem to point to mutation? Then, what do you think is going on? Why are all the other apple trees normal but this one isn't? While saying that this tree was abnormal, she didn't stop eating. The apples she bit into were crisp and sweeter than those after the frost. Look carefully. Bai Li walked to another apple tree, squeezed into the branches, and placed her right palm on the main trunk. It took nearly 3 minutes for the first tree, and this one was about the same. Before Bai Xiangnan's eyes could pop out, the apples first looked unripe, then slightly red, and finally turned bright red and shiny, hanging all over the tree.
Can it do that?
Although Bai Li tried to stay calm, his voice was trembling and high-pitched, hardly sounding like his own. Teacher Bai, stay calm. Bai Li shot a quick glance at his niece, exhaled slowly, then snorted coldly. I can stay calm. When your dad comes back, you can show him. Let's see if he can stay calm too. All year, he works himself to death, fertilizing, bagging, spraying pesticides, and guarding against birds and people. In the end, not all the flowers on one tree turn into fruit. No, I was already thankful just to get halfway through, but you, on the other hand, ended up with a whole tree full of fruit. Fine, from now on, your dad can plant whatever he wants, and you just wait to give him ready-made harvests, regardless of the season. After saying that, he bit into his apple again, really. So sweet, even sweeter than the ones his brother fertilized with manure. Bai Li leaned her forehead close to her uncle, showing him, just trying to grow one tree made me sweat a lot. If it were all up to me, do you think your niece would still be alive? Even though Teacher Bai didn't understand supernatural powers, he could imagine that these things could be exhausted. He quickly changed his tone. Just say you're unreliable. Farming still needs steady work. Young people shouldn't always look for shortcuts. Fruits come in seasons, and following natural laws is the best way to succeed and stay healthy. You, with a bit of supernatural power, are getting carried away. Have I not already taught you the right way? Go over to the pear orchard and help me make a pear tree grow. My throat's been bothering me lately, so I'll ask your second aunt to make some pear soup for me later.
Bai Li.
Chi. After scolding his niece and finishing his apple, Teacher Bai started happily picking apples. Because these two trees bore so many, he felt he couldn't pick them all at once, so he called Li Xiao and Chen Dong, who were picking cherries. Luckily, due to the weather, the cherries weren't ripe yet, and Chen Dong, being quick and nimble, had already picked almost all of them. When they saw the two apple trees, their surprise was just as big as Bai Xiangqian's. He felt much better, but still spoke with a bit of disdain. It's not a big deal. It's just that this girl has a wood-type, supernatural power. She ate an apple again and caused 2 trees to grow. All right, stop standing around and start picking. This tree is near the road. If we don't pick now, people will see. Bai Li, what are you still doing here? Hurry to the pear orchard. I told you I want to drink pear soup this afternoon.
Bai Li.
Fine, I'll drink it. At 11:30 noon, everyone had gathered 5 baskets of apples and 3 baskets of pears. After loading them onto the family tricycle and moving to the backyard gate, they heard a familiar voice calling out as a car approached, "Sister-in-law, I'm back." Bai Li turned around and saw Zhang Xiaoda, who had been missing for a night and a half, sticking his head out of the car window. Zhang Xiaoda parked his car in the side parking space near the gate. When he got out, he saw fresh apples and pears on the tricycle and looked surprised. "Sister-in-law, are these freshly picked?" Bai Li nodded and took an apple from the basket, offering it to him. "Want to try?" Zhang Xiaoda hurriedly took it, but didn't eat right away. Instead, he hesitated and asked Bai Li, "If I remember correctly, isn't it not the season for apples and pears now?" Before Bai Li could answer, he clapped his thigh and said, "I know. These are new varieties developed by Uncle Bai, right? Early apples and early pears, isn't that it?"
Bai Li.
Her imagination was quite vivid, which was good, saving her from having to explain much. She changed the subject. "Why are you only coming back now? Did something happen?" "Not really," he replied. For Zhang Xiaoda, that wasn't much of a problem. After dealing with Xia Min's matter, he still had the mood to let Xia Yonghua take him around various supermarkets and malls in Pengcheng. Luckily, they went out, and although they almost got trapped and couldn't return, they still gained a lot. Where should I put these? After moving them, I have something to tell you. Bailey was riding her tricycle alone, bringing back the apples and pears because her second uncle, second aunt, and Uncle Dong still needed to go to the cherry orchard to organize the cherries.
Chi-Chi
was eating his roasted sweet potato. After finishing unloading and tidying everything up, Zhang Xiaoda said, "There are 2 malls and supermarkets in the city center that haven't been touched. The doors are closed, and I don't know if there are any survivors inside, but there are quite a few zombies. The main glass door at the entrance is packed." In the past, Zhang Xiaoda wasn't interested in malls or supermarkets. He never paid much attention to them. Most of his clothes were issued by the army, and he just wore plain clothes, replacing them when they got worn out. His older brother was similar, but since his sister-in-law loved buying matching family outfits, he had more casual clothes. On the way back, although he didn't pass through the city center to save time, he heard his older brother mention several times, "Once we settle in Pengcheng, we need to stock up on clothes and daily necessities." Who knows when production will resume? They mostly traveled on small roads outside the city. Large shopping malls were gone, but there were many small supermarkets and shops. Zhang Xiaoda's eyes were opened. Besides food, Jiang Minglang had brought the most of sanitary pads. With the car he was driving now, 2/3 of the trunk was filled with these, along with women's underwear. Fortunately, it's the end of the world, or I would have called him a pervert as a brother. Hearing Zhang Xiaoda's words, Bai Li's eyes lit up. This morning, her dad said to surround their home, and she was already thinking about how to find clothes and daily supplies. The clothes are mainly for Chi-Chi. The kid is growing fast, so she needs to prepare larger sizes. Next, she thought of tissues, dish soap, cooking spices, and other consumables. Naturally, the more, the better. Although they could survive without these, life would be more comfortable with them. Who would want to settle for less? Like Zhang Xiaoda, she didn't think the zombies were a big problem. The large numbers are troublesome, but not impossible to handle. Compared to people's hearts after the apocalypse, zombies are really not a big issue. Your brother and my dad went to find Diesel. They might not come back until the afternoon. When they do, we can discuss how to go to those 2 supermarkets you mentioned. Have you eaten? If not, I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. I'll do some chores for you later. I've eaten already. Sister-in-law, I have another matter to discuss with you. Zhang Xiaoda hesitated, glancing nervously toward the nearby intersection, seeming a bit shy to speak. Bailey found it strange to see him like this, and was curious. The thing you want to discuss probably has something to do with Xiaomin, right? That girl sincerely thanked her last night, and Bailey remembered her name. She was pretty, with a round face and big, round eyes that looked very charming. Guess right, sister-in-law? Yes, it's related to her.
She.
Zhang Xiaoda raised his hand and pointed toward the intersection, whispering, her community was taken over by a group of security guards, and they can't stay there anymore. So I brought her and her dad here.
You see.
In Yunqi village, is there a place for them to stay? He brought them over, but Zhang Xiaoda never intended for the father and daughter to live at Bai Li's house. Now, many houses are vacant everywhere. He just wanted to help them find a place not far from Bai Li's home within his ability. They could manage their lives afterward. He decided to bring them because he thought Xia Yonghua was a good person. Bai Li wasn't surprised to hear that Zhang Xiaoda had brought Xiaomin over. It's the end of the world now. If she likes someone, she better grab them quickly, or she might not find them later.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
Xiaomin's father is a very honest man. He can take care of his own life and won't cause us trouble. Seeing him anxiously explaining, Bai Li smiled and said, I'm afraid that might not be enough.
Zhang Xiaoda.
Sister-in-law. Bai Li raised her hand to stop him and pointed forward. Your brother said that after you come back, you should build a dirt wall along this row, using this ditch as the boundary. North of it, including my family's orchard and vegetable fields, and the lands on the west side, all should be enclosed. That way, we will be separated from Yunqi village. So, it's not suitable for Xia Min and her father to live in the village. Since we need to build a wall anyway, we might as well find a way to build a new house next to Uncle Dong's house for them. But that will be a bigger project. Not too big. I mean, Xia Min's father used to work in construction. He has a building team. He might not be familiar with other things, but when it comes to building houses and walls, he's very experienced. Although they hadn't known each other long, last night Zhang Xiaoda and Xia Yonghua had a heartfelt talk for nearly 2 hours, so he knew very well what his previous profession was. Hearing this, Bai Li's eyes lit up. This was really like giving her a pillow when she was sleepy. Then why are you hesitating? Go ahead and invite him over. Zhang Xiaoda turned and ran toward the road intersection, but after a few steps, he turned back and asked sister-in-law, "Did you put those vines at the intersection?" Earlier, when he came over, he saw some green ivy vines hanging harmlessly on the fences on both sides. He didn't dare to crash directly, so he carefully lowered one end of the vine, moved it to the other side, and then drove in. While he was moving the vines, Bai Li naturally saw him. She reminded him, "When you come back, help me hang the vines properly." She wasn't unable to control her powers, but this morning she had already helped 3 fruit trees grow, and now she was a bit tired and didn't want to use her abilities again. Zhang Xiaoda happily ran to fetch Xia Min and her father. After their car arrived, he hung the 3 vines back up. Then he looked again, thinking that Bai Li using the vines to block the road might have some hidden purpose. He remembered Xia Min saying how Bai Li used vines to save her, so now he didn't dare to underestimate this thing. This was definitely not just vines, it was like a gatekeeper. Seeing Bai Li again, Xia Min first shyly smiled and said, "White sister, I'm sorry to trouble you again." "It's no trouble at all. We need people here too, so it's perfect that you're coming." Knowing that Bai Li was the savior of her daughter, Xia Yonghua naturally expressed her deep gratitude. When she heard they needed workers, she immediately asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" Zhang Xiaoda quickly explained the plan, mentioning building a wall and a house. Xia Yonghua's eyes lit up because that was his specialty. He was very familiar with it. Without even entering the yard, Xia Yonghua asked Bai Li to take him to see the site. Starting from the edge of the large pit in the south, they checked each spot. If the terrain was unsuitable, Zhang Xiaoda used his special abilities to level it and then built a wall. There was no water in the pit. Bai Li suggested using the mud at the bottom to build a wall, which could deepen the shallow pits significantly. Since they planned to separate from Yunxi village later, it was best to make the pit deep enough to prevent people from crossing. When they reached the cement road leading to the village, Bai Li glanced at a household on the south side that had noticed the noise and was peeking over the backyard wall. She ignored them and told Zhang Xiaoda to block the road with a wall. Then she dug open that section of the road, connecting it with the large pits on both sides. This completely separated their area from Yunxi village. Originally, they built the new house in the northernmost part of their property, with its own yard, mainly because her father managed the orchard and vegetable garden, and her grandparents preferred quiet life, not interacting much with the villagers. Only her great-uncle Bai Xiangyuan's family had to come and go, as they had no choice. Over 100 years ago, the Bai family in Yunxi village was a top-tier wealthy family. Their children were involved in business and politics, thriving in both the capital and Jiangnan, making the Bai family in Yunxi their ancestral home, famous throughout Pengcheng. Later, as dynasties changed and years passed, most of the family either fled abroad or suffered casualties. Eventually, only Bai Li's great-grandfather's line remained. Later, Bai Li's great-uncle and grandfather were born, but her great-grandmother was killed when her grandfather was just a baby. Her great-grandfather raised his 2 sons with difficulty, but sadly, he passed away before her grandfather grew up. So, Bai Li's grandfather was raised by her great-uncle. Because her great-uncle supported her grandfather's education and health, he married late. Later, he had a son and a daughter, her eldest uncle Bai Xingyuan and her aunt, who passed away from a terminal illness a few years ago. The Bai family, once a prominent and wealthy household, fell into decline. Although this was ultimately caused by changing times, it was also partly due to conflicts with some villagers. Some people are good at taking advantage of others, and if they can't defeat you easily, they will push you to the limit. Old Mr. Bai has always held a grudge about this, so he has kept his distance from those villagers. However, Bai Xiangyuan believes that past grudges should stay in the past and shouldn't affect the next generation. Besides, as the village secretary, he can't just punish people because of their ancestors' actions. That wouldn't be fair. Old Mr. Bai agrees that he's right, but he can't get over his own feelings, so in the end, he chooses to ignore it and move to the north to find peace. It's important to mention the old Bai family house here. As a household with a history of over 100 years, even after being damaged and battered, the main building and the big gate still stand strong, maintaining a traditional and grand appearance. It's rare for a village like Yunxi to have such an old family. After restoring order, the government returned the house to the Bai family. Before his death, Bai Li's great-grandfather regretted not being able to repair the old house to its original state, but her great-uncle and grandfather managed to do so. Although it wasn't fully restored, the heavy gate and tall walls still provided a good shelter in this chaotic time. Yes, now the house belongs to Bai Xiangyuan. As the eldest son and grandson, it's natural for it to go to him. Moreover, Bai Li's grandfather never intended to compete with his older brother's descendants. As long as the old house remains and Bai Xiangyuan doesn't cause trouble, their family can live peacefully in this chaotic world. On one side of the large pit, the ground and earth walls had just been built when Zhang Xiaoda's supernatural ability seemed to run out. He was sweating all over his face and body. Bai Li, experienced, handed him a bag she was carrying, which contained beef jerky and pork strips. "Do you want to rest for a while? I'll take Uncle Xia to the west, and then come back." The land in the west wasn't all owned by her family, but her father told her that those households had all been lost, so now the land was unclaimed. Since that's the case, they might as well incorporate all of it. To distinguish their territory from the neighboring village, they dug a man-made trench in the middle. Using this trench as a boundary, they could build a wall, and in the future, they just needed to protect their own land. "No, it's okay, sister-in-law. Bai Li? Bai Li, are you there?" Before Zhang Xiaoda finished speaking, he heard a loud, angry shout from the other side of the wall. "What do you think you're doing with this wall? Where's the road? Who the heck told you to block the road? Bai Li, come out here now." The shouting was from Bai Wei, who was accompanied by a few people, likely workers from their flour factory. After graduation, Bai Wei couldn't find a good job. He tried to invest in Bai Xiangtian's orchard but failed. So, Bai Xiangyuan helped him build a small flour mill. It didn't make much money but also didn't lose money, so at least he had a proper job. Bai Li clenched her fists, wanting to hit him earlier that morning. She was afraid he would shout and wake their grandparents, so she held back. With Zhang Xiaoda's help, a small door automatically opened in the dirt wall. Bai Li stepped out through the door and coldly looked at Bai Wei, who was staring in shock across the big pit. Earlier, her companion Qinfeng had gone to tell Bai Wei that a row of walls had appeared here, just by waving a hand, and the walls suddenly showed up. Bai Wei didn't believe it, thinking Qinfeng was just bored and talking nonsense. Qinfeng swore loudly, and was so anxious that he bet all his food on it. Only then did Bai Wei agree to come and see for himself. But what happened next shocked him completely. He was furious and scared at the same time. His fear reached its peak when he saw Bai Li suddenly holding some green vines that quickly shot toward him. Snap! Snap!
Ah!
Bai Li, you little brat! I'm your brother. Are you trying to rebel?
Help! Help me!
Bai Wei was caught by a vine, and two others slapped his proud face, leaving red marks and swelling. The people with Bai Wei saw Bai Li on the other side of the pit. Even though she was far away, something in her hand suddenly shot out long and accurately grabbed Bai Wei. Hearing Bai Wei's screams, they didn't dare to go help him. Instead, they turned around and ran as fast as they could. After a while, seeing that Bai Li didn't seem to want to chase them, two brave ones stopped and shouted, "Li Liji, Bai Wei is your brother. Be careful, or your uncle will come after you." "Oh, what's the use of that? You better go find the village secretary." When Bai Xiangyuan came in the morning, he finally noticed that the wheat field to the west, belonging to Bai Li's family, had already been harvested. Maybe he had just snapped out of his thoughts, because now he was with survivors around his age, harvesting the ripe wheat in the field. He had already used a sickle to cut about 1/10 of a hectare, but his waist was almost too tired to stand straight. There was nothing he could do. He had used harvesters for many years, and using a sickle was something from a long time ago. In the past, after the harvesters finished, he would use a sickle to cut the corners that the machines missed. That was only a small amount, and he never felt tired.
But now,
he really wished Bai Xiangtian could come help him cut the wheat. That guy was strong and had plenty of energy. He worked on farms as if he never got tired, finishing everything in one go every time. He was very impressive. When he was young, he studied well. Everyone thought he would definitely get into university, but unexpectedly, in his second year of high school, he somehow got influenced and dropped out to join the army. They were 3 years apart. Bai Shengyuan didn't get into university himself, so he naturally didn't want his younger cousin to get in either. So, when his family didn't support him, he still backed his cousin and even gave him his savings.
Back then,
even though he had his own secret thoughts, their relationship was very close. But he didn't know when, over time, they started drifting apart. Now they were just calculating each other, only caring about benefits, not feelings. Uncle Bai. Xiangyuan uncle. Party secretary. Sudden footsteps and calls pulled Bai Xiangyuan out of his memories. He turned around quickly and saw a few young people running toward his family's field. He hurriedly scolded, "What are you shouting for? Don't you know loud voices might attract zombies? Shut up." Chen Feng and the others immediately stopped shouting. Listening carefully, they heard the sounds of people coughing from the courtyard of about 10 households with their doors locked on the south side. They were scared and pale with fear. They had forgotten that in the village, every main road, alley, and household door was at risk of being attacked by zombies. Maybe because they worked outside often, rural people generally had stronger bodies than city folks, so fewer of them were infected with the zombie virus at first. Or perhaps they got infected but managed to survive because of their good health. At the beginning, only about 10 people in the village turned into zombies. But even these 10 managed to bite and infect most of the village. Because their village is near the city and surrounded by many factories, it has a large population. Although many young people have moved to the city to work, most of the residents still stay there. On the day of the apocalypse, about 700 people lived in the village. Now, how many are left? The day before yesterday, Bai Xiangyuan counted, including his second uncle and his wife, there are only 180 people left in Yunqi village. Half of these are elderly over 70 years old, like his second uncle. When zombies were biting and attacking people everywhere, most elders stayed at home and didn't come out. Those who heard the noise and went outside to check found something was wrong and quickly went back inside to lock the doors. There is some truth to the saying that old people become wise. They wouldn't rush forward to try to pull zombies away or see what was happening like young people. Most of those who stayed out of curiosity ended up being bitten and turned into zombies. Because rural areas usually keep their doors open and people are unfamiliar with such sudden disasters, the village of over 700 people was almost wiped out. Apart from those who left for other places and haven't returned, only about 100 or so remain. While Bai Xiangtian was cleaning the village, Bai Xiangyuan and his group burned the bodies. The sight made him numb. There was so much blood, red and black. Too much.
So many people had died.
Uncle, please. Go save Xiaowei.
Hee.
Bai Xiangyuan's face changed as he glared at Chen Feng and asked, "What's wrong with Xiaowei?" He was caught by Li Qi, and she's hitting him.
Huh?
Bai Xiangyuan let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was nothing serious. If she was just hitting him, it was fine. He had been hit by her before. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for being useless. He was 3 years older than Li Qi, but had never won a fight against her since they were kids. What a shameful thing. All of you stop running around. While there's still daylight, hurry up and help harvest the wheat. Go now. Bai Shengyuan had no intention of rescuing his son. Instead, he scolded Chen Feng and the others. It's not like before. We don't have face, but we can still go out to buy things. Where can you buy now? You're in your 20s or 30s, stop relying on your parents. Hurry up and help, so we can finish harvesting the wheat before dark and bring it home. And Bai Wei can't be spoiled anymore. Later, he also has to help pull the wheat. His wife, He Hua, took their daughter-in-law to dig sweet potatoes, and even his granddaughter was helping. So, as a strong laborer, what right does he have to be idle?
He was also inspired by Xiongtian.
No matter what, he must ensure there is food at home. When he finishes harvesting the wheat and plants again, it's best if he helps plant the next crop. Uncle, it's not the same as before. This time, it's different. Just go look and see, and you'll understand. Yes, yes. This time, she used that thing to hit, and there's a wall. Right, the wall. She built a row of walls, and there's a man, he's not her boyfriend, who moved his hand, and a wall appeared. He moved again, and another wall appeared. What a mess. Bai Xiangyuan was already unhappy with these troublemakers, and hearing their words now, he felt they were becoming more unreliable. All right, everyone go back to your fields and work hard. Tomorrow, Uncle Xiongtian will lead you to clear the remaining 10 or so households. When they heard they would go zombie hunting tomorrow, everyone shivered in fear. They didn't even think about saving Bai Wei anymore and quickly dispersed to their own fields to harvest wheat. Organizing the remaining villagers to harvest wheat and sweet potatoes was a big help from Bai Xiangyuan, the village chief. After all, everyone was anxious now. They were alive today, but who knew about tomorrow? What if they died? Fortunately, Bai Xiangyuan had been a village chief for many years and still held some respect in the village. In the end, the helpless villagers, led by him, grabbed their sickles and went to the fields to harvest wheat. Did they have wheat to harvest? It didn't matter. They just cut from the households that had no one around. In any case, they couldn't stay idle. They had to find ways to store some food. After all, people like them wouldn't dare to fight the zombies in their own village, let alone go out and fight for food elsewhere. Since there was nothing to steal, they had to be honest and figure out their own solutions. After hitting Bai Wei, Bai Li felt much better inside. Behind her, Zhang Xiaoda and Xia Yonghua watched the whole process with their mouths wide open, unable to close them. Especially Zhang Xiaoda. When he first learned that his sister-in-law's special power was wood-based, he thought it was just for planting trees and greening the country in the future. But he never expected she could attack so effectively. This was truly a defense that could both attack and defend. Much better than his mudplay skills. Xia Yonghua. He didn't have many thoughts, and it didn't matter anyway. Dzi, block it. Bai Li entered through the small gate. The three of them then checked the west side. Summer Yonghua marked the line for building the wall. Once the cement workers arrived, they would start working. When they returned home, the smell of steamed buns and cooked food was already filling the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but swallow hard. Realizing his awkwardness, Zhang Xiaoda shyly scratched his head. It's not his fault. He hadn't smelled such delicious food in a long time. Summer Yonghua was a bit better, but not much. Although he could cook and there was rice and flour at home during the end times, he didn't dare to cook. Not to mention the neighborhood being taken over by wolves, and even if Xiaomin didn't come back, just worrying about his daughter made him lose interest in cooking. My grandma made gluten soup and steamed buns. Lunch is simple, so please don't mind. Oh, my sister-in-law, I haven't had a warm meal in so long. Grandma, you worked hard. I'll go help Grandma. Zhang Xiaoda eagerly ran to the kitchen and saw Xiaomin sitting on a small stool in front of the stove, chatting with the old lady while cooking. Whatever she said made the old lady smile happily. Brother Dazi. Seeing Zhang Xiaoda come in, Xiaomin turned to greet him. After greeting, she turned back to talk to Grandma Bai. But Zhang Xiaoda was momentarily stunned, surprised as he looked at Xiaomin. He sneered inwardly. Finally, she's not calling him uncle anymore? When Bai Li washed her hands, her second uncle and others also returned from the fields. They greeted each other and quickly sat down at the dining table to eat. During the meal, old Bai kept glancing at Bai Li several times, but Bai Li ignored him and lowered her head to drink her soup. When she hit Bai Wei, he shouted so loudly that everyone heard, even the old man and old woman at home, and the second uncle and aunt in the orchard. But besides the old man, no one paid much attention. Bai Xiangqian knew what his father was worried about and couldn't help but say, he's just useless. It's his own fault if he gets beaten. Didn't my brother say this morning? He even put nails at our entrance. Luckily, Mingling was sharp, or your granddaughter might have been run over. Li Xiu also cast a light glance at the old man and said dramatically, Dad, Bai Wei already had a child and completed his task. The eldest generation won't go extinct, so there's no point in keeping him alive. Let him die. Old Mr. Bai. He stared at Li Xiu. Don't you want to listen to what you just said? You're still calling him a teacher. But he really isn't worried about Bai Wei. He just wants to tell his granddaughter, next time you hit him, block his mouth so he doesn't shout so loudly. It's annoying to hear. The old man is really annoyed because he has loved him since he was a child, so every time he was beaten, he would shout loudly. When the old man hears it, he would go over to protect him. But that was when he was a kid. Now, how old are you? Getting beaten by your own cousin and still crying loudly. How painful is that? Pathetic. It really proves his younger son's words. He deserves to be beaten. At this moment, Jiang Minglang and Bai Xiangtian and another person have already moved all the diesel from the warehouse of the machinery factory onto trucks. This is the biggest machinery factory in Pengcheng. When they arrived, there were many zombies wandering around the factory. Jiang Minglang worked hard to lure most of the zombies into the workshop. Then Bai Yang took the opportunity to pull down the outside rolling door. Jiang Minglang then went upstairs and jumped down through the window there. He didn't kill the remaining zombies himself. He used them to train Bai Yang. Bai Xiangtian didn't help either. Both of them just sat in the truck and watched Bai Yang fight. Then Jiang Minglang noticed a problem. Dad, Xiao Yang seems to be running especially fast. He's been fast since he was a kid. Otherwise, he wouldn't win first place in both long-distance and short-distance races at school every year. Bai Xiangtian didn't pay much attention. Now, running a little faster than before isn't strange. Everyone has potential, and under the threat of chasing zombies, it's normal to perform beyond usual. But he's unusually fast. Look more carefully. Hearing this, Bai Xiangtian shifted his gaze from the workshop-marked harvester and looked at his nephew. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he looked, his eyes widened. From left to right, about 20 meters apart, Bai Yang almost instantly reached 20 meters away to avoid two zombies attacking him at the same time. His speed was comparable to the Lingbo Weibu light step from demigods and semi-devils. Bai Xiangtian was envious. His nephew had also awakened a special ability. Good boy, no need to worry about his safety anymore. If he can't fight, he can just run. After Bai Yang killed all the zombies, he sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily. There are many workers at the machinery factory. One zombie can bite and turn a large group. Over time, many might have escaped, but there are still quite a few left in the factory. White Xiangtian didn't choose a factory without zombies because he knew that without zombies, the supplies inside would have been mostly looted. The main reason is that he needs diesel, which isn't easy to find elsewhere. So, he finally chose this tough place to deal with. Because it's hard to get into, no one has tried to loot it yet. After moving the diesel stored in the warehouse, White Xiangtian called Jiang Minglang to help move a threshing machine onto the truck. When leaving, he also started a harvester. In the past, they paid people to harvest and thresh because they didn't grow much grain. When they ran out of rice and flour, they just bought more.
Now,
if you want to buy, you need someone to sell. Leaving the machinery factory, they didn't go far before passing a pet store. Jiang Mingling looked at it and decided to stop. All the shops on both sides of the street had been looted and were in chaos, except for this pet store, which was still intact, obviously untouched by anyone. Brother-in-law, you only need to move dog food. Why are you moving cat food too? We don't have cats. Maybe we'll get some later. Moving it all won't hurt, and there's space. The little kid loved cats and dogs so much. His mom used to limit him to one pet, but then he got a second and third, so maybe there will be a fourth someday. Just as they finished loading and were about to get into the car, a voice came from a second-floor window nearby. Jiang Minglang? Jiang Minglang looked up at the sound and saw a head sticking out of the second-floor window of the pharmacy next door. The hair was messy and greasy, and the face was pale and disheveled. "It's me, Mingling."
I'm Kihui, young Kihui.
"Don't you remember?" Seeing Jiang Mingling not respond, Yan Qirui thought he hadn't recognized him. That's not surprising. Although they grew up together, their relationship was just okay, and they hadn't seen each other in nearly 10 years. It's normal not to recognize him at first glance. He had looked at the window for a while before recognizing Jiang Mingling. Honestly, after all these years, Jiang Mingling hadn't changed much, except he looked more calm and steady. "I remember. What are you doing upstairs?" Jiang Mingling recognized his childhood friend immediately. The reason he didn't answer right away was just his usual cautiousness. When faced with uncertain people and situations, he prefers to check first before making decisions. "I hurt my leg and had no choice but to hide here," he said. Yan Qirui looked sad and hopeful as he looked at Jiang Mingling. "Mingling, can you help me? I've been hiding here for over 10 days. If I stay here much longer, I will starve." Luckily, he hid on the second floor of the pharmacy because it was also a storage room. He had no food, so these days he just drank different kinds of liquids from here, especially cough syrup. It was very sweet, but it kept him full. Are there any side effects? He tried drinking children's liquids, and he didn't feel anything bad. But the problem was drinking medicine all the time was hard to handle. It would be good if he could switch to saline solution for a change, but there was none. One good thing was that drinking a lot of medicine helped reduce the swelling in his leg, so it wasn't as swollen anymore, but he still couldn't walk. After hiding for so many days, he finally saw someone he knew today. If Jiang Mingling didn't help him, he would feel hopeless. However, he knew Jiang Mingling didn't want to go back to Fengqiao village. Asking him to take him back was a bit too much. But he couldn't stay at his place in Peng City anymore. Besides his hometown, he had nowhere else to go. And his wife and children were also in his hometown.
"So,
"Could you take me to the village entrance?"
I'll find my own way inside," he asked.
Bai Yang overheard and realized this man was from his sister-in-law's family in the village. He frowned and quietly said to Jiang Mingling, "Maybe we shouldn't help anymore in case." He wanted to say, in case we run into those terrible Jiang family members. They're so disgusting, just looking at them makes me sick. Jiang Mingling also whispered, "My grandmother told me she was dying, and she sent me a message to let me know." It was ironic. She wanted to see Jiang Mingling before she died, but the Jiang family didn't send anyone to see her. This caused her to die with regret. Although Yan Qirui notified him late, it was because he found out late. When he was away on a business trip, he called his mother and heard that Jiang grandma had passed away and was buried today, but Jiang Mingling wasn't there. But the Jiang family told others they had notified Jiang Mingling, and he said he was busy and wouldn't come to her funeral. The villagers didn't know the real story. They just thought Jiang grandma had raised a selfish person who didn't even come to see her before she died. After hearing from his mother, Yan Qirui felt something was wrong. He didn't think Jiang Mingling was like that. He first called him, but no one answered. So he sent a message. "Did you know your grandma passed away?" When Jiang Mingling saw this message after returning to his dorm, he was shocked. At that time, he had completely cut ties with Jiang's family. Since then, he and Yan Qirui remained childhood friends, but they weren't very close. However, Jiang Mingling knew he owed Yan Qirui a favor.
"Dad."
Jiang Mingling turned around. Bai Xiangtian waved his hand and said, "Send him off. After we reach Fengqiao village, Xiao Yang, and I will take him inside. You wait outside." Jiang Mingling wanted to say it wasn't necessary. Cutting ties with Jiang's family didn't mean he was afraid to see them. But he understood Bai Xiangtian's kindness. He didn't want him to see those people because he didn't want him to remember the painful past.
"All right."
Jiang Mingling went upstairs first to check Yan Qirui's leg. His eyes were sharp and immediately saw he had been beaten. Luckily, the wound was well bandaged, and he even had a splint. It reminded him of his medical studies, though he specialized in lab work in college. Because Yan Qirui had worked in the hospital for over 10 years, he knew how to treat his own injuries well. Jiang Mingling carried him onto the truck. Just as he set him down, Bai Yang came out from the pet shop they had visited earlier, pushing a cool-looking black mountain bike. The bike had a seat attached to the back. He smiled at Jiang Minglang and said, "Brother-in-law, later I'll use this to take your friend back to the village. You and uncle can wait outside." The bike was good because it made no noise when riding. "Chirwei, we also need to go to the cement and steel factory first, then I can take you back." Yan Chirwei quickly said, "Minglang, you don't need to explain. Just follow your plan. When we're heading back, just send me off." He had wanted to say it was on the way, but then remembered that Jiang Minglang's father-in-law's home in Yunqi village was not on the way to Fengqiao village. From Pengcheng to the suburbs, a wide road separated the north and south. Yunqi village was in the north, Fengqiao village in the south. One south, one north. It's not on the same route at all. He felt a bit embarrassed but had no choice. If he missed Jiang Minglang today, he might have no way out. White Shangtian knew the general location of the cement factory, but had never been there. When building his house and cold storage, he always hired others. The contractor was introduced by Xiangqian, a trustworthy and honest man. He wasn't sure if he was still alive after the end of the world. People might really be unable to resist thinking about it. When White Shangtian reached the cement factory and arrived at the gate, he saw a dozen zombies inside, swaying with the gate closed. Among them was a short man with tattered clothes and a pale face, who was the contractor that helped him build the villa.
Sigh.
"Let's go. We'll go back today." He had started the harvester and couldn't drive the cement factory's truck to fetch cement, so he could only come to take a look today and come back tomorrow. His own truck was almost full of diesel, and with a grain thresher and a bicycle that Bai Yang had placed on it, it was nearly full too. He also wanted to get some gasoline. Most gas stations had been robbed clean, but some had escaped. They planned to look for them one by one along the way. "Minglang, I know a place with gasoline. I'll take you there," Yan Chirwei said. At that time, the director of our hospital department and his brother-in-law teamed up to form a convoy with big trucks, used for transporting dangerous goods, which also consumed a lot of fuel. Every few months, he would store a warehouse of gasoline, saving him from spending too much at gas stations. I remember just 3 days before the end of the world, he had just refilled his tanks. Under Yan Chirwei's lead, they successfully found the director's convoy and the warehouse storing gasoline. In the end, White Xiangtian drove away in one of the big trucks, with his harvester and the gasoline from the warehouse loaded on it. The 2 trucks drove out of the city, one after the other. When they reached the road leading to Yunqi village, Jiang Minglang changed his mind. "Chirwei, you go back with us first. I'll drop off the truck and send you in a car." "Sure, whatever you decide." They had too much to carry, and most people probably weren't interested in what was in his truck. But the truck made too much noise, and driving it around was really inconvenient. Yan Chirwei naturally had no objections. As a hitchhiker, he accepted whatever arrangements they made. Moreover, he had eaten 2 pancakes that Jiang Minglang had placed in a thermal box. Oh, he had never known that simple scallion pancakes could taste so good. Absolutely delicious, a true delicacy of the world. It was probably lunch prepared by his wife. I have heard that Jiang Minglang's family treats him very well, and Yan Chirwei is genuinely happy for him. When Jiang Minglang was young, he was often ignored and favored less by his parents, making him a bit shy and quiet. He didn't have much time to play with others. In elementary school, after school, he would either help his grandmother or his mother in the fields. Yan Chirwei remembers his mother saying that he wasn't as good at school as Jiang Minglang, nor as hardworking and sensible. He was quite pitiful. Whenever he helped his mother and made a small mistake, she would scold him loudly, and everyone in the field could hear. Can you expect a child under 10 to work like an adult? Helping out was already good enough. Who is children that old working in the fields? But clearly, Jiang Minglang's mother didn't think so. She believed that Jiang Minglang should do his chores well. If he didn't, he could leave. Why make trouble? Some villagers once suspected that Jiang Minglang wasn't her biological son, and Yan Chirwei even asked his mother if he was adopted or perhaps a stepchild. But it turned out that Jiang Minglang was indeed their biological child. He resembled his mother a little, his father a lot, and he also inherited some good traits from both. It is said that his parents had reasons for treating him badly. Their homes were not far apart, and Yen Chirue heard his mother mention it when he was young, but he was under 10 then and forgot. In high school, Jiang Minglang's mother caused a fuss at school, demanding he drop out. This shocked everyone. Even their village found it unbelievable. Was she crazy? His poor grades still allowed him to stay in school until the college entrance exam. Even if he couldn't go to university, he could attend a technical college or vocational school, which would still help him find a job later. Even if he didn't work outside, he could get some education outside and improve himself. Now, farming also requires some knowledge, not just brute strength like before. But Jiang Minglang was among the top 3 students in his grade, even in his 3rd year of high school. Why would she want him to drop out now? Unless he was seriously ill, such a thing was unthinkable. The high school principal was so angry, he went to see the village secretary of Fengqiao village, who then angrily went to talk to Jiang Minglang's father. But what could they do? People just said, "I take care of my own children. It has nothing to do with you." Finally, Jiang Minglang's grandmother took a bottle of pesticide to his parents' house, chasing his father to force him to drink it. The old lady argued firmly, "What's wrong with me wanting to end your life? You are born from my belly, and if I don't want you to live, you must die." At that time, the grandmother was in good health and was desperately chasing Jiang Minglang's father. No one in the village tried to stop her. Not only did no one intervene, but some even deliberately tripped him and mocked, "You said whoever gave birth to you is responsible for you. Why are you not happy that your mother is taking care of you? Why are you running? Aren't you your mother's own child?" Of course, the pesticide wasn't actually poured into his mouth, but it was splashed all over him. Jiang Minglang's mother dared not cause trouble anymore, and the incident of dropping out of school was over. Later, Jiang Minglang took the college entrance exam and was accepted early into a military academy. His parents, Yen Chirue's parents, were very jealous. Not only them, but all the parents in the village whose children took the college entrance exam were envious. Yen Chirue also envied, but he knew he wasn't smart enough and wasn't willing to work hard, so he was destined not to achieve what others did. So he felt envy but not jealousy. After all, Jiang Minglang had lived through so many hardships. If he didn't rely on himself to make a way forward, what would happen to him in the future? Like Yen Chirue, he studied at a 3-year college, and after graduation, he went to work at a hospital arranged through his father's connections, and his family even bought him a small 3-bedroom apartment as a wedding house. Their futures and marriages were all taken care of by their parents, but Jiang Minglang had no such help, so he could only rely on himself. Later, he asked his mother about it, and after hearing the reason, he was truly speechless. It turned out that when Jiang Minglang was born, his father went to the city early in the morning to deliver vegetables and was hit by an SUV, breaking a rib. His mother, who hadn't finished her postpartum confinement, went to the hospital to see her husband and was beaten by a group of people. The leader of the group, a chubby woman, realized they had hit the wrong person, not her husband's mistress or a third party. But they neither apologized nor paid medical bills and just left. His mother stayed in the hospital for 5 days before returning home. That night, after arriving home, she was giving Jiang Minglang formula milk and didn't watch her step, tripped over a stool, and hit her head on the corner of the table, losing consciousness. She was hospitalized twice in a month due to these injuries. Finally, after her postpartum recovery, her father also recovered and was discharged from the hospital. But just as they were about to get off the tricycle at home, his father's hand slipped from the handlebar and he fell headfirst onto the cement ground in the yard. That fall nearly killed him. So, the person who just got out of the hospital went back again. During that month, Jiang Minglang was cared for by his grandmother. His aunt felt sorry for her mother and, since she had no plans at the time, took him to her home. His aunt cared for him for a month. When his younger brother and his wife recovered completely, she planned to send Jiang Minglang back. Unexpectedly, his mother firmly refused to take him. "Big sister, this child is unlucky for us. Look at what happened to our family after he was born. My and your second brother's health has never been good. But when you take him away, we get better, and everything has been peaceful for this past month. Maybe you should raise him?" Both your children are grown, and having one more won't be a problem. If you really don't want to raise him, then find someone else to adopt him." At that time, Jiang Minglang's parents truly believed that their son was unlucky for them, so they couldn't let him stay at home and decided to send him away. In the end, it was Jiang Minglang's grandmother who refused to give him up and decided to keep him at her side. Bai Xiangtian hadn't reached home when he was stopped halfway. At 4 p.m., before the sun set, the orange glow spread across the orchard. From afar, the sea of green was dotted with white, pink, and red flowers, appearing and disappearing, full of life. Bai Xiangyuan stood under the sign labeled "By Orchard" with two middle-aged villagers, gazing thoughtfully at the sea of flowers. When Bai Xiangtian returned from the military and said he wanted to lease the orchard, he wasn't very optimistic. But at that time, their relationship was still good, and he supported whatever decision Bai Xiangtian made. He was like a loyal cousin to him. So, he accompanied him to handle the leasing paperwork. Watching Bai Xiangtian invest all his military pension into the orchard, he felt a bit uneasy and wanted to advise him to keep some money aside, fearing he might lose everything and end up with nothing. Yes, he didn't think Bai Xiangtian would succeed. Although the second uncle's family lived in Yunqi village, they didn't have rural household registration or land. Their 2 acres belonged to their grandparents, and they only grew vegetables. So, he didn't believe Bai Xiangtian could farm successfully. Helping out in the vegetable patch as a child didn't count. But unexpectedly, Bai Xiangtian really succeeded. After years of hard work and significant investment, he managed to recover his costs in the first year of fruit production. Hard work always pays off. He insisted on natural methods. Initially, he used pesticides to control pests, but after the fruit set, he stopped. So, Bai Xiangtian's fruit sales were very good. After gaining fame, people from Pengcheng started driving over to pick them. Because of this, he put up a sign that said "By Orchard" here to help visitors find the place easily. Bai Wei persuaded him to invest in the orchard. How to invest? The initial investment was already done, and the trees had grown. He wouldn't do something so shameful, so he didn't mention it. Bai Wei also wanted him to tell Bai Xiangtian that he would help deliver the fruit. If there was a phone call asking for fruit, he would send it over. It's better if someone from their family does this work rather than outsiders. At that time, he hadn't yet opened a flour mill for his son. Actually, it was just a small workshop, not a real factory. So he was tempted. When he went to find Bai Xiangtian, he was on the phone. His second uncle was there too. He knew that if he mentioned it to his second uncle, he would definitely agree. And indeed, Bai Xiangtian agreed. But who would have thought that his son was so unmotivated? He only worked for half a month before Bai Xiangtian fired him. The reason was that when delivering fruit to customers, he secretly sold a few boxes. He told the customers that there wasn't enough today and that he would make up for it later. But back home, he told Bai Xiangtian that the customers found some rotten fruit inside, and as compensation, he gave them 2 extra boxes. The fruit was bought and packed by Bai Xiangtian. Some fruit looked fine when first picked, but problems might show up later. So at first, Bai Xiangtian didn't suspect him and believed his story. But Bai Wei was too greedy. At first, Bai Xiangtian didn't suspect him, but later, he started stealing more and more, once claiming there were 10 boxes of rotten fruit. Bai Xiangtian looked at him and then called the customer in front of him. In just half a month, he secretly sold 30 boxes. Bai Xiangtian immediately paid him his wages and told him to leave. Bai Xiangyuan didn't say much, but his wife, He Hua, went to their second uncle's house to cause trouble. She complained that Bai Xiangtian was unreasonable. What's wrong with her nephew taking a few boxes of fruit? There was such a large orchard. Wasn't it okay to eat some? Was he so petty? Bai Xiangyuan actually regretted it long ago. He knew he should have stopped him, instead of letting his wife and son cause trouble with the second uncle and aunt whenever they were dissatisfied. This caused their relationship to grow more distant, and now, it feels like they might completely break apart. If Bai Xiangtian fully delegated authority to Bai Li now, he wouldn't doubt for a second that she would do so. The loud sound of a truck approaching from afar pulled Bai Xiangyuan out of his memories. He shifted his gaze from the orchard to the main road and saw that Bai Xiangtian had somehow brought a huge truck covered with a tarp, though he didn't know what was inside. He waved his hand to signal Bai Xiangtian to stop and asked seriously, "Did you tell Bai Li to build that dirt wall by the big pit?" At noon, he heard Qin Feng and others talking, and he thought they were joking. But in the afternoon, when he saw it himself, he was both shocked and angry. He was shocked because he couldn't believe there was really someone who could suddenly raise a wall like that. He didn't have time to think about how such a skill was possible, because he was overwhelmed with anger. They are from the same village, one community, but what does Bai Xiangtian mean to do this? What is he trying to achieve? He originally wanted to go in and scold Bai Li, but a dirt wall was blocking the south entrance, so he couldn't get through. To the west were fields, and he would have to go around a long way to reach his house through the land. To the east. This was supposed to be the easiest way in and out, and he could also pick some cherries from his cherry orchard on the way. If he remembered correctly, the cherries should be ripe now. His family still had rice, flour, oil, and other supplies, and vegetables weren't lacking, but there were no fruits. For some reason, a few broken vines with green leaves were blocking the way, making it impossible for him to get in. It was simply ridiculous. At the same time, he felt uneasy, as if the world had become more and more strange and bizarre since the end of the world. Unbelievable. He couldn't understand it, but the wall issues still needed to be solved. Since he couldn't get in, he decided to call for help from 2 villagers to wait with him for Bai Xiangtian. Waiting was also nerve-wracking. Unlike their village, which had Bai Xiangtian helping clear zombies quickly and safely, other villages started their cleanup later and often sent 10 or more people to fight one zombie, then hurriedly ran away before more zombies arrived. Not only was their speed slow, but some people were bitten because they were too afraid to run fast enough, which meant more losses in the process. So, don't think their village's 700 people dwindled down to 180 without cause. Many had died. But if you knew that some villages had no survivors left, either dead or turned into zombies completely wiped out, you wouldn't think their casualties were so high. For example, Yueha village across the road is separated from their village by a patch of land. The entrance to this side is blocked by a rusty iron gate that Bai Xiangtian somehow dismantled from somewhere, along with some rocks. But from the street, you can still faintly see the zombies swaying behind the gate. The sounds of groaning and banging on the gate made Bai Xiangyuan and the others nervous and a little scared. They weren't empty-handed. They all held knives. Even so, they couldn't relax. They quietly discussed the vines blocking the way while anxiously waiting for Bai Xiangtian. Finally, he returned. It was I who told him to stand there. Uncle Bai. Bai Xiangtian wanted to say more, but he saw a familiar figure run out from the intersection and waved to greet him. He ordered, "Dazi, drive the car in." Bai Xiangtian moved the truck, and Zhang Xiaoda drove the truck away. Then Bai Xiangyuan watched Jiang Minglang's teammate carefully remove one end of the vines blocking the road from the wire fence on one side and gently hang it on the other side. Afterward, he even touched the large leaves, bigger than his palm, like petting a dog. He seemed to mutter something, but from a distance, it was unclear. Soon after, that cheeky guy strode over and quickly drove the truck away. Behind him, Jiang Minglang's teammate in another truck greeted him, but he ignored him. Then he heard Bai Yang loudly shout, "Tao Bo, are your ears broken? Did you not hear my brother-in-law call you? Since that's the case, you don't need to stop and greet him anymore, okay?" Bai Xiangyuan's face turned dark as charcoal. Bai Xiangqian was not very respectful to his cousin, and Bai Yang, as his son, was even worse. Maybe to distinguish himself from his real uncle, this kid had been calling him Cousin Tao Bo since he was 10. He wanted everyone to know he was a cousin, not a real nephew. He was even less respectful than Bai Li Xiangqian. "Are you still a teacher? Your own son turned out like this?" Both trucks had passed, and the group stood by the roadside, faces covered in exhaust fumes. Bai Xiangyuan's face was as black as a pot's bottom, whether from anger or being sprayed by exhaust. It looked very ugly. What's there to argue about with a kid? Bai Xiangyuan choked and suddenly remembered that he used to be scolded the same way by Wei about his younger cousin. It meant, "You're an adult. How can you argue with a kid?" When he said this, Bai Wei seemed to be about 23 years old, older than Bai Yang now. Let me tell you about the wall. Bai Xiangtian didn't want to waste time. He summarized simply, I have a lot of land and I need to protect my things. So I will build walls around my property in all directions. As for the village, that's your business. You have land and orchards, and building walls is not impossible. It depends on your plans. But you should know, I don't feel much attachment to Yinchi village anymore, and even less now. So don't tell me we are one. If you have time to come find me, you should plan carefully how to enclose the village and how to best protect yourselves. You can't always rely on others. In this world, the only person you can truly depend on is yourself. Hearing Bai Xiangtian say he didn't feel attached to the village, the three people's faces looked unhappy. Yes, Bai's family was harmed by the villagers before, and even their old house was vandalized. But wasn't that caused by the times? How can they blame the villagers? And it even involved their descendants. But wasn't the village secretary also from the Bai family? Can't they just move on from that? Xiangtian, we're all from the same village. You own a lot of land here, and how can you say? A middle-aged man who had been with Bai Xiangyuan forced a smile and kindly suggested, we understand you want to protect your land this way, but could you consider changing the location of the wall? The village now has fewer than 200 people. If you enclose the whole village, the orchards and vegetable fields behind it might need help. Everyone could lend a hand. Otherwise, it will be hard to find people later. Exactly. Xiangtian, we've grown up together, especially Xiangyuan, who is your cousin, and the village secretary. You used to support his work. Now, with so few people left in the village, everyone looks up to him. Protecting the village is like protecting him. Besides, it's just building a wall. Wherever you build it, it's still building. It won't cost you much, right? Another person quickly added, the world is so chaotic now. You're capable and talented, but your family is small. When your orchard produces fruit, if someone tries to steal it, wouldn't having more people help us stand stronger? This makes sense. You could also form a team of young people for training. When the time comes, they can help you defend the village. It's a good plan that kills two birds with one stone, right? The three experienced village officials quickly came up with several tempting suggestions. All right, their minds are quick. Bai Xiangtian smiled and nodded. Okay. See, that's right. I was worried about your team not working well together. Over 100 people is a good number, but not too many. If everyone just drifts along like a loose group, they might turn into zombies or starve. But now I see my worries were unnecessary. You all have ideas, and you can follow your plans. He looked at the three with approval. It sounded like praise, but the three felt a strange chill. It seemed he was actually refusing to join them.
Probably right?
Bai Xiangyuan was about to ask something, but Bai Xiangtian continued. I have a suggestion. You can use the bricks from the destroyed walls to build a fence around the village. Leave a big gate at the south entrance. The land and orchards outside don't matter. During the day, you can go out safely in groups to harvest or plant. When it's time, go harvest. When it's time, plant. Self-sufficiency should be possible. Oh, and Bai Xiangyuan, your family has a flour mill, right? Move the machines into the village. As long as you have wheat, you won't worry about flour. Also, follow Chenjian's idea and form a team of young people. Then, if someone tries to attack, you won't be afraid. As neighbors, we can exchange supplies and work together to survive in these chaotic times. After saying this, Bai Xiangtian patted each of them on the shoulder and then turned to leave. When they couldn't see him anymore, the three snapped back to reality and looked at each other. He wants us to build the wall ourselves? That's obvious. He didn't agree to join us. He wants to do his own thing. Xiangyuan, do you want to go talk to your second uncle? Talk to him about what? Bai Xiangyuan was different from the others. He was moved by Bai Xiangtian's words. Building a wall around the village, becoming independent. The key was he would still be the leader of the village, the boss. But if he joined Bai Xiangtian, he'd definitely have to take a back seat. During this time, although everyone still habitually went to find him when they had issues, they would always add, maybe you should ask your cousin? See what he thinks. So they formed a small group, simply because they were neighbors of Bai Xiangtian and his friends, which was not a bad idea. Dad, you want them to build a wall? When Bai Li heard about this from a distance before reaching the intersection, she overheard Bai Xiangtian talking with 3 others. When she arrived, she couldn't help but ask, will they listen to you? She completely understood her father's decision. Not to mention Bai Xiangyuan was her cousin and she, her father, and her second uncle didn't care much about him, but her grandfather did. After all, he was the son of the eldest grandfather. If he died or caused trouble outside all the time, it would be a problem. And there were over 100 other villagers. They could ignore him, but they couldn't just do nothing about him. They couldn't possibly kill everyone, right? The best way was for everyone to mind their own business and not interfere with each other. Her good uncle, Bai Xiang, was used to relying on her grandfather and her father for everything, so breaking away from them probably wouldn't be easy for him to agree to. Even if others aren't happy about it, your uncle definitely would be. Bai Xiangtian was very confident. He, no matter when or whether he has the ability, doesn't want to be overshadowed by me. In the past, he didn't care much about Bai Xiangyuan taking advantage of him, whether because of their father helping him or not. He just hoped that his cousin would do well, out of respect for his uncle. But last year, Bai Xiangyuan's cold attitude towards his mother in town made him angry. Especially when Bai Xiangyuan and Bai Wei's reactions afterward. They didn't seem to care at all. It really hurt their family's feelings. As the father and daughter walked through the apple orchard, they had already passed by, but Bai Xiangtian suddenly turned back. Through the iron fence by the roadside, he stared wide-eyed at the 2 apple trees inside, and as he looked, his face suddenly changed. My flowers! Bai Xiangtian shouted loudly, jumped into the small path, and rushed into the orchard. He hurried to the 2 problematic apple trees, looked around, and his face was full of despair. He had only gone out to find some diesel, but in just one day, how could the flowers on these 2 trees be gone? And not just a few, but all of them?
That shouldn't be.
The other trees were all fine. Dad, did you spray the wrong pesticide earlier? Oh, what a pity. The flowers on both trees are gone. Bai Li also looked very sad but didn't forget to scold her worried old father. Humph, who is it that boasted to me earlier about being the second best at planting techniques? Comrade Bai Xiangtian, you've really talked yourself into a corner. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoda heard that the boss was going to Fengqiao village to deliver something, so he immediately stopped Jiang Minglang. Brother, let me go. You brought back so many things, and now you have to organize and put them in the storage. I don't know how to arrange them, so I'll do the errands. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Minglang away from the driver's seat and got in himself, then called Bai Yang to come along. It was almost dark, and since Fengqiao village was on the way, Yan Chirui was leading the way. He was worried about getting lost on the way back, especially with many unexpected situations happening lately. If they couldn't return the same way, they'd have to take a detour. Yan Chirui had already been helped into the back seat. Bai Xiang knew he had helped Jiang Minglang before and was his student, so he specially brought him a bag of cherries just picked today. He was surprised and flattered. At first, seeing the teacher, he was instinctively a bit nervous, and now he felt even more nervous and scared. By the way, your leg is injured, right? Luckily, we have a doctor here who can take a look at it. When the big truck returned, Xiaomin immediately came out of the yard, wanting to see if she could help. But then she heard Zhang Xiaoda calling her beside his off-road vehicle. Xiaomin, come over. My brother's friend hurt his leg. Can you check it? Yan Chirui also looked hopeful. Although his bandage was okay and the splint looked professional, he wasn't a real doctor, so having a professional examine him would be much better. She called Xiaomin again, but she didn't move. She called a 3rd time, still no response. Zhang Xiaoda found it strange and hurried over to her, whispering, Auntie Xia, aren't you studying medicine? You're not graduated yet, but you should be able to tell if someone's hurt, right? Xiaomin was in her 3rd year of college. Just after summer break, she would be in her 4th year. It takes 5 years to graduate with her bachelor's degree, not to mention the master's and PhD studies afterward. Overall, studying medicine is very hard. But she wasn't at her most exhausted yet. However, whether she was at her limit or not didn't matter right now because she was being asked to look at a broken bone. She looked expressionless at Zhang Xiaoda and said firmly, Uncle Zhang, just like Ziji, my specialty is obstetrics and gynecology. Obstetrics and gynecology? No, that's not the main point. The main point is, how did she call him uncle again? Xiaomin looked up and glared at him, asking, don't you know what Ziji is studying? Zhang Xiaoda scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Her dad didn't tell me, so how would I know? Before the apocalypse, Gigi's mother had a lung tumor. Just a few days before the virus outbreak, she had surgery. Gigi was worried and took leave to go home. So, after the virus outbreak, Gigi wasn't at school. Zhang Xiaoda didn't know how his cousin's family was now. If Gigi was at the hospital taking care of her mother. Honestly, there's no place more dangerous than a hospital. He couldn't even save his own grandmother, let alone his cousin who was 1,000 miles away.
Sigh.
When Bailey arrived, Zhang Xiaoda was driving away. She greeted Yan Qirui, and after the car passed the intersection, several vines automatically and naturally wrapped around the iron fences on both sides. They stretched across the road. Yan Qirui saw this scene in the rearview mirror and was stunned, opening his mouth wide. Maybe because the two big trucks earlier made a lot of noise. When Zhang Xiaoda continued down this road, he saw a dozen zombies wandering scattered on the road, coming from some village. Now, saving people was the priority, so Zhang Xiaoda ignored these minor issues. He drove in an S-shape around the zombies and headed toward Fengqiao village. Your village has some capable people. Fengqiao and Yunqi villages are close, but not really. They're separated by a large highway, as if clearly divided, north and south, unrelated. On both sides of the highway are vast farmland and vegetable fields. After passing through these fields, you reach the first village ahead. Zhang Xiaoda didn't know the name of that village, but from the entrance, he saw zombie bodies lying on the road. Some zombies were still alive, but they were blocked by the corpses and couldn't come out. The second village was the same, an atmosphere of death. He didn't know if there were still any survivors in these two villages. In the month of the apocalypse, he had seen countless such tragic scenes. Despite that, his heart often felt heavy. The third village was Fengqiao village. Yan Qirui no longer felt excited about returning home. His heart was pounding high, but before reaching the village entrance, his face turned deathly pale. He was very afraid that their village would be like those two villages, either full of zombie corpses or zombies themselves, with no living people in sight. However, unexpectedly, the entrance to their village was blocked with iron gates, stones, and wooden planks, all tightly sealed. He could vaguely see figures behind the barricade. Yan Qirui's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this similar to Yunqi village? He happily said, it seems someone has cleaned up the village, just like Uncle Bai did. Then he organized people to guard the entrance, preventing zombies from other villages from coming in. But who is this person? Yan Qirui searched his mind but couldn't remember when their village had such a capable person. He also knew it wasn't strange, since graduating from high school, he had limited chances to return home, and after starting work, he only came back during festivals. He didn't recognize even those younger than him who had grown up. That's okay. He was grateful to whoever it was. Now, he just hoped his parents, wife, and children were all safe. Fortunately, on the day the virus outbreak happened, his wife had a day off, and that afternoon she took their son back to their hometown to get some vegetables. He happened to finish his night shift and got off work at 8:30 in the morning. When he left, he noticed a few nurses acting strangely but was too tired to pay much attention. Later, he heard that few colleagues had escaped from the hospital. His car stopped at the village entrance. He stuck his head out from behind the stone blocking the road and loudly asked, "What are you doing?" Yan Qirui rolled down the window and looked carefully at the young man speaking. He looked unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. But he didn't think much of it. Probably just a kid from a nearby village he didn't know. He smiled and introduced himself. "My surname is Yan. My name is Yan Qirui. I live in the third house of the middle row, the fifth house. I hurt my leg. Can my friends drive the car in? They brought me here, and will leave afterward." He spoke politely and was quite nervous, worried that he might hear that no one was left at his home or that only certain people remained, which he didn't want to hear. Brother Jia, is there anyone with the surname Yen in the third row of your village? The young man asking the question looked back behind him and heard this. Yen Chirui was stunned. What did he mean by your village? Wasn't he from Fengqiao village? Zhang Xiaoda squinted at the person behind the stone and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Yes, someone from the Yen family has arrived. As he finished speaking, another face appeared behind the stone. After seeing who it was, Yen Chirui paused and thought. Luckily, it wasn't Minglang sending him, or else. They might have fought, but he wouldn't be Minglang's match. The situation would definitely be very awkward. Jijia, it's me, Yen Chirui. Jiang Jijia looked at the back window and smiled. So it's Chirui returning. Why has it been a month, and you're only back now? Were you trapped? Isn't that obvious? Since the end of the world, haven't many people been trapped? And Jiang Jijia's way of addressing him, he's Jiang Minglang's younger brother, 2 years younger than them. Usually they called him brother when they met.
Now,
thinking that the zombies in the village might have been cleared by him and his people, the uncomfortable feeling in his mind quickly faded. He smiled and replied, not exactly trapped, but I hurt my leg by accident. If I hadn't run into these 2 colleagues of mine, I wouldn't be back today. From Bai Yang's reaction, Yen Chirui knew he hadn't met Jiang Jijia before. That's not surprising. Jiang Jijia didn't get into high school, so he wouldn't know Bai Laosher's family. Later, Minglang cut ties with the Jiang family before getting married, so Bai Li never came to Fengqiao village, let alone Bai Yang. Oh, wait. His mother said Bai Li had come before, during Qingming, with Jiang Minglang to burn paper for Bai Lao Lao. But she only went to the graveyard. She never entered the village. After all, his grandmother's house was occupied by his eldest uncle, so there was no point in entering the village. Is that so? Well, I'll let you in. Your family only has a bunch of women left. It's really hard without a man. But when he heard that part, Yen Chirui's mind suddenly exploded like a bomb. Watching Jiang Jijia's moving mouth, he couldn't hear what was said afterward. My dad. He trembled and asked he was bitten by your uncle. Sigh, Uncle Yen shouldn't have died, but he was too soft-hearted. He couldn't bring himself to hurt his own brother. All right, Chirui, it's getting late. Hurry up and hand over your things so you can go in. Let your 2 friends go home early, too. It gets dark soon, and walking at night isn't safe. Hearing about his 2 friends, Yen Chirui finally snapped out of his grief over his father and uncle's deaths. He tried to calm himself and looked at Jiang Jijia with doubt. What do you mean by handing over something? Jiang Jijia put away his smile and looked at him with cold eyes. You don't want to just go in like that, do you? We cleaned the village to ensure everyone's safety. Is asking for some supplies too much? We didn't set clear prices. We just took what was available. Isn't that enough to make negotiations difficult? Don't try to build a relationship with me. It won't work. Every person returning is like a village, and everyone expects special treatment. Do you think we should work for free? That's not realistic. Yen Chirui blushed. He didn't expect to encounter this situation even when returning home. But he didn't have many supplies. He took a bag of medicine from the 2nd floor of that house, and Ming Liang carried the rest onto the truck. Besides that, the only thing he had was a bag of cherries given by Teacher Bai. I told you, I was trapped in a room after I was injured.
That's all I have, he said.
He knew that if he didn't give something today, he wouldn't be able to enter the village. Worried about his family, he handed 2 bags out of the window. These were given to me by my colleague. Oh, cherries? Jiang Jijia saw what was inside one of the bags, and his eyes lit up. However, he still refused to let the truck in, especially since the truck would need to leave soon. Their rule was that vehicles could only enter, not leave. Of course, their own vehicles were an exception. He then ordered 2 nearby companions, open the gate and let them in. The iron gate in the middle opened a small space for 1 person. Jiang Jijia stepped out quickly and took the 2 bags from Yen Chirui's hands. Although they didn't need the medicine now, it was good to keep it in case it was needed later. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could trade it for supplies.
Brother Xiaoda.
Yan Chirui looked apologetic at Zhang Xiaoda because he had to bother him to carry him into the village. It's okay. My brother said, I must make sure you get home safely, Zhang Xiaoda replied. Baiyang wanted to get out of the car, but Zhang Xiaoda held him back. Stay here. Zhang Xiaoda got out of the car and carried Yan Chirui as they walked toward the village.
Wait.
Jiang Jijia, who was stuffing cherries into his mouth, suddenly called out. He raised the bag of cherries and pointed to the 3 characters on it, asking Yan Chirui, are these cherries from Bai Orchard? Bai Orchard is famous in Pengcheng, especially in Fengqiao village. Everyone knows it's Jiang Minglang's father-in-law's orchard. It's a big business, very profitable. Jiang Minglang's father-in-law is wealthy. Jiang Minglang's wife is beautiful, and importantly, she is an only child. More importantly, his father-in-law's family treats him very well. Even more importantly, Jiang Minglang has cut ties with the Jiang family. After the grandmother's funeral, Jiang Minglang hurried back from the army. With the help of Yan and his wife, the truth was revealed. The villagers now looked down on the Jiang family. Since the grandmother was about to pass away, why let her worry? Also, Jiang's older brother and third brother's families are the same, troublesome and unreasonable. Because of this, people know that Jiang Minglang's wife comes from a good family and his in-laws are well off. Sometimes, villagers mock the Jiang family, especially when they ask for bride price from the Bai family trying to buy a house in the city for Jiang Jijia. It's shameless. Jiang Jijia hates this very much. He is not as good at studying as Jiang Minglang. If his wife is not as good as him, he would rather not marry. So, he has been single and not married until now. After graduating from middle school, he spent money to attend a 5-year college, but he only studied for 2 years. In the 3rd year, he went on a trip with classmates using his tuition money. A semester later, the school called his parents, and they found out he hadn't been to school once in the past half year. They tried to force their older son to drop out but failed. They wanted their younger son to study well, but he chose to drop out voluntarily. It's quite ironic. Later, they tried to get him to learn car repair through connections, but Jiang Jijia couldn't handle the hardships. He only studied for 3 days before running away. In the end, relying on his height and looks, he found a security guard job at a factory in Pengcheng. This job has lasted a long time, and he's been doing it ever since. Now, he has returned to control Fengqiao village. Some of the people he's dealing with are his colleagues from the factory, and others are local troublemakers he's associated with. Bai Xiangqian used a Baiguoyan bag to give Yan Chirui cherries. There was no problem with that. The issue was, no one expected that the cherries would end up in Jiang Jijia's hands. Yan Chirui, are these cherries from Jiang Minglang for you? Jiang Jijia spoke harshly, biting out the words Jiang Minglang with gritted teeth. Yan Chirui instinctively wanted to say no, but before he could speak, Zhang Xiaoda turned around quickly and started scolding. Are you done? He's going back to his own house and you're blocking him and asking for things? Has Fengqiao village become your home? Do I owe you anything? I've tolerated you for a long time. If you speak rudely to my friends again, I'll beat you up. Before the final death word finished, the stone gate blocking the intersection suddenly sank, then with a loud bang, it fell into a big hole. Before Jiang Jijia could react, the 2 bags in his hands were snatched away, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body was thrown backward and flew about 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground. Zhang Xiaoda lowered his raised foot, snorted coldly. Boring nonsense. What is this? He handed the 2 stolen bags to Yan Chirui, who was stunned, and loudly said, Brother Yan, if it weren't for your face, I would have fought them already. Without caring about the 2 young men who were frozen in place, he carried Yan Chirui back to the car, put him in the back seat, and then sat in the driver's seat. The car restarted and drove past the big hole at the intersection without stopping. The hole suddenly became flat, and the car smoothly passed through. Yan Chirui opened his mouth wide, with the same surprised expression as a few people standing against the wall outside, including Jiang Jijia, who had been kicked and hadn't gotten up yet. Brother Yan, what is the relationship between that kid and our boss? Inside the car, Zhang Xiaoda looked at the road ahead and asked coldly. Jiang Jijie and Jiang Mingling didn't look much alike, and since they had never lived together, they didn't share the same family vibe. So, at first, Zhang Xiaoda and Bai Yang didn't realize this person was related to Jiang Mingling. It wasn't until Jiang Jijie saw a bag with the words Bai Guiyuan on it and looked unfriendly that Zhang Xiaoda became suspicious. He already didn't like this guy, and because he was worried about Yan Chirui, afraid that after they left, his family would be troubled again, he patiently waited. But he wasn't waiting for someone to angrily shout his boss's name. What the are you? Do you even deserve it? Yan Chirui snapped out of his trance from Zhang Xiaoda's earthy ability, calmed himself, and said, his name is Jiang Jijie. He's Minglang's younger brother. Brother? Related by blood? Yan Chirui nodded. Yes, real brother. But before the end of the world, he was just a troublemaker and didn't get along well with Mingling. His parents later became more overbearing toward Mingling, partly because of him. Also, before Mingling's grandmother passed away, she wanted to see Mingling, but he blocked others from informing Mingling. This guy is reckless. His older uncle and third uncle didn't want to get involved in his family's affairs, but once he blocked them, they just stopped asking. At that time, there were many people in the Jiang family, but no one informed Mingliang. Zhang Xiaoda clenched his fists tighter when he heard this. I shouldn't have held back that kick just now. Bai Yang said, that's perfect. My brother-in-law is from my family, so it has nothing to do with them. Xiaoda, brother, turn left at the next intersection. Third house, yes, here. The car stopped, and Yan Chirui couldn't wait to open the door and get out. Zhang Xiaoda quickly walked around the front of the car. Bai Yang gently tapped the closed iron gate. Someone inside the small second-floor house was secretly looking out through the curtains. When they saw Yan Chirui returning, someone immediately rushed down the stairs. Mom, Chirui is back. Chirui.
Huh?
Little Rui?
Dad.
The tightly closed main hall door opened, and several women and children hurried out. The iron gate opened, and a small figure threw itself into Yan Chirui's arms, sobbing, Dad. This was his daughter, Xiao Yezi, who was 6 years old. Besides Xiao Yezi, 2 middle-aged women, a young woman around 30, and a girl in her early 20s followed behind. Seeing this group of women coming out, no men were in sight. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but frown. No wonder Jiang Jijie said his family was just a bunch of old women. If Yan Chirui didn't come back, his family would be all women. Family members gathered, all feeling emotional. Even Yan Chirui, a grown man, had tears in his eyes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and a group of people rushed over from the intersection they turned onto. Brother Chung, it's them. That guy with the black face and flat top, he's the one who kicked Brother Jia. He seems to be from the Soil faction. Behind this group, a man in his early 30s, unremarkable in appearance but obviously muscular, walked steadily and calmly at the back. 2 young men he had met earlier at the intersection followed beside him. When they arrived, the women of the Yen family were so frightened they hurried to hide inside the yard. One middle-aged woman even told the young girl to go back inside, while she tightly held a shovel behind the door, on high alert. Yan Chirui watched the dozen or so people rushing over with a changed expression on his face. Although he knew Zhang Xiaoda could fight and had already seen him at the village entrance, so many people coming at once. He felt sorry and said, Sorry, Xiaoda brother, I've caused you trouble. He just wanted to go home, never expecting it to be so difficult. Zhang Xiaoda waved his hand. These people were nothing to him. Not to mention, he now had special abilities. Even without them, he could handle 20 of them easily. It all depended on whether he wanted to fight. Zhang Xiaoda reached behind his waist and pulled out a gun. He clicked twice, then raised it. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps stopped. It was as if the scene had been paused. Everyone froze like wooden dolls. Get lost. Zhang Xiaoda pointed his gun at them and spoke a clear, simple word. A few young men running ahead with sticks started to retreat, but the big man at the back, called Brother Chung, who looked like the leader, didn't move. He looked at Zhang Xiaoda and suddenly smiled. Brother, aren't you being a bit unfair? Unfair how? Zhang Xiaoda sneered. Do you think you're a big shot? Still talking about rules with me? As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoda's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but Bai Yang and Yan Qirui behind him also changed their faces. Because Brother Cheng's face suddenly turned a brass color, like a statue, not a real person. At the same time, his face turned brass, and he suddenly lunged at Zhang Xiaoda with force.
Bang bang.
Zhang Xiaoda fired 2 shots. The bullets sparked on his forehead and body, then ricocheted away. He waved his hand, and a wall of dirt shot up in front of him. Then, with a loud bang, Brother Cheng crashed into the dirt wall, looking at Zhang Xiaoda with a wicked smile. Zhang Xiaoda also smiled. In the next second, Brother Cheng's body suddenly sank halfway into the ground. Zhang Xiaoda turned around, took the long sword handed to him by Bai Yang, and also handed him his gun. Then he took a big step forward, jumped up, and swung the sword fiercely toward Brother Cheng's head. Brother Cheng supported himself with his hands on the ground, trying to get out of the dirt, but failed. Just as the sword was about to hit his head, Brother Cheng panicked. He lowered his body, shifted to the left, and the sword struck his shoulder with a sharp clang. It was clearly the sound of 2 different metals hitting each other. However, Cheng Ji's face suddenly changed color. His brass-like skin turned ghostly pale, as if all his energy had been drained from resisting Zhang Xiaoda's attack. His body blocked but his energy was exhausted. Zhang Xiaoda looked down at him, smiled again, then suddenly kicked him hard in the face. Cheng Ji's pupils trembled with shock. In his panic, he ignored whether his energy was depleted and used all his strength to protect his face. His face, which was pale, quickly turned back to a brass color. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoda's foot reached his face. With a loud bang, Cheng Ji's face and body tilted backward. But that wasn't all. His half-brass face actually deformed and sank in, looking very strange. Cheng Ge let out a painful muffled groan and felt deep regret. He should have left with his people the moment this tough opponent pulled out his gun, instead of fighting him head-on. Since the end of the world, life had been too smooth. Not to mention zombies, among survivors, no one had such powerful energy as him. For over half a month since discovering his energy, he had been invincible. No one could match him. He never expected to lose today to someone with earth-based powers. The brass color on his face flickered, then turned pale again. But this time, it was more than just pale. Half his face caved in, along with his cheekbones, which became deformed. His mouth crooked, blood flowed from his mouth and nose. In an instant, his lower face was covered in blood. Zhang Xiaoda had used all his strength for that kick. Even with the brass protection, it couldn't withstand his force. You. Cheng Ge wanted to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, a flash of light crossed his vision. His neck suddenly felt cold, and he heard a faint hiss. He raised his hand to cover his neck, blood pouring out rapidly.
Sheng Ye.
Someone tremblingly called out. Zhang Xiaoda looked up, but the person immediately turned and ran away in a panic. Seeing Cheng Ge dead in this person's hands, the others, already afraid of his gun, were now even more scared. They all scattered in a panic, running away quickly. They had fled much faster than when they arrived. The soil loosened, and the half-decomposed corpse beneath sank, quickly covering his head. Soon, the dirt returned to its original state, and the road was flat and smooth again, just like before. The members of the Yen family stood at the door, stunned, staring blankly at the area where Cheng Ge was buried. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe there's a person buried underneath? Is this special ability used for killing and hiding bodies? Brother Yen. Bai Yang turned to look at Yan Qirui, frowning, and said, "You probably can't stay in Fengqiao village. I suggest you take your family and leave. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to Yunxi village." He knew his uncle's plan. They couldn't give up Yunxi village because survivors still needed to live there. So, the Yen family situation isn't too bad. In fact, it might even be good for his family. After all, whether it's by Sheng Yuan or other families in the village, they all hold some resentment towards his family, but Yan Qirui wouldn't. Bai Yang thought quickly. He not only considered this, but also the future direction of Yunxi village and their orchard. White Yang is right. Do you want to leave? They suggested leaving, but the decision was up to their family. Yes, we're leaving. Before Yan Chirui could answer, a middle-aged woman standing at the door with a shovel trembled and said, Chirui, actually, your second uncle and your dad. Should we leave here? Otherwise, your sister. This is Yan Chirui's second aunt. The beautiful girl she pushed into the yard is her daughter, also Yan Chirui's cousin, Yanju, who is 21 years old. She is a college junior like Xia Min, still not graduated. Of course, now graduation isn't necessary. Half an hour later, two vehicles left Fengqiao village one after the other. The front was the silver SUV driven by Zhang Xiaoda when he arrived. Behind was a pickup truck used by Yan Chirui's second uncle's family to carry vegetables. The second aunt was driving it now. Before Yan Chirui returned, the women of the Yan family had already packed everything they could from their home, preparing to leave at any moment. His second uncle's house was originally next to his, but since both men had died, his mother quickly took his second aunt and Yanju back to her house. Yanju was young and pretty. That used to be a good thing, but now she could only hope no one noticed her. Fortunately, she wasn't timid. If someone tried to harm her, she was brave enough to fight back with a knife. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to return safely from Normal University in Pengcheng. After the car left Fengqiao village, Zhang Xiaoda saw Jiang Jijie in the rearview mirror. He was hiding behind the wall of a house at the village entrance, waiting until they were a good distance away before coming out. Jiang Jijie looked like he was fine now. Standing nearby was a middle-aged man who was a little shorter than him. They looked somewhat alike, and the middle-aged man also resembled the older brother. That's Zhang's second son, Mingling, his father. Yan Chirui also saw Zhang's second son in the rearview mirror and snorted coldly. My dad said, don't be fooled by Zhang's second son's honest face. He's actually very cunning. Among the three brothers, he's the most scheming. Bai Yang said, I've met him. The first year my sister got married, he and his wife came to my house. At first, it was his wife talking. She said they didn't oppose my sister's husband becoming a son-in-law, but they wanted a clear explanation. Usually, when someone marries, they buy a house and car and give a bride price. But they're flexible, they don't need a house or car, and they don't want much bride price, just 30,000. What? Before Bai Yang could finish, Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but gape in shock. Did the mother of the older brother say that? Bai Yang nodded.
Yes.
It was on the weekend. I was at home and heard everything clearly. At first, they asked my eldest uncle for 30,000 in bride price. But seeing that my uncle didn't say a word or even lift his eyes, they thought he wanted to bargain. The woman lowered it from 30,000 to 25, then to 20. But my uncle kept silent. She got impatient and said 20,000 was the lowest they could go. And then, although Bai Yang knew his uncle wouldn't give them anything, hearing about his older brother being treated like that by his parents made Zhang Xiaoda feel both angry and bitter. I should have just dealt with Jiang Jijie earlier.
What kind of family are they?
My uncle definitely wouldn't give them anything. In the end, he only said one thing. My brother-in-law isn't an outsider. My dad said, when you get married, you should know it's none of your business. If you're talking about bride price, it should be you giving it to us. Yan Chirui snorted coldly. When Mingling cut ties with them, both of them said to pretend they never had that son. If that's the case, how can they have the nerve to ask for bride price? Yes, my mom later said the same. But my brother-in-law's father is quite clever. He said, do you really believe that family fights are trustworthy? Legally, my brother-in-law is responsible for supporting them. If he doesn't pay, they can sue him. Brother Yan, you're right. My brother-in-law's father is really sneaky and mean. He said that just to make my eldest uncle tell my brother-in-law to be obedient and give him his retirement money, or else he would report him. This made Zhang Xiaoda so angry that he wanted to go back immediately and deal with the whole family. Meanwhile, the father and son being discussed stood at the village entrance, watching two cars gradually drive away and disappear. Old Jiang Er frowned and said, if he's back, he's back. You have no conflict with him. Why do you care? Jiang Xini arrived in Fengqiao village this morning. As soon as she returned, she said she met Jiang Minglang at Pingjiang Bridge, but he showed no family affection and didn't care about her or the child's safety. Yet he still had time to help others. Old Jiang Er just listened and didn't take Jiang Xini's words seriously. He hadn't raised the son for a day, and they had long fallen out with the Jiang family, so he thought it was normal not to care about them. The dead girls still wanted to stir trouble. Was it useful? To be precise, was there even a need to stir trouble? How come he wasn't bitten to death by the zombie? Jiang Jijie said resentfully. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Jiang Er looked at him displeased. No matter what, he's your brother. My wife and I's relationship with him is our business, not yours. Remember, if you ever meet your brother again, even if you don't speak, don't cause trouble. He already regretted it. He never expected his eldest son, whom he despised, to be so capable. He got into military school, steadily advancing, becoming better and stronger. This should have been a proud family achievement. They should have been happy, setting off firecrackers and burning paper for their ancestors. In fact, they did burn paper. His mother burned it for his father. Jiang Minglang went to college and was now an adult. Because of the chaos before the college entrance exam, where they tried to make him drop out, Jiang Er's family was heavily criticized by villagers. Wherever they went, people looked at them with disdain. This also shattered their recent hope of making peace with him, and every mistake they made afterward only worsened things. They felt that the more successful he was, the more foolish they seemed. And finally, Jiang Er regretted not stopping Jijie from causing trouble with his brother. If Jijie had a good relationship with his brother since childhood, even if he was not successful later, Jiang Minglang wouldn't ignore him out of brotherly love. With his connections, he could easily find a good job just by asking around, so he wouldn't have to keep working as a security guard all this time. Do you think his official position still matters? The world is ending now, and he's just like me. He's different from you. Old Jiang knew that his eldest son had served in the army for many years, and it wasn't for nothing. He was capable and smart. In chaotic times, people like him are in high demand. He looked at his second son and said sternly, You say Wang Cheng is impressive, but he was killed in just 2 minutes. You suspect that person is your brother's man. If his subordinates are so strong, think about how capable your brother really is. You may not want to be friends with him now, but you can't afford to make enemies with your brother. Do you understand? Jiang Jijie was very unhappy but was afraid of his father, so he didn't argue. Old Jiang warned him, Don't tell your mother about your brother. Ignore whatever she says. Anyway, Wang Cheng's death might not be a bad thing for you. Quickly organize everyone and block the roads at several points. Also, dig up Wang Cheng's body and bury it outside the village. Unaware of the Jiang family's plans, Jiang Minglang remained calm. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Those people are insignificant and have nothing to do with him. After Yan Chirui and his group arrived at Yunqi village, they went straight to his second aunt's house. This also saved them the trouble of finding an empty house, as that family was gone, and the house was empty. Yan's family settled in on their own, so they didn't need to be managed, but they still needed to inform Bai Xiangyuan. After all, Yunqi village is still under his control, as Bai Xiangtian had discussed with him earlier. With new people moving into the village and it being under his management, Bai Xiangyuan was very pleased. After sending the Yan family into Yunqi village, Zhang Xiaodao returned to the Bai family. Brother, your body is covered with a layer of copper. Is this related to your special ability? Jiang Minglang can control metal, but he has never turned himself into metal before. So Zhang Xiaodao couldn't be sure if their abilities were the same. Covered with copper? Have you encountered someone with this kind of power? Yes, but I took him down. Jiang Minglang. Was it in Fengqiao village? Yes, he was with Jiang Jijie. Jiang Minglang frowned. He didn't really want to hear the Jiang family's names. Seeing his brother's discomfort, Zhang Xiaodao changed the subject and mentioned that he would go with Xia Yonghua tomorrow to find someone to build a wall. The walls he built are made of dirt, not strong bricks or stones. Hopefully, the people we find can move to Yunqi village. After all, they have a lot of work ahead, building houses, warehouses, and walls. They don't know how many people they'll find, but the project is quite large. Still, this task must be done. Jiang Minglang has a feeling that things will get messy soon. As for when someone will come to take charge and restore order, who knows? After dinner, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda built walls around the east side, including the road intersection, so his wife's green vine wouldn't have to stay there and guard. Even if she stayed, she wouldn't be disturbed unless something unusual happened. He now knows exactly what skills Bai Li's wood element has. To help his wife sleep well, he can't let her do all the guarding work. Otherwise, she might not sleep at all, and it would be exhausting. Brother, I can't do this anymore. I feel like I'm about to overstrain. Your sister-in-law said she overused her powers before advancing. You can try to find the feeling. Can we lower the height a bit? Don't build it so tall. No, that's not possible. If it's too short, the fruit trees won't be protected. Look at the peach orchard. Peaches are almost ripe. Usually, after May, the orchard becomes very busy. Strawberries, cherries, peaches, pears, watermelons, grapes. Ripen one after another. Of course, even though things are different now, the fruits in the orchard still ripen, as usual. The city is no longer livable, but the countryside has suffered heavy losses. There's no need to investigate other places. Just from their journey from Yinzhou to Sicheng and then back to Pingcheng, everyone can guess what's happening across the country now. Food will become more and more precious, and even now, people scramble for it as soon as they see it. So, the orchard must stay hidden. Uncle Dong. When they reached the peach orchard wall, Chen Dong came out of his small wooden house and smiled kindly at the two. Like in previous years, Chen Dong chooses to live in the orchard at this time. Although Bai Xiangtian told him to stay in his house and not in the orchard, he insisted. No one could change his mind. Fortunately, De Long and Erlong are with him. If anything happens, the dogs will bark, and they can come quickly. Since Chen Dong has recently not been staying in his house, Xia Yonghua and her daughter Xia Min are temporarily living in the side room of his house. Once their own house is built, they will move there. Chen Dong follows them and watches Zhang Xiaoda raise a tall wall with his hand, his eyes shining with surprise. Zhang Xiaoda proudly looks at Chen Dong. Uncle Dong, do you want me to add a mud wall outside your wooden house? It would make it safer. Chen Dong smiles and waves his hand, indicating no need. He thinks this kid is a bit silly. He lives in a wooden house to watch over the orchard, but if the house is made as thick as a fortress, he won't hear any noise outside, and he won't know if the fruits are picked. Then, what's the point of watching? This kid seems a bit clueless, not very smart. After finishing the wall, Zhang Xiaoda's clothes are soaked with sweat, and his face looks pale. Most painfully, he feels pain everywhere, muscle pain, bone pain, everywhere hurts. Brother, I can't go on. You have to carry me back. I can't walk. Did sister-in-law feel this pain when she advanced? Jiang Mingling nods. Yes, she said it was very painful, like being bitten by something, and she slept for 3 days. When she woke up, her abilities were much stronger. Dazi? Before Jiang Mingling finishes speaking, Zhang Xiaoda suddenly faints, his eyes rolling back. They thought he would sleep for 3 days like Bai Li, but he woke up just before breakfast the next day. They don't know if his abilities improved, but his appetite increased a lot. He ate 5 bowls of porridge, 8 steamed buns, 2 eggs, and 3 sweet potatoes just for breakfast, without counting the vegetables. Everyone at the table stared wide-eyed at him. Zhang Xiaoda didn't feel embarrassed. He told the truth. Last night, when my abilities were exhausted, I was very hungry, but I fainted then. I woke up once in the middle of the night because I was hungry and ate the chocolates on the bedside table. Those chocolates were placed there by Bai Li, and Jiang Mingling had them set aside for him. When his abilities were exhausted before, he was tired but hungry, so he ate 2 pieces of chocolate before sleeping. He's not sure if Zhang Xiaoda's situation is the same as hers, but it's always good to be prepared. It turns out their situations are quite different.
But there's no time to study that now.
After breakfast, everyone splits up. Zhang Xiaoda takes Xia Yonghua to find someone, and on the way back, he also brings back steel bars and cement. Yonghwa has been working in construction for many years, and he knows exactly what materials are good quality. Bai Xiangtian also went to find supplies and brought back some building materials on his way. Jiang Minglang went with him. Before leaving, they went to Yunxi village to clear out the remaining zombies in about 10 households, which they promised Bai Xiangyuan yesterday. He didn't mind helping again, but he also wanted his condition to be accepted, that anyone he brought to live in Yunxi village wouldn't be opposed. Bai Xiangyuan agreed and supported this idea. Because of this, Bai Xiangtian and Jiang Minglang had to keep an eye on their own people since there were still residents in the village. He didn't believe they would just bring people over without caring. They would definitely take responsibility. Among the more than 100 people left in Yunxi village, there were 3 skilled builders, all experienced in construction. One of them was about the same age as old Bai, but that didn't stop him from teaching and directing others. So, starting today, they would begin building the village wall. Bai Li also planned to take a trip to the city today. Since Zhang Xiaoda had built walls around his home, it was now quite safe there. She remembered Zhang Xiaoda mentioning 2 shopping centers downtown yesterday and wanted to go take a look. Of course, the more supplies she could stockpile, especially when others weren't paying attention, the better. Bai Li needed to go out, so Bai Yang had to stay home. Although he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. His parents weren't going out, but they had plenty to do, cleaning the cellar and cold storage with Uncle Dong, and picking cherries that ripened today. The peach orchard was also starting to turn red, and they needed to harvest the ripe peaches and store them in the cold storage. His eldest uncle was too busy with the orchard, so his parents were very busy. While they worked, Bai Yang had to stay and watch the house and the street corner. "Little rascal, you can't go. You have to stay with me," Bai Yang said, grabbing Chi-Chi by the collar to pull him down when he saw him getting into the car with Little Wu. "Mom is going to the city to find something, not to play," Bai Yang added. "I'm helping Mom find things." "I'm not playing." Chi-Chi twisted his body, trying to break free from his uncle's grip. "Come on, uncle, let me go. I'm very useful. Ask my mom if you don't believe me." Yesterday, he had already picked cherries, roasted sweet potatoes, and checked the entire orchard, so today he was going to the city to help. But Bai Yang refused to let him go, saying he couldn't go anywhere. Having Xia Min with his sister was enough. At this time, they shouldn't let the little kid cause trouble. Yesterday, he went to the city, and he knew there were still many zombies there. In the end, Chi-Chi could only watch eagerly as his mother filled the car with gas, then took Xia Min and drove onto the highway. He thought staying behind would be boring, but unexpectedly, Chi-Chi almost got into a fight with people from Yunxi village when he was with Xiao Wu. At 11 a.m., Chi-Chi, who had a small dagger tucked into his waist, was eating a peach when he suddenly heard someone calling him at the road intersection. "Chi-Chi? Jiang Chi-Chi?" Chi-Chi came out of the peach orchard, walking along the small path to the intersection, and asked Sister Duo, "Do you need something?" The person calling him was Bai Luo, Bai Wei's daughter, who was 2 years older than him. They used to play together often and got along well. This girl had her mother's personality, somewhat soft but very hard-working and serious about her studies. She was well-liked by the old master and old lady. Her calligraphy was learned directly from her grandfather, and at just 10 years old, she had already mastered beautiful handwriting. Bai Wei wasn't much to look at, but he married a good wife. His wife, Wen Ting, was pretty when she was young, and Bai Wei often pretended to be something he's not. He tricked her into marrying him that way. When Bai Luo was 3, they almost divorced. They had been married for 4 years, and Bai Wei spent most of his time idling, relying on Wen Ting to work and support the family. Later, he finally agreed to help deliver goods at Baigua Garden, but within half a month, he had tricked the uncle out of dozens of boxes of fruit. Wen Ting was so angry she almost hit him, feeling truly ashamed. The uncle was a good person and generous to them. Since the orchard started producing fruit, they never had to buy any. How could he do such a thing? Heartless and ungrateful. She thought Bai Wei was hopeless and wanted a divorce. Bai Wei naturally refused. At that moment, he found out she was pregnant. Wen Ting didn't want to abort the baby, so they didn't divorce. That same year, Bai Shengyuan helped Bai Wei open a flour mill, finally giving him a proper job and saving their fragile marriage.
My mom made red bean cake.
She asked me to bring it to you, great-grandpa and great-grandma. I won't go inside. You can take it to them. Red bean cake was a favorite of Old Lady Bai. Wen Ting used to make it often and send it over. Since the end of the world, I can't do certain things anymore. Fortunately, things have stabilized these days. My father-in-law is no longer causing trouble. Yesterday, Bai Wei was scolded by Bai Li and has become more obedient. This morning, he was called away to help break bricks and build walls. She felt relieved and thought, life is always like this. Since I still have the chance to make pastries, I will do so. Are you not going to check on Feng Bao? Chi-Chi took a piece of red bean cake while continuing to eat a peach. Mumbling with a full mouth, she said, Go see Feng Bao. I'll get you an apple to eat. Bai Duo looked hesitant, not because she wanted an apple. Her family had plenty of apples stored in Grandpa's freezer, and he often gave her some. She hesitated because of Feng Bao. It had been a long time since she last saw it munching on sunflower seeds. But I still need to go back and help Mom dig sweet potatoes. They didn't finish digging the sweet potatoes yesterday, so they had to continue today. Mom also said they needed to harvest wheat. There's so much work to do. Then just stay for 5 minutes. Feng Bao's charm was stronger than the urge to go back and work. Bai Duo hesitated for a moment, but then followed Chi-Chi home. After playing with Feng Bao for a while, Chi-Chi helped her get a few apples and insisted on sending her back. No need. It's not safe outside.
Don't go out.
That's exactly why I want to send you. You're a girl. Bai Duo felt helpless, but had no choice but to go along. It used to take only 2 minutes to go through the big pit area, but now they had to go around a row of walls and cross the road to enter the village. Xiao Wu still stayed close to Chi-Chi, never leaving her side.
Woof.
Woof woof. As soon as they entered the village, Xiao Wu suddenly growled loudly, baring its teeth. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Chi-Chi found it strange. Why was Xiao Wu barking as soon as they entered the village? Suddenly, Xiao Wu broke into a full sprint toward a house in the middle of the village. Chi-Chi was stunned but quickly ran after him. Bai Duo was also surprised but worried about Chi-Chi, grabbed her apples and ran behind. Xiao Wu ran straight to the door of a house in the village center and stopped. Woof woof. It didn't bark anymore after reaching the house, but its threatening growl and tense body, with bared teeth, showed it was ready to attack, even more agitated than when it was barking earlier.
Whose dog is this?
Do you know them? If not, bring it inside. Just as Chi-Chi and Bai Duo hurried over, they heard someone from inside the yard say this. Jiangqi was breathing heavily, eyes wide open, with his small hand on the handle of a short sword behind his waist. He suddenly drew the sword and pointed it at the 2 people walking in the yard, shouting angrily, What are you trying to do?
Oh.
Looks pretty serious. The people inside saw Jiangqi draw his sword. Instead of being afraid, they smiled. They looked mockingly at the 2 who were trying to catch Xiao Wu, saying, This kid is Bai Li's son. Do you still dare to catch his dog? When they heard the name Bai Li, both of their faces changed. Yesterday, they had the chance to see her amazing skill in hitting Bai Wei, and even now, they still felt scared. Her family's dog? There's no way they could catch it. Chi-Chi looked away from those 2. When he saw the scene in the yard, his eyes opened even wider, and he became more angry. What are you doing? Who told you to catch the dog? In the yard, there was a large iron pot, boiling hot water. It hadn't started boiling yet, but steam was already coming out. Next to the pot, a wooden board was tied to a bench. 2 big dogs, slightly larger than Xiao Wu, were tied to the board with a rope. They seemed to have been given medicine. Their eyes were moving, showing they were still alive, but they didn't move or bark. Chi-Chi was furious. Last night, he heard his mother talking with his father about many animals in the south changing. Even though everything looked normal now, it didn't mean it really was. Just like Xiao Wu and Feng Bao. So, the village cats and dogs still need careful watching. Even De Long, who guards the orchard, and his 2 friends, were being watched by Chi-Chi. But these people? They actually wanted to kill the dogs. Why are you looking? Hurry up and leave. Duo, take this kid away. When the dog meat is cooked, Uncle will give you a piece. The person scolding them was Wang Lao, who usually was close to Bai Wei. Bai Duo looked like him. She hurriedly looked around the yard. She didn't see her father.
She felt relieved.
Then she remembered that her grandfather had called him away to work. It should have been like this long ago. Spending all day with these people, her mother didn't even want to talk to him. Chi. Bai Duo knew they couldn't stop the people from killing the dogs, so she decided to leave and call her grandfather. But before she could speak, she saw Wang Lao, who had just told them to leave, pick up a large pig slaughtering knife, ready to kill the biggest black dog. The 5th grade boy saw the anger in the small 5 and let out 2 growls from his throat. He quickly crouched and ran forward, then leapt into the air. In the shocked eyes of everyone who hadn't reacted yet, he accurately pounced on old Wang's face. When he landed again, he was holding a piece of meat in his mouth. It was torn from old Wang's face. There was a 2-second silence, then a loud, pig-like squeal rang out. Ah! Old Wang, realizing the pain, saw that half of his face was bloody and torn, with his cheekbone and some teeth clearly visible, which was very frightening. Second brother. The people in the yard who were with him were all panicked. They didn't know whether to try to stop the bleeding or to grab tools and fight the dog. Hurry, get a towel, bring me a towel. Yes, stop the bleeding first, stop second brother's bleeding. Catch that dog and kill it, skin it to vent second brother's anger. Someone held a towel over old Wang's face, and as soon as they did, old Wang's screams grew even louder. The others, hearing this, became even angrier and more impatient. They grabbed tools from nearby and moved cautiously but fiercely toward the small 5. Don't move it. You bad guys, don't touch my dog. Chi, holding his small knife, charged forward without hesitation. Bai Duo watched in shock as the small 5, still holding half of old Wang's face in his mouth, didn't wait for her to think. He had already run to stand beside Chi. She shouted at the approaching people, You can't move Chi. Otherwise, my big aunt won't let you go. Your big aunt won't let us go? Bai Duo, are you blind or stupid? Haven't you seen what your Uncle Wang's face looks like now? Right now, we're the ones who won't let her go. Without a few hundred jin of grain as compensation, this isn't over today. And that crazy dog. We must kill it. I dare any of you. Chi-Chi's eyes flashed with fierceness. You want a few hundred jin of grain? I think you're the ones who will die soon. The person who just spoke looked grim and glared at Chi-Chi, saying, You little brat, your mouth is tough. Are you counting on your grandpa and your dad to scare us? Ha, I don't believe it. Today, I'll just beat you up, and what then? He said this and took 2 steps toward Chi-Chi, reaching out to grab him. Bai Duo was shocked and instinctively raised the bag of apples in his hand, smashing it onto his head. Chi-Chi turned sideways to dodge his claws and raised a knife to defend himself. Xiao Wu spat out half of his face and bit the man's exposed calf.
Ah!
Another scream of pain echoed in the yard. The few people who had been about to attack Xiao Wu were stunned. They shouted in panic, Old Qin. Unlike Wang Lao, who had his lower face bitten off, Old Qin had one hand fallen to the ground, and part of his calf was torn away. He was now holding his broken right hand with his left hand, while his left leg was raised, blood pouring out heavily both above and below. This little brat really cut him. Who would believe that? An 8-year-old kid, without blinking, had chopped off an adult's hand. And that dog. Now, everyone finally started to feel afraid. The dog was a mad dog, and this kid was a crazy boy. Thud. Old Qin, the man, finally couldn't hold on anymore. He sat heavily on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Wang Lao, who had been crying out in pain earlier, now only stared with wide eyes and said nothing because of Old Qin's accident. What should we do? One of them was panicked. They hadn't eaten meat for many days and had planned to hunt some dogs today to cook and eat. They were all stray dogs. Eating them was no problem. No one would come looking for them. It was supposed to be a small matter, but how did it turn into this? One man glared harshly at Chi-Chi, but also looked cautiously at the knife in his hand. He took 2 steps back. Do you know you've caused trouble? You've made a big mess. When your grandpa and your mom come back, we'll go find them. Little brat, just you wait. Why are you talking nonsense with him? First, take old Qin to find Xiao Tong's mom, quickly. Losing a piece of meat from his leg was manageable, but the bleeding from his broken hand was worsening, and everyone was worried. If the blood didn't stop, old Qin's life would be in danger. They no longer cared about killing the dog for meat. Frantically, they hurriedly lifted old Qin and started to leave. Wang Lao, covering his face, walked to the gate, but then turned back. When Xiao Wu whined at him, he casually grabbed a nearby and threw it at him. Kiki's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to step forward and grab a knife to knock away but Bai Duo quickly pulled her back. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu jumped to the side, dodging swiftly. When the three of them regained their senses, Lao Wang had already hurriedly picked up the severed hand from the ground and turned to run away. Do you think you're so great? Look at how big and heavy this is. It could have knocked you out in one hit. Bai Duo, still feeling scared, patted Kiki's back and said, You just like to show off. She was still a bit dazed, her heart pounding rapidly. She wondered if what she saw just now was really real. But the blood on the ground was genuine. So, she looked at Kiki with disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, Did you really cut off Uncle Qin's hand just now? Yes, I did. Kiki nodded casually and turned to cut the ropes binding two black dogs on the bench with a knife. Then she gently lowered them to the ground. The two dogs had been drugged and now lay motionless on the ground. However, their eyes looked at Xiao Wu and Kiki, wet and full of pitiful pleading. Kiki reached out and gently patted their heads, softly comforting, It's okay now. You're safe. But she was still a little worried, unsure what medicine those people had given them. Bai Duo, who was 2 years older and more clever, said, Since they want to eat dog meat, it definitely isn't poison. Kiki, you should take Xiao Wu back first. I'll stay here and watch over them, so no one can hurt them again. Uncle Qin's hand was cut off by Kiki, and the Qin family wouldn't just accept that. She was afraid they would come over later and cause trouble for Kiki. Although she wanted to call her grandpa and mom, Kiki couldn't stay here. She had to leave. Duo, go watch at the door. I'll give them some water first. Drinking more water can reduce the effects of the medicine. She remembered doctor and saying that before. Bai Duo picked up the scattered apples on the ground. Just as she reached the gate, she saw someone suddenly appear from 100 meters away and rush over in the blink of an eye. Duo, where's Kiki? Bai Duo froze, looked up, and stared wide-eyed at the person who asked her. Second uncle? Bai Yang looked up at the yard, saw Kiki with her back to him, and noticed she was bent over, doing something with her buttocks sticking out. Jiang Kiki, he shouted in anger, and the little kid ran here without saying a word. Was it like this before? Running around carelessly. Originally, Chi didn't plan to enter the village. He just wanted to take Little Five and Bai Duo into the village and then go back. But he didn't expect Little Five to notice someone killing a dog and rush in. Chi was holding the dog's mouth with one hand and using his thick finger to pour water into its mouth with the other. His mother said the water he gave was purer and better for health, so he sent Dodo away and gave some of his water to the two black dogs. He had just fed one dog and was about to feed the second when suddenly a loud shout behind him made him shiver and almost poke the dog's throat. But his finger had already gone quite deep, almost touching the dog's teeth. He turned his head to Bai Yang and said angrily, Uncle, can't you be more careful? You're so impatient all the time. This was the usual way Li Xiu scolded Bai Yang. Even his tone sounded very similar. Bai Yang gritted his teeth and asked, Are you trying to get hit again? Chi made a face, not afraid at all. He turned back to continue feeding the black dog. Bai Yang glanced around the yard, his eyes lingering on the bloodstains for a moment. He then turned to Bai Duo and asked what happened. Second uncle. The adults from the house arrived, and Bai Duo quickly told Bai Yang everything that had just happened, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. You said Qin wants to catch Chi? Yes, if he doesn't catch Chi wouldn't have cut his hand. As for Little Five biting off half of Old Wang's face, Bai Yang didn't take it seriously. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Bai Yang turned around and Dodo, looking a bit scared, hid behind him. Jiangqi seemed not to hear anything and was still turned away from them, with his sticking out, feeding the dogs. Because of nervousness, Bai Duo overlooked a very important detail. Why wasn't she using a scoop to get water from the yard when feeding the dogs? Grandpa. A group of people appeared at the yard gate, holding shovels and hose. Leading them was Bai Xiangyuan. What's going on? What was that noise just now? Who was shouting? Bai Xiangyuan was covered in mud, with dirt on his face and head. He was busy tearing down the empty walls of a few houses on the side and gathering dozens of bags of cement from each household, planning to demolish and rebuild the walls quickly so everyone could sleep peacefully at night. While working, suddenly they heard several screams. Everyone was very surprised, thinking that zombies had appeared again, and someone had been bitten. They quickly grabbed the nearby person and rushed over. But unexpectedly, Bai Xiangyuan looked around the yard, then at the two dogs lying beside Chi-Chi and the bloodstains, and understood. His face darkened as he was about to ask Bai Yang, but he was interrupted. Uncle, in the morning, my great-uncle and my brother-in-law told you to carefully observe the cats and dogs in the village, right? Did I told you? Seeing Bai Yang's expression, Bai Xiangyuan understood. He hadn't told others. Or maybe he didn't think these cats and dogs were important. He sneered coldly. Whether it's cats or dogs, they can't move now. But look at these fools doing what? Also, even you and Grandpa San are working hard to survive, yet these young, strong people are just standing around? Uncle, if you can't manage these people well, tell my great-uncle to handle it. Although our areas are now separate and not connected, we are still close. If something happens, we share the same fate. If they kill dogs and get attacked by animals in retaliation, none of you will survive, and we'll have trouble too. Do you know about Kongzhou? Before the apocalypse, it was abused by humans because of mutated cats. Now, those cats attack humans constantly, and no one is safe. The people in Kongzhou have probably been eaten by those cats. Now, it's the territory of that mutated cat. Mutated cat? Bai Xiangyuan's face changed dramatically. Is it that serious? Bai Yang had returned from Ningqing and happened to pass through Kongzhou, so what he said must be true. Someone questioned. A cat eating people? Cats have mutated and grown bigger. How big? Bai Yang glanced impatiently at the person speaking, not wanting to explain at all. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Old Bai, secretary, is the secretary here? Say what? Today I want to get an explanation for my family's eldest. The shouting outside grew louder, but Bai Xiangyuan seemed not to hear, only staring wide-eyed at the two black dogs lying on the ground. Secretary, it's Qin Song's mother. Someone next to him tugged Bai Xiangyuan, trying to turn him around to deal with the group of people approaching. However, Bai Xiangyuan suddenly grabbed his wrist and tremblingly said, Look, Deng, you must look. See what? Xue Deng was confused and looked ahead along the secretary's line of sight. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. That dog. Bai Yang suddenly turned around, and the villagers standing behind Bai Xiangyuan also looked over. They saw two black dogs lying in front of Chi-Chi. They were only about half a meter long at first, and when they entered, their heads were even blocked by Chi-Chi. Now they were fully exposed, with their heads as big as tigers. Their bodies were similar to tigers, just black in color. If they weren't drugged and lying down, they would be just as threatening as tigers. Their sudden transformation seemed to confirm Bai Yang's earlier words. So, animals like cats and dogs can really mutate? The crowd fell into a panic and confusion, except for the group outside the door about to enter. Where is that little brat? Bai Yang quickly turned his head and looked with a cold gaze. He stared at a woman in her 50s and said clearly, Try insulting again and see what happens. What's wrong with me insulting? That dog dared to attack my son, you little.
Bang.
Everyone saw a flash, but no one saw what exactly happened. The women from the Qin family had already been thrown out of the door, landing like a sack on the ground. The sudden fall made Qin's mother dizzy, and she lost 2 teeth. Bai Yang stood in front of her, looking down at her and the others. He said, It seems you haven't realized what situation you're in. It's because life in Yunchi village has been too comfortable and you don't know what the end of the world looks like, right? Well, let me show you. He squatted down, grabbed the woman's hair, making her lift her head to look at him. This village was cleared by my uncle risking his life for you. Without him, you useless people wouldn't even be alive now. And you wouldn't have the chance to curse my nephew or his grandson.
Puff.
Since you're useless, there's no need to waste food on you anymore. Bai Yong stood up, and the others were horrified to see Qin's mother's head fall to the ground. Bai Xiangyuan's lips trembled as he looked at his nephew, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Is this the same Bai Yong who used to joke around and speak without much respect? When he was a child, he often cried and ran home to his sister whenever he was bullied by other kids. Bai Li always protected him, regardless of whether Bai Yong was at fault. If anyone dared to hurt him, she would fight back fiercely. Because of this, for a while, no one wanted to play with him. As he grew older, he became much better, but he still looked gentle and well-educated, like his father. I thought he was just another weak scholar like Bai Xiangqian, but I was wrong. Old cousin, you handle the Qin family's affairs. I need to go to the health clinic. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already gone. Everyone was surprised and stared with their mouths open.
Secretary, Bai Yang.
Someone hesitated to speak, unsure how to describe it. This kid is now both strange and powerful, and very fierce. Bai Xiangyuan finally reacted. He first looked sternly at the head of the Qin family, then at the woman hiding among the crowd who was too scared to move. Then he faced everyone and said seriously, you all saw how these two dogs changed today. So, what Bai Yang said is true. From now on, no one in our village is allowed to hurt the cats and dogs we keep. If anyone tries to be lazy or sneaky, like sneaking into someone's house to kill or cook dogs. At this point, Bai Xiangyuan clenched his teeth and pointed at the woman's head, saying, that's the outcome for her. If you don't want to live, go ahead and kill her. Also, Shuedeng, take 2 people and bring me all those who didn't show up to work today. If they don't want to do it, they can leave. Everyone else, get out of Yunchi village. He knew that if he didn't take this chance to show strength and clean up now, when Bai Xiangtian and Jiang Mingleng Bai Li returned, he could guarantee that those who wanted to eat dog meat today would either be killed or driven out. No one would end up safe. Most importantly, they would likely give control of the village to someone else. Anyone who disobeyed would be expelled or killed, and new people would move in. Didn't Bai Xiangtian say earlier that more people might move in again? Like the Yen family, who arrived yesterday. After giving instructions to Shuedeng and waiting for him to leave with his people, Bai Xiangyuan turned to look at Chi-Chi and the 2 huge black dogs. I don't know how many medicines I was given, but I am still lying here, completely still. Duo, you stay here with brother Chi-Chi. Grandpa still has work to do, so I have to go. Grandpa, don't forget to tell my mom that I'm here.
Okay.
Bai Xiangyuan, along with a group of silent villagers, hurriedly left carrying the body of the old lady from the Qin family. He also sent someone to the village clinic. At this moment, his mood was very complicated because he could guess what Bai Yang was doing there. Today, the head of the Qin family was definitely going to die. That boy was already lazy and useless, like a pile of trash. Now he had lost a hand and his mother. Even if Bai Yang didn't kill him, surviving in this end-of-the-world situation would be very hard. He didn't have time to take care of A, so killing him was the only choice. He just didn't know if Bai Yang would leave Wang Lao heir alive. According to Bai Xiangyuan, they should all be killed. Because among their group of troublemakers, that boy was the worst. He bet that Wang Lao heir was the one who suggested eating dog meat. Thinking of Wang Lao heir, he also remembered Wang Lao Nyang. That old woman seemed to have sneaked away earlier, but he didn't know if she went to the clinic to save her son or if she ran back to her own home. Today, the main people gathering to build the wall were men, but the women weren't idle either. Most of them went to the fields to dig sweet potatoes and harvest wheat. While things were still peaceful these days, with no zombies nearby, they hurried to harvest all the crops they could. Fortunately, besides a group of young troublemakers, most villagers still listened to him. Among these troublemakers, Wang Lao heir and the Qin family's head were the main ones. Thinking this way, Bai Xiangyuan felt no guilt about the killing of the old lady from the Qin family. Anyway, she was a troublemaker. Before, whenever she was called to organize village activities, she would jump around and refuse to cooperate. Oh well, his nephew had really helped him a lot today. His helpful nephew was now at the village clinic. Their village was quite lucky. When the end of the world arrived, one doctor and one nurse at the clinic had family matters, so they closed the clinic that day. Because it was closed, the clinic was saved. But the doctor was gone, and only the nurse was still alive. She was from Yunxi village. This cut, I don't know how to sew it. Nurse Jinglan was panicking as she tried to stop the bleeding on old Qin's severed hand. Then she also injected medicine into another arm. When she wanted to bandage the wound, she saw old Wang placing a severed hand on the tray with her needles. This scared her quite a bit. But when she looked up and saw old Wang's face clearly, she almost screamed. What did you guys do? How did it become like this? Do you have any painkillers? Give me one first, it hurts so much. Old Wang's face, covered in blood, was really hard to look at, but he was truly in pain. If it weren't for the fact that old Qin was in an even worse state, she would definitely call out to him. Painkillers? Okay, I'll find some. Wait here. Jinglan turned to go to the pharmacy, but was stopped by a light, floating voice. There's no need for painkillers. He doesn't need them. Jinglan heard the voice and turned to look at the door, smiling. Bai Yang, I heard you came back a few days ago. I haven't had time to visit you. Are you doing okay? Her brother grew up with Bai Yang, and they were classmates. His grades weren't as good as Bai Yang's, so he went to a second-tier university in another province. She wasn't sure how he was doing now, but Bai Yang's return gave her hope. Maybe her brother was doing well too, and someday he would come back.
Jinglan.
Bai Yang greeted her, and then cast a cold glance at old Wang and others who looked at him with anger. What do you mean? Bai Yang, don't think your big brother or brother-in-law is so powerful that we're afraid of you. Before he could finish, old Wang froze because Bai Yang entered through the door, holding a knife and stabbing old Qin's severed hand. The blade pierced through the palm, revealing a cold, white gleam. And Bai Yang's long knife looked like it matched the short knife used to cut off old Qin's hand. Just one long, one short. My cousin said, since you don't want to work or stay in Yunxi village, then leave. He looked at the group but spoke to Jinglan, saying, Jinglan, now medicines are precious. Use a little less, spend it wisely. You should focus on more important things, not waste it on useless people. I suggest you remove that bottle of saline water. He was referring to the saline solution Jinglan just gave old Qin for inflammation. Old Qin was still unconscious from blood loss. His normally dark face was now pale, looking like he might die at any moment. The hemostatic powder on his severed hand only had a small effect. Blood was still oozing out. With Wang Laoji's blood-covered face, the entire clinic was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jinglan looked at Qin Laoda, feeling conflicted. Should she help him? On one side was the village troublemaker, and on the other was her favorite by family younger brother. Forget it. She decided to listen to Bai Yang. Qin Laoda's bleeding wouldn't stop. The wound couldn't be stitched, and rinsing with salt water was useless. Thinking of this, Jinglan quickly stepped forward, efficiently removed the water bottle, placed it on a tray, then turned and headed to the back room. The whole action took less than half a minute. Wang Laoji's eyes turned red with anger. What does this mean? They weren't going to give him the painkiller shot anymore? And what did Bai Yang mean earlier when he said that? Are we useless, unworthy of medicine? The village secretary spoke up, telling us to leave Yunxi village. Do you think this is 100 years ago, and Yunxi village belongs to your Bai family? Yunxi village was indeed founded by the Bai ancestors, but that was a long time ago, and there's no need to argue with a bunch of troublemakers. Bai Yang looked down at the dripping blood on the ground and at Qin Laoda lying on the bed, thinking that Jinglan could clean this up later. The smell of blood would attract zombies and mutated animals, so it was better to take these people outside the village to deal with them. He said, if you want medicine or to stay, come with me outside the village. I can satisfy both. But if you can't fight, then get as far away as you can. Wang Laoji suddenly stood up. You little brat. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He turned and called someone nearby. Liuzi, go call Qin Laonyang to come take care of old Qin. All of you come with me? If he didn't kill this arrogant kid today, his surname wouldn't be Wang. Although he hesitated because of Bai Xiongtian and Bai Li, anger took over. Now, he just wanted to tear Bai Yang apart. Bai Yang glanced coldly at Liuzi, who ran out, said nothing, and turned to walk quickly outside, snorting, Quick fight, I'm busy. I don't have time to waste with you useless people. The clinic was at the east end of the village. Outside was a spacious cement area for people to park their vehicles. Beyond that was the main road running north and south, with a ditch beside it. On the east side of the ditch were fields belonging to the neighboring village. Bai Yang walked south about 30 meters, planning to bury these people in the ditch. Old Wang Er shared the same idea and killed him, then buried him in a ditch. If Bai Xiongtian comes back to seek revenge, he has something to say. It was Bai Yang who started the trouble, so he doesn't blame him. Plus, his mother was blocking in front, so he doesn't believe Bai Xiongtian and Bai Li can do much to him. However, old Wang Er never expected that before he could fight Bai Yang or kill him, he was suddenly pushed away by something and thrown onto the road. His body flew up, and when he fell, his head was down. Then a sharp pain struck him. Just before losing consciousness, old Wang Er saw only darkness. Then he heard a cracking sound, and he completely lost awareness. Uncle, Dehe wants to avenge himself. Bai Yang and old Wang Er's group had just chosen a spot on the road and hadn't started fighting yet. Suddenly, they turned to see Chi-Chi and Xiao Wu riding large black dogs rushing toward them. The black dogs beneath Chi-Chi didn't even have time to be put down before they bared their teeth and lunged at old Wang Er. They first knocked him into the air with their heads. Then, before he hit the ground, they opened their mouths to bite his neck. The cracking sound was the black dog biting through old Wang Er's neck. This shows how fragile ordinary humans are compared to mutated animals like Dehe. Bai Yang's eyes flashed with shock. Before he could say anything to Chi-Chi, a foul smell suddenly filled the air. Following the smell, he saw that the three people with old Wang Er, two of whom had peed their pants out of fear. Bai Yang scornfully curled his lips. This coward dares to kill dogs. All three were so scared they trembled like leaves, unable to scream or run, standing there hopeless and trembling all over. Chi-Chi and Xiao Wu jumped down from the two black dogs. Before they could stabilize, the two black dogs fiercely charged at the remaining three people.
Ah!
The last person couldn't hold back and let out a terrible scream before dying. The two black dogs finished off old Wang Er and his group, then turned and ran toward the health clinic. Serves them right, Chi-Chi muttered quietly, showing no fear at all even as he watched the dogs bite. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then whispered to Xiao Wu, Quick! Burn them all. For streams of red light shot from Xiao Wu's mouth, turning the four bodies into ashes instantly. Bai Yang's pupils trembled in shock. He quickly grabbed Chi-Chi. Little rascal, why didn't you tell me Xiao Wu could breathe fire? Chi-Chi blinked and giggled. Isn't it awesome? Our little 5th grade dragon can breathe fire, and not just one kind. He can breathe different types of fire. The different fires mean burning wood, and burning people are not the same. White Poplar was about to ask more carefully when he heard a scream coming from the clinic. His face changed. Oh no, he forgot Sister Jinglan was there too. He hugged Chi-Chi and ran over in a blink. Before he got inside, he smelled a strong, bloody smell. At the door, someone was sitting on the ground, holding their mouth tightly with one hand, eyes wide open with fear. Chi-Chi looked at the person in surprise. He remembered that the group trying to kill Dehe and Erhe was not among them. Both the nephew and the uncle ignored him and stepped into the clinic. When they saw what was inside, they both fell silent. Old Qin's body was torn into pieces by two black dogs. That wasn't all. Those dogs were eating the flesh and bones eagerly, clearly hating humans so much that they wouldn't stop even after killing him. It was very different from how they killed Wang Lauer and others. White Poplar guessed that old Qin probably gave the dogs medicine and might have even beaten them. Is Sister Jinglan okay? They didn't see Jinglan outside, but the infusion room door was closed. White Poplar gently knocked and asked, Sister Jinglan, are you alright? I'm fine. She replied, trembling as she came to open the door. Just a. Her voice shaky, she asked, Little Yang, those two? What are they? They're dogs, but mutated. Don't worry, Jinglan. You didn't provoke them, so they won't bite you. Later, Chi-Chi, and I will take them away. You should clean up outside and try to get rid of the blood smell, or it might attract zombies and mutated animals. Okay, I will. They thought they could wait a little longer, but White Poplar and Chi-Chi underestimated how fierce the two big dogs were. In less than 5 minutes, they had eaten all of Old Chin. When they left the clinic with Da-Hei and Er-Hei, the people outside had already disappeared. They didn't care much. White Poplar told Chi-Chi to take the 3 dogs back, while he needed to find Bai Xiangyuan again. His uncle and brother-in-law were busy every day, so they had no time to deal with these messy things. His sister wasn't busy, but if she came here, she would probably beat up at least half of the 100 or so people here. It was too exhausting. So, he decided to take some time to handle it himself. After finishing the matter in Yunxi village and returning to his own gate, Bai Yang's eyelid twitched. In ancient times, wealthy families often placed 2 stone lions at their gates. Since their house's gate wasn't built yet, they had to settle for something else. He looked around and saw 2 large black dogs sitting on either side.
Hey.
They actually look quite like lions, except for the color. Black lion dogs. Da-Hei and Er-Hei, did Chi-Chi ask you two to guard the gate? Of course, the dogs didn't respond, not even giving him a glance. Bai Yang went to the cherry orchard to find Chi-Chi, grabbed him by the back of his neck, and pulled him down from the tree. He asked, Little troublemaker, how did you come up with the idea of having Da-Hei and Er-Hei guard the entrance? That was a really great idea. He didn't have his sister's special ability. Just a few green vine tendrils could tell if someone entered. He couldn't stay too far from the gate, so besides watching around, he had to check the entrance from time to time. Although he walked quickly, constantly turning around was tiring. Now, with 2 black lion dogs guarding the gate, he could relax. What do you mean, Da-Hei and Er-Hei? What are you two talking about? Before Chi-Chi could answer, Bai Yang stepped out carrying a basket of cherries. He rolled his eyes and said, Dad, go check the road. This kid went out and brought back 2 gate guardians. Gate guardians? What gate guardians? Oh, just go see for yourself. I can't explain it clearly. Bai Xiangqian glared at him, but his curiosity got the better of him. He put down the cherries and hurried to the gate. Bai Yang and Chi-Chi immediately followed him, sneaking into the apple orchard near the big gate, hiding behind a tree, and peeking out with 2 small and large heads. They saw Bai Xiangqian walk to the gate, look left, then right, then straight ahead. After a minute, he looked left again, then right, then straight ahead once more. Then he repeated the process. Finally, he calmly turned around and headed back, looking like he was doing the same as before, except for walking differently with his hands and feet.
Huh.
Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chi-Chi cheered mischievously. Uncle, do you want some bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat?
Bai Yang Shifret, his smile fading.
Even though he now had special powers, he still felt fear in his veins when facing his father. Tell your great-grandpa that I'm going back to help your great-grandmother cook. Before she finished speaking, he was already gone. At sunset, Bai Li returned home with Xia Min, loaded with supplies. Today, she didn't go to the 2 untouched supermarkets in the city center. She planned to call Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda tomorrow and go together with a truck. There are many zombies, which is one reason, but mainly because they need to do something big and can't just use a small car. Honestly, even with an extra truck, they probably can't move half of their things. Apart from the supermarket on the basement floor, they don't know how many shops are on the 1st to 6th floors. Now, production has completely stopped, so they need to stockpile everything, and the more, the better. Even without visiting those 2 supermarkets, the 2 of them searched a clothing store, a baby product store, and a liquor store outside. All the items from these 3 stores filled the trunk and back seat of the Jeep, even under the passenger seat where Xia Min sat. They used every available space, wasting nothing. Big sister Bai, look over there. Just as they were about to arrive home, Xia Min suddenly sensed something was wrong. She widened her eyes and pointed ahead. That there at the intersection, what are those? I see them, Bailey replied. Having seen Xiao AI grow bigger, she was more accepting of such huge creatures now. But she didn't understand. Where did these mutated dogs come from? Why are they standing at her home's intersection? She drove the car slowly closer, stopping about 5 meters from the intersection. The two dogs, originally crouching, stood up as the car approached, their eyes alertly watching Bai Li in the driver's seat. Hiss alert? You're standing at my home's intersection and still being alert to me? What's going on? She didn't get out of the car, just sat inside, facing the two dogs. Xia Min, sitting in the passenger seat, was quite scared. She had seen mutated animals before, but compared to their original forms, the changes weren't too big. So, she was seeing such a large dog for the first time. They stared at each other for about 10 minutes. Then, she faintly heard the sound of trucks approaching from behind, apparently more than one. Bailey guessed they might be bringing back steel bars, cement, bricks, and other materials, so her dad and Jiang Minglang had brought an extra truck. The trucks quickly approached. Bailey realized she had misheard. It wasn't just one more truck, there were 15 more. And they weren't brought by Xiangtian, but by Xia Yonghua. Today, he spent the first half of the day searching for someone with Zhang Xiaoda. Although his team is always changing, people come and go every year, there are 22 core members who have been with him for over 10 years. During festivals, they stay in touch, so he knows exactly where his old friends live. Fortunately, he managed to find 14 of these 22 people. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Zhang Xiaoda parked his car behind Bai Li and looked in shock at two large black dogs standing in the middle of the road. They were tense and baring their teeth at them. Mutant dogs. They finally appeared here too. He wasn't afraid. Calmly, he got out of the car and approached Bai Li. I don't know for sure, but it might be related to Chi-Chi. The dogs were just blocking their way, but hadn't attacked, which showed they still had some sense and had been tamed. Since that's the case, they should wait. With all the noise, Bai Yang and Chi-Chi would come soon. What's the situation here? Uncle Xia found his people. To speed up the work here, he brought all the necessary materials back so they wouldn't have to make multiple trips outside, avoiding any accidents. Bailey looked behind her, but couldn't see the end of the convoy. She clicked her tongue. That's too many. Having too many isn't a problem, but not enough is. While everything's still chaotic and no one is eyeing these things, we might as well bring everything we can. Now that there are more, maybe in the future they'll need to build other things, and then it might be hard to find these materials again. But there's no way to fit so many trucks inside. Bailey thought of the big pit in front of their house.
Mom.
Jiang Qi, with a small knife at his waist, ran out from inside. Seeing Bai Li, he excitedly shouted, Mom, look. Du Dahu and Ari look like the generals Haha and Haha. I decided to rename them Xiaohe and Xiaoha. Isn't that nice? Bai Li.
Ha.
Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but laugh, but in the next second, he was stunned, opening his mouth wide. He saw Chi-Chi walk over to one of the large black dogs. The dog immediately lay down, and Chi-Chi climbed onto its head. Then he led the dog proudly to Bai Li's car. The drivers in the back car all looked on in amazement, but none dared to get out like Zhang Xiaoda did. Usually, big dogs make everyone nervous, let alone dogs as large as tigers. Listen carefully, Xiao Heng and Xiao Ha, this is my mom, this is my uncle, and the person inside is my sister Xia Min. These are our family members, just like my uncle, great-grandfather, and second-grandfather. In the afternoon, Chi-Chi introduced the two dogs to his family members. Although these two dogs had been captured and almost killed before, they were raised by humans. They only hated those who caught them. Killing them would be like revenge. They were cautious around others, but wouldn't attack unless provoked. Chi-Chi, take them away first, or the car won't be able to come in. Later, Bai Li and Zhang Xiaoda dismantled the wall around the big pit. They didn't really call it dismantling. With just a thought from Zhang Xiaoda, the walls collapsed onto the ground, and the dirt rolled into the pit. Then, they leveled the nearly 8-meter-wide pit. Finally, they built a new wall on the south side of the pit. Now, the open space was longer, perfect for parking trucks. Zhang Xiaoda arranged for the drivers to park the trucks there, while Bai Li went to Yunxi village to find Bai Xiangyuan. Xia Yonghua brought 14 workers, but more people arrived. 8 of them brought their families, while the other 6 came alone. After discussing, they decided that for safety, the 8 families would need 8 houses, and the other 6 could stay in a larger yard so they could keep each other company and not feel lonely. Everyone was afraid of being alone. Old uncle. I agree with what Baiyang said. I've already done what he told me. Baili? She was confused. What did Baiyang say? Remembering how Baiyang hesitated when filling the big pit earlier, but she dismissed him because she was too busy. What exactly did he do? Bai Xiangyuan was also surprised, realizing she wasn't coming because of Chi-Chi and Baiyang. What do you want to talk to me about? Bai Li saw he didn't want to explain what he said earlier, so she didn't press him. She knew she could ask Baiyang later when they returned. She directly told him which houses she wanted, those in the northern row near her home, where they could invite workers to live. White Xiangyuan just ran out and saw the row of vehicles, knowing they were filled with steel, concrete, and wood. He felt very envious. He suggested, how about this? After the workers finish your side, let them help us build our wall too. After all, they live here. If Yunchi village is safe, then they are safe too, right? Bai Li's words made him happy. Tonight, we will block all the exits leading outside. Since they are our people, we must do our best to keep everyone safe. Hearing this, Bai Xiangyuan's face stiffened. He glared at her in displeasure, thinking, you're so careful about outsiders' safety, but what about my safety as their uncle? He felt a bit bitter and uncomfortable, but he also understood that the current situation was caused by his own selfishness and indulgence from the start. Now, in this end-of-the-world scenario, he only hopes that Dodo and her brother, these 2 children, can stay healthy and live safely. Bai Li didn't stay long at the old house. After talking to Bai Xiangyuan, she took a few flower buns from Wen Ting and left. When Bai Wei saw her enter, he quickly ran into the bedroom and never appeared again. He used to be afraid of her, and now he was even more afraid. He Hua was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing her daughter-in-law bring flower buns to Bai Li, she muttered unhappily, what is she taking? Her family has enough to eat. Wen Ting pretended not to hear and continued what she was doing. Because she was worried her daughter-in-law might not want her son, He Hua didn't dare to show her anger. Instead, she often tried to please her. When Bai Li returned home eating a flower bun, Jiang Minglang and Bai Xiangtian also came back. Surprisingly, they brought a powerful generator and a truckload of diesel fuel. That was good news. The bad news was, when they returned, a string of zombies followed their car. Zhang Xiaoda and Bai Yang had already gone to deal with them. Where did you go today? Yesterday, there weren't so many zombie tails following them. Although Pengcheng has many people and zombies, based on their observations over the past 2 days, they found many zombies in fixed areas, like large shopping malls or even the basement supermarket. Zombies have no intelligence. Once the door is closed, they can't open it. Originally, there were many streets, but over time, the zombies were attracted by sounds and blood smells, gradually leaving the streets and moving toward residential areas with people. These zombies came from the Pingjiang Bridge area. Jiang Minglang looked serious. We need to build the wall and houses quickly. Zombies are not hard to deal with, but if there are too many, it will be troublesome. Also, about the road at the entrance, I just told Dazzy to block it. The orchard exit connects north and south roads. Both ends lead to other villages, but only Yunchi Village and Bai's Orchard are along this stretch. Blocking the road isn't a big problem. Did you go to the southern part of the city today? Yes, we got the generator from there. Are there still many people returning from Pingjiang Bridge? Not many, but there are plenty of zombies. This means the zombies from the south are moving north. Earlier, Zhang Xiaoda had built a dirt wall on the bridge to block that road, but now it's clear it's been knocked down. Bai Li watched her father and Xia Yonghua eating steamed buns while discussing building the wall and laying the foundation for the houses. They plan to start working tonight. Since they have a generator, lighting isn't a problem. Xia Yonghua was more eager than Bai Xiangtian. Besides building the wall, he also wanted to fix his house. He didn't want to waste any time if they wanted to have a home here in the future. Bai Li tugged at Jiang Minglang's sleeve and whispered, "Today, I specifically went to Chung Seun's neighborhood in the city. No one was home. On the way back, she kept thinking about her friend. She took a day off yesterday and went to the city today just to check on her. Before she even reached the door, Bailey felt a knot tighten in her stomach. Her house's living room and bedroom curtains were wide open, and one window was even half open, obviously ventilating. This situation could mean two things. First, Chung Seun left on the day the end of the world began and never came back. Second, she might have turned into a zombie. Bailey was determined. She distracted the zombies downstairs and climbed to the 8th floor to enter her home. The smart lock still had power, and Chung Seun had registered her fingerprint, so it was easy to open the door. Outside the door, she didn't hear any sounds from inside. When she entered, it was just as she expected. No one was there and no zombies. Dust covered everything, clearly indicating she hadn't been home for a while. Her house was messy, which showed she had left in a hurry. Then the end of the world came, and there was a great riot. Bailey's eyes filled with sadness. Chung Seun was her best friend in middle school. They shared everything, and Bailey never held back around her. She did whatever she wanted. She was both a close friend and like family. Jiang Mingling reached out and hugged her gently, softly saying, "Maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe there's another reason."
No.
Bailey knew what Jiang Mingling wanted to say. She shook her head firmly. If she can't stay at her house, she will definitely come here. She would never go to her dad's place. When they divorced, Chung Seun had already fallen out with her father. Both sides made harsh promises to never see each other again. Even if her father lived to be 100, she wouldn't go back. Bailey knew Chung Seun hated her father so much she wished she could hurt him. No matter how desperate she was, she wouldn't go to find him. Chung Seun was not good at school, and she didn't do well on her college entrance exams. In the end, she didn't get into any college and stayed at home. Her mother felt sorry for her and also guilty, especially since the red mole on her forehead had been there since birth and grew bigger over time, covering her right eye. So her mother thought since she wasn't going to school, she could stay at home. Their family was well off, so why not raise a daughter? But they didn't expect that 2 years later, Cheng's mother was diagnosed with cancer and passed away 6 months later. The following year, her father remarried a widow. When Chung Seun was 21, she was introduced to her father's friend's son, and they married that same year. Bailey hadn't finished college then because she was busy with exams and couldn't attend the wedding. The next year, Chung Seun had a son. When Bailey visited her, she found the baby had been taken by her mother-in-law, leaving her alone at home to rest after giving birth. Her mother-in-law believed the red mole on her forehead could be contagious, so she thought it was better for her son to stay with her, and she could rest peacefully. They did this out of kindness, and Bailey was grateful. She knew how to appreciate what she had. She still remembered how she felt when she saw Chung Seun at that time. She was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, completely lifeless. Bailey felt so sad, she started crying. She asked her, "Does your husband's family treat you like this? Does your father know?" "No," she replied. "Not only does he know, but he also thinks Chung Seun is too troublesome. Isn't it better if the baby stays with you? Why cause so much trouble?" Even her brother used the same words. At that time, Chung Seun realized clearly that her mother was gone, and she had no family left to support her. Later, after many struggles, Bailey even once hit her husband, and finally, her child returned to her after 3 months. Bailey wanted her to divorce, but she was not Chung Seun, nor was she the child's mother, so she didn't think as much. This marriage, full of ups and downs, lasted 5 years, but it ended with her son's words. "You are so ugly. Other moms are pretty, but you're a hideous monster. I don't want you to be my mom. Go away, go away." After raising her for 5 years, she felt like a failure. Finally, she was no longer hesitant and decisively divorced that man. Before that, Bai Xiangtian even hired someone to investigate her husband, capturing evidence of his infidelity. His mistress was already 3 years old. Because of this evidence, Chung Seun received a good compensation. But the obstacles and resistance were huge. mostly from her own family. Her father said, if you want a divorce, just do it. Why do you want to take their house and money? He embarrassed himself in front of others. Even her brother came over, pointing at her nose and scolding her. Chung-seon decided to take action. She placed a loudspeaker at her father's neighborhood entrance, since her father moved to the city after marrying a widow, no longer living in the countryside, and played repeatedly the calls her father made, saying those things. She also posted posters of her husband and his mistress at the neighborhood entrance. She knew her in-laws were pressuring her father, and since he didn't want to support her, she had to compromise. But why should I always be the one to compromise? Because of a large mole on her face, she rarely appeared in public since she was young. A strand of hair always covered her forehead and right eye to hide the mole. But this time, she was no longer afraid. She lifted her hair and pointed at the mole, telling everyone it was there since birth and couldn't be removed. She had no choice. She talked about many things: her mother's death, her stepmother coming in, her biological father becoming a stepfather, her family fighting over her children, her husband's infidelity. At that time, Bai Li was already working. When she hurried back to Pengcheng after taking leave, her story was already spreading online. Fortunately, she finally got the compensation and the divorce certificate smoothly. Bai Xiangtian and Xia Yonghua worked tirelessly with 14 workers all night, only stopping at 4 in the morning to rest and eat. Chun Dong's original home had 2 large iron pots, which he moved here last night and placed in the yard of this house. He slept for 3 hours, then came over to help Bai Xiangtian, cooking and boiling water for everyone. The good thing here was that there was a well in the yard, with clear, pure water that could be drunk. All right, everyone finish eating and go back to sleep. Come back after you wake up. Their home had already been arranged last night. They found a house that was previously occupied, cleaned it up, and it was ready for move-in. As for the fact that someone had died in the house, does that matter? These days, no place is completely free of death. I'm not tired. I can work a little longer. I'm not tired either. Me neither. Let's keep working. The sooner we finish, the better. Everyone spoke one after another, their spirits high and their energy full of hope. Bai Xiangtian looked at their tired faces, their eyes shining with longing for life and hope for a better future. He felt deeply moved. He didn't know these people well, but after spending a night with them, he saw that most of them were honest and straightforward. They didn't talk much, but worked very hard. Xia Yonghua said that even the shortest of these people had been working with him for 10 years. They weren't lazy or dishonest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked bringing each of them here. But he also warned that people can change, especially after the chaos of the end of the world. If anyone had selfish intentions or didn't follow the rules, he wouldn't hesitate to send them away. No need to hold back. When he found these people, their situations weren't good. Many were almost out of food and water. Bringing them out was like saving them. Allowing them to exchange their labor for food gave them a way to survive. But once they entered someone else's territory, they had to follow that place's rules. That's common sense. If they didn't want to follow the rules, they could leave and he wouldn't stop them. Because of this, Bai Xiangtian trusted Xia Yonghua even more. He was decisive and capable, very good. Besides building walls and houses, his orchard, vegetable fields, and farmland also needed workers. If these people were needed, Bai Xiangtian was very happy to keep them. Considering the many fields they have here and the fact that so many people have died, each family can be given some land and vegetable plots. As long as they are not lazy and work hard, they can definitely become self-sufficient. As for the indigenous people of Yunxi village, at first, I thought we could ignore them, but after hearing Bai Yang's words last night, Bai Xiangtian knew he couldn't just ignore it. His cousin has a desire for official power, but lacks ability and charm. Although he was a village secretary for many years and gained some respect after the apocalypse, he was quickly brought back to his original state. There's no time to waste. Once morning comes, I will go and properly organize Yunxi village. Since there are 2 black dogs that have mutated, other cats and dogs in the village might also have undergone mutations. Bai Li and Jiang Mingling gave their son a big task before heading to the city today: find the other mutated cats and dogs in the village. Those without owners should be taken in, and those with owners who don't want them should also be collected. Young Jiangqi happily accepted the task and rode Little Humming with Little Ha and Little Wu to the village. Bai Yang, standing nearby, twitched his mouth and thought, is that all? Are they not taking him to the city? Today, Bai Xiongtian is at home. To gather more supplies from the mall and supermarket, Bai Li, Jiang Minglang, Zhang Xiaoda, and Bai Yang plan to drive one off-road vehicle and 3 trucks. Summer Min also joins them, since they need more people to carry things and to watch the vehicles. The 4 vehicles left the road one after another and turned onto the highway. After they left, Zhang Xiaoda built a dirt wall along the highway. Standing straight on the road, the wall looks a bit out of place. But since the apocalypse, many strange things have happened, and survival is already hard enough. No one cares much about a wall. Most likely, people think there are survivors in the village behind the wall, perhaps quite a few, and they are quite resourceful. The wall was built partly to block zombies and partly to serve as a warning. Anyone who tries to break through is probably not friendly. Will it rain today? Summerman sat in the passenger seat of Bai Li's car, looked up at the gloomy sky, and said worriedly, my dad said last night they finished laying the foundation. Building the wall will be quick, but it will still take at least 3 days. If it rains, it will delay everything. That would be really troublesome. It's okay. We have Dzi. His dirt wall isn't very strong, but it can still provide some protection. Bai Li finished speaking and added, unless there's a large group of zombies attacking, but that seems unlikely. After all, the countryside isn't like the city. Fields and homes are spaced out and not clustered together. Yunqi village isn't far from Pengcheng, but it's not the first village outside the city, so the chance of being attacked is low, unless someone intentionally guides zombies toward Yunqi village. Thinking of this, Bai Li squinted her eyes. Currently, that seems unlikely, but in the future, who knows? Her family's white fruit orchard is truly a lucky place, providing plenty of food and drink. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she realized she was being silly. Even she could think of that. How could Jiang Minglang and her father not? Whether it was defense or attack, they were more experienced than her, so she didn't need to worry about it. 40 minutes later, they arrived near the first supermarket. Looking inside through the glass doors at the entrance, the place was packed with zombies.
Bai Li fronat.
During the virus outbreak, between 9 and 10 in the morning, there shouldn't have been many people in the mall except staff. Big sister Bai, this mall has a supermarket downstairs. Many elderly people and housewives like to come right when it opens in the morning. My mom used to do that too. Also, there's a May Day event, so most people here are just coming to see what's happening. In the end, she didn't get to see the event, but stayed here instead. The sound of trucks caused the zombies inside to stir. They gathered at the door, pressing against it. If they pushed a little more, the tempered glass might. Yesterday, Bai Li and Xiaomin checked the route. Xiaomin mainly pointed it out because she was a native of Pengcheng and knew the city center malls well, more than Bai Li did, at least. She drove the car to the back entrance of the supermarket, which had a rolling shutter door. About 10 meters inside was a glass door leading into the mall. It seemed someone had escaped through here earlier, so a steel pipe was placed across the door handle. Because of the commotion outside, there were no zombies here now. The mall is quite large, and the front of the back door is long and slightly curved, so it's not very close. Dzi, stay here. I'll take your sister-in-law and Bai Yang inside. They had 3 trucks, so their movement was noticeable. Throughout the journey, they felt the strange gazes of others watching them. However, there are no survivors in the downtown area, probably because it is mostly streets. Even so, we must be careful. So Jiang Minglang leads the team, and Zhang Xiaoda stays behind. Okay, Zhang Xiaoda nods and reminds Xiaomin, stay close to sister-in-law. Bai Yang looks at him playfully, brother Da, why do you only remind Xiaomin and not me? I'm not as strong as my sister and brother-in-law. Get lost. Xiaomin glares at Zhang Xiaoda, her cheeks slightly red as she turns her head away. Jiang Mingling walks to the glass door, pulls out the steel pipe from the door handle, and quietly the 4 of them enter the first floor of the mall, then gently close the door. Most of the first floor is cosmetics and jewelry, which are not very useful, so they skip it and find the stairs to go quietly to the basement. The place with the most supplies is definitely the large chain supermarket. Items like tissues and toilet paper are always in demand, and they are very important. There are also dish soap, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. More is always better. So their first stop for scavenging is the supermarket.
Ah,
Before reaching the basement, they hear the typical growling of zombies. Jiang Mingling raises a hand to stop the others, pulls out a thin but sharp little knife, and gently opens in the heavy wooden door. The knife quickly slips inside. Then they hear a few muffled sounds, followed by the thudding of zombies falling to the ground. The door opens, Jiang Mingling leads, Bai Li follows behind, Xia Min is right after her, and Bai Yang brings up the rear. As Xia Min and Bai Li discussed earlier, there are indeed more elderly zombies inside the supermarket. But what surprises them is that, aside from some congestion at the entrance, fewer zombies are found further inside. It's not that there are fewer zombies, but that they have been killed. The dead zombies are scattered around, not concentrated in one place. Almost every aisle and corner has fallen zombies. As for how they were killed, almost without exception, their heads were smashed into pulp. Xia Min covers her mouth, holding back her nausea, and finally stops herself from vomiting. She looks up at Bai Li, who remains expressionless, feeling very admiring. After all, it's Bai Jia. She can stay calm and composed no matter the situation. What Xia Min doesn't see is Bai Li biting her lips tightly, trying to prevent herself from vomiting again. Passing by a shelf, Jiang Mingling casually took a mask from above and tore it open to give to Bai Li, ignoring what the zombies had looked like. The main concern was the strong, sharp smell. Bai Li's stomach is sensitive. She feels like vomiting at the bad smell, so you can imagine how hard it was for her to endure. The four of them moved forward, and at the checkout, they dealt with a group of a dozen zombies that had gathered. Then they checked again to make sure no zombies were left. Only after that did Jiang Mingling wave his hand for the three to start packing things. To make it easier to carry after packing, they brought along several plastic sacks. Since there was no elevator now, using a trolley was inconvenient. There are people in the supermarket. I'll go see what's happening there. For Jiang Mingling, who has lots of combat experience, seeing how the zombies died in the supermarket, he immediately guessed that 1 or 2 people were trapped inside. Most likely, they were stuck there from the first day of the apocalypse, isolated and helpless, fighting off lone zombies to survive. There were quite a few dead zombies inside, probably because they planned to kill a few each day until all zombies here were gone, then leave. It's a slow but safest way. But I have to say, she did a pretty good job. At least, there aren't many zombies left in the supermarket. With a few more days of effort, they might clear all the zombies at the entrance too. Jiang Mingling walked back and forth between several shelves, finally stopping at a small door near the clothing section. He could hear breathing inside, very faint, but he heard it. Bai Li silently came over, holding 2 vines, and pointed at the small door with her head. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Mingling gently knocked 3 times and lowered his voice, saying, "There are no zombies outside anymore.
you can come out now."
Inside was completely silent, no movement at all. To save time and trouble, Jiang Mingling directly cut the lock on the small door with his knife. With a click, the door shook slightly.
You, stay back.
As the door shook, someone inside rushed to the edge and quickly closed the door again, pressing it tightly. A hoarse voice sounded. Bai Li heard this voice and paused for a moment. Although it was a bit hoarse and not the original voice, she still felt a sense of familiarity from it. Bai Li took 2 steps forward and tried to call out, "Chengxian?" Inside was completely silent, no sound at all. 5 seconds later, the small wooden door was suddenly pulled open. The person behind the door was not disheveled or dirty, nor was she in a mess. Instead, she looked clean and fresh. Her hair was neatly styled into a short ponytail, with a full forehead and fair cheeks. The most noticeable feature was a red mole on her face, covering her right eye and a third of her forehead. Because the rest of her skin was very white, the red mole looked like it was bleeding. Bai Li stared at her blankly until Chengxian rushed over and hugged her, tears quietly falling from her eyes. She choked and scolded, "You little brat, I thought you were dead." Chengxian sobbed uncontrollably, crying loudly. She was trapped here alone, killing zombies every day until she became numb, but she still hadn't finished. She didn't know if she could get out or if she would die here. Her mind kept thinking, has Li Ji come back? Is Chi-Chi okay? When facing life and death, people usually think of the most important person in their heart. But she kept thinking only of Li Ji and Chi-Chi. At first, she wasn't the only one trapped. There were 2 cashiers, a sales assistant, an old man, and an elderly woman. But after staying in that small room for a short time, the old man and the elderly woman urged the cashiers and sales assistant to go out and find a way to call the police or get security and staff. They wanted to ensure the safety of the customers and get them out safely. At that time, they didn't know the end of the world had arrived. They thought it was just chaos in the supermarket, and outside was still fine. So, if they could call the police, help could come to rescue them. Chung Seon felt something was wrong. She grabbed one of the cashiers and told her to check the situation first and wait before going out. But as soon as she finished speaking, the elderly woman pushed her roughly. The woman sternly said that if she didn't want to leave, she could stay, but she couldn't delay her own return. Her grandson finished school in the afternoon, and she needed to go home and cook. The old man also muttered some complaints. Seeing this, the cashier had no choice but to bravely open the door quietly, hoping to see if she could bypass the chaos and escape through the back door of the supermarket to find help. The shop assistant was a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. She did not go out with the 2 young cashiers but stayed at the door, secretly opening a small gap to see if they could escape. Unfortunately, when they tried to leave the clothing area, they saw a zombie biting a person's neck and chest, which was very bloody and violent. One of the cashiers was so scared that she fainted and fell to the ground, her scream alerting the zombie. She dropped the person she was biting and turned to attack the cashier. The other cashier immediately turned and ran back, but before she reached the small door, another zombie from behind the shelves tackled her to the ground, followed by screams and biting sounds. The shop assistant was so frightened that she suddenly closed the wooden door and locked it. Standing behind her, Chung Seon also saw this scene. Her face turned very pale instantly. Things seemed much worse than she had thought.
They
might not be able to get out. The elderly man and woman behind them didn't see what was happening outside, but the screams, roars, and running sounds outside the door kept coming. It was clear that chaos was happening outside. People who had lived many years were even more panicked than the 2 young cashiers. Later, they stayed in this small room until midnight, listening to the sounds outside gradually fade away. The old man and woman couldn't hold on anymore, but the shop assistant was not like the 2 young cashiers. No matter what they said, she refused to leave. Chung Seon also stayed still and was very annoyed with the old people. If it weren't for them, those 2 girls wouldn't have died. They waited through another night, but the old man and woman couldn't hold on. The next morning, when it was quiet outside, they tried to sneak out. But of course, there weren't fewer zombies outside. There were more. They were just crowded at the door because of the noise, not coming into their area. Chung Seon was so hungry she felt weak. She sat on the ground with her eyes closed, counting. When she reached 35, she heard the screams of the old man and woman. At that moment, the shop assistant suddenly opened the door. Chung Seon quickly opened her eyes and looked at the shop assistant standing blankly at the door, feeling confused about what was happening to her. The bright supermarket lights shone on the shop assistant. As she slowly turned her head to the right, Chung Seon saw the veins on her neck bulging. She suddenly widened her eyes, and before her brain could give the command, her body jumped up. She took a step forward and forcefully pushed the shop assistant out, then immediately closed and locked the door. As expected, the shop assistant, who was pushed down and fell to the ground, let out sounds very similar to those of zombies. In this way, out of the original 6 survivors, only she remained. After starving through the night, by the 3rd day, she was so dizzy from hunger that she had to go out to find food. For 2 days in a row, Chung Seon finally discovered the traits of these zombies. As long as you stay quiet, they won't notice you even if you're nearby. Knowing this gave her hope of surviving and escaping. On the 8th day, Chung Seon decided to start fighting the zombies. Since she had no experience, her first target was a small old lady. She picked a long, pointed knife from the kitchen supplies. After trying 5 or 6 times, she found that only smashing the head completely would truly eliminate the zombie. So she decisively gave up the knife and chose a heavy wooden chopping board instead. One hit was enough to be accurate, and 2 or 3 strikes could crush the head, much easier than using a knife. At that time, Chung Seon didn't realize her strength had increased until the 20th day, when her third chopping board broke in her hands, and she could crush a zombie's head with just 1 hit. She then realized she seemed different from before. Of course, her mental state also changed. She was no longer panicked. After all, she had come this far, and panicking was useless. She still couldn't help but miss Lychee and Chi-Chi when she slept, and she wondered about the situation in Sioux City. Hopefully, it wasn't the same as here. Chung Seon didn't cry for long. She quickly gathered her emotions and helped Bai Li and the others collect things. When moving things outside, Bai Li was surprised to find that Chung Seon could easily carry 2 snakeskin bags, one of which was filled with dish soap and laundry detergent. Originally, this bag was meant for Jiang Minglang to carry out, but unexpectedly, she was the first to lift it. Seeing her friend's surprised expression, Chung Seon felt a bit proud but kept a calm face, saying, "I don't know what happened. My strength suddenly became very big. Sigh, I can't even control it." Bai Li twitched her mouth and asked with a sidelong glance, "So, you choose to smash the zombie's head to kill it?" "Well, it's very simple. It broke easily." Bai Li. She knows her friend is not very smart, but she can't help but look down on her. "Chung Seon, don't you think it's easier to cut off a head than to smash it? Wouldn't the head stop biting if I cut it off?" Bai Li. Seeing Bai Li's expression, Chung Seon was surprised. "Really no biting? Once I cut off most of a zombie's neck, it still tried to bite me. Hurry up and move things. Don't use your brain anymore. Just do what you're told." Chung Seon naturally said, "With you here, why do I need to think?" Bai Li felt tired and called Bai Yang. "I'll keep pretending. You take Sister Seon upstairs." Bai Yang carried a big bag of tissues, grinning as he led the way. They weren't planning to carry everything outside to the car immediately. Instead, they first moved everything to the staircase at the first floor, where they would gather all the items to carry out later. "Xiao Yang, stop carrying things. Go help pack the stuff. I can handle it alone." After she finished, she told Bai Li, "The supermarket storage is over there, but it's locked. I didn't open it earlier because I was worried about making noise." For Jiang Minglang, this was a minor issue. 2 hours later, they started loading items onto the cars. After filling the Jeep and 2 trucks, Bai Li began sweeping the second floor. The second floor had women's clothing and underwear shops. She couldn't clear each store completely, so she took only the sports and casual wear and took all the underwear regardless of type. Occasionally, she encountered a zombie trapped inside a store and quickly killed it. She and Xiaomin packed up, while Chung Seon carried items downstairs. Bai Yang went alone to the 3rd floor, which had shoes and bedding. He chose to take the bedding, as they were already packed and easy to carry. Jiang Minglang stayed on the 1st floor, partly because zombies were attracted by noise and came this way, and partly because he wanted to go to the cosmetics area to get some skincare products for his wife. Bai Li didn't like makeup, but she still needed skincare products. However, the skincare section was close to the front door, where there were many zombies. Jiang Minglang moved quietly toward that area, with 2 thin, light knives flying through the air, piercing the brains of zombies one after another, causing them to fall. When he carried out 6 large bags of skincare products in paper bags, he just happened to meet Chung Seon carrying a solar panel down. Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow and whispered, "There are still electrical appliances on it." Earlier, he was busy looking for building materials and diesel or gasoline for generators, so the plan to find solar energy was put aside. Unexpectedly, today they encountered one. "Big brother, this is a shopping mall. Are there no electrical appliances inside?" Chung Seon rolled her eyes and turned around, carrying the solar panel out. "Miss Chung, take a break. I'll go help carry." After running up and down many times, Chung Seon was indeed tired. She took the mineral water handed to her by Zhang Xiaoda and planned to lean against the truck and rest for a while. But as she tilted her head to drink, her peripheral vision caught a figure flickering at the intersection. While swallowing her water, she turned her head to look. A breeze blew, and a few leaves spun as they drifted past the intersection. She looked up at the darkening sky, thinking, it's going to rain soon. Fortunately, the truck was almost full by the time they left, and Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda covered the cargo with a tarp. Before leaving, Bailey glanced at the first floor, where at least half of the zombies had been killed, while the rest were still blocking the front door, staring blankly and snarling outside. She still used an iron pipe to lock the glass door handle, keeping the zombies inside the shopping mall. But just as they were about to start leaving, 2 off-road vehicles suddenly arrived at the intersection. The road behind the back door looked narrow, but could only fit 1 truck. How they got in, they would have to back out the same way. There were also many obstacles on the other side, making escape impossible. So, those 2 off-road vehicles effectively blocked them in the alley behind the back door. Then, a bald man peeked out from the window of the first vehicle, first eyeing the 3 loaded trucks with bright eyes, then looking at Jiang Minglang, who was closest, and said with a half-smile, "Bro, pretty impressive. You managed to load so much in half a day." As he finished speaking, the rear door of the vehicle opened, and with the second car also unloading, there were 9 people in total. Everyone held knives, except the bald man still sitting in the car, who was waving a gun. "Smart move, leave the vehicle, and you can go." They had long targeted the supermarket, but there were too many zombies, so they planned to come back later. We had previously scouted the back entrance, but at that time, the place was crowded with zombies, and the situation on the first underground level was unknown, so we didn't act rashly. Unexpectedly, someone managed to cut us off. This can't be allowed. The bald man looked at Jiang Minglang's commanding presence and felt he was not an ordinary person. He didn't get out of the car, just rested his arm on the window and pointed his gun at Jiang Minglang. Although he still spoke with a smiling tone, his body showed some caution. "If you don't want to leave, then it's your life." Before he finished, a small knife suddenly appeared and stabbed through his wrist, causing his gun to fall to the ground. "Brother Guang." "Gun, quickly pick up the gun." Suddenly, with a splash sound, a man rushing over to pick up the gun suddenly collapsed to the ground and was no longer moving. Seeing this, the bald man immediately covered his bleeding wrist, pulled back into the car, and quickly rolled up the window. He stared at Jiang Minglang with wide eyes, thinking to himself that he was right. This person was not simple. But it was too late. He didn't know how this person did it, but he only saw 2 streaks of light flashing past in front, and then his people fell one after another. They didn't make a sound, just silently being taken down.
Could this be
a demon? How come they attacked without a word? He wanted to run away, but unfortunately, the road behind was blocked by his own car, and the driver had also gotten out of the vehicle. Of course, now the driver was also silently lying on the ground. "Brother Guang?" The driver trembled as he asked, "What do we do now?" Neither of them dared to get out of the car, knowing that stepping out would mean death.
Dazi?
Zhang Xiaoda silently stepped forward, smashed the driver's window with a punch, then grabbed the driver's head and slammed it onto the steering wheel. The driver's eyes rolled back, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, and then he tilted his head and closed his eyes. Seeing this, the bald man hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out, then turned and ran toward the intersection. Zhang Xiaoda watched the panicked steps of the other person, feeling surprised. Does this person really have no special powers? No special abilities, yet he dares to rob them?
Why?
Oh, I remember now because of the gun he was playing with just now. Zhang Xiaoda walked over, bent down and picked up the gun. At the same time, a loud bang came from ahead, sounding like a head hitting a wall. The bald man had just reached the corner, almost turning, thinking he had a chance to survive, but suddenly a wall appeared out of nowhere. He ran too fast and couldn't stop in time, crashing into a dirt wall and then bouncing back, falling to the ground. Zhang Xiaoda took care of the bald man, moved 2 off-road vehicles out of the alley, and unexpectedly found 2 barrels of oil in the cars. It wasn't really surprising, Now, most people who could still drive would carry at least 1 barrel of oil in their cars. After taking out the oil, he also siphoned the remaining fuel from the tanks of these 2 cars, then returned to his truck. Yunshi Village. To successfully complete the task his mother gave him, Jiang Qi made a costume for himself, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Heng, and Xiao Ha before heading to Yunshi Village. He used his great-grandmother's blue apron as a cape, tying it around his neck. Then he found a pair of blue thermal pants and draped them over Xiao Wu, using the pant legs as a rope to tie around its neck. He also found 2 red scarves, which his grandfather bought him last year before he started elementary school. He tied the red scarves onto Xiao Heng and Xiao Ha. Looking at them from top to bottom, he thought, not bad, very impressive, very mighty. Let's go. Chi climbed onto Xiao Heng's back, Xiao Wu climbed onto Xiao Ha's back, and the 3 dogs and 1 child set out proudly and confidently.